Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
21, Chapter 21, Who Gives Underwear as a First Meeting Gift? Jerry remained indifferent to Hermione's complicated gaze. He didn't even spare a glance for Ron, acting as if the provocative insult had never been uttered. Without waiting for a guide or acknowledging the mixed stares of awe and hostility from the other students, he did something that struck the others as peak arrogance. He walked away from the group entirely. He ascended the spiral stone staircase toward the upper levels of the castle alone. To the other freshmen who had just survived 3 grueling trials and were huddled together for safety, this blatant disregard for the rules was infuriating. Yet, none dared follow. They could only watch his straight, confident back vanish around the dimly lit corner. Jerry didn't care. His footsteps echoed through the hollow tower. As he rounded a bend, the sharp clack-clack of high heels on stone reached his ears. A figure in emerald green robes appeared. She was clearly there to collect the successful students. Unlike most professors whose robes were baggy and shapeless, hers were tailored to perfection. The waist was nipped in tight, accentuating the mature, rolling curves of her hips. Beneath the hem, her long legs were encased in sheer black stockings. Jerry's eyes drifted downward, catching the glint of her polished, pointed black heels. The narrow stairs forced her to take small, careful steps. With every movement, her robe swayed, offering glimpses of her thighs through the slits of the black nylon, creating a texture that was both repressed and highly erotic. She seemed surprised to encounter a student so soon. Seeing the boy looking up with a burning, unapologetic gaze directed straight up her skirt, a rare flush crept onto her stern face. She instinctively pressed her legs together, but her angry eyes softened the moment they met Jerry's. "Is it to your liking?" Her voice held an undercurrent of playfulness, a mischievous spark in her eyes that was a far cry from her usual schoolmarm persona. Jerry nodded without hesitation, a natural smirk playing on his lips. "Very much so." Amused by the answer, the witch let out a low chuckle, like the purr of a cat. Suddenly, her form blurred, the emerald fabric rippling. Within a second, she transformed into a tabby cat, landing gracefully on the stairs. However, something unexpected happened. As she shrank into feline form, her white cotton panties printed with tiny yellow kitten paws did not vanish. Instead, they fluttered through the air like a falling leaf. Jerry's hand shot out, catching the garment. It was soft, warm from her body, and carried a faint scent of soap and feminine musk. He could feel the residual heat of her intimacy lingering in the fabric. The cat circled Jerry elegantly, her fluffy tail brushing his calf as if in reward. Then, in a puff of white smoke, she returned to human form. She still wore the green robes, but now she was clearly commando. As she walked, the lack of underwear made the swing of her hips and the flashes of her thighs seem even more primal and wild. As she passed him, her perfume filled his lungs. She winked, a look of sultry confidence in her eyes. "All right, little one, keep going up. And next time, remember to call me Professor McGonagall." Her voice was warm now. "Wait at the top for the others. As for those." She glanced at the panties in his hand with a wicked grin. "Keep them, little Rosier. A gift from me." With that, she strolled away, leaving Jerry alone. So, that was McGonagall, Jerry thought, fingering the soft cotton. It seems, family prestige points really do work on everyone. When Jerry reached the Great Hall, the atmosphere was electric. Older students from all 4 houses were gathered, scouting for new recruits. However, the mention of the name Rosier had already spread like wildfire. The whispers were now open debates. Some looked at him with pure hatred, descendants of those who had died at the hands of Death Eaters. To them, Rosier was a scar. In the corner, several Slytherins in green robes smiled at him. They recognized the ancient blood. Many of their families had also served the dark arts but had been clever enough to switch sides at the right moment to avoid the gallows. Jerry ignored them all and walked toward the center of the hall, where Catherine stood. As a Slytherin prefect, she was the center of attention. She looked bored, largely because a Graffinder boy was buzzing around her like a fly. He was slicking back his greasy hair, boasting about his family, the Macmillans, and his Quidditch skills. "Senior, we meet again." Jerry's clear voice cut through the boy's bragging. Catherine's icy eyes flickered with surprise, which quickly turned into amusement. "Oh, I don't recall meeting you, little Junior Rosier." Her feigned ignorance gave the Graffinder, Cormac Macmillan, the confidence to step in. He sneered at Jerry. "Hey, kid, can't you see we're talking? Get lost back to the other brats." Jerry didn't even look at him. He stepped around the boy and stood directly in front of Catherine, his hand extended. Resting in his palm was a silver ring set with a pigeon blood ruby. "Beautiful senior, Jerry said, his voice carrying an aggressive charm. I'm very interested in Slytherin. Perhaps you could tell me more. But first, I think this ring belongs on your finger. Macmillan turned purple with rage. You little bastard. He swung his heavy arm, trying to swat the ring out of Jerry's hand. Jerry moved like he had eyes in the back of his head. He flicked his wrist, dodging the blow, and stepped closer to Catherine. It seems this senior lacks basic manners. Does House Macmillan teach its heirs to scream and get physical in front of a lady? You dare mention my family. Macmillan drew his wand, pointing it at Jerry's throat. You Death Eater scum. You should be in Azkaban. Death Eater. Jerry finally looked at him with pity. If I recall, many families swore loyalty to Voldemort before his fall. House Macmillan was among them, wasn't it? You were just better at playing both sides than the Rosiers. The truth hit like a blade. Macmillan, humiliated and desperate, challenged the 11-year-old to a duel. The hall went silent. A seventh-year challenging a first-year was pathetic. Catherine's smile vanished. Macmillan, put your wand away. Do you want to embarrass the whole school? Macmillan looked at her with desperate jealousy. Catherine, who do you choose? This filth from the gutters, or a glorious Graffinder like me? Catherine looked at him as if he were a low-level biological specimen. She didn't draw her wand. She simply tapped the silver snake badge on her chest. The message was clear. Did you forget who I am? Then, she turned to Jerry with a predatory, beautiful smile. She took the ruby ring from his palm and slid it onto her ring finger. It was a perfect fit. As a seventh-year prefect of Slytherin, she announced loudly, I would be delighted to introduce any worthy freshman to our glorious traditions. The Slytherin table erupted. Slytherin seeks those of greatest cunning. They roared. Macmillan, looking like a stripped clown, tucked his wand away and fled into the crowd amidst suppressed laughter. Jerry stepped beside Catherine, taking the spot Macmillan had coveted. As he stood there, he made a tiny, hidden gesture with his fingers. A micro breeze, unnoticed by anyone else, slithered like a snake up Catherine's leg. It bypassed her silk stockings and found the sensitive skin of her inner thigh, eventually swirling against her black lace panties. Catherine didn't flinch. Her face remained a mask of ice, but her lips curled into a tiny, almost invisible smile of satisfaction. This was their private game. The sorting ceremony began. Hannah Abbott went to Hufflepuff. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin. Ron, Hermione, and Harry all went to Gryffindor. Finally, McGonagall called the last name. Jerry Rosier. The hall fell into a deathly, fearful silence. Jerry walked up with a calm smile. As he sat, McGonagall's fingers brushed his temple as she lowered the hat. Oh, an interesting soul, the hat whispered in his mind. Ambition, yes, I see ambition that rivals Salazar himself. Cunning, power, this power does not belong to a child. You do not belong here, but since you are here, there is only one place for you. Slytherin. The hat bellowed. As Jerry walked toward the cheering green table, he felt a cold, crushing gaze on his back. He turned toward the high table. Dumbledore smiled kindly, but the gaze came from the woman sitting to his right. She wore a black, skin-tight gown that looked more like an evening dress than a robe. She was draped in a posture of calculated laziness, one leg crossed over the other, revealing a long stretch of black silk stocking. Her makeup was sharp, her lips blood-red. She looked at Jerry like a predator watching its prey, a smirk on her face that said, "You thought you could escape me." It was Selena, the head of the Auror office who had tormented him on the train. Dumbledore stood up and gave his traditional nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, speech before getting serious. A few announcements, Dumbledore said. The forest is forbidden. And, given the complex times, we are adding a new course, magical combat. To teach it, we have brought in an expert from the ministry. He pointed to the woman in black. Please welcome the deputy head of the Auror office, your new magical combat professor Lady Selena. Selena stood up, her catwalk drawing every eye in the room. In my class, she said, her voice piercing through the hall, you won't learn theory. You will learn how to use your wand to make your enemies shut up. I hope you're ready. Her eyes lingered on Jerry. Then, Dumbledore announced that Snape would finally take over defense against the dark arts while remaining the potions master. The feast appeared piles of roast beef, chicken, pies, and puddings. Jerry ate with effortless elegance. Across the hall, Ron was stuffing his face, and Harry was looking around in wonder. Jerry's eyes drifted back to the head table. Selena hadn't touched her food. She was staring at him, her gaze a dangerous, invisible thread. You walked right into my trap, Jerry thought, a smirk hidden behind his goblet. Selena. Teacher. Ding. Monthly forced mission, the Crown of Slytherin, completed. New monthly forced mission generating. 22, Chapter 22, Senior, you really don't have any hair in your vagina? As the bustle of the feast gradually subsided and the desserts vanished from the golden platters, a haunting, ethereal sound pierced through the thick stone walls of Hogwarts, echoing in everyone's ears. It wasn't the harsh whistle of the Hogwarts Express, but a melodic call woven from wind and strings, carrying the tranquility and majesty of an ancient, deep forest. The chatter in the great hall died instantly. Everyone froze, looking toward the source, the massive, closed oak doors leading outside. Even Selena's playful, predatory gaze finally shifted away from Jerry. She arched a perfectly groomed brow, a flash of genuine curiosity and scrutiny crossing her eyes. What is happening? Catherine sat up straight, her face losing its usual mask of lazy confidence. With her years at Hogwarts, she knew every tradition by heart, but this was undocumented. Before anyone could react, Dumbledore stood. His blue eyes, usually twinkling with wisdom, were now deep with an investigative light. In the next heartbeat, his form transformed into a soft, brilliant sphere of silver light, streaking across the hall to reappear silently before the great oak doors. Without hesitation, he pushed. Creak. The heavy doors swung inward. As they opened, an indescribable, potent aura of pure life energy flooded the hall, like the first breeze of a spring morning in a virgin forest. It was pure and boundless, smelling of crushed leaves, ancient wood, and sweet spring water. The candle flames in the hall seemed to burn brighter as the air touched them. Everyone held their breath, straining their necks. However, Dumbledore's tall frame blocked the view. Then, an authoritative, slightly displeased voice boomed from outside. Dumbledore, you are well aware of the effort this journey required, and the importance of these children to the magical world. We expected a clear arrangement, not this hasty chaos. It was the voice of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Dumbledore's voice took on a rare edge of steel. Minister, I am equally aware of the rules of Hogwarts. The safety of all my students is my primary duty. I do not take unannounced midnight visits lightly. The tension was palpable. The professors, including Selina, rose and moved toward the door. All students, to your dormitories. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. Prefects, lead your houses to the common rooms immediately. No loitering. The prefects sprang into action. Freshmen grumbled but retreated under the sharp glares of the staff. Catherine walked straight to Jerry's side, her hand resting unapologetically on his lower back. Let's go, little junior, she whispered, her voice a sultry lure. The Slytherin dorms are far more interesting than this place anyway. Jerry nodded, indifferent to the commotion at the door, and followed Catherine through a side exit as the crowd surged toward the stairs. They passed through a hidden door behind a fireplace into a long, narrow corridor. The walls were lined with portraits that were far from static. These weren't just moving pictures, they were brimming with a carnal energy. In one ornate gold frame, a pair of wizards danced in the air, their robes falling away mid-flight to reveal tangled, naked bodies. The witch arched her neck, her face flushed with lust, while the wizard bit into her shoulder from behind. In another, a centaur frolicked with a naked wood nymph, his powerful chest glistening under a painted sun as she giggled, dodging his touch. As Jerry and Catherine passed, the figures in the paintings would stop their exercise to stare at Jerry with curiosity before returning to their bed sport. Catherine was used to this. She looked at Jerry with a meaningful smirk. So, is Slytherin a bit more real than you imagined? She emphasized the word real with a wink. Jerry smiled faintly but said nothing. He watched the grander murals further down, depictions of the Slytherin legacy. Massive scrolls showed wizards sailing through the stars on ships woven from magical vines, or crystalline cities built over rivers of molten lava where wizards rode gargantuan fire salamanders. One painting showed the dark, crushing depths of the ocean, where a sprawling underwater city made of coral sat atop a trench, holding an ancient, tentacled god in magical chains. Grand, isn't it? Catherine's voice echoed. Gryffindors talk of courage, Ravenclaws get lost in books, and Hufflepuffs, well, they make friends. She chuckled contemptuously. But this? The star charts, the core of the volcanoes, the deep-sea empires, these were all pioneered and conquered by Slytherins. She turned to him, their faces inches apart. We don't seek personal glory. We seek absolute, hereditary power. Welcome to the top of the food chain. Jerry tilted his head, looking at her with pure curiosity. This little wildcat was trying so hard to project a queen bee persona, yet he could still remember her body trembling with shame and submission just hours ago. The contrast was delicious. So, Jerry finally spoke, his voice low and sharp. Is that why you chose Slytherin, Senior? To stand on the top? Catherine's breath hitched. Little pervert, she thought, though she quickly masked it with a provocative smile. She slid a long, sharp fingernail down his back. Of course. Only at the top can you taste the most exquisite flavors. They reached a hidden curtain of green velvet. Catherine waved her wand, and the curtain parted to reveal the Slytherin common room, a subterranean hall with rough stone walls and a fireplace that illuminated the room with a flickering green glow. Huge windows looked out into the depths of the Black Lake, where giant shadows drifted by. It seems you've received special treatment, Catherine said as she led him down a more private spiral staircase. Jerry Rosier, from now on, you have a private suite. At the bottom of the stairs, a door made of black snakewood stood slightly ajar. As Catherine turned to let him in, Jerry moved with predatory speed. He lunged forward, diving straight under the wide hem of Catherine's wizarding robes. Catherine let out a sharp, electrified gasp. Before she could protest, Jerry's teeth clamping through her thin, lace-trimmed panties bit precisely onto the most sensitive, soft flesh of her labia. The space beneath her robes was dark, narrow, and filled with her feminine musk. Jerry's face pressed against her soft mons pubis, his warm breath soaking through the silk and onto her clitoris. Did you miss me, kitty? His muffled voice teased. Shame and desire ignited within her. She instinctively grabbed the back of his head, her fingers digging into his blonde hair, pulling his face deeper into her crotch. "You little devil!" she hissed, her voice cracking with a ragged tremor. It was a striking sight. Catherine was tall and voluptuous, while Jerry, though tall for his age, still had the lean frame of a youth. Hidden beneath her robes, only his legs were visible as she held his head captive against her sex. Jerry didn't stop. He flicked his tongue out, pinning her clitoris through the lace and grinding against it relentlessly. Catherine's valley contracted as her body began to flood. She could feel her juices soaking her underwear and the inside of her robes. "Get out, someone will see," she gasped, though her grip on his hair only tightened. Jerry used his teeth to pull the lace panties down, intent on bearing her fully to feast on her shame. He wanted to see her swollen petals and the tiny red pearl of her clitoris. Ah. Catherine's neck arched back, her witch's hat falling to the floor. Her body buckled and spasmed as a massive wave of pleasure tore through her. Jerry felt the heat, a sudden, violent fountain of nectar erupting from her depths, soaking his face, his hair, and even flowing into his mouth. Catherine collapsed against the wall, her hips still twitching in rhythmic tremors against Jerry's face. She let out a high, lingering cry of total surrender. "Master, you, really?" Before she could finish, a cold, impatient female voice drifted from the depths of the room. "Is that you, Catherine? Good heavens, finally. My lingerie is on the sofa, could you bring it to me?" The voice hit Catherine like a bucket of ice water. Her body froze. The third person in the room was Isabella Avery, the cold, aloof seventh-year prefect who never socialized. "I'm dead," Catherine thought, her face turning ashen. She tried to scramble away, but her legs were useless jelly. "Master, let go. If she sees me like this, I'm finished," she hissed in a tearful whisper. Jerry remained calm, even holding her hips to keep her from falling. He leaned in, his face still glistening with her fluids, and whispered, "Now you're scared. You sounded so happy a second ago." As Isabella's footsteps approached the door, Jerry moved. He pushed Catherine against the wall and slipped into the room, slamming the snakewood door shut behind him. Isabella Avery stood in the center of the room, startled by the intruder. She was tall, with the elegant, lean build of a classical statue and hair like a golden waterfall. She wore nothing but a paper-thin, nearly transparent white silk robe that barely covered her hips. Through the sheer fabric, every curve was visible. Her breasts were firm and perfectly shaped, her pink nipples hardening in shock. Her flat belly led down to her most private area. In stark contrast to her golden hair, her crotch was shockingly smooth. There wasn't a single hair to be found, just flawless, pale skin and a neat, pink slit clearly visible through the silk. "Who are you?" Isabella's voice was like ice. "Get out." Without a wand, she raised her hand. A summoning charm snatched a heavy black robe from a chair, but Jerry was faster. He caught the robe mid-air and redirected it with a flick of his fingers. "Sorry, Senior. If I told you this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Isabella scoffed. She spun like a swan, her sheer robe fluttering to reveal her pale, bare buttocks as she leaped into the air. She chanted an ancient, rapid spell. Sharp icicles materialized in the air, launching toward Jerry like a storm. Jerry didn't move. He raised a hand, and a shimmering barrier of water ripples rose before him. The icicles hit the barrier and vanished, melting into nothingness. "Interesting," Jerry murmured. Isabella realized this wasn't an ordinary freshman. She gathered her magic, forming a ball of brilliant white light, the Avery family's secret Aurora orb. The magical wind blew her sheer robe tight against her body, revealing the trembling weight of her breasts and the deep crevice between her legs. She launched the orb. Jerry simply stepped aside, the light blast shattering the door behind him. Before she could cast again, Jerry closed the distance with ghost-like speed. He grabbed her slender ankle and pulled. Isabella cried out, falling to the floor. Her golden hair fanned out, and her robe fell open, exposing her high, firm buttocks and the hairless, white tiger cleft of her sex. Jerry dropped his weight onto her back, pinning her down. The pressure crushed her breasts against the hard stone floor. The soft mounds flattened and spread out like spilled milk, their shapes distorted and pressed against the ground. Who are you?" Cough. Isabella gasped, her eyes losing focus. She had never known such humiliation. "Stop it, Jerry." 23, Chapter 23. Baby-faced and busty, and exceptionally generous. Had Isabella ever suffered such humiliation in her entire life? Just as her consciousness was about to be swallowed by the suffocating darkness, a sharp, urgent female voice pierced through the jagged hole in the door. "Stop it, Jerry." It was Catherine. She had managed to tidy herself up. Her messy robes were smoothed out, and the evidence of her frantic, messy orgasm had been magically cleansed away, as if the woman who had just been a panting, leaking mess under Jerry's tongue never existed. She stood outside the door, her face wearing a calculated mask of anxiety and confusion, as if she had only just rushed there after hearing the explosion. Hearing the shout, Jerry stopped. He released his grip on Isabella's throat and slowly, deliberately stood up from her soft, resilient back. He even took a moment to straighten his collar, his face retaining that calm, playful expression. To him, the lethal suppression he had just exerted was nothing more than a harmless game. Finally free, Isabella collapsed like a drowning victim, gasping and coughing violently on the floor. Fresh air rushed into her lungs, bringing a stinging, burning sensation. Ignoring her shame and pain, she pushed herself up with trembling hands. Her sheer white robe was in tatters, failing to cover her most intimate parts. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed, marked with red indentations from Jerry's weight. Her golden hair was a tangled mess, her beautiful face flushed red from oxygen deprivation and fury. Her icy blue eyes blazed with a murderous fire as she locked onto Jerry. "I'll kill you," she hissed, ignoring Catherine. She raised her hand again, a more violent surge of magic coalescing in her palm for a lethal strike. "Wait, Isabella." Catherine rushed in, throwing her arms out between them. "It's a misunderstanding. This room was just assigned to this freshman, Jerry Rosier, as his private dormitory." Just as Isabella was about to fire, the sound of rhythmic footsteps echoed from the top of the spiral staircase, accompanied by the muffled voices of other Slytherin students. The color drained from the faces of all three. Catherine looked frantic, and Isabella's hand hesitated. No matter how arrogant she was, she knew that being seen in this state half-naked, disheveled, and humiliated would cause a scandal that would ruin her reputation forever. In that split second, Jerry acted. Without even looking at the ruined door, he snapped his fingers. With a low hum, the impossible happened. The splinters of snakewood and stone fragments flew off the ground, reassembling and stitching themselves together in midair. The cracks healed instantly, and the scorch marks vanished. Within 2 seconds, the heavy door stood perfectly intact, as if the explosion had never occurred. The sheer precision of such advanced mending magic left even Isabella stunned. Jerry turned slowly toward Isabella, who was still on the verge of a murderous rage. The predatory aggression on his face vanished, replaced by an elegant, perfectly measured look of regret. He bowed slightly, looking at her with an innocent, sincere gaze. "I am so sorry, Senior. This truly was a misunderstanding." Isabella continued to glare at him, her anger unextinguished, but Jerry's godlike display of magic had cast a thick shadow of caution over her murderous intent. The voices outside grew closer. Jerry seemed oblivious to the danger radiating from her. He looked at her, his gaze sliding from her angry face down to the flashes of pale skin visible through her torn robe. His gaze wasn't lecherous, it was the appreciative look of an artist admiring a perfect masterpiece. "Senior," he spoke again, his voice filled with a youth's earnestness, "you are the most beautiful which I have ever seen. Earlier, I was overwhelmed by your aura and beauty. My body reacted uncontrollably. Please, forgive my intrusion." Half of it was flattery, half of it was fact. Jerry reached into his robe and pulled out a small, velvet jewelry box. He opened it, presenting it to Isabella. Inside lay a delicate necklace made of mithril. The pendant was a dreamlike, pink-purple gem. Deep within the stone, a swirling mist of vapor seemed to rotate, emitting a faint, sickly sweet scent. Just looking at it made one's heart race. It felt as if something deep inside the body was being pulled to the surface. "This little thing is an alchemical item I found before coming to Hogwarts," Jerry said humbly. "It doesn't do much, but it helps the wearer settle their mind. As an apology for my rudeness, perhaps it can make up for my mistake." He wasn't lying. This alchemical creation, fused from the succubus's whisper, did indeed settle the mind by completely dissolving reason and shame, leaving only pure desire behind. Item type, special alchemical material / consumable, quality, rare, description, a crystallization of desire refined from the soul of a high succubus. It effortlessly dissolves rational defenses, magnifying hidden desires until the target becomes a slave to their own flesh. Isabella was drawn to the strange gem. As a highborn, pure-blood witch, she could sense the extraordinary, seductive power radiating from it. "What's going on?" a male voice asked from outside the door. "Is someone in there?" We heard a loud bang. Isabella tensed. She clutched her torn robe, but it could barely hide her charms. Her pride wouldn't allow her to be seen like this. In this moment, Jerry made the choice for her. He walked to the door and opened it just a crack. "Ah, hello, seniors," he said with a shy, freshman smile. "I'm so sorry. That noise was my fault. I'm Jerry Rosier. The headmaster, and the dean, assigned me this room. I was testing some magical items and accidentally triggered a defense ward. I'm sorry to have disturbed you." The explanation was perfect. It established his status and dismissed the explosion as a common mistake. "Private dorm? A freshman?" One of the seniors muttered with a hint of jealousy, but they moved on. Jerry closed the door and cast a silencing charm. He walked back to Isabella and held out the velvet box again. "Now," he whispered like a demon, "we can continue our conversation, senior." The sweet, subtle fragrance of the gem invaded Isabella's nostrils, sparking a strange heat deep in her abdomen. Her reason screamed at her that this was dangerous, but her body felt an instinctive craving. Finally, Isabella reached out. Her fingers were stiff as she took the mithril necklace. "Fine," she said, her voice cold and raspy. "I'll take this. As compensation for your offense." She had found an excuse to keep her dignity. Jerry backed away with a "please proceed" gesture. Catherine quickly handed Isabella a fresh black robe. Isabella snatched it, covering her nearly naked body. She hurried out of the room without looking back, her head held high like a defeated but unbowed swan. Catherine followed, but before she left, she mouthed to Jerry, "I want one too." Left alone, Jerry walked to the bathroom. There, on the edge of the tub, lay a tiny, pure white pair of cotton panties. They were still damp with steam and her body heat. The proud prefect had forgotten them in her haste. He picked them up, feeling the soft lace. Then, he pulled out another pair, grey cotton with cute paw prints and a cat tail. He placed both trophies into the box and lay down on the bed, staring at the Hogwarts sky. The new day began with the chiming of the clock tower. However, the first class wasn't in a dusty classroom. By the Great Lake, the freshmen gathered. Before them stood a horrifying sight, a 70-meter-tall cyclops, its skin grey and muscled, crouching by the water. Massive, rusted metal bolts were driven through its shoulders, anchoring a large wooden platform directly into its bleeding flesh. It was a living, breathing transportation device. While the students whispered in awe and fear, Albus Dumbledore arrived with 4 others. They were elves, 3 males and 1 female. The female elf, silver-haired and beautiful, pointed at the giant and cried out in a voice full of holy compassion, "How can you wizards be so cruel? This is a life. This is a desecration of nature." Dumbledore didn't smile. He turned and gave her a look of such immense, cold pressure that the elf's voice died in her throat. He introduced them as exchange students under the Eternal Alliance Pact. Jerry stood in the crowd, indifferent. He knew the truth. Wizards had conquered many worlds, but only children born on Earth could use magic. This meant they lacked the numbers to manage their vast empires. The Eternal Alliance was a tool wizards would ally with races strong enough to fight back, while weaker ones were simply crushed. This elf only had the right to complain because her people were powerful. The giant began to walk into the lake. A magical barrier kept the water at bay, revealing a wondrous underwater world. Suddenly, a small figure squeezed in next to Jerry. "Hi there." It was a red-headed girl with a striking contrast. She looked like a lowly round, doll-like face with ruby red eyes and ginger hair. But her body was impossibly developed. Her loose robes could barely contain a chest so large and heavy it threatened to tear the fabric. She was only about 11 or 12, but her curves were far beyond her years. "I'm Liliana Gregory, Hufflepuff," she chirped. "You're so cool and quiet. What house are you in?" She leaned in close. Jerry could smell her milky, sweet scent. Her massive breasts brushed against his arm, their incredible softness and elasticity apparent even through the robes. The other students kept their distance from Jerry upon hearing the name Rosier, but Liliana didn't care. Jerry reached out, and a silver bracelet appeared in his palm. "Jerry, Slytherin, take this as a gift." Liliana gasped in delight. Jerry reached out to put it on her wrist. On his thumb was an obsidian ring, an alchemical item that amplified his charm to irresistible levels. As his fingers brushed her skin, Liliana shivered, her face flushing. She felt an overwhelming urge to be near him. "Your hands are cold," she whispered. "But I love it." She was bolder than Jerry expected. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a loud, wet kiss on the cheek. As she leaned in, her huge, heavy tits smashed firmly into his arm and chest. The sensation of those warm, fleshy globes was intense. Jerry acted the part of the shy boy, his face turning red. It has a shield charm. Keep it on." Liliana beamed. Suddenly, the giant tripped on a stone, and the platform tilted. Liliana screamed and fell directly into Jerry's arms. The impact was massive. A terrifying amount of warmth and soft flesh slammed into him. Her enormous, overdeveloped breasts buried his chest, the sheer volume of her chest wrapping around him. It was incredibly soft, plump, and bouncy. When they stabilized, Liliana pouted, rubbing her chest. "Ugh, I hate these things," she complained to Jerry. "They bounce everywhere and almost broke my ribs. I wish they were smaller." "Shameless." A sharp voice snapped. It was the Patil twins, Padma and Parvati. They glared at them with Graffinder righteousness. "Cuddling with a dark wizard in broad daylight," one sneered. "A disgrace to the freshmen," the other added. Liliana turned red with anger. Jerry gently squeezed her arm. "They're just jealous," Jerry whispered, looking at the flat-chested twins. "Look at them, they have 2 flat runways, perfect for landing planes." 24, Chapter 24, Why Does It Smell Like Cream? Jerry's voice wasn't loud, it was almost nonchalant, but the mockery in his tone was like a poisoned needle, piercing precisely into the Patil twins' fragile self-esteem. 2 flat runways, perfect for landing planes. To any girl around puberty, such a comment was the most vicious personal attack imaginable. The air seemed to freeze for a second. The next moment, 2 perfectly synchronized, ear-piercing shrieks erupted. "Ah!" The sound was no longer the voice of moral superiority, it was pure, unadulterated humiliation. The twins reacted like 2 cats whose tails had been stomped on. Their faces flushed a deep, bruised purple, and their features twisted in fury. You bastard!" One yelled, her finger trembling as she pointed at Jerry. "Vulgar, disgusting Slytherin." The other screamed, her eyes welling with tears of shame. They tried to find more vicious words to retaliate, but Jerry's vivid metaphor had utterly shattered their logic, leaving them capable of nothing but screeching and repetitive insults. Just as their cursing reached a crescendo, the platform on the Cyclops' shoulder jolted violently and began to ascend at an incredible speed. the underwater scenery blurred and warped. The magical barrier became opaque, shimmering with layers of ripples that turned the world outside into a psychedelic haze. The students gasped as the sudden shift in gravity sent them colliding. Liliana, losing her balance once more, instinctively lunged toward Jerry. The momentum of her heavy, soft chest carried an irresistible force, knocking Jerry back a step and pinning her lush body tightly against his once again. This little girl has a real talent for ball handling at such a young age, Jerry thought as her softness pressed into his ribs. Outside, the light turned eerie and variegated colors between void and substance that the human eye could barely process. Through the shifting barrier, the world looked like stretching liquid. Occasional bursts of energy hissed against the shield like electric currents, accompanied by violent turbulence. Where are we?" a freshman asked, voice trembling. No one answered. Jerry could feel it, the Cyclops was carrying them through the cracks between worlds, performing a spatial jump far beyond common understanding. In this transdimensional journey, every inch of existence became unstable, only pure magic kept them on course. The jump lasted for an indeterminate time, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. When the colors finally faded and the world stabilized, a new reality presented itself without warning. The magical barrier dissolved like melting glass, and an indescribable stench of rot, dust, and dried blood rushed into everyone's lungs. It was the smell of death. Many freshmen began to gag and heave immediately. Liliana buried her face deeper into Jerry's chest, her small body trembling as she curled into him. Before them lay no magical wonderland, but a desolate, gray forest of steel. The sky was leaden, the sun hidden behind thick, eternal clouds. Skyscrapers were riddled with cracks, their shattered windows looking like empty eye sockets. Burnt-out car wrecks littered the streets, and overgrown vines choked the lamp posts, adding a sinister green to the city of the dead. But what truly chilled their blood were the things in the streets. Creatures that were once human. They were tattered, their skin an unnatural bluish-gray, limbs twisted at grotesque angles. They wandered aimlessly, their movements stiff and dragging, throats emitting a mindless, grating rattle. One man was missing his lower jaw, a blackened tongue lolling out. Another had a gaping hole in his abdomen, dragging grayish-black intestines across the pavement as he moved. Zombies. The word flashed through the minds of every student. Most had seen movies like Dawn of the Dead, so they were hauntingly familiar with these creatures. A primal fear of the undead plunged the platform into a deathly silence before erupting into chaos and screams. What are those? What are those things? One of the Patil twins wailed, her voice breaking. We have to leave. Get us out of here. Panic spread like a plague. But the Cyclops ignored the chaos, marching into the heart of the dead city. With every step, it crushed several zombies into a blur of gore, while thousands more were drawn to the sound, hobbling toward them from every alleyway. Amidst the sea of screams, Liliana clung to Jerry's waist, her fingers white as she gripped his shirt. Jerry reached out and patted her back, his palm feeling the warmth and the fullness of her chest through the thin fabric. Don't be afraid, Liliana. His voice was calm and surprisingly gentle, cutting through the noise. These aren't the zombies you see in movies. Liliana looked up, her ruby eyes misty with confusion. These are creations of necrotic rot, reanimation, and instant death plagues, Jerry explained coolly. He scanned the disgusting undead below with a detached, clinical gaze. They are low-level undead known as carrion walkers. They are mass-produced weapons of war used by wizards to deplete enemy forces during planar invasions. Jerry's words acted like a stone dropped into boiling water. The chaos paused. Students and exchange elves alike stared at him in shock. Liliana's fear was slowly replaced by curiosity. At the front of the platform, Phileas Flitwick turned around, his sharp eyes twinkling with approval. Mr. Rosier is absolutely correct. Flitwick announced in his squeaky voice. Fear is useless in the face of the unknown. Knowledge and composure are a wizard's greatest weapons. He nodded with satisfaction and flicked his wand. 10 points to Slytherin. The 10 points to Slytherin announcement acted like a grounding spell. The terrified crowd began to calm. They looked at the young boy who remained unbothered by the horror, and their panic subsided. Liliana stood up straight, though she stayed glued to Jerry's side, her gaze shifting from fear to hero worship. Not everyone was impressed. Ron Weasley turned red. TCH, acting like he knows everything, he muttered to Harry. He's just from a dark family. Who cares about that? Harry Potter remained silent, his green eyes fixed on Jerry with a complex expression. He knew the Rosiers were supporters of Voldemort. This boy was a living reminder of his parents' death. Yet, Jerry's competence made Harry's internal sense of justice waver. On the other side, Hermione Granger's eyes lit up. She didn't care about Ron's grumbling or Harry's drama. She was purely, instinctively impressed and a little competitive regarding Jerry's knowledge. She pulled out a quill and scribbled, necrotic rot, reanimation, carrion walkers, planar warfare. The Cyclops reached the center of the gray city, where a brilliant light pierced the gloom. A towering magic spire of silver-white material stood there, flowing with liquid starlight runes. A massive, pale gold dome protected a few square kilometers. Inside the dome was an orderly sanctuary with buildings like the Gringotts Bank. The giant passed through the shimmering barrier. The stench and the moans were cut off instantly, replaced by fresh air and a soothing hum of power. The students disembarked as Albus Dumbledore stepped forward. "Children, welcome to your first lesson at Hogwarts," he said, his voice warm but heavy. "The world you see before you once had a brilliant civilization, but they failed. And we, wizards, are natural victors. Our world has limited resources, while our power grows. To explore, to find new homes, and to bring weak, dying worlds under our order is not just our right, it is our responsibility. Remember, magic is power. We conquer so that we may endure. You are here to learn how to use your power to expand our civilization." The speech shattered their fairy tale view of magic. Hogwarts wasn't just a school, it was a military academy for conquerors. Seeing their shock and budding excitement, Dumbledore smiled. "Now," he pointed to the zombies outside the dome, "theory is over. Let us begin the practice. As you can see, in any dying world, there are residuals to clear. They have no thoughts, no pain, they are perfect targets." Professor Flitwick stepped up. "Today, we learn Incendium Missilia, or more commonly, Fireball Volley." He raised his wand. Incendium Missilia. A fist-sized fireball shot out, blowing a zombie's head into charcoal. "The secret is the volley." His wrist flickered. Incendium Missilia. Incendium Missilia. A barrage of fireballs swept through the horde like a machine gun, filling the air with the stench of burnt protein. "Now," Dumbledore encouraged, "take your wands. Target anything living outside the barrier. Class ends when this block is purified." The reality was brutal. As the smell of burning flesh wafted in, the psychological walls of many students crumbled. Ugh! A gagging sound acted as a trigger. Soon, vomit was everywhere. Liliana turned pale, rushed to the side, and threw up her breakfast. The Patil twins were a mess of tears and bile. Even the quiet Hannah Abbott was retching. Most of the boys were pale and trembling. However, there were exceptions. Hermione was ghost-white and trembling, but she forced herself to watch the fireballs, her eyes stubborn. And then there was Jerry. He had planned to fake it. To fit in, he should have pretended to gag. But just as he was about to bend over, he felt a gaze. Dumbledore. The old man's eyes seemed to pierce his very soul. Jerry stiffened and abandoned the act. He stood tall, his face an unnerving mask of calm amidst the vomit and tears. He looked back at Dumbledore with bottomless black eyes. 10 points to Slytherin, Dumbledore whispered with a faint, unreadable smile, then walked toward the spire. The professors began to organize their houses. Professor Snape stopped in front of Jerry. His dark eyes searched Jerry's face. "You are the rosier child." Snape's voice was a low rasp. Jerry nodded, then hesitated. "Yes, Uncle Severus." Snape's eyes narrowed. He didn't deny the title. "In school, you will call me Professor. Begin your practice." He turned to the other Slytherins, his voice rising like a frozen blade. "Listen up. Every Slytherin must eliminate at least 20 carrion walkers. Anyone who fails stays here until the job is done." 20. Most of them couldn't even cast a spark. But Jerry had already moved. He raised his wand. Incendium Missilia. A fist-sized, dense fireball erupted. It didn't explode on impact. It acted like an armor-piercing shell, punching through the eye socket of the first zombie, the forehead of the second, and the chest of the third before finally detonating inside a fourth, blowing its torso into a cloud of ash. It was clean, lethal, and elegant. On the other side, Hermione Granger, or rather, another girl with bushy hair, managed a shaky fireball that blew up a nearby zombie. She was pale but determined. Jerry glanced at her and smirked, then went back to his work. By noon, he had cleared far more than 20. Lunch appeared: roast chicken, steak, pumpkin pasties, and butterbeer right next to the mounds of charred, smoking corpses. The contrast was too much for most. On the spire's balcony, Professor McGonagall stood by Dumbledore. "Albus, isn't this too cruel? They are only 11. "The world has changed, Minerva," Dumbledore replied. "Since Tom. Hogwarts has weakened. New threats are coming. Fudge wants reform, and Hogwarts must lead. We must see who is weak and who is worth the investment." He looked at Jerry, who was calmly eating a pumpkin pasty. "That boy, Jerry, you arranged his entry." McGonagall's expression softened. "You know my relationship with Lily, Jerry's mother. I couldn't save her then. I have to look out for her son. Is there a problem?" "He is gifted," Dumbledore said. "I fear he might become another Tom." "Impossible. He won't follow Tom's path." During lunch, Hermione walked up to Jerry, her face pale but her eyes burning with a scholar's hunger. "Jerry, how do you do it? Your casting interval is so short. Your output is perfectly stable. How do you train?" Before he could answer, Ron Weasley grabbed her arm. "Hermione, leave him alone. He's a Slytherin. His family are Death Eaters. Who knows what dark magic he's using?" Hermione snapped, "Shut up, Ron. This is knowledge." Even Flitwick praised him. She stepped closer to Jerry. "Tell me, how?" Ding. Daily mission triggered. The scholar's lust for knowledge. Content: train Hermione Granger. Make her understand that knowledge comes at a price. Jerry wiped his mouth. "You want to know? Fine. But knowledge isn't free, Miss Granger." "What do you want?" "Galleons. I don't need money." Jerry leaned in, whispering in a seductive, low tone only she could hear. "In my family, house elves do everything. I never learned to do laundry. When we get back to school, will you do mine for me? Hermione blinked. It seemed weird, but not impossible. Especially, my undergarments, Jerry added with a playful, wicked drawl. They need to be washed by hand. Very carefully. Very gently. Are you insane, Hermione? Ron exploded. He's asking you to wash his underwear. He's treating you like a house elf. Jerry ignored Ron, watching the blush spread from Hermione's cheeks to her neck. He was a hunter watching his prey. Hermione's heart raced. It was an insult. But, the power he showed was a field she didn't understand. The fruit of knowledge was too tempting. Ron, shut up, Hermione finally gasped. She looked Jerry in the eye, her voice trembling but clear. Fine, I'll do it, but you have to teach me to cast like you. Deal. Later that evening, in the Slytherin dorms, Isabella Travers, the 7th-year prefect, snuck into the corridor toward Jerry's room. She wasn't there to see him, she was there to retrieve something. That little brat had been so rough the night before that she had forgotten her panties in his bathroom. She couldn't let a first-year pervert keep them as a trophy. She was also deeply curious about him. His wandless magic was better than hers. She slipped into his dark room and felt her way to the wardrobe. She found a small wooden box. Inside were her cotton panties and a pair of cute cat paw lace panties. She cursed under her breath. Suddenly, footsteps. She panicked. The freshmen were back. She couldn't hide in the wardrobe or bathroom. She scrambled under the large bed just as the door opened. Jerry walked in. Isabella held her breath as his shoes stopped by the bed. Then, the sound of clothes falling. Jerry was stripping. She knew she should look away, but curiosity, and the necklace he gave her, kept her eyes glued to the gap. She saw his firm thighs and tight gluts. He was young, but his muscles were toned and athletic. When Jerry turned toward the bathroom, Isabella's heart nearly stopped. A massive, thick, reddish-pink object swung before her eyes. The thick root hung there like a sleeping snake, the head slightly tilted up, revealing a tender ring. It was huge. She could see the throbbing veins and the deep slit at the top of the glands. The scent of male musk and clean sweat hit her nose, making her dizzy. A wave of heat flooded her lower abdomen, soaking her own underwear instantly. Jerry stopped. The massive, heavy meat club dangled right in front of her face. It was so close. She could see the dark, curly hair at the base, the blue veins, and the moist glands. A drop of sweat rolled down his belly, onto the shaft, and dripped onto the floor inches from her nose. Isabella's reason crumbled. She watched as Jerry bent down and picked up the cotton fabric she had left behind her panties. He didn't go to the bathroom. He pressed them to his nose and took a deep, greedy breath of her scent. He let out a low, satisfied groan. Then, his other hand gripped the massive meat. In seconds, it went from soft to iron hard, throbbing and pulsing as he began to stroke it vigorously. Ha, ha. The sound of his heavy breathing and the wet, rhythmic slapping of skin on skin filled her ears. She watched the giant thing jumping in his hand, the slit at the tip leaking clear precum that made the head glisten. Finally, Jerry's pace turned frantic. His body arched. NNGH. His throat let out a low, animalistic roar. The slit at the tip of the iron-hard rod burst open, and a thick, creamy white jet of semen erupted like a high-pressure hose. The first blast soaked the panties in his hand, but it didn't stop. Huge amounts of fluid poured out, overflowing the fabric and splashing onto the floor in a viscous, steaming puddle. It was a massive volume of seed, forming a milky lake on the cold stone. When he finally finished, Jerry tossed the soaked panties into the puddle of cum and walked into the bathroom. The sound of the shower started. Under the bed, Isabella lay limp, her own crotch a soaking mess. She stared at the steaming white pool of man seed. How can there be so much? She whimpered. And why does it smell like cream? 25, Chapter 25, Delicious. Incendium Miscellae. Sitting in the common room, Hermione looked down at her palm in disbelief. Hovering just an inch above her skin was a fireball, flickering and jumping like a living creature. It was more stable and condensed than any attempt she had made that morning. The heat radiating from it caused the surrounding air to shimmer and warp with a slight distortion. Just a few hours ago, she had struggled to even complete the incantation. Each cast required her total concentration, and she would have to hurl it away like an unstable cannonball. But now, she could hold this blazing sphere in a calm, rotating hover, as if it were an extension of her own arm. It felt like a miracle. And the only reason for this change was the unassuming silver bracelet on her wrist. Jerry Rosier had given it to her. According to him, it was an alchemical artifact engraved with runes designed to maintain a constant, steady flow of magical output. Theoretically, as long as she possessed enough mental focus, she could stably cast any spell she desired, drastically lowering the threshold for complex magic. Just as Hermione was sinking into this unprecedented pleasure of controlling power, a sharp, piercing pain suddenly shot from the depths of her mind, as if a needle had been driven into her skull. Her vision blurred for a split second. The fireball hovering in her palm vanished instantly, like a candle snuffed out by the wind. Following immediately was a familiar sense of crushing exhaustion, as if her spirit had been completely drained. Hermione instinctively touched her nostrils. Thankfully, there was no blood. Panting softly, she pulled back the sleeve of her robe to reveal the minimalist silver bangle. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, but when magic flowed through it, complex and ancient renaissance she had never seen before seemed to surface from within the metal. The power it granted was real, but the cost was staggering. Hermione could feel that this drain bypassed her normal mana reserves, drawing directly from the very core of her mental essence. This is truly amazing. Hermione had only been in the wizarding world for 2 days. Although she had taught herself basic meditation through sheer willpower before school started, she was still like a child standing at the door of a grand library, seeing only a tiny corner of a vast world. Everything she knew came from books, but this bracelet, this tangible, functional piece of alchemical engineering, was far beyond the scope of the standard book of spells, grade 1. It was a key, opening a door to a deeper, more mysterious realm of magic. While it thrilled her, it also intensified her curiosity about Jerry, the so-called orphan of a dark wizard. The books described Death Eaters as bloodthirsty monsters, but Jerry, aside from being a bit abrasive with his words, seemed more like a profound, unfathomable riddle holding countless secrets. At that moment, Ron Weasley, having finished dinner, walked into the Graffinder common room. Seeing Hermione alone by the fire studying something, he rushed over. "Hermione, I'm telling you, you can't fall for that damn Death Eater's tricks." Ron flopped into the armchair next to her, his voice low but filled with indignation. "Those dark wizards love using little favors to deceive people. You..." Before he could finish, Hermione slowly stood up. She tucked the bracelet back into her sleeve and looked at Ron with a strange, unreadable expression. "Ron, I don't understand," she said calmly, though her voice betrayed a hint of confusion. "Why are you so hostile toward Jerry Rosier?" "Because he's a Death Eater." Ron nearly shouted, then realized where he was and lowered his voice, though his tone remained adamant. His family, the Rosiers, were famous Death Eaters. Hermione furrowed her brow. "According to the records I found in the library, the Rosier family fell shortly after he was born. His parents were sentenced to death by the Wisengamot when he was only 3 months old for their activities. He was just an infant, Ron. What kind of evil could a 3-month-old baby possibly do?" "So what?" Ron's face flushed red, his neck stiffening in protest. "He has filthy blood in his veins. The offspring of a snake is always a snake. My dad says those pure-blood families are rotten to the core, especially people like filthy blood." Hermione caught the phrase instantly. Her voice sharpened, her questioning tone turning piercing. "What kind of logic is that? How is that any different from purebloods calling muggleborns mudbloods? Shouldn't we judge a person by what they do, rather than which family they were born into?" Ron was momentarily speechless, stammering, That's different. He's the descendant of criminals." "Then what about Neville?" "Neville Longbottom's parents were Aurors, heroes, yet he can't even cast a simple levitation charm. Meanwhile, Jerry, whose parents were criminals, mastered a perfect fireball volley on his first day." Hermione's speech grew faster, her logic so clear that Ron had no rebuttal. "So, does a person's birth really decide everything? Ron, your way of thinking is prejudice eats baseless discrimination." The argument ended with Ron huffing in frustration. He muttered, "You're being completely unreasonable," and stormed upstairs. Hermione stood alone, watching him go. She didn't like Ron's stubborn bias, but she had to admit that Jerry Rosier, the Slytherin boy who casually gave her such a powerful and dangerous magical artifact, was indeed shrouded in mystery. Hermione Granger hated the unknown more than anything. The bracelet gave her power, but it also lit a fire in her to figure out who Jerry really was. Suddenly, she remembered the thing that made her want to crawl into a hole and die. She had promised Jerry she would wash his special clothes. As much as she dreaded fulfilling such a bizarre agreement, Hermione was never one to break her word. She hated owing favors, especially to someone as eccentric as Jerry. Since she had agreed, she would see it through. She checked the clock. It was getting late, the freshmen should all be back in their dorms by now. Taking a deep breath to suppress a sudden, inexplicable surge of heat in her chest, she walked out of the Graffinder common room. She was going to fulfill her promise. The sound of the shower was like a signal of amnesty, finally allowing Isabella's frozen body to regain some feeling. She crawled out from under the bed with slow, awkward movements, her palms and knees feeling the chill of the stone floor. Yet, the cold couldn't dampen the internal heat burning within her. Standing up, her gaze immediately landed on the mess on the floor. Her discarded panties lay to one side, right next to the puddle of thick, steaming white fluid. The mess was prominent and vast, glistening in the dim light. The heavy, musky scent of a teenage boy, mixed with a faint, creamy aroma, hung stubbornly in the air. Her normally proud, cold face was now a deep shade of crimson. Shame, anger, and curiosity warred within her, making her breathing ragged. She reached down, intending to grab her underwear and erase the evidence of her humiliation. But her fingers paused midair. Driven by an impulse she couldn't explain, her eyes drifted away from the fabric and fixed on the pool of fluid. Reason screamed at her to run, but the necklace at her chest radiated a steady warmth, and a primal urge surged from deep within. Finally, she made a decision she couldn't even justify to herself. Isabella didn't touch the panties. Instead, she knelt down and reached out with her index finger, quickly swiping through the thickest part of the warm, viscous liquid. The sensation was hot, slimy, and filled with the texture of life. She shivered. Without even looking closely, she retracted her hand and squeezed her finger into a tight fist. With the grace of a nocturnal cat, she slipped out of the room, closing the door on the secrets within. She practically fled from Jerry's room. The slick sensation in her palm felt like a branding iron. Crossing the dark corridor, she reached the greenlit Slytherin common room. "Well, if it isn't our noble prefect," a lazy, mocking voice came from the side. "Out so late. You look like you've been up to no good." Isabella froze. It was Cassandra Warrington, one of her roommate, a tall, pureblood witch who always left the top buttons of her uniform undone and exuded a predatory, mature charm. "Cassandra," Isabella said, trying to keep her face a mask of cold indifference. Cassandra crossed her arms, looking her up and down. Her eyes landed on Isabella's clenched fist. "What's that? Holding onto a treasure? You look nervous." Cassandra stepped closer, bringing with her the smell of expensive perfume and light tobacco. Her nose twitched, and her eyebrows shot up. What's that smell? It's like cream. Did you sneak off for some dessert?" She leaned in, eyes flashing like a cat playing with a mouse, as if she really intended to sniff Isabella's hand. Isabella's mind went blank. She couldn't be caught. If Cassandra found out what she was holding, her dignity as a seventh-year prefect would be destroyed. In a moment of pure panic, an instinct took over. A split second before Cassandra's nose reached her, Isabella raised her clenched hand and shoved her finger, the one coated in Jerry's hot seed, straight into her own mouth. The warm, thick, and slippery texture filled her mouth instantly. A powerful, indescribable flavor exploded on her tongue, a mix of faint saltiness and a unique, almond-like musk. Isabella was stunned. What am I doing?" Cassandra froze for a second, then broke into a knowing, suggestive grin. "Wow, it must be really delicious if you couldn't even wait to get back to the room." Isabella snapped back to reality. She could feel the thick liquid slowly melting as her tongue agitated it. The shame was so intense she wanted to die. With her finger still in her mouth, she squeezed out a muffled, garbled reply. It's just cream." Cassandra narrowed her eyes, soaking in Isabella's guilty expression. She didn't believe the excuse for a second, but seeing the proud girl so flustered she was nearly in tears made it even more entertaining. A wicked smile played on Cassandra's lips as she spoke loud enough for nearby students to hear. "Cream? Oh, I see. Practicing your baking for next month's Valentine's ball? I never would have guessed that our high and mighty prefect, the great Lady Isabella, actually has a crush on someone." The word crush hit Isabella like a sledgehammer. Her face went from ghost white to a deeper scarlet. "I do not. You're talking nonsense." Desperate to defend herself but unable to speak clearly with her finger in her mouth, Isabella did the unthinkable. With a flick of her tongue and a hard swallow, she gulped down the glob of viscous, salty boy juice mixed with her own saliva. Gulp. She pulled her finger out and hissed, "Cassandra, stop it. There's no such thing." "Oh, look at you getting all shy," Cassandra laughed, winking at her. She turned and headed up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. "I have to share this news with the girls. We'll have to guess who was talented enough to capture our prefect's heart." "Wait." Isabella chased after her in a rage. But as she reached the stairs, the realization hit her she had just swallowed it. A physical wave of nausea rolled up from her stomach, making her stumble. But the feeling only lasted a few seconds before vanishing. It was replaced by a thought that made her skin crawl with its own strangeness. The faint taste of salt and almond musk lingered at the back of her throat. It wasn't disgusting. In fact, it was actually kind of delicious. She couldn't help but run her tongue along her palate and the inside of her cheeks, savoring the remnants. The flavor was a bit like yogurt, tangy and rich with a hint of fermentation, a touch of sea salt, and that clean, grass-like fragrance unique to a young boy's body. Gulp. Hermione's heart pounded against her ribs as she walked through the quiet corridor. Finally, she stood before Jerry's door. Ron's warnings echoed in her head, making her hesitate. But remembering her promise, she took a deep breath and knocked. Knock, knock. No response. She knocked again. Still silence. She frowned. Was he not in? How was she supposed to do his laundry if he wasn't there? Driven by a mix of confusion and duty, she turned the handle. Click. It was unlocked. The door swung inward slightly, revealing a brightly lit space. She pushed it open. The room was not what she expected. There were no clothes thrown everywhere, no piles of snack wrappers. It was almost excessively tidy. Books were categorized on the desk, and the bed was made perfectly. However, that tidiness was marred by something on the floor. Hermione's eyes were drawn to a couple of pieces of discarded fabric. One was dark, obviously male underwear, but the other. Hermione leaned down and picked up the light-colored piece. It was a pair of pure white, soft cotton panties. They were tiny and delicate, clearly meant for a girl. Hermione's brow furrowed. Does Jerry Rosier wear these? She immediately dismissed the thought. That was absurd. Maybe it was a prank, and he'd stolen them from a girl. It wouldn't be out of character for a Slytherin. Setting that strange discovery aside, she noticed a large stain on the floor next to where the underwear had been. It was a pool of cooling, semi-transparent viscous fluid, its edges turning a faint white under the magical lamps. It looked like someone had spilled milk or something similar and hadn't cleaned it up. Hermione crouched down. curiosity got the better of her. She leaned in and sniffed. A very faint scent hit her nostrils, a bit musky, but mostly smelling like a fermented dairy product. Like sour cream. She hesitated, looking at the congealed mess. She extended her index finger and dabbed it into the thickest part. The texture was sticky, like half-dried glue. She brought her finger to her lips, and her tongue darted out cautiously to give it a lick. It really did taste like sour cream. Hermione's guard dropped. He just spilled some yogurt. What a slob. Just then, the clear sound of running water came from the bathroom at the back of the room. She realized he must be in the shower. Jerry. She called out softly. Jerry Rosier, are you in there? Aye. The bathroom door was also slightly ajar. After getting no answer, she stood there for a moment before pushing the door open. A cloud of steam rolled out. The bathroom was spacious, dominated by a large white tub. And there was Jerry Rosier, naked, lying back in the tub filled with clear water. His eyes were closed, he seemed to be sound asleep. Hermione froze. Her eyes dropped uncontrollably below the water's surface. Because Jerry was lying on his back, his most private part was displayed without reservation beneath the water. It was an organ Hermione had never imagined and certainly didn't possess. It wasn't limp despite his sleep, instead, it stood with a vibrant life of its own, pointing straight up toward the surface. As Jerry breathed steadily, his lower abdomen rose and fell. The stiff meat followed the rhythm, its swollen glands breaking the surface of the water, creating tiny ripples, then sinking back down. Each time it emerged, the flushed head glistened with moisture under the lights, the deep slit clearly visible. Hermione felt her breath hitch. Her cheeks burned, and a strange heat surged from deep within her body. Books had never described Thea a powerful, impactful symbol of masculinity. She knew she should leave. Do not look at what is forbidden. But her feet were nailed to the spot. Her curiosity, the primal explorer's instinct, clawed at her heart. What would it feel like to touch? Is it as hard as it looks? Is it warm? Once the thought appeared, it was impossible to suppress. Hermione swallowed hard, her throat dry. She looked around to ensure he was still asleep. Then, she slowly knelt down. She reached out with the same hand that had just tasted the sour cream. Trembling, she extended it toward the rod that was bobbing with his breath. As her fingertips got closer, she could see the bulging blue veins across the shaft, like gnarled tree roots under smooth skin, filled with wild, bursting life. Finally, with a maiden's slight chill, her finger tentatively touched the swollen, rounded glands at the very top of the massive thing. The sensation was vivid and bizarre. First, the temperature. It was a scorching heat, much higher than the water, as if molten lava flowed inside it. Then, the texture, a firm yet elastic feel. The skin was impossibly smooth, like fine silk, yet it held the hardness of steel. That tiny touch made her finger jerk back as if burned. But her curiosity overrode her instinct to flee. She became bolder. Her palm slid down, passing the rounded head, and she carefully wrapped her entire hand around the thick shaft. Her hand wasn't small for a girl her age, but she could barely close her grip around it. The full, solid mass completely filled her palm, heavy and substantial. She could feel her soft skin pressed against every bulging vein and hard contour. She could even feel a pulse deep within the hard flesh, a heavy, rhythmic throb that echoed her own heartbeat. Hermione's face was now completely crimson. This thing, it's alive. When her palm unconsciously slid up a fraction, the sleeping boy in the tub let out a blurred, satisfied mumble. MMM. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and saw Jerry's brow furrow slightly, his lips moving as if he were about to wake. Even more terrifying was that the giant thing in her hand seemed to react, jumping powerfully upward and swelling even larger, becoming even harder and hotter. He's waking up. The realization snuffed out her curiosity like ice water, leaving only pure panic. She yanked her hand away, losing her balance and falling back onto the wet floor with a thud. Ignoring the pain in her rear, she scrambled up and bolted out of the bathroom and out of his room. She didn't look back, terrified of what would happen if he opened his eyes. She didn't stop until she was back in the Graffinder common room, collapsing into her familiar armchair by the fire. Her heart was racing out of control. She opened her right hand, the one that had just touched the forbidden thing. The searing, hard, and pulsing sensation seemed to linger in her palm, and her nose could still faintly smell that mix of steam and sour cream. Such a strange feeling. 26, Chapter 26. Can I touch it? Catherine's talent actually wasn't considered top tier in their dormitory, which housed the most elite 7th-year girls of Slytherin. Her family had long since declined, their bloodline's power thinning by the day. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been reduced to robbing remote Gringotts branches or knocking people out in front of Nocturne Alley bars just to survive. She never mentioned these things to her roommates, but they had been the reality of her life during the past few years' holidays. However, since the start of this semester, everything had changed. The first to notice something was amiss were the other 3 members of the dorm: Isabella Avery, Cassandra Warrington, and Fiona Shafiq, who came from a family of ministry officials. The 4 of them weren't just roommates, they were the 7th-year vice-prefects of Slytherin, sharing this 4-person dorm that symbolized honor and status. The changes were glaringly obvious. First, there were the material changes. The plain, old wand Catherine used to carry had been replaced by an expensive new staff carved from purple heart wood, with a glimmering obsidian inlaid at the base. The magical items she carried, whether it was an autocorrecting quill or protective alchemical jewelry, were all high-quality pieces that an average student couldn't afford. What was more concerning was her internal change. Her understanding of advanced sorcery and the remarkable growth of her mental power, now as deep as a dark pool, made her unrecognizable as the mediocre girl her roommates remembered. The strangest thing happened yesterday during their internal combat practice. Catherine's performance still seemed only average, her spells weren't faster than anyone else's, and her defensive barriers didn't look particularly sturdy. Yet everyone, whether it was Cassandra as her opponent or Isabella and Fiona watching, had a lingering feeling she was hiding her true strength. It was a profound sensation, like watching a dragon force itself to curl up and pretend to be a harmless lizard. Every movement and every surge of mana revealed a sense of ease that felt wrong, as if she could crush her opponent with a mere thought but simply chose not to. This massive contrast made the already subtle atmosphere in the dorm even more turbulent. After all, the backgrounds of the four girls were worlds apart. Isabella Avery was a true child of destiny. The Avery family was one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families standing at the apex of the wizarding world. She was a princess born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She was far ahead in talent, wealth, and status. Fiona Shafiq represented the backbone of the wizarding world. Her parents held key positions in the Ministry of Magic. While not a top-tier powerhouse family, they were wealthy, and she had received an elite education since childhood, a standard middle-class young lady. Catherine and Cassandra, meanwhile, were typical examples of fallen nobility within Slytherin. They held pure-blood titles in name only, their family's glory was a thing of the past, and they had to use their own means to fight for resources and status. In the past, Catherine had always played a somewhat silent, moderately powerful role in this dorm, needing to depend on the strong to survive. But now, where did those mysterious changes on her body come from? Could it be that she had been taken in by some rich, old wizard? Yikes. Catherine didn't care about her roommate's subtle glances. She sat quietly on her bed. In her hands was an ancient-looking alchemical book that smelled of leather and ink. The obscure alchemical runes and complex structural diagrams made her slender brows knit slightly. This book from Jerry's private collection was far more profound than any alchemical treatise in the Hogwarts library. Even with Catherine's extraordinary learning ability, she could barely grasp a fraction of it with total concentration. She had just finished a precise rune-carving exercise. Her mental energy was heavily drained, leaving a wave of emptiness deep in her mind. Without hesitation, Catherine took a deep blue potion from the cabinet by her bed. The potion shimmered with a mysterious luster in the dim dorm. It was clearly expensive, 3 gold galleons, enough to buy a whole set of high-quality school robes. This magic potion, called Arcane Recovery, could quickly and efficiently restore a wizard's mental power. It was a luxury usually reserved for ministry aurors on dangerous missions. She popped the cork, and the rich aroma of mixed herbs and magical elements filled the air. Catherine tilted her head back and drained the entire bottle. The cool liquid slid down her throat, and a refreshing power surged into her mind like a spring tide, dispelling all fatigue and emptiness. At the same time, the dorm door creaked open. Ha ha ha, catch me if you can. The little prefect is so slow. Cassandra's wanton laughter was like a bolt of lightning, instantly breaking the silence of the dorm. She rushed in like a gust of wind, her tall figure carrying the vitality of youth, her eyes full of triumphant mischief. But before she could say more, Isabella, who followed close behind, covered her mouth. MMPH. Cassandra protested. Isabella's face was flushed crimson, her eyes still holding traces of embarrassment. She covered Cassandra's mouth forcefully, her voice as low as a mosquito. Don't say it. You're not allowed to say it. Fiona followed them in, laughing behind her hand at the sight. Panting, Isabella pushed Cassandra toward the bed, while the latter, having found the fun in the game, dodged and darted in the small space of the dorm. Fiona was also drawn in, joining the siege on Cassandra. The 3 girls began to chase and play in the room. Dodging, Cassandra let out bell-like laughter, nimbly slipping through the gaps between the beds and desks, occasionally letting out provocative mumbles. MMPH. Isabella, you actually dare to touch me. Isabella kept a stern face, but her reddened ears betrayed her embarrassment. She reached out to grab Cassandra's arm, trying to pin her down and stop her from saying those heart-pounding things. Don't you dare talk nonsense. If you keep it up, I'll tell the professor you climbed out the window to the Forbidden Forest last night. Fiona enjoyed the show, smiling as she feigned blocking Cassandra's path, always staying a step slow on purpose to let her slip away. She laughed occasionally, providing a soundtrack to the scene. Long robes fluttered during the chase, occasionally brushing past Catherine's desk and stirring a breeze. Their laughter, gasps, and the occasional light thud of a collision filled the room, making the once cold space overflow with the reckless energy of 7th-year girls. The chaotic chase reached its climax after a clever dodge by Cassandra. To escape the clutches of Isabella and Fiona attacking from both sides, she leaped onto the nearest bed, Catherine's bed. Get her. Isabella lunged after her. The soft bed sank deeply under the weight of 2 people, making a mess of the bedding. Fiona followed immediately, and the 3 of them tumbled into a pile of laughter and limbs. Catherine, who had been watching silently, had a flash of amusement in her eyes. When Cassandra's hand flailed and accidentally knocked her quill off the nightstand, she finally moved. Catherine didn't speak. She put down her book and, with an unnaturally fast speed, lunged from the side, accurately grabbing Cassandra's thrashing wrists. Then, she reached out her other hand and began to ruthlessly tickle Cassandra. Ah, haha, Catherine. You're cheating. Cassandra instantly lost all resistance, turning weak from laughter on the bed. The tide of battle turned instantly. Seeing this, Isabella and Fiona knowingly joined the attack on Cassandra. The four top girls of Slytherin discarded all their disguises and poise, wrestling on the bed like ordinary girls. Their crisp laughter nearly took the roof off the dorm. After an unknown amount of time, the playfulness finally subsided. All four were panting with exhaustion, their hair messy and robes crumpled. Supporting each other, they eventually lay side by side on Cassandra's bed, which was the largest. For a moment, only the sound of the girls' rapid breathing remained in the dorm. Isabella's cheeks still bore a post-exercise flush. Fiona lay on her side, propping her head up, staring dazed at the ceiling. Catherine closed her eyes, seemingly calming her heartbeat. Cassandra lay on her back, her chest heaving violently. The wanton, bright smile on her face slowly vanished as her breathing steadied. Those eyes, usually full of mischief and charm, now lost their focus, staring blankly at the bed curtains above. The joy from moments ago seemed to be drained away. A layer of deep, hard-to-resolve worry quietly clouded her brow like a mist. Fiona was the first to break the silence. She looked at the fading smile on Cassandra's face and asked softly, "What's wrong, Cassandra?" "Unhappy." Cassandra's eyes moved, but she didn't look at anyone, still staring at the dark green curtains embroidered with silver stars. She twitched the corner of her mouth, trying to force her usual indifferent smile, but failed. "It's nothing." Her voice was a bit dry. "Just thinking about stuff after graduation." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy because of those words. 7th year, graduation. Those two words itself represented the uncertainty of the future. Catherine, Isabella, and Fiona all knew that Cassandra had a boyfriend who had already graduated, Orion Blackwood. He used to be a prominent figure in Slytherin, a former male prefect capable, with excellent grades, and the object of admiration for countless younger students. After graduation, Orion used his impeccable resume to secure an internship directly in the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic. However, this wasn't just an opportunity, it was a brutal test. To become a permanent, truly powerful ministry official, one not only needed to pass the internship assessment but also needed a massive amount of gold galleons to grease the palms of the right people, alongside achievements on the frontline that would make superiors take notice. And Orion's family situation was not enough to support him through this expensive path to power. He was a half-blood wizard with a muggle-born mother, making him an outlier in Slytherin, which emphasized pure-blood supremacy. No one knew that to win the favor of this popular senior, Cassandra had spun a massive lie. She bragged that although the Warrington family's glory had faded, they still had deep roots and great wealth, and that her parents still held high positions in the ministry. Orion believed her. Thus, from the moment he graduated and went to the front line, all the expensive equipment, supply potions, and gifts used to build connections were almost entirely funded by Cassandra. However, the truth was that Cassandra's parents had both died in the war years ago. All she possessed was a generous sum of death compensation paid by the ministry. That money used to be her only reliance. And now, to maintain that false lie and support her boyfriend's seemingly bright future, that money was nearly gone. She didn't dare imagine what kind of look Orion would give her when he found out she was just an orphan with nothing but a pureblood title. She dared even less to imagine how the love she maintained with lies and money would fall apart when she could no longer produce a single gold galleon. This heavy secret weighed on her heart, making the air feel doubly suffocating after their brief playfulness. Catherine was the first to get up. She silently slid off Cassandra's bed and returned to her own, picking up the heavy alchemical notes again. To be honest, although she no longer had to risk her life for a few galleons, Catherine didn't feel the pressure lessening at all. That pressure all came from the boy named Jerry Rosier. Though Jerry was just a boy, in every aspect, he had comprehensively and crushingly surpassed her. During their days at Blackfeather Castle, spell practice between Catherine and Jerry was a daily requirement, but she had never won, not even once. That feeling of powerlessness when facing absolute talent nearly shattered all her pride. Of course, if she counted those sneak attacks, she had actually won quite a few times. Flashes of images ran uncontrollably through Catherine's mind, kneeling before Jerry while he meditated, taking his half-erect cock into her mouth, hugging him from behind while he sweated over spell practice, swallowing his two warm, full balls into her mouth to feel their pulse against her tongue. But those were just jokes. Catherine shook her head lightly, trying to throw those messy thoughts out of her head, forcing herself to refocus on the complex alchemical notes. Reading these notes, which condensed the wisdom of ancient alchemical masters, was, in a way, no less difficult or mentally draining than planning a perfect heist of a Gringotts vault. After only a few pages, that familiar sense of mental emptiness returned. Catherine reached out again and took another bottle of deep blue arcane recovery from her nightstand. Without a thought, she popped the cork and downed it. This movement was caught perfectly by Cassandra, who had just opened her eyes. Cassandra's pupils constricted slightly. She recognized that potion. It was Arcane Recovery, one of the highest volume magic recovery potions on the market. Each small bottle was priced at 3 gold galleons, and they were often out of stock. She was all too familiar with that price. Because Orion, fighting on the front line, couldn't get adequate potion supplies from the ministry, every intense battle drained his mana. Therefore, almost every month, Cassandra had to grit her teeth and use her remaining compensation money to buy several sets of these expensive potions, sending them to the distant frontline via AUL. That was practically Orion's life. And now, Catherine, who not long ago had to work part-time just to afford tuition, was drinking this expensive potion, the kind even official Aurors were reluctant to use like it was water. Cassandra's brain couldn't quite process it. How was this possible? Where on earth did Catherine get so much money? This wasn't just being well off, this was spending money like water. Catherine seemed to feel Cassandra's gaze. She smiled and held up the alchemical notes. Do you want to read it too? Her smile carried a bit of playfulness, as if she saw through the doubt in Cassandra's heart but had no intention of explaining. I'll lend it to you when I'm done. She added a sentence and then returned her attention to the notes, as if the previous action was just casual small talk, and that priceless potion in her hand was just ordinary tea. Cassandra was speechless. That smile also made her heart itch with unbearable curiosity. Meanwhile, in the depths of the towering Graffinder tower, an untimely knock broke the silence of the common room. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was loud and rhythmic. Clearly, the knocker had no reservations. The Graffinder students in the common room looked over. You see, aside from professors and the very few permitted prefects, foreign students rarely visited the Graffinder common room, especially at night. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were sitting in comfortable armchairs by the fireplace, with several thick assignments spread on the table. Hermione Granger was absent-mindedly flipping through a book titled A Guide to Advanced Alchemy. Her mind still echoed with that embarrassing scene in the bathroom and the lingering warmth on her fingertips. The knocking sounded again. Who is it? Ron complained impatiently, clearly annoyed by the disturbance. He stood up, walked to the door, and pulled open the portrait of the fat lady. The portrait swung open, revealing the person outside, Jerry Rosier. He was holding a dirty laundry basket filled with school uniforms and robes that smelled of sweat and potions. Jerry's face wore a harmless smile, appearing as humble and polite as always. Good evening, everyone. I'm looking for Miss Granger. Ron's face darkened instantly. Like a rooster whose tail had been stepped on, he puffed out his chest aggressively. What do you want with Hermione? She has nothing to say to you. Harry Potter stood reservedly behind Ron, his wary gaze fixed on Jerry. I just have a matter I'd like to ask Miss Granger about. Jerry's smile remained gentle, but in those calm, deep eyes, a hard-to-capture light flashed. His gaze moved around Ron and accurately found Hermione, who was pretending to read in the corner of the room. Hermione's body stiffened abruptly. Her brain was in a mess, the image of the massive thing throbbing, the intimacy in the bathroom, everything surged back into her mind in an instant. She instinctively wanted to avoid Jerry's gaze, but she was pulled by an indescribable expectation. Ron clearly didn't notice Hermione's abnormality. He took a step forward, nearly pressing against Jerry, his tone unfriendly. What can't be said tomorrow? This is Graffinder territory. What are you up to, coming here uninvited as a Slytherin? I said, it's a private matter. Jerry's tone remained polite, but there was an undeniable firmness in his green eyes. Please ask Miss Granger to step out for a moment, it won't take long. The atmosphere between them became tense. In the common room, all the Graffinders put down what they were doing, their eyes focused on the two in the standoff. Harry also moved forward a bit, showing his support for Ron. Jerry acted as if he didn't see Ron blocking him, not even sparing him a glance. His gaze cut across Ron's shoulder, landing directly on Hermione in the corner. She was using a book to hide her face, but her body was positioned unnaturally. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly echoed through the quiet common room. What, are you planning to break our contract? I've already taught you how to cast that spell. Now, it's your turn to wash my clothes, Hermione. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a massive ripple. Contract, teaching spells, washing clothes. These words combined made all the eavesdropping Graffinders look confused and gossipy. Ron was even more stunned. The string of curses and questions he had ready got stuck in his throat, he couldn't say a word. And for Hermione, this sentence was nothing less than a thunderbolt. She knew Jerry was giving her a way out, a seemingly logical reason to escape this predicament in front of everyone. But the reason itself was filled with a different kind of ambiguous, heart-pounding implication. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, Hermione Granger felt the blood in her face nearly boil. She slowly put down her book, stood up, and with her head lowered, walked out from the corner step by step. She passed through the crowd and came to stand before Jerry. You Slytherin mongrel, what nonsense are you talking about? Ron finally snapped out of it, his instinct to hurl an insult rising. But before he could utter a word, Hermione had already reached out and taken the pile of laundry from Jerry's arms. The moment the fabric landed in her grasp, Hermione felt it clearly amidst the robes and shirts. Right on top was that pair of dark men's underwear she had seen on Jerry's floor. She didn't even dare to imagine if the pure white pear was hidden further down in the pile. Hermione's cheeks burned a shade of red so deep it looked as though she were bleeding. She clutched the clothes to her chest as if they were a hot potato. Keeping her head low, avoiding Jerry's gaze and the eyes of everyone in the room, she spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. I'll bring them back to you once I've washed and dried them. I would truly appreciate that. Jerry didn't wait for her to finish. He gave a light, crisp clap, a flawless and brilliant smile blooming on his face. In his eyes, there was a glint of a successful prank that only Hermione could truly decipher. He turned, offering a polite and elegant nod to the stunned Graffinder students, acting as if he hadn't just engaged in a tense standoff but had merely attended a friendly tea party. Good night to you all. With that, he turned on his heel and walked out of the Graffinder common room with unhurried grace, all while the house watched in silence. Throughout the entire exit, he didn't spare Ron or Harry Potter so much as a single glance. If Jerry was incapable of missing Isabella hiding under his bed, then letting Hermione browse through his room was entirely a deliberate part of her training. It was clear that the young Hermione possessed an incredible capacity for being molded. Her lack of knowledge regarding the carnal intimacy between men and women delighted Jerry. This meant that future system missions regarding her further education would be significantly easier to execute. Just then, a system notification chimed deep within Jerry's mind, interrupting his pleasant thoughts. Emergency mission, peeping. Mission description: Catherine's unintended display of extraordinary wealth at Hogwarts has triggered the suspicion of her roommate, Cassandra Warrington. The threat, Cassandra, is closely tied to Selena, the head of the Auror office. Selena has utilized her influence to enter Hogwarts as the combat magic professor. Her primary objective is to target the Rosier bloodline, specifically you, in an attempt to find a weakness and send you to Azkaban. The stakes: given Selena's deep-seated hostility, if Cassandra's suspicions continue to ferment and she provides any leads, Selena will likely find sufficient evidence to destroy you. You must resolve Cassandra's doubts or redirect her attention immediately. Mission objective: eliminate all suspicion and vigilance from Cassandra Warrington as soon as possible. Rewards: Basic, 1 random dark magic knowledge scroll. Extra: if you successfully pull Cassandra into your faction and turn her into a loyal follower, you will gain plus 5% Ancient Bloodline Awakening and unlock the title, Charm Master. Failure penalty: you will immediately become the Ministry's most wanted, hunted by the Auror office. All plans will halt, family prestige will drop by 200 points, and you will face a year of life as a fugitive with all mission rewards halved. The suddenness of the mission caused the smile on Jerry's face to stiffen. Selena. He knew that name all too well. The hatred and madness in that woman's eyes on the train to Hogwarts remained etched in his memory. But who was Cassandra? Jerry didn't recognize the name at all. Fortunately, the mission briefing specified that she was Catherine's roommate. It seemed his little kitten had let her wealth slip, drawing unwanted eyes, a troublesome development indeed. However, Jerry was far more interested in the Ancient Bloodline Awakening reward. In the wizarding world, Ancient Bloodline was a concept as mysterious as it was vital. It referred to pure blood families with lineages reaching back to deep fusions or contracts with powerful magical creatures, elemental spirits, or ancient archwizards. Such bloodlines contained a source of power far beyond that of ordinary wizards, a higher tier of magical talent and potential. For a wizard, especially one aspiring to stand at the apex of the magical world, awakening meant shattering the shackles of ordinary magic to touch deeper mysteries. It wasn't just a boost in mana output, it was a fundamental epiphany regarding the nature of magic itself. It unlocked ancestral spells, unique resistances, and bizarre abilities capable of rewriting history. Pureblood wizards were esteemed not for their morality, but because pureblood meant their lineage was more likely to maintain the purity and potency of these ancient strengths. As a member of the ancient House of Rosier, Jerry's blood carried staggering ancient power. It simply needed a catalyst. For half-bloods, awakening was far more difficult. Dilution meant a dulling of talent, and many ancient powers simply went dormant, never to be found by descendants again. But once a half-blood succeeded, their height often exceeded all expectations, as their blood became a wild card of infinite possibilities. Awakening meant Jerry would no longer be limited to common charms and hexes. He would have access to something much darker and far more potent. Now, Cassandra was not just a threat. If handled correctly, she was his ticket to that power. Jerry pulled his thoughts back from the distant past and refocused on the reality at hand. This new pawn had disrupted his plans, but it also offered a new path. As he contemplated his next move, he walked back to the Slytherin common room in the dungeons, passed through the empty halls, and arrived at his dormitory door. Just as he was about to push it open, he paused. A sliver of warm light he hadn't left on seeped through the crack in the door. A faint scent, a mix of tea and a high-end perfume, drifted into the corridor. Someone was inside. Jerry's eyes went sharp. His finger instinctively brushed an alchemical trinket at his chest. With a pulse of mana, a hidden defensive array activated, wrapping him in a nearly invisible shield. But a second later, he identified the scent. His wariness turned into a smirk. After a moment's hesitation, he deactivated the shield. He pushed the door open. What met his eyes was a tall, mature figure with her back to the door. It wasn't the back of a young girl. She was standing at his desk, seemingly inspecting the book spread across the surface. She wore a dark green silk nightgown. The style was conservative, reaching her ankles, with long sleeves covering her wrists and a high neckline that hid every inch of skin. Yet, conservative did not mean unappealing. On the contrary, the smooth, soft material perfectly outlined the voluptuous and enchanting curves unique to a mature woman. The gown was cinched at her slender waist with a matching silk belt, making the swell of her full breasts above and the round, perky curve of her buttocks below look even more striking. With her slight movements, the silk rippled in the light like water, flowing over her curves and clinging to every inch of her skin, revealing the scenery beneath the fabric in a way that invited deep imagination. Just from her silhouette, she radiated the composed, elegant aura of a noblewoman accustomed to high status. Jerry's gaze lingered on that rounded, perky rear for a moment, a knowing smile curling his lips. Who else could appear in his room at this hour, in such a state, other than the Transfiguration professor who favored cat-paw lingerie? Up so late, Professor McGonagall. Jerry closed the door. His voice wasn't loud, but it shattered the silence of the room. Are you here to check on student discipline, or is there something else? At his voice, the mature figure slowly turned around. Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor, did not have her usual stern classroom expression. Her features looked much softer in the lamplight, and those sharp, hawk-like green eyes now held a complex, nameless emotion. Jerry stepped forward, his gaze landing on the desk. He realized then that Professor McGonagall had been examining the various magical accessories he had left there. They were alchemical products he had created using synthesis rings, pendants, bracelets, each shimmering with a restrained magical glow. Considering the low risk of danger within the school, Jerry didn't like carrying them all. Despite their negligible weight after alchemical treatment, they were still a hassle. McGonagall had come specifically to see him. As the best friend of Jerry's late mother, her feelings for the boy were immensely complex. She remembered holding him as an infant, seeing those same green eyes in his swaddling clothes. But Dumbledore's warnings rang in her ears, making her question if her favoritism was right. Jerry's father was a notorious Death Eater, and his family name was synonymous with dark magic. McGonagall was terrified that the child she had watched grow up would follow his father's path. So, she had come tonight. Unable to find peace before sleep, she wanted to talk to him, even just casual chatter, hoping to understand his true character. However, while waiting for him to return, she had stumbled upon a secret that made her heart race. She didn't answer his question. Instead, she raised her hand and gave a light beckoning motion toward Jerry's wardrobe. The wardrobe door swung open silently, and an exquisite gift box flew out, hovering in the air. The lid popped open, and that neatly folded pair of cotton panties, the ones with the cute cat paw pattern, drifted into her hand. McGonagall looked away from the trinkets and locked her eyes on Jerry's face. Her voice was calm, yet it carried an imperceptible chill. Do you like the gift I gave you? To be honest, McGonagall herself didn't know why she had acted so frivolously that afternoon, performing an act so completely beneath her status. But in examining these magical trinkets, she had found her answer. Jerry had infused these seemingly harmless accessories with an extremely rare and insidious alchemical substance, something with the properties of a succubus crystal. The substance emitted a faint, nearly undetectable magical ripple that subtly influenced the minds of those nearby, amplifying their hidden desires and causing them to feel an inexplicable attraction and closeness to the owner of the charms. The discovery made her blood run cold, followed immediately by a surge of rage at being toyed with and manipulated. Facing McGonagall's hidden fury, Jerry didn't panic. He took 2 steps forward, standing directly before her. The 11-year-old boy hadn't hit his growth spurt yet. He wasn't tall even among his peers. He had to tilt his head back significantly to see Professor McGonagall's face. McGonagall, a tall adult woman, looked down at him, their height difference creating a strange and intense visual contrast. You're angry, Professor McGonagall. Jerry spoke, his voice carrying the clarity of youth, yet his tone was as steady as an adult's. You feel that I used these toys to manipulate your mind, making you do things inappropriate for your status, correct? He didn't deny it. He met the issue head-on, admitting the trinket's purpose. You know the reputation of the Rosier family better than I do. Jerry's gaze was honest, his green eyes reflecting McGonagall's cold face. What my father and grandfather did made almost the entire wizarding world hostile toward us. As a Rosier, making friends at Hogwarts or even just receiving a shred of kindness is 100 times harder than for a normal student. He paused, his voice taking on a touch of calculated helplessness and self-mockery. I admit, it's a shortcut. A less than honorable method. But what else could I do? I can't expect people to cast aside their prejudice and actively try to understand what kind of person a Death Eater's son really is. Then, his tone shifted abruptly, and his gaze became direct and bold. Besides, you might not know this, but I have no interest in power or the Dark Lord's ways. Jerry's eyes began to roam shamelessly over McGonagall's lithe, nightgown-clad body. Rather than ruling the world, I prefer beautiful things. His gaze slid from her full breasts to her slender waist, finally resting on her aging but still beautiful face. It was a look that mixed a boy's pure curiosity with a lecherous aggression that defied his age. Before McGonagall could react to his blatant words, Jerry made an even bolder move. He reached out and, with a gentle but irresistible motion, took the cat paw underwear from her hand. Then, right in front of her, he brought the soft cotton fabric to his nose. He closed his eyes and took a deep, intoxicated breath. MMH, it smells so good. Jerry opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. It smells just like you, Professor. The air in the room seemed to freeze. McGonagall had never expected a boy to dare treat her with such frivolity or speak such insolent words. Jerry was like a reckless little carriage attempting to tame a mature, noble, yet secretly wild mare. The sheer contrast caused McGonagall's mind to go blank for a moment. She stared at the boy who was more than a head shorter than her, yet whose eyes shone with such startling intensity, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Should she scold him like a stern professor, or acquiesce to this absurdity? McGonagall looked at the boy with a complex expression. In those clear green eyes, there was undisguised desire, yet it was wrapped in the innocence of a child discovering a new toy. These two conflicting traits merged into a paradoxical whole. Was this really a disguise? Or was an 11-year-old child merely expressing his longing for beauty in the most primal way he knew? Her gaze swept the alchemical trinkets on the desk. The craftsmanship was a bit raw, but the magical circuits within were quite exquisite. The succubus crystal material had been perfectly integrated without causing any magical conflict. If Jerry had done this alone, his talent was nothing short of terrifying. Truly a child of the House of Rosier. A silent sigh passed through McGonagall's heart. She thought of Jerry's mother, Lily. She had been her best friend, a woman equally brilliant and bold in love and hate. McGonagall had promised her she would look after her son, if she could provide the right guidance. Or, even if she guided him toward other interests, as long as he didn't become another cold-blooded Rosier Death Eater, she would have done right by Lily's soul. A bold thought, unlike any she had ever had, took root in her mind. As she thought this, her body, previously tensed with irritation, slowly relaxed. A well-maintained hand of a grown woman gently brushed across her own chest. She didn't look at Jerry, her gaze seemed fixed on some void in the air. Her fingertips undid the first button at the top of her nightgown. The silk slid softly to the sides, revealing her elegant collarbones and the creamy skin beneath. Jerry's breath hitched. McGonagall didn't stop. The second button, then the third. The neckline was fully opened, and the pride and fullness of a mature woman, previously tightly bound, finally broke free, revealing heart-stopping curves. Large patches of snowy, full flesh shimmered like ivory in the lamplight. Finally, she lowered her head, using her deep green eyes to stare at Jerry, who stood a head shorter than her. In that gaze, there was no more anger, no more confusion. It was stained with a condescending scrutiny that carried absolute dominance. Then, an invisible ripple of mana spread out, centered on her body. Jerry watched with wide eyes as the dark green silk nightgown underwent a magical transformation. It didn't vanish. Instead, it was as if it were being infused with water, the color faded from deep to pale, and the texture shifted from solid to phantom-like. In just a second or two, the entire gown became a layer of nearly transparent magical gossamer, carrying a faint green tint, draping softly over her perfectly proportioned body. Now, everything was displayed unreservedly before Jerry. Those full breasts, shaped perfectly by gravity, hung softly, the two crimson buds at the tips stood slightly erect from the surge of her emotions. Below her flat, firm stomach was the mysterious area covered by meticulously groomed black hair. Her long, sturdy legs were pressed together without a single gap. All the beauty and secrets a mature woman possessed were presented to the boy in an incredibly high-impact way. In a voice that was almost a whisper, yet filled with magnetism, she asked softly, "Mr. Rosier, in light of your excellent performance in class this morning, this is your reward. Now tell me, which gift do you think is better?" Her index finger lightly hooked the edge of the transparent nightgown. The gown clung almost entirely to her alluring form. The curves that had been hidden were now completely visible. Jerry's Adam's apple bobbed. He pretended to be mesmerized, staring unblinkingly at the round, full snowy peaks tightly wrapped by the transparent silk on McGonagall's chest. They stood proud without a hint of sagging, as if containing infinite vitality. He could see clearly through the thin fabric that her nipples were poking out slightly due to tension or excitement. Can I touch it?" The boy spoke with hesitation, his voice carrying an irrepressible tremor. The corner of McGonagall's mouth curled slightly. She didn't answer. She merely gave a light wave of her hand. The layer of gossamer thin transparent silk instantly returned to its original state. The dark green silk became opaque once more, shielding that alluring body entirely and leaving only an exquisite silhouette to stir infinite imagination. Then, she nimbly plucked the cat paw underwear from Jerry's hand. Before Jerry could react, she draped the underwear gently but firmly over his face. The unique scent of tea and the fragrance of a mature woman instantly occupied all of Jerry's senses. "If you can satisfy me in tomorrow's transfiguration class." McGonagall's voice returned to its usual stern yet teasing tone, though her pitch was much lower than before. "Then, it is not impossible, Mr. Rosier." She pressed the underwear tighter, blocking Jerry's vision, allowing him only to feel the soft fabric and the lingering scent deep within the threads. "But today, no." 27, Chapter 27, The Naked Loan Scheme, Part 1. Dawn broke. Jerry, who hadn't slept a wink, slowly concluded his meditation. He opened his eyes, stretching his slightly stiff limbs. He pulled a small vial of emerald green vitality potion from his nightstand, uncorked it, and downed it. A gentle warmth surged through his throat, spreading across his body and washing away the exhaustion of the night's mental strain. Feeling his magic and physical strength replenish, Jerry hopped out of bed. After a quick wash, he changed into his school robes and headed to the great hall for breakfast. At the Slytherin long table, Catherine was already seated, nibbling on a piece of toast. Seeing Jerry approach, she immediately waved him over. "Good morning, Jerry." "Morning," Jerry replied, pouring himself a glass of pumpkin juice. Catherine then turned to the girl beside her. "Cassandra, this is the one I told you about, Jerry Rosier." Jerry's gaze followed the introduction, meeting his mission target for the first time. Cassandra Warrington possessed an aura that stood in stark contrast to the lively students around her. She was taller than Catherine, wearing a perfectly tailored Slytherin robe, though the details set her apart. A black lace ribbon was tied around her collar, and her cuffs were adorned with matching lace. Her fingers were decorated with silver rings engraved with roses and serpents. Her makeup was subtle, accentuating her deep eye sockets and pale complexion. With her straight, jet-black hair, she looked like a Gothic mistress stepped out of a medieval castle, cold, elegant, and hauntingly beautiful. Cassandra looked up at Jerry. Her eyes were a misty grey-blue, beautiful but clouded with a faint, lingering sorrow that seemed etched into her very soul. She nodded at him, her voice cool and melodious. "Hello, Jerry." "Hello, Senior," Jerry replied with a faint smile, his gaze unashamedly sweeping over her. Cassandra met his scrutiny with a calm, practiced indifference. Jerry's eyes drifted down to her unique robes. While Catherine prattled on about school gossip, Jerry focused entirely on Cassandra's attire. These weren't standard-issue student robes. The fabric was high-grade, with a sheen far superior to the common uniform. However, Jerry's sharp eyes caught the truth. In the bright light, the darker areas of the fabric showed signs of fading whitish patches at the elbows and hem where friction was constant. Those stylish lace trimmings and silver embroideries were placed too perfectly, cleverly concealing areas that would otherwise show mending or wear. Cassandra's individuality wasn't a choice of fashion, it was a desperate, meticulous attempt to disguise a set of old, worn-out robes. It was a mask of dignity maintained by a starving aristocrat. Jerry's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Seeing the exhaustion in her grey-blue eyes, he understood. He suspected she was in a severe financial crisis, but he needed proof. After Snape's defense against the dark arts class, Jerry headed to the Great Hall for lunch. Instead of heading straight to his usual seat, he took a long detour past where Cassandra was sitting. "Oh, damn it, my galleon bag broke again," Jerry muttered with feigned annoyance. He tilted his velvet pouch intentionally. Clatter. Dozens of gleaming gold galleons, along with a handful of silver sickles and copper nuts, poured out like a stream, scattering across the floor. The heavy ring of gold immediately drew the eyes of nearby students. In the relatively resource-poor environment of Hogwarts, this was a fortune. "What a mess," Jerry grumbled, though he didn't move to pick them up by hand. He casually waved his wand. Accio. The gold coins obediently flew back into his pouch. This display of careless wealth was calculated. He caught the fleeting, complex look of hunger and anxiety in Cassandra's eyes before she looked away. Interesting, he thought. As the clock struck noon, the sunlight was at its peak. This was the time when Hogwarts ghosts hid in the shadows, waiting for the sun to set. In a deserted classroom, Catherine leaned against a dusty desk. Her fitted robes emphasized the near-perfect curves of her developing body. When the door opened and closed softly, she turned around. "Did I keep my little kitten waiting?" Jerry asked, his voice clear in the quiet room. Catherine broke into a seductive smile, pressing her soft body against him and wrapping her arms around his neck. "Never, my little lecherous master. Waiting for you is an honor," she whispered, her voice husky and teasing. "Your tongue is sweet today," Jerry said, sliding a hand around her waist and pressing her tighter against him. She could feel the hard weight of his cock already awakening against her belly. "Did you find out what I asked for?" "Of course." Catherine's fingers traced the back of Jerry's neck. She hung off him like a boneless cat. Cassandra's situation isn't much of a secret among the upperclassmen. Her boyfriend, Orion Blackwood the former, had boyish and ambitious half-blood. She rested her cheek against Jerry's chest. "That man is desperate to make a name for himself at the ministry. But an aura position requires money and connections he doesn't have. He's relying on grit and blood to earn merits. And our dear Cassandra is his primary financier." "Financier?" Jerry repeated with interest. "Yes," Catherine giggled, her laughter vibrating against Jerry's chest. "Cassandra's parents died in the conquest wars at the front. The ministry gave her a massive compensation fund. Unfortunately, she's spent almost all of it on that man buying him equipment, bribing officials. I bet she has next to nothing left." Jerry's mental image of Cassandra solidified, a hollowed-out pure-blood orphan clinging to a lie to maintain her love and vanity. As Jerry processed this, he felt Catherine's arms loosen. Her hands began to slide down his chest with a deliberate, undeniable provocation. The room was empty. Her hand slid past his stomach and settled on the high bulge between his legs. Catherine didn't hesitate. Her palm cupped the massive organ through the thin fabric of his trousers. She could feel the enormous cock swell further in her grip, its pulse thumping against her hand. She looked up, her eyes misty with lust. Her red lips brushed against Jerry's ear as she let out a moan-like, sultry whisper. "Little master, look at how disobedient it is just because you're thinking of another woman. Should your kitten feed it for you now?" Jerry's eyes darkened. He looked down at her face, flushed with desire. He gripped her chin and tilted it up, his gaze filled with predatory aggression. "You decide," Jerry said, his voice dropping to a command-like rasp. Catherine's eyes lit up. She stepped back and slowly knelt before him. Her skirt spread like petals on the floor, revealing her pale calves. Her movements were graceful, almost ritualistic. She looked up at Jerry, her eyes burning with expectation. Jerry simply watched her, a meaningful curve on his lips. Understanding, Catherine reached out with slender fingers to undo the belt of Jerry's robes. She pulled the trousers down to his thighs, and the massive meat rod which had been straining against the fabric sprang out, twitching as it met the air. Even for someone as experienced as Catherine, the sight of it made her heart tremble every time. It was as thick as her wrist. The glands was already weeping a small amount of pre-cum, glistening in the afternoon sun. The sheer size was enough to inspire fear. Catherine didn't retreat. Her lips parted slightly, her tongue darting out to moisten them. Then, holding her breath, she slowly and greedily took the massive head of his cock into her mouth. Outside the classroom, Cassandra's footsteps were nearly silent. She crouched low, creeping closer. Ever since Catherine started flaunting her wealth, questions had plagued Cassandra. Those rare arcane resurgence potions weren't something a student living on a scholarship could afford. She knew Catherine had either found a sugar daddy or gotten involved with a dark arts syndicate. Either way, for a desperate Cassandra, there was a profit to be made. If it was a secret benefactor, she could blackmail Catherine for a loan to fund Orion's needs. If it was dark magic, reporting a dark wizard to the ministry would yield a bounty large enough to solve their problems and boost Orion's career. Cassandra pressed her ear to the door. She heard muffled groans and gasps. She held her breath, trying to distinguish the words. Suddenly, she heard a sound of extreme pleasure mixed with a sharp, wet slurping noise, followed by the sound of Catherine swallowing hard. Cassandra's mind went blank. She had never experienced it, but she had read enough whispered novels to know that sound. It was the sound of peak sexual desire. She peeked through the gap in the door. Through the dim light, she saw a scene that froze her blood. Catherine was on her knees, and Jerry rosier. She could see Catherine's mouth stuffed full by a massive, twitching object. Semen was already overflowing from the corners of her mouth, dripping to the floor. The image exploded in Cassandra's mind like a lightning strike. She clamped her hand over her mouth to keep from screaming. She didn't stay to see more. She turned and fled down the corridor, disappearing into the shadows. Jerry suddenly glanced toward the door, as if he had sensed something. In that moment of distraction, he let out a low, repressed groan. His body tensed, and his fingers instinctively tightened in Catherine's hair. Catherine's mouth was filled to the brim by the enormous cock, making her breathing ragged. Her face was flushed deep red, but her eyes were excited. She worked her tongue around the head, the soft flesh of her throat rubbing against the sensitive ridges. Jerry's breathing became heavy. The small classroom was filled only with the wet sounds of suction and Jerry's uncontrollable grunts. Catherine's throat emitted muffled whimpers as she felt the cock swell and burn in her mouth. Her tongue swept over the slit, sucking the precum before dragging down the thick shaft. Jerry's eyes were squeezed shut, his muscles roping under his skin. He was on the verge of a total collapse. Yes. It's coming. Catherine felt the cock twitch violently in her mouth before a scorching torrent erupted. Gulp, gulp. The hot fluid, thick with masculine scent, surged into her mouth. There was so much of it, far more than she could hold. It overflowed from the corners of her lips, trailing down her chin and neck, soaking the collar of her robes. Catherine coughed slightly from the sheer volume of the cum, but she didn't let go. She swallowed desperately until Jerry's tremors subsided and the massive rod began to slowly shrink in her mouth. She looked up, her face, neck, and even the corners of her eyes smeared with milky white fluid. She looked disheveled, but she possessed a radiant, satisfied beauty. "Are you full, little master?" she rasped, her voice sultry despite the intensity of the act. Jerry looked down at the kneeling, messy Catherine, feeling a surge of satisfaction and dominance. He reached out and gently brushed a stray lock of hair from her cheek, his fingers trailing through his own cum on her skin. Jerry's lust hadn't fully vanished, his cock remained semi-hard. He didn't pull away. Instead, he gripped the base and used the slick, wet head like a paintbrush on Catherine's face. He carefully and evenly spread the white fluid over her forehead, nose, cheeks, and chin, until her delicate face was covered in a thin mask of his unique scent. Throughout the process, Catherine remained as obedient as a kitten, even tilting her face up to meet his movements, a purring sound coming from her throat. "Are there many upperclassmen like Cassandra?" Jerry asked casually, continuing the lewd act. "Of course," Catherine replied, her voice still husky. She darted her tongue out to lick a stray streak of white from her lip, savoring the taste. "Little master, why do you think I risked Azkaban to rob Gringotts? Why do you think I spent my holidays clubbing lone dark wizards behind bars in Nocturne Alley?" She leaned forward, her full breasts pressing against Jerry's thigh. It's all because I ran out of money. Catherine licked more fluid from her fingers. Hogwarts isn't a fairy tale castle, little master. For us upperclassmen especially, Slytherin seats a bottomless pit that burns through gold. She explained the reality. The pressure of the O.W.L.S. and N.E.W.T.S. required expensive books and rare potions materials. The social cost in Slytherin was even higher. The quality of your robes, your quill, your vacation spots all dictated your status. No one wanted to be isolated, so everyone faked wealth they didn't have. And most importantly, the future, Catherine said realistically. Want to enter the ministry? Gringotts? A powerful guild? You need gold to grease the wheels. Internships need donations. And apprenticeships with masters cost a fortune. Orion Blackwood isn't an outlier, he's the reality for every ambitious student from a modest background. By the 6th year, students will do anything for galleons. Legal, illegal, they don't care. Someone like Cassandra, who throws her parents' money away for love, is actually quite simple. Just as Catherine was licking the base of Jerry's thigh to show her submission, a set of rhythmic, steady footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The sound bounced off the walls, sending a jolt through both of them. This wasn't a student, it sounded like a professor or a prefect on patrol. Catherine's body froze. Her lust vanished, replaced by panic. She tried to stand, but Jerry pinned her shoulder. Don't move, Jerry said calmly. He scanned the room. There was only one exit. Running meant getting caught. As the footsteps reached the door, Jerry drew his wand and flicked it toward himself and Catherine. A silent disillusionment charm washed over them. Their forms didn't vanish completely but blurred and twisted, mimicking the color and texture of the wall behind them, blending perfectly into the shadows of the corner. A second later, the door creaked open. The ghost of Professor Binns floated in. He drifted through the air, his transparent body shimmering in the sunlight. He scanned the room with hollow eyes, looking for students breaking the rules. Catherine held her breath, her heart hammering against her ribs. She was still kneeling at Jerry's feet, her face covered in cum, her body pressed against his leg. She felt the chill of the ghost as he floated past. Finding nothing, Binns drifted back out. When the footsteps, or rather, the echo of them he left behind, faded, Jerry released the charm. Catherine exhaled, collapsing into a heap on the floor. Those few seconds were more stressful than a bank heist. Jerry adjusted his clothes, tucking his cooling cock back into his trousers. He looked at the messy, seductive girl on the floor. All right, get up, kitten. Go wash your face. Catherine looked up with a smile that mixed lingering fear with excitement. Yes, little master, she whispered. Transfiguration starts soon. You should get to class. She gave him one last look before scurrying out toward the girls' lavatory. Jerry smoothed his robes, ensured there were no suspicious marks, and began his stroll toward the Transfiguration classroom. 28, Chapter 28, Is this really Transfiguration? Jerry walked slowly toward the Transfiguration classroom. For a wizard, the importance of this subject could not be overstated. It wasn't like charms, where one simply learned to wave a wand and chant an incantation for a specific effect. Transfiguration touched the very core of magic, altering the fundamental state of matter itself. A wizard's skill in transfiguration was a direct reflection of their understanding of the magical world, the strength of their will, and the precision of their magical control. Lower-level transfiguration turned beetles into buttons. Advanced levels could create objects from nothing, reshape terrain, and theoretically touch the very essence of life. This was magic that could reshape the heavens and earth, the foundation of all profound sorcery. Jerry, of course, was well aware of this. The Rogier family archives contained numerous rare volumes on advanced transfiguration and the principles of material conversion, all of which he had long since mastered. He stopped at the classroom door. The entrance was open, and many students were already seated, with Professor McGonagall standing at the podium preparing her notes. Everything seemed normal. However, Jerry sensed something off. Between the doorframe and the interior, there was a faint, invisible, transparent barrier. The air there distorted slightly, like the shimmering heat above a sun-drenched road on a summer day. Several first-year students were blocked at the entrance, reaching out to cross, but as soon as their hands touched the area, they were pushed back by a soft but irresistible force. No matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't take a single step inside. This was McGonagall's first test. She never used complex riddles or locks requiring specific spells. Her tests always targeted the core of transfiguration. This invisible barrier wasn't a simple shield charm, it was a sophisticated piece of spatial transfiguration. It changed the concept of the space within the doorframe from a passage into a bulwark. Trying to break through with brute force was the lowest form of thinking and would result in an immediate failure. The correct approach was to understand the nature of the barrier and respond to it using the principles of transfiguration. One needed to use their magic to convey a clear will to the barrier. I understand your form, now, I shall alter my own concept to pass through you. Jerry watched the sweating, frustrated students and let out a faint smile. He didn't draw his wand. He simply kept his hands in his pockets and walked straight toward the distorted air. The moment before he touched the barrier, he closed his eyes. In his mind, his physical form was no longer fixed flesh and blood, but a wisp of formless, intangible, wind. This wasn't a true animagus transformation, but a pure, conceptual shift of the will. A second later, Jerry passed through the barrier without resistance, as if it never existed, and strolled into the classroom. At the podium, Professor McGonagall looked up. Her sharp green eyes met Jerry's for a fleeting moment, and a nearly imperceptible flash of approval crossed her gaze. Jerry found an empty seat. Most of the students were still stuck outside. Only a few older students, likely teaching assistants earning extra credits or pocket money, were already seated in the corners. Among those assistants, Jerry saw a familiar face, Cassandra. Cassandra sat quietly in her dark assistant robes, as cold and distant as an ice sculpture. But when Jerry's gaze swept over her and their eyes met, her carefully maintained composure shattered. Her pupils contracted, and her breath hitched. It's him. The absurd, shocking image flashed through her mind like lightning. Catherine on her knees, head tilted back, her mouth stuffed full by a massive, terrifying meat rod that defied the boy's age and stature. Cassandra's gaze drifted uncontrollably from Jerry's youthful face down to his small frame. The sheer cognitive dissonance and biological contrast sent a flush of heat to her cheeks. Shame, embarrassment, and a strange, inexplicable emotion flooded her. However, the shame was quickly replaced by suspicion. She remembered his name, Rozier. A thought began to grow like a wild vine in her desperate, money-obsessed mind. If Jerry Rozier wasn't as simple as he looked, the Rozier family had fallen. Where did an 11-year-old orphan get the money to keep a vain girl like Catherine? How could he afford those expensive potions? The only explanation was that he was still connected to the dark wizard factions hiding in the shadows of his family's legacy. Once the thought appeared, it became unstoppable. Cassandra's gaze shifted from embarrassment to a sharp, greedy scrutiny. To her, Jerry was no longer a precocious, lecherous boy, he was a walking vault of gold galleons. Catherine wasn't just his mistress, she was likely part of the dark organization. If she could find proof and report them to the ministry, the bounty would be enough to secure Orion's position in the Auror office forever. Wait, a twinge of guilt hit her. How have I become so, ugh? She felt like she was going insane trying to scrape together money for her boyfriend. Once all the students had finally managed to enter, Professor McGonagall stepped to the podium. Her movements were elegant and solemn. Her dark green robes covered her from neck to ankle, leaving no skin exposed. Even her hair was pinned up in a perfect, tight bun. Her attire radiated authority, tradition, and an impenetrable sense of conservative professionalism. She looked nothing like the lustful woman from the previous night. "Good morning, first years," McGonagall said, her voice clear and resonant. "Welcome to Transfiguration. It is one of the most complex and dangerous branches of magic. Anyone who takes it lightly will pay a heavy price." Her eyes swept the room, lingering on Jerry for a microsecond. "Today, we begin with the basics. Can anyone tell me the 4 main branches of Transfiguration?" Several hands went up. A freckled boy was called upon. "Non-living to living, no, I mean, non-living transfiguration, living transfiguration, cross-species, and, untransfiguration." "Well answered, Mr. Finnegan of Graffinder," McGonagall nodded. "These 4 categories will cover everything we learn over the next 7 years. Today, we focus on basic non-living transfiguration." She pulled out a matchstick. "Turn the match into a needle. The incantation is, Vera Verto. It requires a clear mind, a firm will, and precise control. Remember, the change in appearance is secondary, the shift in essence is the key." McGonagall flicked her wand elegantly. "Vera Verto." With a soft pop, the match twisted and vanished, replaced by a silver sewing needle, sharp and cold, gleaming in the sunlight. The demonstration over, the students began to practice. The room was soon filled with whispers of Vera Verto and the smells of burnt wood, half-transformed sticks, and piles of sawdust. Vera Verto. Ugh, failed again. Jerry heard annoying whispers behind him. He didn't even need to look to know it was the Patil twins, Padma and Parvati. They were identical, like porcelain dolls, both with high blonde ponytails. The only difference was their stockings. Padma wore clean white ones, while Parvati wore mysterious black ones. "Parvati, you're saying it wrong. It's Vera, not Vara." Padma corrected, though her own match had only bent slightly and emitted a puff of smoke. "I know, I said it right." Parvati snapped. She waved her wand hard. "Vera Verto." The match on their desk shivered and turned into a wriggling, pink earthworm. Both girls shrieked in disgust, jumping back as if it were a deadly viper. Their commotion drew attention, and they flushed with embarrassment. Looking ahead, they saw Jerry's back, and their shame turned into blatant hostility. "Humph, look at that Rozier boy. I bet he can't do it either," Parvati whispered venomously. "What can Slytherins do besides cast dark curses?" Padma nodded in agreement. They both stared at Jerry's back, waiting for him to fail so they could mock him. The classroom was chaotic, but successful transformations were rare. McGonagall frowned. "It seems everyone needs a little assistance. Assistants, please move among the students and offer guidance." As the older students rose, Cassandra didn't go to Jerry. She chose a different Slytherin first year. The Patil twins saw an opportunity. They smirked at each other and slipped away from their earthworm-infested desk, strutting over to Jerry like 2 arrogant Gryffindor lions. "Well, Rozier, let's see you turn a match into a needle." Parvati crossed her arms, her blonde ponytail swaying as she spoke loudly to draw an audience. Padma reached out and picked up the needle McGonagall had left on Jerry's desk, flicking it with her finger to make a metallic ping. I bet you can't even transform a regular match. Jerry put down the match he was about to enchant. He looked up, his eyes deep and ancient despite his youthful face. He slowly shifted his gaze from the needle to Parvati's smug face. Why don't we play a game? Jerry smiled. It was a seductive, chilling smile that didn't fit his body as if a devil possessing all the world's secrets lived inside a child. The twins blinked, taken aback. Parvati snorted. What game? What are you planning? Simple. Jerry kept his hands in his pockets and leaned forward. His voice was like a magical serpent, whispering firmly into their ears. I bet I can turn this needle back into a match, and then back into a needle again. Parvati laughed. That's it. You think you're Professor McGonagall? You'll be lucky to turn a match into anything. That's why it's a bet. The twins shared a look of malicious glee. A chance to humiliate Jerry Rosier in front of everyone? It was too good to pass up. Fine, Rosier, Parvati said. What's the wager? Don't cry when you lose. Simple, Jerry smiled. If I fail, I'll crawl through your legs. How does that sound? The girls' eyes lit up. They could already see it, this annoying Slytherin boy crawling like a dog between their legs. It would be legendary. Deal. Parvati shouted before he could change his mind. Padma was more cautious. And if you win, though that's impossible. Jerry turned to Padma. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered in a voice only she could hear. If I win, before dinner tonight, the two of you find a private spot, take off the panties you're wearing, and give them to me. And you must attend dinner without wearing any underwear. Padma's body shivered. A strange flush crept over her cheeks, not from anger, but from the sheer, taboo absurdity of the demand. She looked at her sister. Parvati was looking on curiously, clearly having missed the whisper. That whisper, though quiet, rippled through the room. From her corner, Cassandra watched Jerry like a hawk. Though she couldn't hear him, her observational skills allowed her to lip-read a few keywords based on Padma's reaction. Panties, give them to me. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, patrolling the aisles, also noticed the commotion. Her senses were far beyond normal. That flirtatious, commanding whisper brushed against her hearing like a feather. She didn't stop walking, and her expression didn't change, but her thin lips pressed into a hard line. In your dreams. Padma snapped, her voice shaking with indignation. Before Parvati could ask what was said, Jerry pulled two solid gold earrings encrusted with rare gems from his pocket. Clink. The sound of the jewelry hitting the desk echoed in the girls' hearts. The dazzling gold and brilliant gems instantly sucked away their reason. Their breath hitched. They stared at the earrings with burning greed. If I win, these earrings are yours as well, Jerry added, his voice like a devil's contract, filled with irresistible temptation. The Patil twins looked at each other. In their minds, there was no way Jerry could succeed. This was a guaranteed win. They would get priceless jewelry and watch the Slytherin be humiliated. Padma took a breath and nodded. Parvati let out a triumphant laugh. Fine, Rosier. We take the bet. Try to make your crawling look good. As Parvati finished, Padma leaned in and quickly whispered Jerry's panty condition to her. Parvati's smile froze, and a flush identical to her sister's spread from her neck to her ears. He wants our. Parvati's voice was barely a squeak. He wants us to give them to him before dinner, and then go without, Padma whispered. But he won't win. We just have to wait for him to fail, and the earrings are ours. The sister nodded, straightening up, but their gaze on Jerry now held a strange, tense energy they didn't quite understand. The noise in the room seemed to die down. The twins, a thoughtful Cassandra, and a watchful McGonagall all focused on Jerry. Jerry acted as if he were alone. He picked up the cold needle from Padma's fingers. He didn't recite the spell immediately. He placed the needle in his palm and tapped it rhythmically with his index finger. Ping, ping, ping. The metallic sound echoed. He seemed to be communicating with the needle, sensing its essence hard, cold, condensed. Then, he visualized the match, loose wood fibers, warmth, the sulfur tip holding the potential for fire. He wasn't forcing a change, he was persuading it. He was persuading the metal to return to its primitive, earthly, wooden state. Vera Verto. The incantation was a whisper. His wand barely moved. A miracle occurred. The silver needle didn't pop or twist violently. It was like ice dropped into warm water. From the tip down, it melted smoothly. The silver luster faded into the warm tone of wood. The hard shape softened. Finally, a perfect match with a sulfur tip lay in Jerry's palm. It was fluid, harmonious, and beautiful. The twins stopped breathing. Their smiles were replaced by blank shocks. Cassandra's brow furrowed deeper. That level of understanding was impossible for an 11-year-old. McGonagall's eyes flashed behind her glasses. Jerry didn't stop. He placed the match on the desk. This time, he didn't even raise his wand. He simply tapped the end of the match with his fingertip. Vera Verto. The match shifted silently again. The wood grain contracted, the color deepened, and it transformed back into a sharp, silver sewing needle. Two perfect transformations. Jerry looked up at the stunned twins and gave them a pure, childlike smile. It seems I've won, he said softly. He pointed to the gold earrings. These are yours. As for your items, I expect to see them on my desk before dinner. Parvati's face went through a spectrum of colors, her beauty distorted by shock and humiliation. She looked at the perfect needle, then at Jerry's smiling face. Fury bubbled up. We. She stammered, then shouted, who knows if you used some trick. This isn't fair. We don't accept it. She grabbed the earrings to throw them back, but the heavy, expensive weight made her hand hesitate. It wasn't a real refusal, it was the desperate tantrum of someone who lost. Parvati. Padma hissed, grabbing her arm, face full of panic. Accept what, ladies? A cold, severe Scottish voice rang out behind them. The Patil twins froze like they'd been hit by a Petrificus totalis. They turned mechanically. Professor McGonagall was standing by their desk. She scrutinized them sharply, her eyes moving between their red faces, the earrings, and the needle. Professor McGonagall. Padma stammered. I witnessed a very impressive display of transfiguration, McGonagall said, her tone unreadable. She turned to Jerry. Mr. Rosier, performing reversible secondary transformations on non-living matter is a third-year final exam topic. You have performed it flawlessly. 10 points to Slytherin. Then, her gaze returned to the twins, as if she could see through their robes to their very souls. And I see you have some objections to Mr. Rosier's success. Her voice was low, but every word hit like a hammer. I have no desire to pry into private agreements between students. However, Gryffindors should understand the meaning of keeping one's word. If you make a wager, you must have the courage to accept the outcome. Or do you believe your words, like a failed transfiguration, can be twisted at will and hold no value? The words were more painful than any detention. Parvati's face turned the color of a beet, she bit her lip and couldn't say a word. Padma looked down in shame, wishing the floor would swallow her. McGonagall said no more. She gave them one last look and walked back to her podium as if nothing had happened. But for the twins, the verdict was final. Jerry smiled and picked up the gold earrings, pressing them into Padma's trembling hand. These are for you. Remember our deal. He whispered. Bang! The heavy wooden doors were thrown open, interrupting the atmosphere. 3 figures burst in, panting and stumbling. At the front was a red-haired boy with a face full of freckles, his robes messy and tie loose. Behind him was a thin boy with messy black hair and round glasses, his lightning scar visible. Bringing up the rear was a girl with bushy brown hair who looked ready to cry, trying to smooth her robes as she ran. It was Ron Weasley, Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger. They were late, likely victims of the shifting staircases. The classroom went dead silent. We got lost, Professor. Harry panted, looking up to meet McGonagall's eyes, which were now colder and sharper than a needle. McGonagall walked down from the podium. Her flat shoes made no sound on the stone floor, yet she exerted a mountain of pressure on the trio. Got lost. Her voice was icy. Perhaps I should turn you into a map. At least then you might be useful. 5 points from Gryffindor for your tardiness. Hermione turned pale. Ron hung his head. McGonagall ordered them to find seats, and the atmosphere grew even more solemn. She turned her gaze back to Jerry. Mr. Rosier, come with me. I have some rare volumes in my office that we will need for the practical portion of the lesson. Help me bring them to the podium. Under the complex gazes of the class, especially the twins and Cassandra, Jerry rose and followed McGonagall into her private office. The door shut behind him, cutting off all outside sound. The room was orderly and smelled of old parchment. Before Jerry could take in the surroundings, he witnessed something startling. Professor McGonagall's dark green robes, which had been wrapped tightly from head to toe, suddenly lost their color and substance. In a second or two, they became completely transparent, leaving only a faint, ghostly outline. Underneath the robes was the well-maintained, mature, and curvaceous body of a woman. She was wearing only a simple set of cream-colored lace lingerie that emphasized her full breasts and firm waist. McGonagall seemed indifferent to her exposure. She bent over to organize a stack of heavy books on the floor. The pose pointed her rounded, firm buttocks directly at Jerry, the cotton fabric of her panties stretching taut over her curves. Mr. Rosier, she said in her cold, oppressive voice, as if nothing were out of the ordinary. If I am not mistaken, you cheated in class, didn't you? You used those enchanted pieces of jewelry you're wearing. Jerry looked at her arched back and her exposed body through the transparent robe. His expression didn't flicker. I did not, Professor, he said calmly. McGonagall stood up and turned to face him, her sharp eyes boring into his. Is that so? Then show me your power, Mr. Rosier. Use your own magic, no external help, and transform this needle once more. If you fail, or if I find any trace of outside help, 20 points will be taken from Slytherin. She was forcing him to show his true hand. Jerry smiled. He didn't look at the needle. Instead, his gaze fell on the mature, full mound covered by her cream-colored cotton panties. Jerry didn't even lift his hand, he just used a thought. McGonagall prepared to watch his casting motions, but she suddenly felt a strange twisting of fabric at her crotch. She looked down and saw her own panties seemingly come to life. The side straps untied themselves, and the fabric stretched and twisted under the magic, turning into 2 thin, strong ropes. They whipped behind her, binding her legs tightly at the knees, forcing them slightly backward. The core patch of the panties rapidly contracted and hardened between her legs, turning into a smooth, egg-shaped object that pressed firmly against her most sensitive spot. A sophisticated vibrator, transformed from her own underwear, was now fixed firmly against her. McGonagall's pupils shrank. She opened her mouth to scold him, but she saw a tiny, almost invisible spark of blue electricity flicker on Jerry's fingertip. Bzzzzzzz. The vibrator fixed against her clitoris began to hum at a high frequency. NNNH, ah. A violent, unfamiliar wave of numbing pleasure surged from her crotch, racing up her spine and flooding her brain. A short, suppressed moan escaped her lips. Her body stiffened, and her legs instinctively clamped shut, but that only pressed the vibrating egg deeper and harder into her pussy. Her hips buckled forward, and her legs began to tremble. Her secret garden, under the sudden, intense stimulation, blossomed without defense. The area was meticulously groomed and clean. Her full, fleshy labia were a healthy, dark pink, the color of a ripe peach. Under the pressure of the vibrator, they parted slightly, revealing the tender, wet inner lips. The shape was exquisite, like a perfectly closed clam. With the vibration, glistening nectar began to secrete rapidly, making the area shiny and slick. The egg continued to buzz, the faint sound echoing loudly in the quiet office. "It seems I underestimated you, Mr. Rosier," McGonagall gasped, her voice unstable. She gripped the edge of her desk to steady her weakening legs. The intense, alien pleasure was battering her nerves, bringing an unnatural flush to her stern face. Jerry watched her silently, neither speaking nor stopping his little prank. After a long moment, McGonagall managed to adapt to the constant stimulation. She took a deep breath, and her sharp green eyes regained some of their authority, though a complex emotion lingered in their depths. "I misjudged you. You did not cheat," she stated, as if confirming it to herself. She didn't scold him for his audacious act. Instead, she reached down with trembling hands and untied the ropes from her legs. The vibrating egg, made from her panties, slid out of her wet pussy, and she caught it in her hand. McGonagall looked at the translucent, crystal-like object, now coated in her own thick juices. Then, she did something that surprised even Jerry. She walked over to him, her mature, curvaceous body nearly naked before him. She leaned down and, without a word, stuffed the egg still warm and smelling of her into Jerry's slightly open mouth. The moment the egg entered his mouth, the transfiguration spell reached its limit or was released by her. Puff. With a soft sound, the hard object reverted to its original form, a piece of soft, cream-colored cotton, soaking wet with her juices. The concentrated, slightly musky scent of a mature woman instantly filled Jerry's mouth and nose. McGonagall's face was very close. Jerry could see his own reflection in her green eyes, a boy with her panties in his mouth. "I hope you can keep this up," she whispered. 29, Chapter 29, The Nude Loan Scheme. Lending, for the Rosier family, was a traditional business as ancient as magic itself. It wasn't simple money lending, it was an art, the art of using debt as a medium to establish control and dominance. The heavy ledger Jerry carried with him was the blunt evidence of this art. The leather cover was worn, but the parchment inside was filled with dense records written in everlasting ink. They were debts issued before the Rosier family fell, with debtors' names spanning the entire wizarding world, including several pure-blood families that remained prominent today. However, once the Rosiers were branded as Death Eaters and dismantled, this ledger had turned from a powerful asset into a collection of uncollectible papers. Recovering these old debts was nearly impossible for an 11-year-old boy with no standing. Although he had used forceful means to reclaim a small portion, compared to the sheer volume of the ledger, it was merely a drop in the ocean. But now, he had a new idea: lending money within Hogwarts. This idea hadn't appeared out of thin air. During his exchanges with Catherine, he had heard her talk more than once about students who lived beyond their means to buy luxury goods and magical trinkets. This made Jerry realize for the first time that even in a secluded magical school, the demand for money was insatiable. What truly made up his mind was his observation of Cassandra. When he learned that this Slytherin sub-prefect was willing to spend her parents' substantial inheritance on her boyfriend, a light went off in Jerry's head. He saw the essence of the situation. These young wizards at Hogwarts, regardless of their background or talent, were fundamentally the same: a group of teenagers ruled by desire and hormones, with absolutely no concept of financial management. They would borrow to own the latest Nimbus broomstick, to save face on a date at Hogsmeade, or to buy contraband from Zonkos. It was a closed, information asymmetric market filled with perfect potential clients. Here, he didn't have to face cunning adult wizards. However, to put this plan into practice, he needed a perfect entry point, a first client who could open the market and solve his immediate crisis. Jerry's gaze shifted back to Cassandra Warrington. The system's warning bells still echoed in his mind. Every word was like a needle pricking his nerves. The fuse that had drawn the hungry wolf Selena was Cassandra's suspicion. Jerry's lips curled into a cold smirk. He had to break free from this net, and perhaps even turn the net into his own weapon. His lending plan was the scalpel designed for exactly this purpose. Bribe Cassandra directly? No, that was low-level and would only deepen her suspicion or create a bottomless pit of greed. Threaten her? Even more foolish. It would only drive her faster into Selena's arms. True control came from need. He didn't want to give, he wanted her to demand. He needed an opportunity for Cassandra to fall into a financial crisis. At that moment, he, Jerry Rogier, would appear as a helpful junior to offer interest-free or low-interest help, though everything came with a price. Once debt was established, it wasn't just a transaction. It was a shackle, a debt of gratitude, and an invisible right of dominance. He could use it to shut her up and gradually pull her allegiance away from Selena and toward himself. Converting an enemy into a follower was a far greater profit than a pile of gold galleons. The extra rewards from the system mission, the Ancient Blood Awakening, and the Master of Charm title were lethally attractive to him. A perfect plan formed in his mind. Now, he just had to wait, or rather, create the opportunity for Cassandra to walk into the trap. Mr. Rogier. Professor McGonagall's cold voice was like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head, instantly pulling Jerry back from his grand underground financial blueprint. He looked up to find the entire class staring at him once more. On the podium, McGonagall was watching him with her sharp green eyes, her lips curved in a subtle, challenging arc. Clearly, his daydreaming had been caught by the sharp-eyed head of house. And the professor, who had just been offended by him in her office, clearly didn't intend to let this chance for a bit of public revenge pass by. Since you have perfectly mastered basic object-to-species transformation, McGonagall's voice echoed, I assume your understanding of transfiguration theory is equally extraordinary. Please stand and answer a question. Jerry stood calmly. He knew the real test had arrived. Please explain to the class, McGonagall said, pacing slowly, her gaze locked on him, the 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. And give an example of why food is the most significant exception. A sharp intake of breath hissed through the classroom. Even Hermione Granger, who was struggling to keep up, looked confused and shocked. Gamp's law. That was a high-level theory usually discussed during OWL preparation. To a group of freshmen who couldn't even turn a match into a needle, it sounded like gibberish. The Patil twins looked on with malicious glee, waiting for Jerry to fail. McGonagall's intent was clear, she wanted to humiliate him. If Jerry couldn't answer, she could criticize him for being arrogant and lacking foundation, avenging the humiliation she suffered in the office. The 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's law. Jerry's voice was clear and steady. They are things that are permanent, things that cannot be permanently transformed, the limitations of complex transformation, the creation and reversal of life, and most centrally the creation of food. He paused, glancing at the faces around the room, some surprised, some disdainful, and finally settled on McGonagall with a knowing smile. Food is the primary exception, Jerry continued, because it touches the deepest philosophical question of transfiguration. We know that transfiguration can turn one substance into another, but food is not just matter, it carries the energy and nutrition required for life. Magic cannot create life-sustaining nutrition from thin air. You can turn a stone into bread, but that bread has no nutrition and cannot satisfy hunger. You can turn a chair into a pork chop, but it lacks the essence of meat and will be tasteless. This isn't just a matter of magical potency, it involves the deeper principle of conservation of energy. The source of energy required for life cannot be conjured by magic, it must come from an existing life cycle. Therefore, the transformation of food is a trick of form, not a creation of substance. He spoke methodically, his logic flawless and his vocabulary precise. The classroom was pin-drop silent. Everyone, including Hermione, was dumbstruck. Hermione glanced at her textbook and realized that what Jerry said was more detailed and profound than anything in the curriculum. McGonagall's prepared rebuttals and criticisms died in her throat. Her green eyes shifted from surprise to genuine admiration. This boy was better than she imagined, his understanding of transfiguration likely surpassed some of her 5th-year students. 10 points to Slytherin. Her voice remained stern, but a hint of satisfaction leaked through. Well done, Mr. Rogier. Please sit down. As Jerry sat, McGonagall walked back to the podium. As she passed him, a faint, almost imperceptible wave of magic pulsed from her. Her transparent robes became even more ethereal, like a thin mist. Though no one else could see what was happening under the robes, Jerry caught the unusual vacuum sensation. It was as if McGonagall were announcing to him that she was currently unburdened by any clothing. This fleeting display was for Jerry's perception alone a silent response to the office incident, carrying a trace of a mature woman's hidden provocation and acknowledgement. However, at the assistants' table, Cassandra's eyes grew more suspicious. She couldn't feel the magic, but she saw Jerry's dark eyes flicker meaningfully as McGonagall passed, and she noticed the professor's pace falter for a fraction of a second. This Rogier, how many secrets does he have? The bell rang, ending the lesson. Students began packing their bags, excited for dinner. As Jerry was tucking his books into his undetectable extension pocket, Hermione Granger walked over hesitantly. Mr. Rogier. She whispered, her eyes full of respect and a bit of nervousness. Your things. She pulled a neatly folded laundry basket from her beaded bag. It was spotless and smelled of clean soap. Jerry nodded. He took the basket and slid it into his pocket as if it were a scrap of paper. Good. Hermione gathered her courage to ask about Gamp's law, but 2 figures shoved their way in. Hermione, why are you talking to a Slytherin? Ron Weasley sneered, his gaze full of typical Graffinder hostility and jealousy. Stay away from people like him. Harry stood beside him, watching Jerry curiously. Jerry didn't react to Ron's insult. He simply smiled a polite, distant smile. He turned to Hermione. "Thank you for the service, Miss Granger. If you have questions about Transfiguration, feel free to find me. Provided, of course, you continue doing my laundry." Without another word to Ron or the pensive Hermione, he turned and headed for the Great Hall. At the same time, Cassandra left the classroom. Outside, a brown owl was waiting on the windowsill with a letter. She recognized the owl and took the parchment. It was from her boyfriend, in his usual messy scrawl briefly reminding her that next month's allowance was due. Cassandra gripped the paper until her knuckles turned white. Her brow furrowed in anxiety, the composed mask of an assistant prefect cracking to reveal a desperate financial struggle. Jerry walked past her, and though he didn't look at the letter, he caught the shadow of distress on her face. TSK, the pressure is on, isn't it? The corridors were bustling as students flocked toward the Great Hall. As Jerry turned a corner by a tapestry of a one-eyed witch, the rhythmic click of high heels on stone made him stop. A tall figure approached Selena, the new magical offense professor and Jerry's blood enemy. She was carrying several heavy textbooks. Her robes, however, were vastly different from the traditional Hogwarts style. It was a dark green robe tailored to hug her mature, fiery curves, cinched at the waist with a silver chain. The hem had a dangerously high slit, revealing long legs encased in premium black silk stockings that vanished into the shadows of her thighs. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, and her eyes sparkled with a playful, predatory amusement as she looked down at Jerry. Selena was incredibly tall. Even though Jerry wasn't short for his age, he only reached her waist. He had to look straight up to see her face. The height difference created a natural sense of oppression. "Oh, if it isn't our little first-year genius, Mr. Rogier," Selena said, leaning down. As she moved, her neckline dipped, exposing a vast expanse of pale skin and deep cleavage. A scent of expensive perfume mixed with the heat of her body enveloped Jerry like a net. "Classes are over. Why aren't you at dinner?" Her voice was a lazy, husky purr. Jerry looked up, his nose filled with her aggressive feminine scent, yet he maintained a polite, calm smile. "Hello, Professor Selena. I'm on my way to the hall." Beneath his calm exterior, Jerry's internal alarms were at maximum. This woman was the mortal enemy of the Rogiers. Blood feud. The words echoed in his head. Selena was a lioness in Professor's robes, and he was the cub of her prey that had to be crushed. He could feel her scanning him, looking for any crack in his composure. He knew he was weak, a tiny sprout against a deep-rooted tree. Any wrong move could be fatal. But the gap in power only made the fire in his heart burn brighter. Looking at her beautiful face and her condescending posture, a dark, mad thought took root. "One day, I'll have you on your knees," he told himself. He didn't just want to kill her, he wanted to destroy her pride, break her claws, and turn this high and mighty woman into a bitch who would crawl and beg at his feet. But for now, he had to play the role of the harmless, brilliant, innocent freshman. "Mr. Rogier." Selena seemed surprised by his calm. She stood up and used a finger with bright red polish to hook under Jerry's chin, a gesture of dominance and flirtation. "I heard you were magnificent in McGonagall's class. What a remarkable boy. I look forward to seeing what surprises you bring to my class." Her fingertip was cool, and her voice dripped with murderous anticipation. Jerry stepped back subtly, evading her finger. He didn't show fear or disgust, he simply walked around her with an attitude of total indifference. In the Great Hall, Jerry sat at the Slytherin table next to Catherine. Nearby, Draco Malfoy was bragging to Pansy Parkinson about something his father bought him. When Pansy saw Jerry, she visibly shuddered and turned pale. The events on the train remained her nightmare. She would never forget Jerry's icy gaze that treated life like garbage. She was terrified he would dispose of her to keep his secrets. Jerry noticed her staring and gave her a warm, empty smile that chilled her to the bone. He then turned to chat with Catherine. Malfoy, seeing this, stopped bothering Pansy and leaned in. As a spoiled pureblood, his mind was simple, he admired strength. "Rogier, well done," Malfoy said with his usual arrogance. Someone needed to put those mudbloods and Weasleys in their place. He was extending an olive branch. Jerry smiled sincerely at him. He had no reason to refuse. After all, Malfoy's mother, Narcissa, was a very beautiful woman. Thinking of how that noble lady had been forced to open her bodice and nurse him on the train, only to have a silver anal plug shoved into her while she wept in shame, Jerry felt that being friends with her naive son would be quite entertaining. "She's coming to see Draco at the end of the month, isn't she? Hee." Jerry and Malfoy talked briefly before Draco went back to bragging. Jerry then turned back to Catherine, whispering about the loan network. "Hogwarts students aren't short of money, or at least they don't understand the risks like adults do. Our cash flow won't be a problem," Catherine analyzed quietly. "The key is how to attract them initially and make them understand the consequences of defaulting." As they spoke, hesitant footsteps approached. It was the Patil twins, Padma and Parvati. Both looked incredibly uncomfortable and a mixture of resentment and the obligation to keep their promise. They stopped behind Jerry, hoping no one would notice. Here, Padma whispered, her voice like a mosquito but filled with annoyance. She pulled a small bundle wrapped in a handkerchief from her robes. Parvati remained silent, her face flushed red, her eyes darting around. However, Parvati's legs encased in black stockings seemed a bit shaky. Jerry noticed her gait was odd. She was walking carefully, her thighs pressed together to avoid friction. It was the unmistakable body language of a woman who was commando under her robes. Jerry didn't open the handkerchief immediately. He took the bundle and slipped it into his pocket, giving the twins a side glance. Their necks were stained pink with shame. They could feel the unprecedented emptiness and coolness under their robes. Every movement was a shivering stimulus. Jerry slowly unfolded the handkerchief in front of Catherine. Inside were two small pieces of fabric, neatly folded. One was plain white cotton, carrying the faint warmth and soap scent of a young girl Padma's. The other was black lace, thin and transparent Parvati's. Catherine watched with amusement, her eyes telling Jerry, "My little incubus master, what a wicked game you're playing." Jerry admired the panties like pieces of art before wrapping them back up. But he wasn't done. He looked at the twins' humiliated faces. "How do I know you're currently following the wager?" The girls stiffened. "Don't forget," Jerry said coolly, "the bet wasn't just giving them to me. It's that you must remain empty until the end of dinner. You're shameless." Padma hissed, her voice weak with tension. Parvati's eyes welled with tears. "So," Jerry leaned back, making a subtle gesture. "Lift your robes a little. Let me check." They knew they had no choice. After a agonizing standoff, Padma went first. She tremblingly lifted a corner of her robe to her mid-thigh. Catherine leaned in to look as well. In the shadow of the robe, the sight was breathtaking. Above the white stockings, her most private area was completely exposed. The girl's pussy was plump and tender, the fine hair neatly groomed and pink with health. Because of the tension, her soft labia were pressed tight, forming an inviting slit. Then, Parvati stiffly lifted her robe. The black stockings vanished into the shadows of her snowy thighs. Parvati's pussy seemed slightly fuller than her sister's, the hair a bit thicker but equally pink. The visual contrast against the black stockings was striking. Because of the overstimulation, a thin trail of glistening nectar was actually leaking from her slit, reflecting the candlelight. They only exposed themselves for a second before dropping the robes, panting in shame. "Good. Keeping promises is a virtue," Jerry nodded. He pulled out a small velvet box containing a pair of expensive gold earrings encrusted with diamonds. "A reward for those who keep their word." The twins stared at the jewelry. Anger, shame, and a weird flick of joy at receiving such a gift clashed in their minds. Parvati reached out with a shaking hand and snatched the box, gripping it tight as if to hide the evidence of her reward. Padma followed suit. "Now, go eat," Jerry said. "And remember, don't put anything on until dinner is over." The twins fled back to the Graffinder table, sitting down with extreme stiffness, their dinner ruined by the constant reminder of the void beneath their skirts. "My little lachair master," Catherine purred, rubbing her black-stockinged leg against Jerry's under the table. "They got prizes. I want one too." As Jerry was about to respond, 3 older students sat down near them. At the head was Cassandra, still looking worried. Beside her was Fiona, Catherine's roommate. Fiona had short dark hair and a sharp, confident gaze, the daughter of a high-ranking ministry official. The third was Isabella, the 7-year prefect. Isabella had platinum blonde hair and was the image of pure-blood elegance. But when her eyes met Jerry's, her arrogance shattered into resentment, shame, and a physical throb she couldn't suppress. She couldn't forget the night she hid under his bed and watched him stroke his massive member. Nor could she forget the taste of the thick fluid that had been forced into her mouth. It had tasted like the freshest, sweetest cream. She didn't know her desire was being fueled by more than just memory. Hidden against her warm skin under her robes was a silver pendant, a gift Jerry had given her as an apology after their conflict. Fiona, ever the pragmatist, looked at Jerry. To her, the fall of the Rogiers was an opportunity for her own family. "Catherine, won't you introduce your friend?" "This is Jerry Rogier," Catherine smiled. "Jerry, this is Fiona, a 7th year and my roommate." "Rogier," Fiona repeated, her eyes playful. "Your reputation precedes you. It seems the Rogier blood is still quite extraordinary." Jerry nodded politely. He liked Fiona's sharp energy. She wasn't as flashy as Isabella or as sultry as Catherine, but she had a distinct charm. He noted her athletic, balanced figure. "You flatter me, senior." "It's just luck," Jerry replied, already labeling her as a potential pawn. A ministry official's daughter was a valuable asset indeed. Chapter 30, Senior, put on this necklace. Dinner today was sumptuous. In fact, the food at Hogwarts had always been excellent. The aromas of roast chicken, steak, meat pies, boiled potatoes, and various vegetables mingled together, wafting through the great hall. The chatter of the students grew lively as well. Jerry methodically cut a piece of steak drizzled with gravy, but his gaze drifted inconspicuously toward the staff table. There were several unfamiliar faces there tonight. They were 3 men and women dressed in dark, meticulously tailored robes, their expressions solemn, a stark contrast to the relatively relaxed atmosphere of the Hogwarts professors. Each wore a silver badge representing the Ministry of Magic on their chest. They were speaking in low tones with Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Selena, their eyes occasionally sweeping across the student tables. As Jerry observed them silently, a hesitant, low voice came from beside him. "They are Ministry Aurors." It was Isabella. She looked straight at her own plate, but her body leaned slightly toward Jerry. She spoke in a volume only the two of them could hear. "They're here to investigate the attack on the Hogwarts Express." Catherine, who was twirling a small scoop of mashed potatoes with her fork, paused mid-motion. She glanced at Isabella with surprise. Catherine knew her roommate's personality all too well. Isabella was a typical haughty pureblood with immense pride. She usually looked down on younger students. Moreover, just a few days ago, Catherine had watched Jerry ruthlessly pin the 7th-year prefect to the floor. At the time, Isabella had been wearing nothing but a translucent silk nightgown, not even underwear. That level of humiliation should have made her hate Jerry to her core. Yet now, instead of seeking revenge, she was acting like an accomplice, proactively providing Jerry with critical intelligence. This sudden shift in attitude was so abrupt and abnormal that even Catherine felt a flicker of confusion and shock. Jerry did not immediately respond to Isabella's overture. He merely caught her in his peripheral vision, showing neither gratitude nor rejection. It was a cold, almost indifferent attitude, as if what she had just said was nothing more than an insignificant whisper in the wind. This lukewarm reaction made Isabella's heart feel as though it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. Under the influence of the enchanted necklace, the urge to be close to Jerry had blossomed within her. But now, being ignored by him coupled with her pride as a pureblood noble and a 7th-year prefect made it unbearable to be so proactive in fawning over a junior, especially after being so shamed by him. This intense internal conflict made her restless. Her cheeks flushed from suppressed emotion, and her knuckles turned white from gripping her cutlery. Just as a strange silence fell over this small section of the table, the sharp click of high heels broke the quiet. Professor Selina had left the staff table at some point and was now walking toward the Slytherin table with an elegant yet oppressive stride. Her sharp gaze, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, first swept over the fidgeting Pansy Parkinson. "Miss Parkinson, stand up," Selina commanded, her tone brooked no argument. Pansy jumped, unsure of what she had done wrong, but she hurriedly stood up from her seat, looking nervously at the powerful new professor. Selina didn't spare her a second glance, her gaze locked entirely onto Jerry. Her lips curled into a playful arc that carried a trace of icy killing intent. "Let's go," she said, her voice lazy and husky, enunciating every word. The boy genius of the Rogier family. The great hall fell silent instantly, all eyes focused on Selina and Jerry. However, Selina's gaze didn't stop at Jerry. Her sharp eyes swept across the Graffinder table, the Ravenclaw table. Following her orders, more freshmen, both boys and girls, stood up tremblingly from their seats. They all shared one thing in common: they were witnesses to the attack on the Hogwarts Express. "All students who were on that train, follow me." Selina's voice echoed in the silent hall. With a wave of her hand, an invisible force guided these freshmen out of the warm hall and into an empty classroom nearby. The classroom was dimly lit by a few oil lamps. In the center stood a seer dressed in purple robes, with a giant eye growing in the middle of his forehead. The eye had no pupil, only a chaotic gray mass, but it emitted a ghostly light that chilled the heart. Ministry officials and several professors stood solemnly on both sides. The atmosphere was grave and suffocating. Every student brought in was required to walk up to the seer. He would stare into their eyes, chanting under his breath, and then a pale green light would envelop the student. This was the ministry's lie detection curse, capable of exposing the deepest lies. Jerry was placed in the middle of the line. He calmly watched as the students ahead of him were tested. Some turned pale, others broke into a sweat, but without exception, all were made deeply uncomfortable by the seer's chaotic eye. Before long, it was Pansy's turn. "Miss Parkinson," Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. Pansy's body jerked visibly. She practically scrambled to her feet, her face even paler than before. Her legs felt weak, like stepping on cotton, as she made the seemingly endless walk to the center of the room. She didn't dare look at anyone, especially not in Jerry's direction. She could feel his calm gaze like a cold knife pressed against her back. She stood before the seer. The pupil-less gray eye just stared at her, making her want to burst into tears. The incantation began, and the pale green light shrouded her. "State your name and year," the seer's voice echoed directly in her mind. "Pansy Parkinson. Slytherin, first year." Her voice broke with a sob. Everyone present assumed this was the normal reaction of a terrified young witch. Even Selina watched with interest, seemingly evaluating how different students reacted under pressure. "What were you doing when the attack occurred?" Pansy's mind was a mess, but survival instinct made her grasp a lifeline. She didn't need to lie. Jerry hadn't placed any memory charms on her. Everything in her mind had actually happened. She just needed to cut out the parts involving Jerry. Her fear didn't come from the seer or the officials, but from the quiet first-year standing in line. This more lethal fear actually made her responses seem genuine. I was talking to Draco in the compartment, then it got chaotic outside. I saw a group of people in black robes and masks burst in. They attacked students with spells. It was terrifying." As she spoke, she genuinely sobbed at the memory of the bloody scene, her body shaking. The green light surrounding her remained stable and pure. "Did you see any student casualties? Or did you see any student inflict lethal damage on the attackers?" A ministry official pressed. The question hit Pansy like a hammer. She remembered the wizard Jerry had disintegrated, she remembered those cold eyes that viewed life as garbage. The massive fear nearly made her faint, but that very fear became her best disguise. I don't know. I don't know. She shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. I was too scared. I hid under the seat, I didn't dare look at anything. I only heard screaming and explosions. I didn't see anything, please, stop asking. Her performance perfectly portrayed a terrified girl who knew nothing. Her pain, her tears, and her fear were all genuine reactions. The seer's eye flickered, he sensed pure, trauma-based fear, not the guilt of a hidden lie. After a few seconds, he waved her away. Next. The green light vanished, and Pansy, feeling like she'd received a stay of execution, nearly collapsed. She didn't look back, stumbling to the back of the line to crouch in a corner, sobbing into her arms. She had passed, but she knew the secret between her and that demon was now even more secure. Soon, it was Jerry's turn. Mr. Rogier, please step forward, McGonagall said. Jerry walked calmly to the seer, looking up at the giant gray eye. The seer took a deep breath, smelling of decaying herbs. He focused on Jerry and began a long, ancient chant in a low, raspy voice. A pale green light, stronger than before, instantly enveloped Jerry. Tell us, on the train, what did you see? What did you hear? The seer's voice was ethereal, resonating in Jerry's heart. Jerry looked directly into the giant eye without flinching. He began to recount methodically. I was in a private compartment. I heard the commotion outside but didn't dare leave the carriage. Therefore, I saw nothing. Every word was clear and steady. The seer's forehead wrinkled with the effort of probing, his gray eye clouding further. He increased the magical pressure, the green light brightened, trying to pierce Jerry's mind. However, the light remained pure. This meant everything Jerry said was the truth. The seer pushed harder, asking a deeper question. Did you personally kill any of the attackers? Jerry didn't change his expression, his eyes even showing a hint of childish innocence. No, I hadn't even started school yet. How could I kill powerful attackers? The light flashed again, but the result remained the same. The seer withdrew the spell, tiredly rubbing his temples. He signaled that Jerry could leave. Jerry shrugged, not looking at anyone, but sneered inwardly. Detect lies. He felt the ring on his finger. To prevent mental intrusion and lie detection, Jerry had long ago used his synthesis ability to create this ring. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. Just as Jerry turned to leave, Selena's sharp, lazy voice rang out again. Stop. Jerry halted and turned to face the woman. Selena pushed up her gold glasses, her eyes sharp as a hawk's, but her lips wore a playful smirk. Mr. Rogier. She said loudly enough for the whole room to hear. Are you wealthy? The question was so sudden that the officials and professors looked confused. They were investigating a terrorist attack. Why ask about a student's finances? Jerry didn't answer, simply waiting for her to continue. Selena had clearly gotten information from Cassandra, and perhaps even checked Jerry's spending records at Diagon Alley. She took 2 steps forward, the rhythmic click of her heels echoing. I remember, Selena said with a deliberate drawl, my colleague, Ms. Mina, mentioned you. She was referring to the Auror captain. She said you were a destitute child, very poor. So poor that she personally funded the purchase of your school robes. She paused, locking her gaze on Jerry's face. So, I must ask, her voice turned cold, the playfulness replaced by an interrogation. Why do your transaction records in Diagon Alley show that you are exceptionally wealthy? Facing the aggressive questioning and the scrutinizing gazes of the officials, Jerry showed no panic. He reached into the inner pocket of his robes and pulled out a thick bundle of parchment. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he unfolded the documents, revealing yellowed land deeds and contracts stamped with magical seals. Madam Director, you are correct. His voice was steady. Before I received my Hogwarts letter, I was indeed destitute. He placed the deeds on an empty table. The Rogier family has been in decline for a long time, but that doesn't mean our past glory or our claims simply vanished. Jerry's gaze swept over the adults. Many wizarding families owed my family debts, large and small. When I was thought to be a squib with no heir, they conveniently forgot those debts. He paused to let them digest the info. But when I received the Hogwarts invite, the news spread quickly through pureblood circles. It meant the Rogiers had a new heir. Thus, those shrewd debtors chose this time to return the long overdue payments and properties to me, the future head of house. He shrugged with a sarcastic smile. So yes, I became wealthy suddenly. But this wealth every Canute of Itis legitimate and belongs to the Rogier family. The explanation was flawless and logical. The seer's eye swept over him again, the residual magic detected no falsehood. Selena stared at him for a long time, trying to find a crack in his mask, but she failed. She finally withdrew her oppressive aura. A good explanation, Mr. Rogier, she said, her tone unreadable. You may go. Jerry nodded politely and left the suffocating room. He had survived the interrogation with his preparation and eloquence. However, deep in his mind, the system notification didn't show completed. This meant Cassandra's suspicion hadn't truly been erased. It wasn't over. Once the last freshman had left, the door was shut, sealing the room. The atmosphere grew even heavier. The seer collapsed into a chair, wiping sweat from his brow. Professor McGonagall's face finally broke its composure. Professor Selina. Her voice was cold and hard. I cannot fathom why the Ministry's seers would conclude that a boy was the killer of those trained aurors. She sneered. Are the Ministry aurors so weak now that they cannot handle an underage boy? Or is it? She paused, her words like ice picks. That you are using this investigation for your own personal agenda. Minerva. Dumbledore started, intending to play peacemaker. However, Selina laughed first a light, mocking, weary laugh. Professor McGonagall. If our seers were accurate every single time, we wouldn't have lost the border wars against dark creatures so badly. McGonagall's face shifted slightly. A prophecy is just a direction, a possibility, not a fixed fact. Selina walked forward and traced a finger over the student list. That is why we need to check and recheck. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with complex emotion as he looked at Selina. The legendary headmaster sighed and said with authority, then I hope this is the last time. Professor Selina, Hogwarts is a school, not a ministry interrogation room. Education and safety are our priorities. Jerry walked out into the bright light of the hall, squinting slightly. His eyes immediately found Cassandra waiting nearby. When their eyes met, Cassandra's pupils constricted. Seeing Jerry walk out unscathed, with a look of polite calm as if he'd only answered simple questions, made her face freeze. He passed the Ministry's lie detection and a seer's probe. How? Cassandra's mind was in turmoil, but she maintained her exterior. She looked away quickly, pretending to care about other students, though her pale fingers betrayed her panic. Her heart sank, her last hope was gone. If Jerry wasn't a dark wizard, the bounty Selina promised was a pipe dream. And without that money, she couldn't pay her boyfriend's allowance next month. A vicious, desperate thought began to grow. Since one path was blocked, she had to take another. Cassandra's gaze, cold and calculating, fell upon Catherine. Catherine was her best friend. She knew all of Catherine's secrets, including how she was being kept by Jerry. Bitterness, mixed with jealousy and guilt, welled up. Sorry, Catherine, she thought. Just one hush money payment. Enough to solve everything. If Catherine wouldn't give it, she'd expose it. She'd let everyone know how the Slytherin sub-prefect had willingly become a plaything for a first year. She knew this would destroy their friendship, but between her boyfriend and a friend, she had no choice. Cassandra reached into the pocket of her robes for her black cigarette case and her cheap, cold herbal perfume. Catherine noticed her friend's cold look and asked softly, Cassan, what's wrong? You look awful. Do you need help? The sincere concern felt like a red-hot iron against Cassandra's heart. She looked away and shook her head. It's nothing. I just have no appetite. She stood up. I'm going to get some air. She walked to a deserted, abandoned observatory terrace, her secret smoking spot. Leaning against the stone railing, she lit a long cigarette with a silent spell. The acrid smoke relaxed her nerves. She stared at the forbidden forest, rehearsing how to extort the money from her best friend. I knew you'd be here. Catherine's voice came from behind. Cassandra didn't look back. Catherine following her saved her the trouble of finding an excuse to meet. The opportunity was here. Smoke less, it's bad for you. Catherine stood beside her, leaning on the railing. Remember? Second year, we turned Filch's cat pink right here. Snape made us polish trophies for a month. Catherine laughed at the memory. Cassandra stayed silent, the guilt of the impending betrayal coiling around her heart. Just as she was about to waver, Catherine changed her tone. Cassan, I know you've been in a bad mood because of Orion. Do you really think he loves you? Catherine's voice was full of worry. Besides sweet words, what has he done for you? He just keeps taking your money. You've spent your allowance, even sold your mother's jewelry for him. He's just using you. You know nothing. Cassandra snapped, throwing her cigarette to the ground and grinding it out. Orion has dreams. He just needs capital for his great plan. It's for our future. Great plan. Catherine's voice rose in pity. His great plan is for you to keep paying for his waste. Wake up. Every investment he talks about is just a bottomless pit for you to fill. Shut up. Cassandra shook with rage, her eyes bloodshot. You think you're so noble. At least I'm doing this for love. What about you? You're secretly messing around with that little first-year monster. You think nobody knows. I am not messing around with him. Catherine's face flickered with panic, then settled into determination. That's my private business. What does that have to do with Orion's lies? At least I haven't sold myself for money. Sold yourself? Cassandra laughed mockingly. What about your nobility, Catherine? The Slytherin sub-prefect, lying in a freshman's bed, letting him do whatever he wants. Isn't that selling yourself? Isn't that being kept? Catherine's face filled with killing intent. The secret she had guarded so carefully was being torn open. The pain of betrayal from her closest friend made her chest tighten. Cassandra, do you know what you're saying? That's slander. Slander. Cassandra stepped closer, her red eyes full of madness. We both know the truth. You think you hid it well. I saw him pin you down like a rag doll. You think you were secret. You think I don't know your pleasure. Or do you just especially love eating his cock? Cassandra's words were like poisoned daggers, cutting deep into Catherine's wounds. The humiliation and secret, so crudely exposed, ignited something latent in Catherine's blood. The pain on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by an absolute, terrifying calm. Her eyes changed, she looked like an apex predator locking onto its prey. Say that again. Catherine's voice was soft, but carried a chill that seemed to freeze the air. Under her sleeve, a thin, shadow-dark dagger slid into her palm. Her grip was as natural as breathing. If she wanted to, she could slit Cassandra's throat before the girl could react. Catherine, after all, was also a ruthless cat. But just as she was about to strike, she paused. It was as if a silent order or a cold thought echoed in her mind. The killing intent vanished as quickly as it had appeared. She let the dagger slide back into her sleeve. She looked at Cassandra and smiled with a strange, pitying amusement. This fool, Catherine thought. She doesn't even know what kind of entity she's talking to. You want money, don't you? Catherine's tone was calm, even light-hearted. Cassandra blinked, confused. The sudden threat of death had chilled her, but Catherine's shift in attitude gave her hope maybe her threat had worked. How much do you want? Catherine asked playfully, as if teasing a mouse. Greed overrode Cassandra's fear. She held up 5 fingers. 500 galleons. Give me that, and I saw nothing. I know nothing. 500. Catherine chuckled. Fine. She pulled a small enchanted pouch from her robes and tossed it at Cassandra's feet. The bag hit the stone with a heavy clink of gold. There are 100 galleons in there. A down payment for your silence. Cassandra grabbed the bag, her eyes widening at the shining gold. Pure joy flooded her. And the rest? Catherine pulled out another ITMA smooth memory stone and tossed it down. The other 400 are easy to get. Take some footage of yourself in your underwear, posing for me. Don't try to cheat me, the poses need to be slutty enough, the expression cheap enough, to be worth that price. Cassandra turned white, then blue, then green. Don't feel wronged, Catherine said, walking closer and looking down at her mockingly. Actually, I don't care if you tell people about me. I have endless money, and the school won't expel me for a minor affair. It'll just be gossip for a while. She leaned in and whispered the lethal part. But you, a bitch who blackmailed her best friend, and all those pathetic things you did for Orion, if I, accidentally, let that slip, do you think your arrogant boyfriend will still want you? Catherine stood up and laughed like a bell. Hee hee. She turned and walked away, her heels clicking a victory march. She didn't look back at the pale, broken girl. Turning a dark corner, a slender figure was leaning against the shadows. It was Jerry. The moment Catherine saw him, her icy, playful smile vanished, replaced by a look of deep vulnerability and a need for comfort like a kitten coming home to its master. Jerry didn't speak, he just opened his arms. Catherine stepped forward, leaned down, and easily lifted Jerry off the ground. She was tall and curvy, while Jerry was still young and slight, held in her arms, his head was perfectly level with her soft chest. Jerry didn't hesitate to bury his face between her large, warm breasts, inhaling her scent. Catherine lowered her head to find his lips, and they kissed passionately in the dark corridor. Her kiss was urgent and fawning, her tongue dancing with his. Jerry reached into her robes and gripped one of her full, braless breasts, kneading it ruthlessly. Catherine's kiss became ragged under the rough touch, a satisfied moan escaped her throat. Jerry whispered into her ear with a smirk, my little kitten, how long do you think it will take for Cassandra to give you that stone? Catherine held his hips firmly, pressing him against her hot body. Her other hand slid down his thigh and into his trousers, gently cupping his warm balls, rubbing them with her fingertips. She licked his jaw and neck, leaving wet trails. Soon, very soon, my little incubus master. She trembled. Leave it to me. I'll have her kneeling at your feet like the lowest bitch. Consider it, my gift to you. Jerry smiled and responded with action. He unbuttoned her robes and the shirt beneath. Her breasts, pushed up by her corset, were exposed, the nipples already hard as stones. Catherine leaned back against the cold wall to give him support. She thrust her chest forward, pressing her breasts against his lower body. Jerry unzipped his pants, releasing his fully awakened, erect cock. He aimed the hot head at the deep, soft cleavage of her breasts. Master. Catherine let out a gasp as the hot flesh touched her skin. She tightened her arms, using her soft tits to squeeze the hot shaft. Ah, master. She tilted her head back, her eyes dazed as she looked at Jerry's youthful, controlling face. Jerry began to thrust his hips slowly but powerfully. His cock, which was quite sizable for his age, slid between the warm, slick mounds of her breasts. Every thrust made her breast sway and deform, the head of his member grinding against her soft skin. Slap, squelch, ah. The wet sounds mingled with her increasingly slutty moans. She squeezed her chest muscles to suck the invading blade. Oh, so good. Master's is so big, it fills my whole chest, ah. Her breath grew ragged, her face flushed red with pleasure. Jerry sped up, thrusting viciously. Her breast slapped against his stomach with a loud thwack-thwack. Catherine's cries became more intense, the sound of a female being conquered. Coming, master. I'm, Just as Jerry hit his peak, Catherine's instincts kicked in. She felt his body tense. She adjusted her arms, lowering him slightly so she could tilt her head back. She opened her lips, her tongue poking out like a flower waiting for dew, or a devout believer waiting for a god's blessing. Jerry groaned and gave a final, powerful thrust. Simultaneously, Catherine's mouth blocked the end of his shaft. The hot, musky fluid shot into her mouth, she caught every drop. The force of the climax made her head rock back. She didn't swallow immediately, holding the essence in her mouth, her throat making a gulp, gulp, sound as she felt her master's life force. Her cheeks puffed out, and she looked at the trembling Jerry with satisfied eyes. Finally, she swallowed the thick fluid in large gulps. A few drops leaked from the corner of her mouth, sliding down her chin to her neck. She then licked her lips clean and used her tongue to circle and clean the head of his softening cock. She looked up at him, her face flushed with desire, a glisten still on her lips. "My little incubus master, are you satisfied with my performance?" she asked breathlessly. Jerry didn't fully withdraw his softening member, it twitched once between her sweat-slicked breasts as if in response. "Then you'd better hurry up and take her down," Jerry said firmly. "My patience is limited." 31, Chapter 31, Why is there a hole in the wall of the girls' lavatory? As the morning bells chimed melodiously over Hogwarts, dispelling the last traces of chill from the corridors, Jerry finally closed the thick ledger in his hands. It looked like parchment but was actually bound in dragon hide. After a full night of review, he had categorized the contents of this ledger, which recorded a century of the Rogier family's glory and shame, into several clear sections. The largest portion consisted of loans made to other pure-blood families. The sheer scale and number of entries spoke volumes about how influential the Rogier family had been at its peak. Without such deep-seated status and connections, those equally haughty families would never have owed such a staggering amount of wealth. The remainder was comprised of loans to individual wizards who were either famous at the time or close friends of the Rogier family. However, cold reality proved that closeness and friendship became worthless once a family's power collapsed. Most of the names on the list were now pillars of the wizarding community, yet they seemed to have suffered collective amnesia, never breathing a word about these old debts. Just as Jerry's fingers brushed over the last yellowed page, a cold, emotionless voice rang out deep within his mind. Ding system detects host has completed a preliminary inventory of core assets. Long-term mission triggered. Mission name, Lost Glory. Objective, within 365 days, recover at least 80% of all outstanding debts recorded in the Rogier family ledger. Reward, success, 80% recovery or higher, unlocks the special bloodline ability, the Golden Rule. Failure penalty, host will be stripped of current identity and randomly cast into a high-risk otherworld to fend for himself. The icy voice faded, but Jerry's expression didn't flicker. He simply watched the campus come to life outside his window, a cold smile curling his lips, a look far too mature for his age. Penalty? He didn't even consider it. Jerry only saw the immense reward. 1 year to make those pureblood nobles and elite wizards vomit up the wealth they had long since considered their own, with interest. It sounded like an entertaining game. Jerry tapped the rough cover of the ledger rhythmically. His smile was cold yet carried a sense of pure pleasure. He pulled a fresh, blank piece of parchment from his desk drawer. Its stark whiteness contrasted sharply with the aged interior of the book. With a silent sticking charm from his wand, he bonded the new page to the very end of the ledger. It was a new chapter, waiting for its author. He dipped his quill into the ink. The nib glided across the fresh surface, leaving behind elegant strokes that formed a single name, Cassandra. Jerry looked at the name as if admiring a masterpiece. The old ledger recorded the past of the Rogier family, the debts owed by others. This new page would be written by his own hand, recording the new debtors who, voluntarily or otherwise, mortgaged their everything to him. Cassandra was the first investment. He believed that before long, this symbol of family history would grow much thicker and heavier because of him. Just as he stowed the ledger, a frantic and heavy knocking erupted at his door, nearly rattling it off its hinges. "Jerry, hurry up." Drake's drawling yet excited voice shouted from outside. "The Wizards' Chess Tournament is being held at Hogwarts." Before the words finished, a heavy, rhythmic vibration rose from deep underground. It started faint but quickly became violent, as if a titan were marching just outside the castle walls. Dust shook from the stone walls, and ink bottles rattled on the desk. Jerry put the ledger away and opened the door, his face unreadable. Drake stood there, eyes gleaming, flanked by several curious Slytherins. "Did you feel that? The scale of it?" Drake's eyes sparkled. "Come on, let's go look." They followed the surging crowd of students out of the dungeons and up toward the open grounds outside the castle. Though the morning mist hadn't fully dissipated, the sight before them made everyone stop and gasp. Next to the Quidditch pitch, on the familiar grass, dozens of towering behemoths had appeared. They were giant statues of wizards' chess pieces, carved from massive rock, their height surpassing the surrounding trees. Solemn kings, queens clutching scepters, armored knights on massive stone steeds, and rooks like small fortresses stood in silence. They cast long, imposing shadows in the morning light, radiating a heavy, soul-crushing pressure despite their stillness. "Do you see that, Jerry?" Drake's breath was shallow with excitement. He pointed at the stone giants, his ambition unconcealed. "This isn't just a game. I heard from my cousins that this tournament is unprecedented in scale." He leaned in closer, whispering with poorly hidden pride. "It's not just students. I heard elite wizards from the ministry and even frontline military units are coming back to compete. It's not a match, it's a carnival." Drake looked at the silent giants as if he could already see himself on the podium. If you rank high, you don't just get gold from the ministry, you can get scouted directly into the ministry's Department of War. He paused, his tone certain. Because being good at wizard's chess means you have a strategic mind and commanding talent. Right now, that's worth more than any OWL results. As Drake rambled on, a gentle yet undeniably powerful voice, amplified by magic, echoed across Hogwarts. It was Dumbledore. Good morning, everyone at Hogwarts. I believe you have noticed our new, big friends on campus. Indeed, a Grand Wizard's Chess Championship is about to begin. However, a few clarifications are in order. Dumbledore paused for the students to digest the news. First, for safety and fairness, entry is restricted to students in their third year and above. For the younger students, please treat this as a valuable learning opportunity. Second, and most importantly, his voice turned stern, classes will proceed as scheduled. I expect every student to be in their classroom on time. Believe me, your professors and Mr. Filch will be watching for anyone scouting the boards when they should be studying. You do not want to know the consequences. Finally, his voice returned to its usual playful warmth. Lastly, looking at the sky, breakfast is nearly over. I suggest you fill your stomachs with pumpkin juice and bacon. A hungry head is a poor partner for chess or study. Good day to you all. As the magic faded, the campus returned to a cacophony of chatter. Most students took the advice and headed toward the Great Hall. Jerry had little interest in wizard's chess, a game where pieces beat each other to death. Consequently, he knew little of its history or professional players. Drake, however, was a zealot. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Drake talked non-stop as they walked, spitting in his excitement. Usually it's just school-wide or with the other two schools, but this is a recruitment drive led by the Ministry's Department of War. Look at those giant pieces, they're powered by ancient magic, the kind only used in pro circuits. Jerry listened indifferently, scanning the crowd. Slytherin has produced many masters, Drake bragged. The prefect from 2 years ago, Orion Blackwood, he was the undisputed chess king of Hogwarts. I heard he was scouted by the military immediately. He's definitely coming back for this. He's the favorite to win. Orion Blackwood. Jerry didn't stop, but the familiar name made his eyes flicker. Cassandra's arrogant boyfriend. Is he that good? Jerry asked casually. Of course. Drake replied. His style is just like him, aggressive. He loves the Queen's Gambit opening, sacrificing minor pieces to build an irreversible offensive. They say before he graduated, he played Professor McGonagall to a draw. Imagine that. They entered the Great Hall. Jerry immediately sensed the difference. The hall was packed. Besides students, there were many adults in various robes. Some huddled in groups whispering, others sat alone with travel boards, their fingers moving rapidly in silent calculation. These people had an aura distinct from the students, some steady as mountains, others sharp as blades. Jerry's gaze swept the room and landed on a corner of the Hufflepuff table. A petite figure sat there, her oversized robes unable to hide her wildly disproportionate curves. It was Liliana, a first-year like Jerry. She was a typical Hufflepuff, gentle and quiet, but her baby face and giant tits always drew stares. Because of the weight on her chest, she had to sit with her back perfectly straight. Sitting next to her was an unfamiliar young woman, likely in her early 20s. She had silky brown hair and a gentle smile, talking quietly to Liliana. She wore a tight-fitting travel robe that revealed a bust even more impressive than Liliana's. The fabric was stretched to its limit, casting a small shadow on the table. Jerry. A shy voice called out. Liliana had spotted him and waved, looking relieved. The woman beside her followed her gaze. When Jerry's face entered her view, she froze for a moment, her eyes slightly glazed as if she were thinking of something completely unrelated. Sister. Liliana tugged at the woman's sleeve. That's Jerry Rogier, the one I told you about, remember? Jerry walked over and nodded politely. Good day, Liliana. His eyes naturally settled on the stranger. Oh, yes. The woman snapped out of her trance and stood up clumsily, offering an apologetic smile. Hello, Mr. Rogier. I'm Liliana's sister, Alicia. As Alicia spoke, Jerry noticed a strange habit. Her body swayed slightly with the rhythm of her words, like a metronome. This unconscious movement caused her massive breasts to bounce up and down, a sight impossible to ignore. Hello, Miss Alicia, Jerry kept a perfect smile. Liliana said you are very good at solving troublesome problems. Alicia's eyes began to drift again, as if her brain were simultaneously running a complex chess simulation. She shook her head to focus. I have a bored state that has haunted me. Everyone says it's a stalemate, but I feel there must be a solution. As Alicia spoke, her swaying increased, and her heavy tits began a dazzling, rhythmic dance. Liliana looked at her sister with helplessness, tugging her sleeve to mind the setting, but Alicia was lost in her virtual board. Seeing Jerry's calm, almost clinical gaze, Liliana's cheeks flushed. She whispered to Jerry, I'm sorry, Jerry, when she thinks about chess, her brain can't fit anything else in. She hesitated before adding, don't be fooled by how she acts. She actually works for the Ministry's Department of War. Jerry's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. She's a commander, Liliana continued. A very powerful war wizard. She's often on the front lines. Her colleagues say she's a once-in-a-century strategic genius, but, the moment she leaves the battlefield or the command room, she... Liliana gestured to the swaying, bouncing Alicia with a sigh. Alicia, oblivious, continued in a dreamlike tone, the opponent has only a king and a knight. I have a rook and 3 pawns. It looks like a certain win, right? But the knight occupies a perfect defensive anchor. No matter how my rook attacks, it's blocked by their joint defense. And my pawns, if they move forward, it changes the whole board's tempo and puts me in a trap. It's illogical, impossible. She grew more animated, her swaying faster, her full breasts jumping elastically under her robes. Jerry understood the rules of chess but knew nothing of deep tactical theory. Alicia had unwittingly offered him a chance to show off his mind, but he couldn't take it. Just as he considered how to politely decline, a confident male voice spoke from behind. It's not a stalemate, Miss Alicia. Your logic was flawed from the start. Jerry and Liliana turned to see a tall young man approaching. He ignored them entirely, walking straight to Alicia with a charming smile. The key isn't the enemy knight. It's your 3 stuck pawns. They limit your rook and block your path to victory. Alicia stopped swaying. Her eyes focused on Orion. Orion enjoyed the attention and delivered the answer. So, you don't use the rook to attack. You sacrifice it. Sacrifice. Alicia's lips parted. The idea was completely outside her paradigm. Exactly. Orion nodded. Move your rook to a position where both the king and knight can and must take it. Use the sacrifice to force their defense apart. Once they move, their line breaks, and your pawns can march in for the win. The explanation was fluid and logical. Alicia's eyes lit up with the joy of a chess addict who had found a soulmate. She didn't sway, she clasped her hands, looking at Orion with near worship. Sacrifice the rook for tempo, of course. Why didn't I see it? Glad to help, Orion bowed gracefully. Orion Blackwood. Perhaps we could play a real game later. Yes. Yes. Alicia agreed immediately. Jerry watched this with a meaningful smile. Cassandra's boyfriend was, right in front of him, diligently pursuing another woman with equally massive breasts from the ministry. It was, very interesting. Jerry sat at the Slytherin table. He had just picked up his knife when Catherine sat down beside him. She checked to see that no one was watching and covertly pressed a cold, smooth object into his hand. What is this? Jerry looked at the glowing, milky-white crystal of vision stone and asked, knowing full well what it was. Little incubus master, Catherine whispered, a blush of shame and fawning appearing on her face. She winked and smirked. You'll know once you check it later. It's a surprise, from Cassandra. Jerry shrugged and pocketed the stone. He began eating methodically. Why haven't I heard about this big tournament before? Catherine looked around and shook her head. I don't know. No rumors at all. It's like, the ministry decided it on a whim. Nothing last night, and then everything changed this morning. Jerry cut his sausage, his mind racing. Ministry-led, elite veterans, huge rewards, direct recruitment into core departments. This was far beyond a school event. And where there is fame and profit, there is gambling. A thought flashed like lightning. Is there a betting pool? He asked, his voice flat as if asking about the weather. A betting pool. Catherine paused, a piece of bread halfway to her mouth. She frowned, not understanding. After a moment, she shook her head. I doubt it. The ministry bans private gambling on official events. Plus, there was no warning. The black markets wouldn't have had time to organize. She stopped when she saw Jerry's facia smile like a shark scenting blood. Just because they didn't start one doesn't mean we can't, Jerry said with a light chuckle. If the officials won't provide one, we'll give them one. He pulled a folded, high-quality parchment from his robes and slid it across to Catherine. It was a Gringotts bank draft. On it, in the ornate script of goblins, was a number that would make any adult wizard stop breathing, 10,000 golden galleons. The gold ink shimmered in the morning light like a siren song. We only need to open it for the students, Jerry said quietly. I'll provide the capital. Catherine's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She had never seen such a fortune displayed so casually at breakfast. To a student, that wasn't just money, it was an astronomical concept. Her throat felt dry, her heart racing. However, her reason eventually suppressed the greed. She looked at Jerry. But, I don't know anything about chess. I don't even know the pro players. I can't set the odds or run this for you. Seeing her torn between the gold and her fear of incompetence, Jerry smiled. It wasn't a mocking smile, it was strangely warm and approving. He folded the draft and put it away. It's okay, he said gently. Catherine felt a rush of relief, but also a twinge of guilt, fearing she had disappointed him. But Jerry looked at her with a sense of satisfaction. She was cute like a kitten wanting to pounce on a ball of yarn but knowing its claws weren't long enough, so it just shook its head honestly. That honesty and self-awareness were far more valuable than a fool pretending to be capable. Before Jerry could dwell on the thought of his people, a figure in a complex Gothic dress appeared and sat unceremoniously on the other side of Catherine. It was Cassandra. The atmosphere froze. Cassandra was meticulously dressed, but her signature smoky eye makeup was slightly ruined, and her eyes were visibly red. She had clearly just been crying. Catherine's smile vanished, replaced by cold disgust. She didn't even turn her head, scraping sauce off her plate with a sharp, mean tone. What, did you change your mind? Want the vision stone back? Sure, just give me back my 500 galleons. There's still time. Jerry watched with interest. He kept eating his steak, but his eyes were on Cassandra. Seeing her red eyes and her fragile pride, he found her somewhat adorable. He said nothing, acting as if the storm next to him didn't exist. Cassandra kept her head down, her long hair hiding her face. She seemed to shrink under Catherine's mockery. After a long silence, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Can you lend me another 1,000 galleons? Ha! Catherine let out a sharp, cold laugh, finally turning to look at Cassandra like she was a joke. You think I'm an ATM? Why don't I just tell you Gringotts is owned by my family and you can go take what you want? The words stabbed into Cassandra's crumbling self-esteem. She buried her head lower, her expression full of shame. Please, Catherine. I really need it. I'll find a way to pay you back as soon as I can. Catherine was about to say something even more cutting when she gently nudged her leg under the table. It was a subtle signal, but Catherine understood. She swallowed her insults and took a breath. When she spoke again, the emotional mockery was gone, replaced by the icy scrutiny of a businesswoman. Lending it to you isn't impossible, Catherine said steadily. But I'm not a charity. If you want money, you have to pay a price. We will write down the principal, the interest, and the deadline in black and white. She paused, her eyes sharp. Most importantly, you have to tell me what it's for. If it's for dark wizards or contraband, you won't get a canute. I'm not catching a case from the ministry for you. The interrogation left Cassandra even more flustered. Her gaze drifted toward Orion, who was still chatting happily with Alicia. Seeing his charming smile directed at someone else made her lips quiver. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her head and whispered, "Wizards who have already graduated, they have to pay a massive entry fee to join the tournament. Orion, he wants to enter, so he's asking me for money." She added quickly, "You know his skill. Last time, he came in 17th. This time, he says if he hits the top 10, the prize is over 10,000 galleons. He can definitely pay you back then." Hearing this, Jerry put down his fork and stood up. "Excuse me." He didn't say where he was going, leaving the two women behind as he walked toward the exit of the hall. Catherine watched him leave, then turned back to Cassandra, her smirk widening. "Still raising money for your Prince Charming? How touching. But let me tell you, his affection is worth nothing." Cassandra bit her lip in silence. "Follow me." Catherine stood up, looking down at her. "There's a shortcut, if you have the guts for it." Without waiting for a reply, she walked toward the girls' lavatory. Cassandra hesitated for a few seconds before following like a puppet. The lavatory was empty, the only sound the dripping of a tap against the old stone. Catherine went to the furthest stall and signaled for Cassandra to enter. Cassandra, confused and oppressed by the small space, stepped in. Catherine followed, locking the door behind them, and pointed at the stone wall separating them from the next stall. "Look there." Cassandra followed her finger and saw a hole about the size of a fist, with relatively smooth edges, at waist height. The hole was pitch black. What is this?" Catherine didn't answer. With a playful, cruel smile, she commanded, "Kneel." Cassandra hesitated, but under Catherine's icy stare, she humiliatingly sank to her knees, her gothic skirt spreading on the floor. Just as she fully knelt, there was movement from the dark hole. A thick, terrifying cock slowly and undeniably pushed through the hole, stopping right in front of Cassandra's face. It was engorged, red, and throbbing, with a bead of clear precum already leaking from the slit. Thick veins pulsed along the shaft, radiating heat, and the heavy, musky scent of a young man filled her nose, making her breath hitch. It was Jerry's. She had seen it before and recognized it immediately. A cock that size was unmistakable. "See that?" Catherine knelt down too, a mischievous grin on her face. She reached out with a slender finger, circling the head of the cock and flicking her nail against the pulsing veins as if playing with a favorite toy. More fluid leaked from the tip. Catherine held her wet finger in front of Cassandra's eyes. "You have 15 minutes, she whispered seductively. "Use any method to make him come. If you do, I'll lend you the 1,000 galleons, interest-free. Orion just has to pay back the principal after the tournament." She watched Cassandra's jaw drop in shock, her smile becoming even more wicked. "But, if you fail, after 15 minutes, every extra minute adds 50 galleons in interest. Well, do we have a deal?" 32 Chapter 32 Senior, is this your mother? Beyond the oppressive silence of the bathroom stall, inside the narrow, dark plumbing maintenance shaft behind the stone wall, a silver-gray tabby cat moved with elegant, powerful strides, advancing without a sound. This was Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Transfiguration professor, and the nominal top seed for the upcoming Wizards Chess Championship. Moments ago, she had attempted to enter the Great Hall via the staff corridor, only to spark a minor riot. The flashes of journalists' cameras, the fawning greetings of ministry officials, and the adoring gazes of students surrounded her like an invisible net. To reach her next classroom on time and avoid these unnecessary hassles, she had decisively opted for this ancient passage hidden within the castle's double walls, a secret known only to her and a few veteran staff members. In her feline form, Minerva's senses were far sharper than in her human state. She could hear the distant clatter of house elves in the kitchens and smell the ancient air, a mix of dust and magic. However, as she passed the section of wall corresponding to the girls' lavatory, a discordant sound reached her ears. It wasn't dripping water or the wailing of a ghost, but human voices, voices deliberately lowered in conversation. McGonagall stopped, her ears twitching alertly. The source was strange, it didn't sound like it was coming from inside the bathroom, but rather from within the wall itself. She leaned closer, sniffing. A strange human scent seeped through an apparently seamless stone brick. She nudged the stone with a paw, it was loose. Driven by a sense of duty and concern for castle security, she nimbly pried the disguised brick open just enough to slip inside. The sight before her caused her pupils to contract into two thin vertical slits. Inside the wall, a narrow space just large enough for one person to stand had been temporarily carved out by a sophisticated transfiguration spell. Jerry was there, his back to her, trousers pulled down to his knees. His cock, a monstrous, terrifying thing entirely inappropriate for his age, was thrust through a freshly bored hole in the wall, extending into the girls' lavatory stall on the other side. From the other side of the hole came the suppressed voices of two girls and their ragged, nervous breathing. As an experienced witch who had lived many years, McGonagall understood instantly what was happening. Her fur nearly stood on end. Absurd, utterly disgraceful. To conduct such shameless business in a Hogwarts lavatory. Her instinct was to transform back into human form, burst out, and use the strictest school rules to punish these audacious students. But when she realized the silhouette was Jerry's, her righteous fury stalled. It's him. For some reason, knowing the culprit was Jerry shifted her pure educator's anger into a more complex, private emotion. A sense of curiosity she couldn't quite explain took hold. She wanted to see exactly what game this little brat was playing. Thus, the professor, the supposed guardian of order, quietly withdrew her body and replaced the stone brick, leaving only a microscopic crack. She crouched in the dark passage like a patient predator, her eyes shining in the dark, watching the scene with illicit fascination. Cassandra knelt on the floor, her body frozen. She couldn't take her eyes off the massive cock inches from her face. It was a pillar of primitive, aggressive vitality. Every slight throb felt like a hammer blow to her fragile nerves. Her pureblood upbringing, her family honor, the modesty and morals drilled into her since childhood, all of it had become a giant, silent joke. She never imagined she would face a man's desire in such a humiliating way. Her breathing was shallow and rapid. Her chest heaved, yet she felt like she couldn't draw in any air. Her face, painted with exquisite Gothic makeup, was drained of color, leaving only the dark red of her lips, which she bit down on hard. Catherine watched her, her smile deepening. She savored the thrill of treading a haughty pureblood noble under her heel. Well, still hesitating. Catherine's voice hissed into Cassandra's ear like a serpent's tongue. I should remind you, the clock is ticking. Tick-tock, your Drake is waiting outside for his entry fee. Look at how happy he is talking to that woman. The words were a needle, piercing Cassandra's most sensitive spot. She looked up instinctively. Though separated by walls and doors, her mind vividly conjured the image of Drake showing Alicia the kind of passionate smile she hadn't seen in ages. It's for him. This thought was a stimulant, forcibly injected into Cassandra's collapsing psyche. She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling. When she opened them again, the hesitation was gone, replaced by a desperate resolve and deep humiliation. Fine. She squeezed the word through her teeth, her voice raspy. That's more like it. Catherine smiled, even patting Cassandra's shoulder as if giving a reward. Begin, my lady. Let's see how far you'll go for your love. Cassandra ignored the mockery. She took a deep breath, the musky scent of a boy's sweat and lust making her stomach churn. Fighting back the nausea, she moved her knees forward, closing in on the cock that seemed impatient from waiting. Her delicate hands reached out. When her fingertips first brushed the shaft through a thin layer of lace, she felt the firm, scorching heat. Cassandra's movements were raw and clumsy. She tried to mimic things she had seen elsewhere, cupping the thick shaft with her palms and beginning to stroke it up and down. Her rhythm was erratic, sometimes too fast, sometimes too slow. It wasn't a seduction, it was a disgusting chore. Oh, is this how our noble Miss Blackwood serves a man? Catherine's voice rang out coolly. Your movements are clumsier than a house elf in the kitchen. Is this why Drake lost interest in you? The words caused Cassandra to stiffen, and her grip tightened involuntarily. Jerry, on the other side of the wall, let out a muffled grunt. Immediately, the slit at the tip of the glands flared, and a thick, crystal-clear bead of precum oozed out, sliding down the curve of the head and wetting Cassandra's palm. Seeing this fluid, Cassandra treated it like a lifeline. She let go immediately, a look of relief on her face. She thought it was over. Is that it? She asked Catherine, her voice pleading. Catherine laughed as if she'd heard the funniest joke in the world. My dear roommate, don't tell me you can't distinguish between precum and a real load. Catherine's eyes were full of pity and disdain. You think this is enough? Are you insulting me, or insulting it? Before Cassandra could reply, Catherine suddenly grabbed Cassandra by the back of her long hair and forced her head down with a violent shove. Cassandra had no time to react. Her face was slammed against the dripping cock. Her lips, coated in dark red lipstick, were forced to wrap around the scalding head. The heavy musk and slick texture filled her mouth instantly, sending her stomach into a violent spasm. A pained whimper came from deep in her throat as she struggled. The massive head forced her lips and teeth open, crudely pressing against her soft palate, nearly filling her entire oral cavity. The intense sensation of a foreign object and the lack of air made her gag instinctively. Tears flooded her eyes, washing away her smoky makeup and making her look even more wretched. Her hands flailed, trying to find something to push herself away, but one hand was pinned by Catherine's knee, and the other could only uselessly slap against the cold stall wall. Let go. Blurred protest spilled from her lips, mixed with the saliva forced out by the cock, dripping down her chin. Let go. I'm helping you, my lady, Catherine whispered in her ear, her voice filled with joyful malice. Instead of letting go, she increased the pressure, gripping Cassandra's hair and controlling her head, moving it back and forth over the thick, hard shaft. See, like this, use your throat, don't bite with your teeth, you idiot. Catherine instructed while forcing Cassandra to swallow. With every pull back, Cassandra got a moment to breathe, followed immediately by a deeper, more brutal thrust. The shaft rubbed against her tongue, and the hard glands hammered her sensitive throat again and again, triggering wave after wave of nausea. Tisk, useless. Catherine seemed dissatisfied. She paused the movement but kept her grip on Cassandra's head. With her other hand, she pinched Cassandra's chin, forcing her to look up. The cock, slick with spit and pre-cum, slid out of her mouth. Catherine admired Cassandra's tear-stained, spit-covered face and glazed eyes. Then, she manipulated the throbbing cock, rubbing the terrifying head slowly across Cassandra's cheek. She glanced at her wrist, and though there was no watch, she acted as if counting down the seconds. 5 minutes left. Catherine announced coldly. Time is running out, my lady. Every minute is another 50 galleons. Think about it, by the time you raise the money, your Drake will be celebrating his victory in someone else's arms. This was an ice pick to the heart. Cassandra didn't hesitate any longer. She leaned down, proactively opening her swollen lips and taking the terrifying pillar back inside. This time, it wasn't passive endurance. For the 1,000 galleons, for Drake, Cassandra forced herself to overcome the bone-deep disgust and humiliation. She began to actively please the thing in front of her. She even clumsily licked the rim of the glands, trying to suck with her lips and rub with the walls of her mouth. The stall was filled with lewd, wet sounds, the schlick of the meat sliding in and out, mixed with muffled gags and whimpers. Her body rocked back and forth, her gothic skirts rustling against the floor. Yet, no matter how hard she worked, the cock only grew harder and larger. The tip continued to leak fluid, but there was no sign of the final eruption. Is this all you've got? Catherine mocked again. Cassandra froze, despair flooding her soul. Time was slipping away. She could feel the boy behind the wall reaching his limit. No, I must succeed. In an instant, a mad thought took over. She lifted her head, took a deep breath, and as if plunging toward her death, she lunged her entire body forward onto the shaft. MMPHHRGK. A sharp, stifled cry of pain erupted from the depths of her throat. This was no longer shallow. Cassandra closed her eyes, giving up all resistance and technique, letting the thick pillar break through the defensive line of her throat, shoving hard and deep all the way to the back. It was a sensation of expansion like nothing she'd ever felt, as if she were being torn apart. The hard glands crudely ground against the most sensitive flesh of her throat, feeling as though it would pierce her esophagus. The intense suffocation turned her vision black. Tears poured out like broken strings of pearls. Her body convulsed, her hands clawing at the cold stone wall, her nails screeching against the surface. However, this humiliating, self-destructive deep throat produced the desired result. Jerry, behind the wall, suddenly stiffened. A long-suppressed, low groan exploded from his throat. Almost simultaneously, Cassandra felt the cock deep in her throat begin to twitch and throb violently and rhythmically. HRG. Cassandra didn't even have time to pull it out. A torrent of scalding, heavy, musky liquid erupted like a volcano, hitting the back of her throat with immense pressure. The volume was staggering. The first wave turned her mind blank. Then a second wave, a third. The endless hot stream couldn't be contained by her throat. Mixed with her own spit and tears, it overflowed from the corners of her mouth, running down her chin and dripping onto her black dress. Jerry's cock continued to pulse and spray into her throat for nearly 15 seconds before finally stopping. When Catherine finally let go, Cassandra collapsed like a pile of mud, wretched to the extreme. She knelt on all fours, coughing and gagging violently, gasping for the cold air. Her face, her mouth, her hair, and the front of her elaborate dress were covered in thick, white, viscous fluid, emitting a scent she would never forget. With a wet pop, like a cork being pulled from a bottle, the cock that had ravaged her throat slowly withdrew from the hole in the wall and vanished into the darkness. A few streaks of translucent white fluid remained around the hole, slowly sliding down the stone. Catherine stood up, looking down at Cassandra as if she were a piece of used, worthless trash. She pulled out the prepared 1,000-galleon bank draft and let it flutter down like a falling leaf, landing right on Cassandra's cum-soaked hair. Catherine wasn't finished. She knelt again, reached out a finger, and wiped a bit of the warm, thick fluid from Cassandra's cheek. Then, under Cassandra's humiliated gaze, Catherine put the finger to her own mouth and elegantly licked it clean with the tip of her tongue, as if tasting a gourmet dessert. Tastes good. With that light comment, Catherine stood, straightened her robes, and walked out without looking back. Her footsteps echoed away in the empty lavatory. Simultaneously, Jerry silently cast a charm, turning into a shadow and passing through the thick stone walls, vanishing instantly. He never noticed that above him, in the maintenance shaft, a pair of green cat eyes had seen everything. In the dark passage, Professor McGonagall, in her tabby form, let out a suppressed low growl. She looked at the student soaked in fluid, her gothic dress ruined. The thick, pungent smell of musk and desire had even penetrated the cracks in the wall. As a cat, her sense of smell was magnified 1,000 times. The scent was overwhelming. McGonagall twitched her nose, and a strange, shameful heat rose from deep within her body. She forcibly suppressed the untimely physiological reaction, not daring to look again. She turned and sprinted away like a bolt of silver-gray lightning. As she fled, a stunned whisper leaked from her feline mouth. "So big, so much, how is that possible?" Today's potions class was held in the cold, damp dungeons. Unlike other classes, this was a collective event for Slytherin House, with upper and lower years crammed together, making the room feel stifling. The air was thick with the smell of odd herbs and bubbling cauldrons. Torches on the walls cast flickering shadows across the students' faces. Despite the excitement over the chess tournament, the classroom was pin-drop silent. The source of this order wasn't Professor Slughorn, but the two female prefects in the front row, Isabella and Fiona Shafik. As the head girl and deputy head girl of the 7th year, their presence was an invisible authority. No one dared to make a noise under their steady gazes. The door opened, and Catherine walked in, carrying her thick copy of Advanced Potion Making. She looked perfectly normal, her pace steady as if the morning in the lavatory had been someone else's nightmare. She sat next to Isabella. The moment Catherine sat down, Isabella's nose twitched. A very faint, yet distinct scent of musk and sexual fluids drifted into her nostrils. The smell was familiar. Isabella's gaze lingered on Catherine for a few seconds, an inquisitive glint in her deep eyes, but she said nothing. She elegantly opened her book and asked casually, "Where's Cassandra?" "She's almost late." Catherine let out a nearly inaudible sneer, twirling a lock of hair around her quill. "Who knows? Probably hiding in some corner with her star chess player, boyfriend, being nauseatingly romantic." Just then, the door opened again. It was Cassandra. She had changed into clean school robes and reapplied her makeup. Her smoky eyes hid her redness, making her look normal, though her face was paler than usual. She kept her head down, walking quickly as if trying to find an inconspicuous corner to hide in. However, as she passed Isabella, Isabella froze. That familiar scent hit her again, this time, with undeniable clarity. If Catherine carried a faint echo, Cassandra brought a storm. The scent was so thick it felt fresh from the source, cutting through the smell of soap and perfume to announce its presence. It was a unique mix, the faint creaminess of fresh milk combined with the crisp, crushed grass scent of a forest after rain. It was an aggressive scent, one that triggered primitive instincts. Isabella's pupils contracted. She finally remembered where she had smelled this before. She turned her head slowly, locking onto Cassandra's retreating back. Then, she shifted her gaze back to Catherine, who was pretending to read. Fiona Shafik, sitting on Isabella's other side, noticed the subtle change. She saw Isabella track Cassandra like a hawk, then turn back to Catherine with a cold, calculating scrutiny. Isabella's expression didn't change, but Fiona sensed a dangerous undertone. "What's going on?" Fiona wondered. She leaned in, about to ask, when the heavy oak doors of the dungeon were pushed open. A figure entered against the light of the corridor. It was a woman in a perfectly tailored, dark green robe. She was tall, serious, with black hair pinned meticulously behind her head. She moved with an air of unquestionable authority. Her footsteps were light, yet each one seemed to throb in the students' hearts, plunging the room into a heavy silence. Everyone looked up, curious about this powerful stranger. Fiona looked too, but her expression instantly turned from confusion to shock. Her usual prefect composure cracked. "Mother." A faint, nearly inaudible gasp escaped her lips. Indeed, the woman was her mother Eleonora Shafik, a high-ranking official at the ministry. Eleonora gave her daughter a brief, cold glance, not one of warmth, but of a superior inspecting a subordinate. She didn't acknowledge the greeting. She stepped onto the dais and tapped the desk with her wand. Clack. The sound made every student sit up straight. "It seems Horace taught you well, at least you know classroom discipline." Eleonora's voice was cool and flat. "I am Eleonora Shafik. From today, I am taking over for Professor Slughorn as your potions mistress." A ripple of suppressed shock went through the room. Slughorn was a biased but generally kind old man. This woman radiated a pressure that made it hard to breathe. Eleonora expected the reaction. She scanned the room, lingering on her daughter, Isabella, and other pure-blood heirs. "Some of you may be confused. I will be brief. Last week, the Board of Governors formally passed the latest education reform bill proposed by the ministry. The core of the bill is this: to better prepare you for the increasingly complex world after graduation, subjects like potions and defense against the dark arts which are critical for combat will no longer be taught by ivory tower scholars." She paused, her sharp gaze cutting through every young face. "Instead," she said concisely, "we will teach you. A group of wizards fresh from the front lines, who truly understand how to use magic to fight and survive. You may call us war wizards, or simply Professor Shafik. Starting with my class, you will no longer waste time brewing flashy potions just to please examiners. You will learn how to use the most limited materials in the shortest time to create things that can save your life or kill your enemy in a crisis. I suggest you prepare yourselves. Her words echoed in the dungeon like cold stones. The light-hearted atmosphere of the tournament was completely replaced by a grim weight. War wizards, front lines, killing enemies. These words were too heavy for students who had grown up in peacetime. Fiona straightened her back, her hands flat on the desk, looking like the perfect prefect. But only she knew that her fingertips were cold and her heart was racing under her mother's gaze. To Fiona, her mother wasn't a symbol of warmth, but a mountain, a cold, silent, towering mountain. Everything Fiona had done becoming a prefect, her impeccable behavior was just to climb a tiny step up that mountain, hoping for a single moment of recognition. But the higher she climbed, the more she felt the mountain's height and her own inadequacy. In this suffocating silence, the door creaked open once more. A figure sauntered in lazily. It was Jerry. Eleonora's gaze locked onto him like a pair of icy searchlights. She didn't raise her voice, but it carried a frost. You are late, student. However, the expected rudeness didn't come. Jerry didn't hesitate. He walked to the dais and bowed slightly, his voice full of sincere apology. My apologies, Professor. I am sorry for being late. Private matters required my immediate attention. Jerry didn't know her name, but Professor was spoken with humble precision. This reaction surprised the students who had expected a confrontation. Eleonora's face remained blank, but her hawk-like eyes lingered on Jerry. Since you know you've erred, I assume you won't mind catching up through practical application. She asked flatly. Not at all, Professor. It would be my honor, Jerry replied instantly, without a hint of reluctance. He walked onto the dais and stood where she indicated, his back straight, waiting for instructions. Eleonora walked a circle around him, her gaze evaluating him like a rare magical ingredient. As she passed him, Jerry's nose twitched imperceptibly. Professor. He said suddenly, his tone questioning. Forgive my intrusion, but is that the scent of moonstone powder and dragon blood on your robes? I've only read in most potent potions that the combination of those two materials, without magical catalysis, produces a scent like licorice and metal. Eleonora froze mid-step. She turned back, looking at the boy properly for the first time. Her eyes were no longer just evaluating, they held a spark of surprise. A first year could identify such a rare, inert combination by scent alone? Your nose and your knowledge are more impressive than I expected. Eleonora's voice had a tiny quiver, still cold, but less indifferent. Talented. It seems choosing you as my assistant was correct. She turned to the class. Wartime Potions, Lesson 1, Identifying and Utilizing the Materials Most Easily Obtained from Ourselves. Today, we demonstrate a high-efficiency tracking and marking potion. She picked up an empty crystal bottle and turned to Jerry, a mysterious smile on her face. The efficacy of this potion is directly linked to the freshness and vitality of the core material. A robust, life-filled male fluid is the key to its success. And you? Her gaze swept over Jerry, not in mockery, but in an appreciative assessment. You have just engaged in vigorous activity. The life energy in your body is at its peak. Without a doubt, you are today's perfect specimen. Cassandra buried her head even lower. However, Eleonora didn't actually make Jerry provide that kind of specimen in class. She pulled out a small silver knife and deftly cut a lock of hair from his head. Tracking potions need an anchor besides the core material. Hair is the best choice. She dropped the hair into a prepared cauldron. The demonstration that followed was a revelation. Eleonora's movements were a blur, without a single wasted word or hesitation. The timing, the heat control, the stir and jit was textbook precision. She didn't even use incantations. Many steps usually requiring magic were achieved through specific manual techniques. Jerry watched intently. He understood maybe 40% of the steps, and because he understood, he knew how terrifyingly high this woman's mastery was. As she stirred one last time with a glass rod, Jerry's eye was caught by a ring on her hand. It was a silver cat-shaped ring with small obsidian eyes, old and finely crafted. The demonstration ended quickly. The potion in the cauldron was a translucent, gel-like substance that pulsed like a living thing. Demonstration over. Eleonora cleared the dais with a charm and waved him away. Return to your seat. Jerry nodded and sat next to Drake. Hey, Drake, he whispered. What's her name? Drake glanced at him, puzzled. You don't know her. Eleonora Shafik. A legend at the ministry. A grandmaster of potions. Eleonora Shafik. The moment the name entered Jerry's mind, it clicked with a memory and the style of the ring he had just seen. The Rogier family ledger definitely had that name. Ding. Daily mission triggered. Mission name, the War Witch's Old Debt. Objective, confirm an old debt of 30,000 galleons with Eleonora Shafik within 24 hours and successfully recover at least 70%, 21,000 galleons. Reward, passive skill, intermediate potions affinity, 50 family prestige points. Failure penalty, permanent negative status, War Witch's Grudge. Status effect fatal mark, Eleonora Shafik will view you as a threat to be eliminated. Outside of Hogwarts rules, you will be the priority test subject for all her lethal poisons. Her initial hostility toward you will be permanently locked at mortal enemy. Jerry's eyelid twitched as he read the crimson text of the penalty. He hadn't even processed the mission before Eleonora made another move. She picked up the crystal bottle of translucent gel. Her sharp eyes turned toward Jerry, a cold light flickering in Thema signal that the test was beginning. Then, under the shocked gaze of the class, she flicked her wrist and smashed the bottle on the floor. Crashed. The glass shattered in the silent room. The living gel splashed out, but instead of flowing like liquid, it turned into a colorless, odorless mist that evaporated instantly. But that was only the start. A second later, a soft, clear pale green light erupted from Jerry's body. It didn't come from his skin or clothes, but seemed to seep out of every cell and vessel. The light wasn't blinding, but it had a piercing quality that no cloth could block, enveloping him entirely like a glowing human target in the dark. She watched the glowing Jerry, a cruel arc on her lips. And now, Mr. Rogier, you are the torch. Stand up and turn around so everyone can see the effect. The command was absolute. Jerry took a breath and stood up. As he rose, the green light grew brighter and more penetrating. His well-fitted Slytherin robes became a semi-transparent veil under the light. The students let out a chorus of stifled gasps. Under the light, Jerry's body contour was perfectly outlined. His frame was still lean, his shoulders not yet broad, his limbs long with the delicacy of a teenager. However, on this boyish frame, something was wildly out of place. Most strikingly, between Jerry's legs. The green light mercilessly pierced the fabric, revealing the silhouette of what lay between his thighs with 3D clarity to the entire class. It was a cock that was utterly disproportionate to his age and size, staggeringly large. Even in a soft, flaccid state, it presented a heavy, undeniable presence. Its length and girth far exceeded any boy, and even surpassed what most adult wizards could boast. It hung there silently, like a giant's part accidentally installed on a delicate model. The breathing of several girls in the front row hitched. Cassandra's expression became incredibly complex, as if the memory of being crudely filled just moments ago were haunting her body again. Isabella narrowed her eyes, her gaze lingering on the incredible silhouette for several seconds, her eyes reflecting a mix of evaluation and shamed fascination. Even the usually composed Fiona couldn't help but look away, a faint, unnatural flush creeping onto her cheeks. Do you see? Eleonora's voice was like a scalpel, dissecting the scene with precision. She showed no emotion at the exposure of the massive organ, speaking in the tone of a pure researcher. The marking light attaches preferentially to the body of the marked target. Just like this. 33, Chapter 33. Wait, things weren't supposed to go this way, Professor. 33, Chapter 33. Wait, things weren't supposed to go this way, Professor. For a wizard with natural talent, potions was a subject filled with the joy of exploration. Jerry was one such wizard. To him, the discipline was like precise chemical engineering, brimming with infinite possibilities. Every fusion of ingredients and every pulse of magic stirred a marvelous reaction in his heart. He could foresee the shifts in color, scent, and form within the cauldron. To him, they weren't cold recipes or formulas, but living entities. Jerry watched Eleonora Shaffick's demonstration with total concentration, absorbing every detail like a sponge. He frequently scribbled symbols and shorthand into his notebook notations that would baffle anyone else. Occasionally, a smile of epiphany or the excitement of a solved riddle would flicker across his lips. This wasn't just raw talent. His status panel now displayed a Potions Novice tag, which allowed him to keep pace with Eleonora's rapid-fire logic. However, for those with average talent or no passion for the craft, every second was agony. Eleonora Shaffick's teaching style was machine-like precise, efficient, and devoid of humor or fluff. She threw the students directly into a deep ocean of high-intensity, high-threshold curriculum. The obscure theories, complex magic infusion techniques, and the constant pressure of a potential explosion turned the class into a long, tedious torture. Before the halfway mark, the classroom was filled with the sound of rhythmic snoring. Most students stared blankly at their notes, their pupils out of focus. Necks remained stiff in the same position for so long that when sleep finally won, heads would snap down and crack against the desks with a dull thud, drawing brief snickers before the silence returned. Even the seventh years, who were supposed to be scholars of iron will, looked exhausted. Their quills slid aimlessly across parchment, leaving behind a legible chicken scratch. Several boys had given up entirely, face down on their desks. Even the perfectionist head girl, Isabella, rubbed her temples, forcing herself to refocus on the podium. Only Catherine and Fiona maintained a proper posture, though the flicker of fatigue in their eyes betrayed their inner struggle. Fiona forced herself to remain 100% focused, her back ramrod straight as she recorded every point. She did this purely because her mother was the one standing at the podium. Yet, her furrowed brow showed how much she struggled to keep up with Eleonora's pace. Catherine's situation was different. In terms of raw talent, she was the only one in the room who could truly rival Jerry's novice status. Her mastery of curses was legendary. She had soloed ancient curses in Gringotts' deepest vaults. In potions, she was a wild genius. Without a master, she had taught herself enough to brew poisons that made the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley tremble. But even she felt the strain. Catherine understood every point and the logic behind the mad recipes. The problem was that Eleonora was teaching a complete, harsh, and standardized war system. Every step was quantified to the extreme, emphasizing absolute efficiency and replicability. Catherine's alchemy was an art fluid, intuitive, and personal. She was used to adjusting recipes based on the subtle differences in ingredients or her own sudden inspirations. Now, Eleonora was forcing her to abandon her wild, effective folk methods for a rigid, standard operating procedure. She felt like a hunter used to fighting with a dagger in the jungle, now forced into a phalanx and told to thrust a spear at the exact same angle and power as everyone else. She understood the power of the system, but the shift felt like invisible shackles on her talent. Suddenly, a hand went up, interrupting Eleonora's march-like lecture. It was Jerry. He felt the same friction. Eleonora's system was powerful, but it stripped away personal spirit, turning potions into Cold War engineering. This path might be a shortcut for average wizards to gain combat power, but for people like him and Catherine, it was a beautiful set of handcuffs. This was the key Jerry needed and an opportunity to finish his daily mission. The mission only gave him 24 hours. He couldn't afford to waste time. He had to crack the shell of her pride using the very logic she valued most. Facing Eleonora's cold, questioning gaze, Jerry didn't flinch. To the other students, a first-year challenging this woman was a death wish. Professor. Jerry's voice was steady. You are showing us results. But potions are any true sciences about the process and the understanding. You ask us to mimic your movements like trained house elves, yet you refuse to explain the principles behind them or why the ingredients resonate this way. This produces products, but it will never produce a master. The room went deathly silent. Even Drake looked at Jerry as if he were insane. A first-year lecturing a world-renowned potions mistress on how to teach. Eleonora's eyes narrowed into the gaze of a predator locking onto its prey. Her voice dropped several degrees in temperature. Then, Mr. Rogier, what in your opinion constitutes true teaching? She emphasized his name as a reminder of the family legacy he carried. Practice, Jerry stated. He pointed to the remaining ingredients on her desk. Theory is nothing compared to a successful brew. Since you believe your system is the most efficient, and I believe spirit and understanding are the soul of alchemy, let us verify it. His voice was clear. The tracking potion you just demonstrated. You provide the materials, we start at the same time. You use your standardized process, I use my method. Let the quality of the final product speak for itself. The classroom was paralyzed. Every drowsy student was now wide awake. A first year had just challenged a terrifying new professor to a public, pride-stakes duel on day one. Eleonora didn't answer immediately. Under the frozen surface of her deep eyes, something was churning. After a few agonizing seconds, she smiled. It wasn't warm, it was the cold glint of a blade in moonlight. Bold, Mr. Rogier, she said, her voice heavy with pressure. Or perhaps, utterly stupid. She stepped from behind the podium. The click of her heels sounded like a countdown to execution. She walked to Jerry's desk and looked down at him. Since you are so confident that your wild spirit can challenge a system tested by countless wars, the challenge must have a price. She scanned the room. If you lose, Slytherin loses 50 points for your arrogance. And you? Her eyes locked onto Jerry, a hint of cruel playfulness in her voice. To help you truly experience the power of standardization, you will drink a transfiguration potion I brewed myself and turn into a rat in front of the whole class. Duration, 24 hours. A rat for 24 hours. It was a punishment designed to strip away a wizard's dignity, turning him into the lowest, most helpless creature. Everyone gasped. Eleonora waited for him to back down. I agree, Jerry said without hesitation. Very well. Eleonora nodded. With a flick of her wand, a new cauldron and set of ingredients flew onto Jerry's desk. Then begin. The tracking and marking potion. Let's see what your soul is worth. As she reached for her silver knife, Jerry interrupted again. Wait, Professor. The temperature in the room dropped. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Eleonora's eyes. What now, Mr. Rogier? Are you backing out and preparing to become a rodent? No. Jerry shook his head, his face calm beyond his years. I simply believe a fair duel should have reciprocal stakes. You named my punishment, but you haven't said what happens if I win. The students were stunned. To them, Jerry couldn't win. It was a joke. But he was actually discussing the prize. Eleonora was about to crush him with a sharp retort, but Jerry spoke first. I don't want money or points. If I happen to win, Professor, I only want you to agree to one condition. Eleonora laughed. It was the funniest thing she had heard all century, a certain loser negotiating for a prize. She didn't even care to hear what the condition was. To her, it was a pathetic straw clutched by a drowning boy. Fine, she sneered with absolute arrogance. Whatever the condition, I agree. Provided, she drawled, you actually win. She turned her back on him and began. Her silver knife blurred as she processed the moongrass, each leaf cut to the exact same micrometer. Anything else, Mr. Rogier? My patience is finite. What is the criteria for victory? Jerry asked, unswayed. Speed and quality, she answered coldly, her back still turned. Whoever finishes first with the higher quality wins. Even a troll could understand that. The duel began. Eleonora was the perfect embodiment of her system. She was like an alchemy machine. She didn't use scales, her hand knew exactly how many ounces of dragon liver powder to grab. She didn't use a timer, the moongrass soaked for exactly 7 seconds. Her wand emitted a near-invisible flow of magic at a constant frequency. The potion shifted from pale purple to deep blue to clear silver, exactly as the textbook described. On the other side, Jerry was the polar opposite. He didn't start immediately. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if communicating with the ingredients. When he opened them, he was possessed by a strange, quiet focus. His handling of the materials was chaotic. He didn't use a knife, he tore the moongrass by hand into irregular pieces. He tossed in the dragon liver powder with a casual pinch. His fire flickered wildly, sometimes roaring, sometimes dimming. To a casual observer, he was a mess. But Catherine and Fiona saw something else. Every random move had a rhythm. When he tore the grass, his grip broke the fibers in a way that let the juices seep out faster. His wand didn't stir in mechanical circles, it danced and adjusted based on the shifts in scent and color. He wasn't brewing a potion, he was taming a wild beast. He was slower than Eleonora, but his potion seemed to have a life that her perfect brew lacked. Is he crazy? A Slytherin whispered. Double ingredients? He's going to blow the cauldron to the moon. Everyone knew recipes were balanced. Doubling a core ingredient usually meant failure or a catastrophic explosion. Eleonora paused for a microsecond, a contemptuous smirk on her face. She didn't stop him. In her eyes, the boy had already defeated himself. But Jerry wanted that double dose. He wasn't competing for speed or precision, he knew he couldn't beat her there. He was competing for effect. A standard potion lasted an hour. If he could fuse the double dose, it could last an entire day. To force these stubborn, doubled ingredients to fuse, he had to be aggressive. Jerry pointed his wand, and the fire roared into a bright orange heat. The black cauldron began to glow a dull red. The potion boiled violently, sending up large bubbles and a pungent, burnt smell. It's over. He failed, the class thought. But Jerry's focus was absolute. His wand hovered over the cauldron, his magic forming an invisible net to catch the chaotic liquid. His wrist vibrated at a minute, irregular frequency, soothing the warring elements and finding a new equilibrium within the roar of the flames. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He was like an old sailor steering a ship through a hurricane, catching every wave and using its power to keep the vessel upright. As expected, Eleonora finished first. She lifted her wand, and her potion turned into a perfect, impurity-free moon silver. She bottled it elegantly. Time, she announced. Everyone turned to Jerry. By all accounts, he had lost. But Jerry didn't look up. He watched his cauldron as the chaotic liquid finally began to settle and transform. 1 minute passed, a minute and a half. Suddenly, Jerry's potion underwent a metamorphosis. All impurities were wiped away by an invisible hand. The liquid turned into a deep, textured dark silver far richer than Eleonora's. It looked like molten starlight, pulsing with a vibrant magical aura. Jerry let out a breath and bottled it. He was exactly 2 minutes slower than Eleonora. In terms of time, he had lost. But as he placed his bottle on the dais, Eleonora's face changed. Her contempt vanished. She stared at Jerry's potion, her eyes wide with genuine, stunned disbelief. The magical concentration in that bottle exceeded the theoretical limit of the recipe. You were gambling, she whispered. She realized it now. The double dose, the high heat was a high-stakes bet. If a single variable had slipped by a fraction of a percent, half the classroom would have been leveled. Yes, Professor. Jerry offered a relaxed smile. Luckily, I won. He pointed to her perfect potion, then his own. I lost the race against the clock. But double ingredients mean this potion is far more powerful. Yours will last 3 or 4 hours. Mine, he held up the shimmering dark silver bottle, will last over 8. In a real tracking mission, those extra hours are worth far more than the 2 minutes saved in brewing. Eleonora was silent, her eyes darting between the two bottles. The classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Professor, Jerry said, dropping his smile for a humble tone. You are the undisputed victor in speed and precision. I merely cheated with the effect. Shall we call it a draw? He was giving her a way out. Losing to a first year in front of the class was a massive humiliation for a master. But Eleonora shot him a look that said, do I look like I need your pity? A loss is a loss, she said, her voice cold and decisive. She admitted defeat with a bluntness that shocked everyone. The bell rang. Eleonora ignored it, her eyes locked on Jerry. To my office. Now. She grabbed her potion and disappeared into her inner office, leaving the stunned students behind. As the tension broke, the Slytherins swarmed Jerry. Rogier, you're insane. How did you do it? I've never seen anything like that. For a moment, they forgot his terrifying family name. Just as Jerry was wondering how to escape, Catherine's voice cut through the noise. What are you all staring at? Do you want the professor to dock 50 points from each of you? The students scattered like leaves. As the crowd thinned, Fiona Shafik blocked his path. This girl, usually as rigid as her mother, was smiling warmly. She looked lighter, as if a heavy chain had been removed. Seeing her mother, the immovable mountain of her life, lose to a first year filled her with a secret, joyous thrill. Can I treat you to dinner tonight, Junior? Fiona asked softly, her tone friendly and devoid of her usual prefect authority. "It would be my pleasure, Fiona," Jerry replied. It was a good opening for his mission, but I must see Professor Eleonora first. I think she's waiting. "I'll wait for you," Fiona said. "Tonight, at the great hall doors." Jerry reached the office door, and before he could knock, the heavy oak door clicked open. Behind it was a ghostly green glow. He stepped inside. The lights were off, all the illumination came from Eleonora Shafik herself. She had removed her dragonhide duster and wore only her dark professor's robes. But now, the clothes failed to hide anything. A powerful, vibrant green radiance was seeping through every inch of her skin, turning her into a breathing, glowing emerald statue. Jerry realized instantly she had used the double-dose tracking and marking potion he had just brewed on herself. Under the intense light from within, her dark robes had become a near-transparent veil. The fabric could no longer block the light, it clung symbolically to the curves of her athletic body. Her silhouette was perfectly outlined, the rise and fall of her full breasts, the tight tuck of her waist, and the flare of her rounded hips and long, straight legs were all visible through the light shroud. The light moved over her body, showcasing every detail of her mature, powerful form to Jerry. Eleonora herself stood motionless, arms crossed, watching him with the analytical gaze of a scientist examining an interesting experiment. Jerry's throat went dry. The air in the office felt thick. "Professor, perhaps I should come back." Slam. Eleonora moved. She stepped forward and slammed the heavy door shut, the bolt sliding home automatically. "That wasn't gambling," she said, approaching him. With every step, her glowing silhouette became clearer. She stopped inches away, her scent of herbs and cold perfume filling his lungs. "You used magic control and mental strength to stabilize the volatile liquid layers and force a high-intensity fusion. It looked like it would explode, but you were in control every second. Like filling a bowl right to the brim without spilling a drop. Am I right, Mr. Rogier?" She leaned down, her sharp eyes searching for a crack in his composure. As she leaned, the neckline of her robe slipped. Beneath the semi-transparent cloth, her full, soft breasts were exposed by the light within. The rounded curves, the firm peaks, and the subtle movement of her breathing were rendered clearly in ghostly emerald. Jerry nodded calmly. Eleonora's eyes grew complex. She stared at the boy with such terrifying control. "I need your help," she said, her voice regaining its flat tone. "Help me brew a more complex potion." "My pleasure," Jerry began. "And I haven't forgotten," she interrupted. "I owe you a condition. Speak. What do you want?" She seemed ready for anything: greed, power, or madness. "Professor, I want to discuss the debt you owe the Rogier family. 30,000 galleons. Eleonora froze, then burst into laughter. It wasn't a sneer, it was a genuine, hearty laugh of relief. It melted the frost in the office. It was the first time Jerry had seen her look happy. Her body shook with laughter, her glowing breasts bouncing under the translucent fabric. "That's it?" she asked. She walked to her desk, pulled open a drawer, and took out a stack of Gringott's bank drafts. She flicked through them and slapped several on the desk. Each one read 10,000 galleons. Jerry realized he had overthought it. For a master of potions, how could she ever be short on money? "If you want them, come and get them." She stood right beside the drafts, arms crossed, watching him with amused eyes. Her glowing body remained a vivid, seductive barrier. Jerry looked at the drafts, then at the glowing, exposed woman. He didn't move forward. "Professor, we can discuss the debt later. You said you needed help with a potion." A flash of approval crossed her eyes. This boy had a clear sense of priority. She nodded and walked to her lab table, her glowing body moving through the shadows like a humanoid will-o'-the-wisp. She handed him a clean, magically sterilized beaker. "This potion is unique," she said, her voice returning to academic seriousness. "Its base requires an alchemical substance that is highly active and contains a unique individual magical signature." Jerry took the warm beaker, confused. "I need your urine," Eleonora stated as a matter of fact, as one of the base ingredients. Jerry's hand froze in midair. He ran through every potion book he had ever read. None mentioned this material. Was this another test, or some bizarre alchemy? But given the system mission and this woman's inscrutable nature, he complied. "Very well, Professor." He turned toward the attached lavatory. "Stay." Her voice was absolute. She pointed to a stone basin in a corner used for waste ingredients. "Right there." Jerry showed no shyness. He walked to the basin, turned his back to her, and unbuttoned his trousers. Soon, the sound of a steady stream hit the stone. As he was finishing and the flow slowed, a powerful force came from behind. Eleonora had moved silently. She reached out, one hand grabbing his butt, the other around his back, and effortlessly lifted him off the ground, spinning him 180 degrees in the air. The sudden move caused Jerry's aim to fail. The warm liquid splashed directly onto Eleonora's chest and stomach, soaking the already semi-transparent robes. The height difference was stark. Jerry's head only reached her chest. He instinctively wrapped his legs around her waist, hanging from her body like an accessory. Eleonora ignored the urine on her clothes. Her gaze was locked onto something else. Jerry's cock, half erect from the physiological reaction, was exposed. Its size was staggering, far beyond common logic for a boy. A look of pure, scientific wonder flashed in Eleonora's eyes. She leaned her glowing face in, her nose sniffing the tip of the head, identifying the unique scent. Then, before Jerry could react, she darted her warm, soft tongue out and took a tentative lick of the wet tip. Fascinating magical structure. She murmured, her voice low, as if recording data. Extremely high activity. No impurities. This purity is like the legendary unpolluted primal magic source. Her hand wasn't idle. The hand that had held his but now gripped the base of his shaft. Her thumb and forefinger slid from base to tip with the precision of someone measuring a tool, feeling the texture, the tension, and the energy within. And it isn't just a matter of size. She looked up, her eyes meeting Jerry's with deep confusion and a near-feverish thirst for knowledge. She stared directly at him. Why is it so big? 34, Chapter 34, Negotiation with Jade Feet under the table. Jerry practically fled from Eleonora's office. When he was finally released and scrambled to tidy his trousers, Eleonora merely stood aside. She scrutinized him with the gaze one might reserve for a rare potion ingredient, mumbling notes to herself. To her, the look in her eyes was no different from observing a cauldron of nearly finished brew. That pure, research-driven obsession, which completely objectified Jerry, made him feel like a frog pinned to a lab table. He felt as though he could be dissected at any moment. What made his skin crawl even more were the anomalies he noticed during that near-zero distance contact. When Eleonora held him, the sensation of her arms around his back wasn't the softness a normal woman should have. Instead, it possessed a metallic, resilient quality. Through her thin robes, he could feel a rhythmic, unnatural texture beneath her skin. It felt as though she had been inscribed with permanent reinforcement runes. It was common for wizards to undergo sorcerous modifications in pursuit of greater power or longevity. Some reinforced their bones with magic, some replaced failing organs. Some even merged their flesh with the tissues of magical creatures. Clearly, Professor Eleonora, the potion's master, had performed some form of deep modification on herself. Her seemingly slender body likely harbored strength and endurance far beyond that of an ordinary person. Truly a terrifying witch, Jerry defined her in his mind. He fumbled to pull open the heavy oak door and practically scrambled out. He didn't want to stay for a single second more. Just as Jerry's figure was about to vanish through the doorway, Eleonora's flat, emotionless voice trailed after him like a shadow. Mr. Rosier. Jerry's footsteps paused instinctively. Once I have prepared the prerequisite materials for the potion, I will notify you. Stepping into the corridor, Jerry felt as though he had returned to the real world. He leaned against the cold wall, calming his somewhat erratic breathing. While he tried to purge that bizarre experience from his mind, a cold, emotionless voice rang in his ear. System notification, daily quest completed. Quest name, The War Witch's Old Debt. Quest settlement, you have successfully confirmed the debt with Eleonora Shafik and obtained a repayment commitment far exceeding the quest requirements. A draft worth 30,000 plus galleons has been verified as valid. Quest objective surpassed. Quest reward, passive skill, intermediate potion affinity, family prestige plus 50, issued. Failure penalty, averted. The next second, Jerry felt as if an entire library had been forcibly shoved into his head. A massive, unimaginable flood of information rushed in. It contained countless complex potion formulas, bizarre material processing techniques, and profound alchemical principles. Experimental experience that only a veteran potions master could possess poured into his brain like a bursting dam. Jerry seemed to see the magical aura of belladonna under specific moonlight. He smelled the unique fragrance of mermaid tears mixed with phoenix tail feathers. He felt the subtle differences in mana conduction of a cauldron quenched in dragon blood. Theories that were once obtuse and difficult in textbooks now became as natural as breathing. Within a few seconds, Jerry's understanding of potions had completed a savage, leapfrogging evolution. The impact of this forced infusion left him dizzy. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily before he could steady himself. As the headache faded, the look in Jerry's eyes had changed completely. So that's how it is. The massive amount of information in his mind reorganized and condensed into a clear answer. In that instant, all of Eleonora Shafik's eccentric behaviors finally had a rational explanation. Why did she need his urine? Because in many ancient and forbidden branches of alchemy, the vital fluids of a wizard are the indispensable core base for top-tier fertility potions. It wasn't just a biological catalyst, it was a carrier of magical bloodline and talent. Eleonora didn't want to make an ordinary potion at all. Eleonora wanted a child. A child who would inherit her own vast knowledge of potions, and simultaneously inherit Jerry's seemingly innate, monstrous talent for the craft. From the moment she subjected him to that extreme pressure test in class, she wasn't testing a student. Eleonora was screening and evaluating a rare material to optimize her offspring. She was targeting the potion-making talent potentially hidden in Jerry's bloodline. If you wanted a kid, why didn't you just say so? Jerry rolled his eyes with irritation after understanding the cause and effect. He fumbled with the draft in his pocket. He glanced at the old-fashioned pendulum clock on the wall. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. He hadn't expected that brief encounter to make him miss lunch entirely. Jerry had no classes this afternoon, and his dinner date with Fiona was still far off. Suddenly, he remembered the betting pool. Malfoy said, "Professor McGonagall is a top seed." He recalled Malfoy's excited chatter in the common room about the Wizard Chess Championship. According to Malfoy, Minerva McGonagall was not just an authority on transfiguration, but a perennial favorite to win in wizard chess. She was an excellent source of intelligence. Decision made, Jerry headed toward the main castle towers. Professor McGonagall's office was at the end of a bright corridor on the first floor. It was a world away from the potions dungeon he had just left. The area was bright and clean, sunlight spilling through high arched windows. The air carried the dry, pleasant scent of parchment and old books. The office door was closed, sporting a polished brass nameplate engraved in elegant script, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Professor of Transfiguration. Jerry tidied his robes and knocked thrice. "Come in," a crisp female voice answered. Jerry entered to see Professor McGonagall sitting behind her desk. Wearing her square spectacles, she was meticulously grading a stack of student essays. Her quill scratched across the parchment with a light, rhythmic sound. The office was exactly like her, orderly and precise. Books on the shelves were arranged alphabetically, and the inkwell and pen stand were placed with perfect accuracy. Today, McGonagall wasn't wearing her signature high-collared emerald green robes. Perhaps because she had no classes, her attire was more relaxed yet elegant. She wore a simple black wool dress, its tailored fit outlining her graceful figure maintained through years of proper posture. The neckline was just open enough to reveal a patch of fair skin, radiating a mature, intellectual charm. Her legs were crossed slightly beneath the desk. From under the dark hem of her skirt, a section of her calves was visible, wrapped in sheer black silk stockings. The thin fabric clung tightly to her shapely legs, extending down to her ankles and into a pair of classic black stiletto heels. Even while seated, the design of those heels added a sense of authority and feminine allure to her tall frame. The quill traced a final, elegant period on the parchment before McGonagall looked up. Her gaze projected from behind the square lenses, locking precisely onto the Slytherin first year at the door. A flash of surprise crossed her usually stern face for a fleeting moment. Placing her quill on the stand, she leaned back slightly, letting the chair take her weight. This movement made the posture of her crossed legs more prominent. The light caught the smooth, nylon-wrapped lines of her calves perfectly. "Mr. Rosier." Her voice was clear and steady, but her tone held a subtle note of inquiry. "If I recall correctly, you have no transfiguration lessons this afternoon. Have you run into some trouble?" A polite smile appeared on Jerry's face. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall." He bowed slightly before looking up with the unshielded admiration of a youth. "You look beautiful today, Professor. Even more charming than you are in the classroom." This frank, somewhat innocent compliment caused McGonagall's stern expression to soften slightly. She gave a noncommittal hum, which acted as an acknowledgement of the praise. Granted silent permission, Jerry walked across the sunlit space to the front of the desk. He faced McGonagall across the wide mahogany surface. The massive height difference between them was now fully apparent. Jerry's body had not yet begun its growth spurt. Even with McGonagall seated, her upright torso was still significantly taller than the standing Jerry. Jerry had to tilt his head back to see her face fully. His line of sight was almost level with the desk at her chest. Even seated, she was nearly 2 or 3 heads taller than him. It made him look like a little dwarf who had wandered into an adult's world. However, as McGonagall looked at the boy who had to look up at her, an involuntary image flashed through her mind. The scene she had witnessed earlier that morning in the girls' washroom. This seemingly harmless dwarf had been hidden in the shadows of the wall. He had displayed a massive cock, of a size entirely inconsistent with his age. Then, with an irresistible force, he had shoved it into the mouth of another student, Cassandra. The impact of that memory formed a jarring contrast with the respectful, innocent face before her now. McGonagall silently cursed in her heart. Truly a little rosier bastard. Despite her shock and irritation at his precocious behavior, she maintained her professional composure. Her expression betrayed none of her thoughts. She simply raised her hand, her wand sliding into her palm, and tapped an empty cup nearby. "Ingorgo." The cup expanded before Jerry's eyes to a size suitable for a child of his age. Immediately, fragrant coffee poured itself from the pot, landing steadily on the desk edge before Jerry. "Thank you, Professor." Jerry thanked her with familiarity, but he didn't touch the coffee. His goal was clear. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 items, arranging them neatly on the smooth mahogany. The first was Jerry's own Gringotts cashier's check. The second was the stack of new, ink-scented drafts he had just received from Eleonora. A thick pile, representing 36,000 gold galleons. "Professor." Jerry looked up at her with clear eyes, but his tone was like that of a negotiating merchant rather than a child. "I hear you are a master of wizard chess. I'm sure you have your own unique insights into this tournament." He paused, his small hand patting the drafts on the table. "Therefore, I plan to organize a betting pool among the students. And this." He pointed to the 2 sums which, combined, could buy several shops in Diagon Alley. "This is my capital." McGonagall's gaze moved from Jerry's overly serious face to the 2 stacks of paper representing staggering wealth. She didn't speak immediately, only letting out a few light tisk sounds, part wonder and part disapproval. Her sharp eyes narrowed behind her glasses, scrutinizing the complex anti-counterfeiting patterns on the checks and the ministry seal on the drafts. Jerry saw her expression and assumed she was questioning the source of the funds. He prepared to explain his family estates. However, before he could speak, a sudden, precise, and intense pressure came from his crotch. It happened without warning. Jerry subconsciously looked down, but the thickness of the desk blocked his view completely. Yet the sensation was undeniably real. Something soft yet firm was treading on him. Through the fabric of his trousers, the object stepped unquestioningly onto the massive cock hidden beneath. It was Professor McGonagall's foot. She had silently slipped off one of her high heels. Her foot, wrapped in sheer black silk, was now pressing his vitals down with a force entirely disproportionate to the amount of money they were discussing. The smooth texture of the stocking transmitted the contour of her soul and the applied pressure clearly to him. McGonagall picked up the stack of new drafts, her fingertips grazing the paper embossed with the Gringotts crest. The paper made a faint rustling sound. Her face remained locked in a professional, stern expression, as if nothing were happening under the table. She looked up from the drafts and stared directly at Jerry, her voice steady and authoritative, like a lecture. "Mr. Rosier, I must warn you." McGonagall's voice echoed in the quiet office. "At Hogwarts, any form of gambling is strictly prohibited. Your proposal is a serious violation of school rules." However, while she spoke these righteous words, the silk-clad foot under the table began a completely opposite, bolder movement. The firm, elastic arch of her foot ground repeatedly over Jerry's cock, which had snapped into a hard erection from the sudden stimulation. The delicate, smooth sensation of the silk transmitted through the trousers, bringing an indescribable, agonizingly clear numbness. Jerry's breathing stopped instantly. McGonagall continued her lecture, but her foot became even more agile. Her ankle performed a clever downward twist. Using her slender toes, she began to play with the giant member bound in his pants more delicately. Her toes, especially the flexible big toe and second toe, acted like nimble fingers. They accurately pinched the midsection of Jerry's shaft. The pinching through the fabric was perfectly measured in strength. It was tight enough for Jerry to feel the constriction, yet not so hard as to cause pain. Then, those toes began to slide slowly and powerfully along the contour of his member, from the base to the tip. Every upward slide deliberately circled the full head, using the knuckle of the toe to press into the sensitive tip. Every downward slide used the sole of her foot to flatten the entire shaft against his body, crushing it. It was an unprecedented, utterly absurd experience. This lustful professor was lecturing Jerry on school rules while giving him a depraved foot job under the table through his pants. The intense contrast caused Jerry's body to react more violently than if he were being touched directly. Jerry felt a heat wave racing through his lower abdomen. His member, under the repeated kneading, throbbed with a dull ache. Pre-cum began to leak uncontrollably from the tip. That foot seemed to know his body inside out. Every slide and every pinch landed precisely on his most sensitive spots. McGonagall's movements grew bolder, her sliding speed increasing. The faint sound of silk rubbing against trouser fabric sounded more erotic to Jerry than any words. Soon, the small patch of fabric she was playing with was thoroughly soaked by his continuous secretion. The cloth became wet and warm, clinging tightly to Jerry's cock and outlining its shocking shape even more clearly. Upon feeling the dampness, McGonagall's foot didn't stop, it grew even more aggressive. Her toes swirled over the soaked fabric. As if satisfied with her masterpiece, she gave the hyprop tip a provocative poke with her big toe. The silk-clad foot paused for a moment after sensing the increasingly obvious wetness. McGonagall's gaze remained locked on Jerry's face, her stern features showed no flaw, but the corner of her mouth hooked into a nearly imperceptible arc of mockery and dominance. She pushed the drafts back toward Jerry and spoke. "Mr. Rosier, regarding your attempt to openly flout school rules, do you have any explanation?" The moment she finished speaking, Jerry's long-suppressed, massive cock seemed to understand the provocation. It gave a violent, powerful jerk. The full head scraped against the delicate skin of McGonagall's arch through the wet fabric. The unexpected, rough, and scalding friction caused Professor McGonagall's dignified upper body to stiffen for a split second. Jerry endured the waves of pleasure surging from his lower body, yet he forced a look of utter sincerity onto his face, looking up with a tone bordering on adoration. "Professor McGonagall, you are the professor I respect most in this world." Before Jerry could even finish his compliment, the counterattack beneath the table began. Jerry actively thrust his hips, driving his rigid meat root to tirelessly shove against the sole of the foot treading on him. Every thrust caused his massive member to rub against her silk stockings, attempting to brand his own heat onto her arch. "How can my little venture be considered gambling? It's merely a financial game that allows everyone to participate." As Jerry spoke, feeling the shifting movements below, he lowered his voice as if sharing a monumental secret. "Besides, for all the profits earned, we split them 60-40. You take 60, I take 40. I'm just earning a bit of pocket money. The lion's share, of course, must be held by a visionary and capable leader like yourself." These words seemed to provoke Professor McGonagall. Beneath the table, she didn't withdraw her foot. Instead, she slipped her other foot out of its matching black silk high heel. The second foot joined the fray. Now, two elegant and powerful feet, wrapped in sheer black silk, launched a pincer attack on Jerry from all sides. One sole pressed against the base of his meat root, using toes to knead it meticulously, while the other foot pressed tightly against the side, wrapping its slender arch around the midsection of the shaft. The 2 feet worked together like a pair of nimble hands. They slid up and down in alternating motions, one sliding up while the other slid down. The incredibly smooth material of the silk glided over his trousers, which were already damp with his pre-cum, almost without resistance. Every interlace brought a wave of scalp-numbing pleasure. Under the joint assault of these feet, Jerry's meat root was rubbed, stretched, and squeezed, every movement precisely stimulating his most sensitive nerves. Jerry's counterattack also grew increasingly intense. He stopped passively enduring and began to twist his hips in a rhythmic, active motion. His meat root acted like an enraged giant python, lunging left and right in the gap between her 2 soles, using its hard head to repeatedly ram into her soft arches, the delicate gaps between her toes, and even forcefully squeezing into her sensitive foot crevices. Zzzt. A faint sound of a metal zipper being undone rang out beneath the table. Professor McGonagall had leaned her body forward slightly, allowing one hand to drop naturally. Under the cover of the tablecloth, she accurately found the button and zipper of Jerry's trousers. Her fingers nimbly undid the restraints and pulled down the zipper. In an instant, the massive object, long suppressed by the fabric and soaked in slime, sprang out with a thwack, hitting the back of her lowered hand with a heavy, scalding, and slippery impact. Immediately following, those 2 silk-clad feet wrapped directly around him without any barrier. The sensation of skin-on-skin contact was 1,000 times more intense than the friction through fabric. The cool, slick texture of the silk meeting the burning skin of Jerry's meat root caused both of them to let out an almost inaudible gasp simultaneously. The 2 soles acted like a pair of sentient water snakes. One was responsible for slowly sliding up from the base like a licking tongue, while the other used its toes to clamp the swollen, purple head, circling it delicately to coat the entire tip in Jerry's constantly leaking fluids. The moment those black silk-wrapped feet entwined with the scorching giant, a short rebuttal escaped Professor McGonagall's lips. "Your proposal is quite tempting, Mr. Rosier." Her voice remained as steady as a lecture, but a faint raspiness betrayed that she was not as calm as she appeared. "But I must reiterate, this violates the very foundations of Hogwarts. As deputy headmistress, it is impossible for me to—" Her words were cut off by Jerry. "Professor, it isn't gambling, it's an investment." Jerry looked up, working hard to make his voice sound sincere and credible, "an investment in the recreational life of Hogwarts. You see, instead of letting this money rot in Gringotts, it's better to let it flow among the students, creating joy, and creating profit." Jerry's persuasion was logical and grounded, but the battle under the table was the true language of negotiation. Professor McGonagall's 2 feet cooperated perfectly. The right foot used its arch to press the base of his meat root, the sole clinging tight to the shaft, while the toes acted like 5 flexible fingers, constantly scratching and teasing his 2 equally tensed balls. The left foot focused on the tip, using the arch to repeatedly grind the purple swollen head, now completely covered in slippery fluids. Occasionally, the pad of the big toe would accurately press into the tiny slit at the top, and every press caused Jerry's body to thrust uncontrollably. Jerry's meat root fought back fiercely under the strangulation of those silk feet. Every thrust of his hips was heavy and powerful, ramming the massive object deep into her soft arches, feeling the warm, elastic touch beneath the thin layer of silk. Jerry's tip rubbed back and forth over the tender flesh of her arch, attempting to vent his desire entirely. "You make it sound so easy." McGonagall let out a soft huff. Her left foot suddenly changed tactics. Instead of grinding, she used 2 toes to clamp the tip of his glands as if holding a quill and gave it a forceful twist. Ugh, ah. The intense stimulation nearly made Jerry cry out. A glob of thick fluid erupted from the tip, making her toes even more slippery. The battle under the table reached a fever pitch instantly. McGonagall's feet accelerated, like 2 black butterflies dancing over his massive member. Her soles alternated sliding from base to tip, each stroke bringing up a heart-pounding, wet sound of friction. Jerry was unwilling to be outdone, his hips thrusting manically, trying to wedge himself deeper into the gap between her beautiful feet. Finally, when Professor McGonagall used the heels of both feet to clamp his meat root's most sensitive base and head, one in front, one behind, and squeezed them together with force, Jerry could take no more. Jerry felt an irresistible torrent shoot straight out from his lower abdomen. His mouth fell open, yet he could produce no sound as his body arched violently forward. Streams of thick, scalding body fluid shot out unreservedly beneath the office desk, spraying entirely over her interlaced calves and thighs wrapped in black silk. The white fluid formed a jarring contrast with the black stockings, sliding slowly down the smooth fabric and leaving the area a muddy, chaotic mess. However, even after Jerry had released, McGonagall's feet showed no intention of letting go. Her toes continued to clamp his still twitching, slightly softening meat root, kneading it neither lightly nor heavily as if inspecting the quality of a trophy. That continuous teasing was accompanied by a series of blush-inducing, subtle, and sticky sounds. Squelch, squelch. Every time her silk-wrapped toes tightened and relaxed, they would squeeze the fluids out, producing those suction-like water sounds. Then, there was the clearer sound of rubbing. Slick, slip, slick. It was as if she were playing a musical instrument. The silk arch pressed against the base and pushed slowly upward, the sound was a low schluck, as if wading through mud. When her toes glided over the sensitive head, the sound became sharp pop like the sound of wet lips leaving skin after a kiss. Professor. Jerry's voice carried a hint of a plea. Under the stimulation of the relentless, wet rubbing sounds, the thing between his legs actually snapped into a full, hard erection once more, its size even larger than before, blue veins bulging and throbbing on the surface. McGonagall looked down beneath the table, then lifted her head, her gaze landing on his flushed face. A satisfied smile curled her lips. The feet under the table finally ceased their movement, slowly withdrawing from his once again proud member. The moment they pulled away, it even made a clear pop, like a tight cork being pulled from a bottle. Professor. I lose. Jerry panted heavily, his body devoid of strength. He reached out, wanting to take back the drafts on the table to end this absurd negotiation. Slap. A well-maintained, fair hand slammed down heavily on the 2 stacks of drafts, blocking his move. Professor McGonagall lifted her eyes, her gaze holding the composure of a victor and a trace of playfulness. She looked at Jerry and said word for word, "You take 4. I take 6. When Jerry emerged from Professor McGonagall's office, his legs were still a bit soft. He leaned against the cool stone wall outside the door, taking several deep breaths to let the dizziness from the intense pleasure subside. "Jerry, what are you doing hiding here? We've been looking for you for ages." It was Draco Malfoy. He was walking over, looking high-spirited. "I thought you'd been caught by some professor for detention." Malfoy sized him up, his gaze holding a scrutinizing look. "Hurry up. If you don't come now, you'll miss the show. Orion Black is absolutely demolishing that old hag babbling." Jerry steadied himself, his face returning to its usual calm. He certainly didn't want Malfoy to notice anything was amiss. "Just handling a bit of business," he said dismissively. "Let's go. I was just thinking of seeing how our top seed is performing." Urged by Malfoy, the 3 followed the crowd to a large assembly hall on the east side of the castle. The annual Hogwarts Wizard Chess Championship was being held here, and today featured the most anticipated match. The hall was bustling with people, almost every seat filled. In the central clearing, a massive chessboard paved with black and white marble dominated everyone's sight. The pieces on the board were each half the height of a person, carved from obsidian and ivory. They stood silently on their respective squares, yet radiated a murderous aura as if ready for a bloody battle. At either end of the board was a stone platform hovering in mid-air via levitation charms. The 2 players sat upon them like generals commanding 10,000 troops. The 3 of them soon found some seats in the Slytherin spectator section. Jerry's gaze moved toward one of the platforms. Sure enough, sitting there was Cassandra's boyfriend. His opponent was a white-haired elder Hogwarts professor of ancient runes, Bathsheba Babbling. Currently, the match had reached a fever pitch. Orion Black commanded his Black Knight to perform a vicious charge, smashing one of the professor's white rooks to pieces, stone splinters flying everywhere. A chorus of suppressed gasps and cheers immediately erupted from the stands. Malfoy nudged Jerry with his elbow, saying smugly, "See that? I told you he'd win. Orion was our house prefect before he graduated. He plays chess just like he lives never leaves his opponent an ounce of face." Jerry said nothing, just quietly watched the game. On the board, facing Black's ferocious offensive, Professor Babbling appeared to be struggling. The professor pondered for a long time before finally commanding her only remaining white bishop to slide diagonally, shielding her white king and forming a fragile barrier. It was a solid defense, but it also meant losing the chance for a counterattack. The Ravenclaws in the stands breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the professor had stabilized her position. However, Orion, hovering in midair, allowed a contemptuous smile to appear on his face. Orion didn't even spare it a second glance as he pointed a finger toward the most noble piece in his camp, the Black Queen. "Queen to d5, Orion commanded." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable arrogance. The hall went into an uproar. The Black Queen, carved from obsidian with a seductive posture, acted like a dancer receiving an order. She glided with elegant yet lethal steps to an unprotected square in the center of the board. She stood there provocatively, completely exposed to the attack range of Professor Babbling's white rook. It was an incomprehensible, near-suicidal move. "Is he mad?" Malfoy couldn't help shouting. "He's going to throw away his queen for nothing." Malfoy also frowned, clearly failing to see the depth of the move. Professor Babbling was also clearly confused by the move, her aged face ridden with solemnity. She adjusted her glasses and, after repeated confirmation, finally issued the attack order. "Rook, take the queen at d5. The white rook piece gave a roar and charged forward, its heavy stone fist smashing down with force. A split second before being hit, the Black Queen actually gave a mocking smile toward the White King, and then, with a loud crash, she was smashed into a pile of shattered obsidian. A chorus of disappointed sighs rose from the stands. However, the smile on Orion Black's face grew even wider. As if admiring a perfect play, he snapped his fingers. Bishop to h5. With the sacrifice of the queen, the previously blocked attack line was now wide open. His black bishop, which had been lurking in the corner, glided like a poison arrow shot from the shadows to a fatal position. Only then did everyone gasp. Professor Babbling's face went deathly pale. She suddenly realized that with the sacrifice of the Black Queen, her White King was now locked in. The Black Bishop and the Black Rook lurking on the other side formed an unbreakable crossfire network. Checkmate. Orion Black lazily announced the final result. The White King piece let out a wail, its scepter falling to the floor with a clank. It then dejectedly removed its crown and knelt on the board, signaling surrender. After a few seconds of silence, the entire assembly hall erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Orion Black stood up, looking down as he enjoyed the worship of everyone, his face wearing that victory-exclusive, casual arrogance. Amidst the cheers and applause, Malfoy was flushed with excitement, grabbing Jerry's arm. "See that? Absolutely beautiful. For victory, even the Queen can be sacrificed. That's a true Slytherin. I told you that old hag babbling couldn't do it." The surrounding students were also discussing the shocking Queen sacrifice move. The entire hall was immersed in a feverish excitement. Jerry didn't join their discussion, he merely watched the boiling scene, looking at the students whose emotions were high because of a chess match, his eyes flashing with a unique light. Jerry waited until Malfoy's excitement had slightly passed before leaning in unhurriedly. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he whispered, "Draco, want to make this match a bit more interesting?" Malfoy froze for a second, turning to look at him. "What do you mean?" "Look." Jerry's chin pointed toward the crowd. "Everyone is so excited, and everyone has a player they support. Don't you think this is a business opportunity in itself?" Jerry looked at those light gray eyes which were starting to gleam, and tossed out his bait. "How about opening a betting pool?" "A betting pool?" The current Malfoy was clearly a bit unfamiliar with the term, but he heard the word business loud and clear. "Correct." Jerry explained patiently, his voice carrying a seductive magic. "We set odds for the upcoming matches and let students place bets. They can bet on who wins, the duration of the match, who takes the opponent's queen first, anything can be bet on." Jerry paused, watching Malfoy's now fully captured attention, and upped the stakes. "And you, Draco Malfoy, the central figure of Slytherin. If you promote this among the students, no one will disbelieve you. You just need to let everyone know there's such a place where their supported players can become even more valuable. As for the benefit." Jerry smiled, a smile that made Malfoy feel he was incredibly reliable. "We split all the money we make. I'll be responsible for the bookkeeping and calculating the odds, and I'll provide the capital. You just need to use that tongue of yours. What do you say?" To dispel Malfoy's final doubt, he added, "The threshold is low, a single silver sickle to start. To everyone else, it's just a fun little game, but to us, it's a big business." Malfoy's breathing grew a bit rapid. No need to provide capital, just use his reputation in the house to easily get a large sum of money. Was there anything better in the world? With almost no hesitation, Malfoy grabbed Jerry's shoulder and whispered excitedly, "Deal. Tell me what to do." 35, Chapter 35, Mama's Girl and the Simp Catherine, are any of your roommates sane? 35, Chapter 35, Mama's Girl and the Simp Catherine, are any of your roommates sane? Normal. When Jerry parted ways with Malfoy and arrived at the castle entrance as agreed, he spotted Fiona standing in the shadows of the Great Hall's entrance at first glance. Fiona was distinctly different from most students at Hogwarts who wore loose wizard robes. She had a sharp, short haircut, meticulously trimmed to end just above her jawline, revealing her slender, fair neck. Every strand of hair hung obediently, reflecting a healthy sheen with her slight head movements. This hairstyle made her look both capable and somewhat coldly unapproachable. She wore a simple white dress. The dress had no superfluous lace or frills, only a few lines of fine, dark embroidery at the collar and cuffs. The fabric wasn't ordinary cotton but a material that draped well and reflected light slightly under the setting sun. As the evening breeze swayed it gently, the arc of the skirt appeared both natural and elegant. The cut of the dress fit perfectly, aptly outlining her slender waist and graceful curves, which had begun to take shape as a seventh-year witch. On her feet were a pair of spotless flat leather shoes. She held a small handbag of simple design but superior leather quality. Fiona wore no exaggerated jewelry, only a thin silver chain on her wrist that occasionally flashed in the twilight. She stood there quietly, her back straight and chin slightly raised. Even while waiting, her posture showed no sign of slackness. It was a demeanor formed by long-term strict upbringing, almost carved into her bones. Fiona didn't look around, she simply cast her gaze toward the distant forbidden forest, her eyes calm, as if the noisy crowd around her had nothing to do with her. This posture made her stand out exceptionally in the crowd. Not because of how stunning her appearance was, but because of an intangible, seemingly innate sense of distance. When Jerry approached, Fiona withdrew her gaze from the distance and rested it on him. Her height was quite remarkable for a seventh-year girl. Jerry stood before her, his head barely reaching her chest. Her shadow could almost completely engulf Jerry's small, boyish frame. "You finally came, Junior. I thought you were going to stand me up." Fiona spoke, her voice cool, but those eyes that usually carried a sense of alienation softened noticeably upon seeing him. Before Jerry could answer, Fiona made a move that would have shocked anyone familiar with her. She reached out naturally and, with that fair, slender hand, clasped Jerry's hand intimately and without hesitation. "Let's go, I've booked a table." Fiona didn't ask for Jerry's opinion, she simply led him by the hand, taking long strides toward the outside of Hogwarts Castle. However, Jerry's small body had to take quicker steps than usual to keep up with her pace. The huge contrast in height and body size, combined with Fiona's proactive and intimate attitude, formed a strange yet harmonious picture. Long legs are really nice. Jerry sighed inwardly but didn't resist, letting her lead him. Soon, they arrived at the castle gates, where a carriage transformed from a chubby orange pumpkin was waiting, pulled by a docile Thistral. Fiona helped Jerry into the carriage first, then lifted her skirt and sat in elegantly. The space inside the carriage wasn't large, sitting face to face, their knees almost touched. As the carriage began to roll smoothly, the scenery outside the window slowly receded. When they passed the giant decorative wizard chess statues in the courtyard, the corner of Fiona's mouth suddenly hooked into a shallow, almost imperceptible smile. "When I was little, my father taught me how to play wizard chess." Fiona looked at the giant knight statue outside the window, her voice carrying a faint nostalgia and an imperceptible sense of dependence. "He told me, if one day the king on the chessboard says, 'I love you,' to the queen, do you know how the queen would reply?" Jerry shook his head and looked at her quietly. "The queen would say," Fiona turned her head, her gaze focused on Jerry's eyes, her beautiful pupils reflecting only his figure at this moment, "Say that again, and I'll take your pawn." After telling this somewhat cold joke, she laughed first. It wasn't her usual polite and distant smile, but a light laugh from the heart, carrying a girlish cunning and joy. In this moment, the cold shell of the rich young lady seemed to melt, revealing a soft core. Jerry laughed along with her. "That's a good joke, senior." Jerry looked at her defenseless smile and felt a sense of ease in his heart. "But I have a story about wizard chess you might not have heard." A flash of curiosity appeared in Fiona's eyes. She leaned forward slightly, adopting a posture of listening intently. "A long time ago, there was a very stingy king whose favorite pastime was playing wizard chess." Jerry began to narrate, his voice not loud but carrying an engaging rhythm. "One day, his castle was besieged by an evil dragon, and the situation was critical. The ministers all urged him to flee quickly, but the king couldn't bear to leave his precious chess soldiers. He said to the ministers, 'No, every one of my soldier pieces is carved from precious ivory. What if they break?' The ministers were anxious and said, 'Your Majesty, if you don't run, the dragon will capture the queen.' Guess what the king said?" Jerry deliberately kept her in suspense. Fiona was drawn in by the absurd story and couldn't help asking, "What did he say?" The king thought for a moment and slapped his thigh. Jerry imitated the king's tone of sudden realization. "It doesn't matter, I have 2 other queens on the chessboard." This unexpected twist made Fiona pause for a moment before she understood the absurdity of it. Fiona could no longer maintain her reserved posture and burst out laughing with a pfft. Immediately after, the laughter was like a bursting dam, uncontrollable, her shoulders shook incessantly, and she laughed until tears almost came out. Time flew amidst chatting and laughter. The pumpkin carriage soon arrived at Hogsmeade Village. Fiona was clearly a regular here. She led Jerry with familiarity through the bustling main street, turning into a quiet alley. At the end of the alley was an unassuming tavern with a sign that read "The Three Broomsticks." Fiona had reserved a quiet booth by the window, where a candle was already lit on the table. Fiona ordered a glass of fire whiskey for herself but thoughtfully asked for a warm butterbeer for Jerry. The dishes were served quickly, all exquisite and tasty small plates, clearly carefully selected. Fiona moved elegantly, chewing slowly. She used her knife to carefully cut a small piece of venison on her plate, forked it, but didn't put it in her mouth immediately. Instead, she glanced at Jerry out of the corner of her eye. Seeing Jerry sipping his butterbeer with a ring of white foam on his lips, she couldn't help but smile again. She pulled out her napkin, leaned forward, and naturally wiped his mouth for him. "Drink slowly, no one is fighting you for it." Fiona's voice carried a gentleness she herself hadn't noticed. "The food here is good." Jerry licked his lips and said, "Senior, do you come here often?" Fiona nodded, withdrawing her hand and turning her gaze to the lively street outside the window. "Sometimes when I don't want to stay in the common room, I come here alone to sit for a while. It's quiet here." She seemed to think of something, and a trace of loneliness crept into her tone. "Alone." Jerry keenly caught the word. "Slytherin isn't always as united as it looks," Fiona said softly, absent-mindedly poking the food on her plate with her fork. "Everyone has their own circle, their own goals. My mother demanded that I become a prefect to maintain superficial glory, but I don't like that kind of socializing." Her words revealed a loneliness inconsistent with her status. A 7th-year prefect, a rich young lady from a prominent family, running alone to a tavern to kill time. "Then what do you like?" Jerry asked, as if he didn't care about her prefect status at all, just chatting with an ordinary girl. This question seemed to stun Fiona. She thought seriously for a moment before answering somewhat uncertainly, "I like reading books unrelated to potions, ancient runes, fantastic beasts. I also like Quidditch, but my mother won't let me join the team, she thinks it's too barbaric." Every time mother was mentioned, Fiona's expression would dim a little. The two ate in silence for a while, the atmosphere becoming somewhat quiet. The flickering candlelight cast soft shadows on Fiona's face, making her usually somewhat cold features appear exceptionally fragile. Quidditch is interesting. Jerry broke the silence. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, mimicking Fiona's movements quite well. Speed, passion, and teamwork. Which team do you like? At the mention of a favorite topic, Fiona's eyes lit up, temporarily dispelling the gloom. The Irish national team. She answered almost without hesitation. I went to see the World Cup live once. Their seeker, Lynch, is just too spectacular. Speaking of Quidditch, her face finally showed the girlish excitement befitting her age. Really? I think Crumb of the Bulgarian team is a bit better. Jerry deliberately offered a differing opinion. Sure enough, Fiona took the bait immediately. Crumb. He's not bad, but his tactics rely too much on the individual. That's not teamwork. She began to debate seriously with Jerry, from team tactical styles to individual player characteristics. Just like that, driven by the common topic of Quidditch, the atmosphere became warm again. They chatted and ate. Fiona drank her fire whiskey cup after cup, seemingly trying to use alcohol to dilute the boredom accumulated in her heart. Jerry stayed with her the whole time, sipping his butterbeer leisurely. As time passed, the kick of the fire whiskey began to show. Fiona's fair cheeks were dyed with a moving flush, and her eyes began to look a bit misty. She talked more, no longer in her restrained, stop-when-appropriate style. She began to ramble, complaining about the tedious work of a prefect, the hypocritical behavior of certain pure-blood families, and even her mother's near-harsh demands on her. Jerry remained a quiet listener. He didn't interrupt, only refilling her glass when it was empty. After Fiona drank who knows how many cups of whiskey, she lay on the table, supporting her chin with her hand, looking mistily at Jerry's small face, which appeared somewhat blurred in the candlelight. You know what, Jerry? Fiona burped, her voice muddled. You are the first person willing to listen to my nonsense. After speaking, her eyelids began to fight, as if she would fall asleep at any moment. But just as Jerry thought she had passed out completely, Fiona suddenly made a new move. She straightened up abruptly, because the movement was too fast. The chair beneath her made a harsh scraping sound. Fiona ignored it, stood up unsteadily, walked around the small table, and squeezed into the booth where Jerry was sitting. MMPH. Jerry was instantly hugged tightly by a warm body smelling of fiery whiskey spice and a girl's fragrance. Fiona held onto him like a lifeline, her arms wrapping tightly around Jerry's small frame, pressing him entirely into her soft and elastic embrace. Her cheek rubbed satisfyingly against the top of his head while she mumbled incoherently. Holding Jerry like this, her other hand didn't forget to pick up the glass on the table, throwing her head back to take another big gulp. Alcohol had completely washed away her usual disguises and composure. She seemed to find the sitting position uncomfortable, squirming in the seat to adjust her posture. In the process, one of her flat leather shoes slipped off her foot, falling onto the floor with a clack, revealing a dainty ankle wrapped in white silk stockings. Those slender legs in white thigh-highs were now pressed unreservedly and tightly against Jerry's body. Through 2 layers of fabric, Jerry could clearly feel the temperature and firm, smooth texture of her leg skin. My mother, do you know who my mother is? Fiona rested her chin on top of Jerry's head, her voice carrying a post-drunken rasp yet a strange excitement. She is the new potions professor, Eleonora. Everyone is afraid of her, everyone thinks she is the most powerful. Fiona's body began to rub unconsciously again, her soft chest, flat stomach, and those stocking-clad long legs were all squeezing and rubbing against Jerry's body intentionally or unintentionally, like a big cat seeking comfort from its owner. But you, in class, in front of everyone, you defeated her. Fiona's voice was filled with near-fanatical adoration. I saw her expression then, for the first time, she showed that kind of expression. That's why I invited you out for dinner. Fiona tightened her arms around him, hugging him closer, as if trying to merge him into her body. I wanted to see what the person who could make my arrogant mother suffer really looks like. I admire you so much, Jerry. Surging passion, like the kick of fire whiskey, burned away Fiona's reason completely. Being held so tightly by a girl much taller than him, radiating warmth and the smell of alcohol, feeling her body's softness and curves, Jerry rarely felt any erotic thoughts. All he could feel was the desperate, destructive adoration emanating from this girl, and a twisted emotion of longing to rebel against her mother but having no outlet. Senior, you've drunk too much. Jerry tried to struggle, pushing against her soft abdomen with his hand, wanting to break free from this suffocating embrace. But his resistance was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. Don't move. Fiona commanded in a muddled voice. She lowered her head, her eyes shimmering with drunkenness staring closely at Jerry. In the next second, Fiona leaned down without hesitation and used her lips to roughly block whatever Jerry wanted to say. MMPH. A strong breath, mixed with the spice of whiskey and the sweet scent of female saliva, invaded his mouth domineeringly. This could hardly be called a kiss, it was more like a clumsy and urgent biting and plundering. Fiona's lips were soft, but her movements lacked technique, relying on brute force to thrust her tongue into Jerry's mouth, stirring and sucking chaotically. Fiona's tongue was very hot, carrying the numbing sensation of alcohol, chasing, entangling, and licking frantically, venting all her accumulated adoration, excitement, and rebellion against her mother through this chaotic kiss. At the same time, Fiona's body holding him began to squirm restlessly. Fiona seemed to want to knead herself thoroughly into Jerry's body. Through that thin white dress and silk stockings, her perky buttocks and abdomen were rubbing against the root of Jerry's thighs, stroke by stroke, without any rhythm. The chaos of this kiss and the unruly grinding of her body. Jerry enjoyed it very much. But the commotion caused by the friction through several layers of fabric was less of a tease and more like an annoying noise. The faint laughter from surrounding booths reminded him that this was the Three Broomsticks, a tavern with people coming and going. Jerry couldn't let things get out of control. With a calmness unbefitting his age, Jerry used his free hand without even stopping his entanglement with Fiona's chaotic lips and tongue to give a slight flick of his wrist. A silent Muffieto charm was cast around their small booth. The outside noise blurred instantly, and no matter how much commotion they made here, it would only become an irrelevant buzz to others. Having done all this, Jerry finally decided to turn passive into active. Jerry suddenly deepened the kiss. One hand cupped the back of Fiona's head, fixing her face flushed with drunkenness and desire in place. His tongue aggressively took over, no longer dodging but thrusting directly into the depths of her mouth, hooking and sucking powerfully. This sudden invasion made Fiona shudder all over, whimpering sounds came from her mouth, and her body's squirming stopped. In the moment her attention was captured by this kiss, Jerry's other hand, with a precise and swift movement, shot like lightning under the hem of her white dress. His fingers first contacted the smooth, cool touch of silk stockings wrapping her thigh. Jerry's hand didn't stop, sliding all the way up along the edge of the stockings, easily bypassing the lace garter strap, and arriving directly at the warm, moist mysterious triangle wrapped in the double fabric of panties and stockings. Fiona's body froze. Jerry didn't stop. Through the two thin layers of fabric, his fingers accurately found the wet cleft. Jerry could clearly feel that the small piece of cotton panties had been dampened by the love juices she had secreted unconsciously. Using that wetness, his fingertips pressed and circled neither lightly nor heavily on the cleft. Then, two fingers exerted force, pushing the edge of the panties aside, directly touching the scorching, soft forbidden zone. MMH. Fiona let out a nasal sound suppressed to the extreme. Her legs instinctively wanted to clamp shut, but Jerry's arm was wedged between them, preventing her from closing them. Jerry's fingertip had already found the exceptionally sensitive little bud hidden in the soft folds. That place was indeed as sensitive as he expected. With just a light touch and press of his finger pad, Fiona's body reacted violently. As if struck by electricity, she trembled uncontrollably, her tongue losing its rhythm, only able to passively endure Jerry's sucking kiss, broken, tuneless moans coming from deep in her throat. Jerry gave her no chance to breathe. Jerry's middle finger drew circles quickly and rhythmically on that small fleshy grain, sometimes gentle, sometimes pressing harder. Jerry could feel the girl beneath him tense like a drawn bow, every scratch and pick caused her abdominal muscles to twitch uncontrollably. For Fiona, who had never experienced such a thing, this was a sensation too strange, an overwhelming, intense pleasure like toppling mountains and overturning seas. Fiona's reason was completely washed away, leaving only primal instinct. Her long legs in white silk stockings kicked randomly, and her other shoe fell to the floor. Fiona's body was tense, trembling violently in Jerry's arms, intermittent moans carrying sobs spilling from her mouth. In just a dozen seconds, Fiona's body arched violently. A heat flow gushed uncontrollably from between her legs, instantly soaking Jerry's fingers and her own panties completely. Fiona opened her mouth wide, but because of Jerry's deep kiss, she couldn't make any sound. Only a series of violent, spasmodic tremors were clearly transmitted through their pressed bodies. She climaxed. After the storm came a brief calm. Fiona's body went limp, like a pool of melted honey, collapsing in Jerry's arms. Only subtle aftershocks still traveled through her body, causing her to twitch occasionally. Jerry didn't give her much time to recover. He ended the long kiss, allowing Fiona to gasp for air, but the fingers under her skirt made a new move. Those two fingers, covered in Fiona's nectar, did not withdraw. Instead, taking advantage of the moment Fiona's body was most relaxed and her interior most lubricated, they curled slightly and then, effortlessly drilled together into the tight, warm passage that had never been visited by a foreign object. Ah! A short, panicked moan escaped Fiona's lips. This was a feeling completely different from the climax just now. The sensation of a foreign object filling and stretching her carried a negligible distending pain, but more than that, an indescribable emptiness and itch rising from the deepest part of her body. Fiona's legs instinctively wrapped tighter, the soft flesh inside her body contracting instinctively, trying to wrap around and swallow the invading fingers. Jerry's fingers stirred and hooked slowly inside her, feeling every spasm and contraction of the tight inner walls. Perhaps this new, overly intense stimulation restored a shred of her mobility, or perhaps it was the instinct driven by drunkenness. Fiona's hand, originally resting on Jerry's back, suddenly began to slide down restlessly. Her movements were clumsy and slow, groping until they stopped at the waistband of Jerry's trousers. She hesitated, but the feeling inside her body urged Fiona on. She fumbled messily with the buttons of Jerry's trousers. Because of her drunkenness, her movements lacked coordination, and it took several tries to succeed. Immediately after, that cool hand reached in with probing curiosity. When Fiona's palm first touched the hard, hot meatroot so different from her own body, her entire hand recoiled as if burned. But Fiona didn't pull back. Instead, as if discovering some novel toy, she grasped the whole thing clumsily with a near-innocent curiosity. Fiona clearly didn't know what to do. She just wrapped her palm loosely around it, fingers occasionally moving unconsciously, using her finger pads to gently stroke the already hard meat stalk, feeling its powerful, rhythmic throbbing under her palm. Jerry lifted his head, leaning close to her ear, his voice pressed very low, carrying a deliberate rasp and teasing. "Senior, does it feel good?" This question was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples once again in Fiona's sensory world, which had just calmed down. Did it feel good? Fiona's brain was in chaos from alcohol and unprecedented pleasure, unable to organize a complex answer. Fiona could only obey her body's most honest feelings. The slightly distending feeling of being filled by a foreign object, the lingering numbness of the inner walls after being stirred by fingers, and that sticky warmth, everything intertwined into a strange pleasure that made Fiona feel ashamed yet unable to stop indulging. Fiona buried her face in Jerry's chest, turning even redder. Good. This word seemed to exhaust all of Fiona's sense of shame. The moment she said it, Fiona's hand holding his meatroot tightened subconsciously. That clumsy kneading, completely devoid of technique, brought waves of intense stimulation because of its pure instinct. Simultaneously, the soft flesh inside Fiona seemed to echo her answer, contracting again, tightly wringing Jerry's fingers. Just as the two were tightly entangled in an extremely private manner, the sound of a chair being pulled came from the adjacent booth, accompanied by a few sentences of familiar conversation belonging to young students, breaking the silence of this area. "Sit down quickly, I'm starving to death. What's the rush? Check Malfoy's odds first. It's this year's Wizard Chess Championship, did you place a bet?" This sudden change made Fiona freeze all over. Although the wooden partitions between booths could block most of the view, they couldn't block sound completely. Fiona could clearly hear that the next table was occupied by Hogwarts classmates. This realization brought half of her remaining reason back instantly. She panicked. The limpness brought by the alcohol and the sensation of the foreign object inside her left her with no strength. Fiona wanted to break free from Jerry's embrace, but her body refused to obey, only squirming futilely a few times. This instead caused the fingers buried inside her to sink a few inches deeper. The movement also caused more friction for her hand, which was currently gripping Jerry's meatroot. "Shh," Jerry whispered in her ear, one hand soothingly patting Fiona's back, while his other hand, causing havoc inside her, had no intention of stopping, instead beginning to slowly thrust. The conversation next door continued. "What's the point of betting? Even if you think with your toes, you'd know Professor McGonagall will definitely take the title. She is the defending champion, after all. That's not a certainty. I heard Orion is in great form this year. His moves are far more erratic than McGonagall's." "Orion? He is indeed a favorite." The classmates' voices drifted clearly into her ears, while her own body was being wantonly toyed with by a junior student. Fiona's breathing grew rapid, and her interior involuntarily tightened. Her hand gripping Jerry's cock was so tense she didn't know how to move, just holding it rigidly. Jerry noticed her clumsiness. He freed a hand, covering Fiona's soft hand, and guided it, making Fiona's fingers follow the contour of the meatroot, moving up inch by inch from the base, until they touched the slightly opened slit at the tip. "Just like this, up and down," Jerry instructed in a breathy voice by her ear. Simultaneously, his fingers buried in her body matched her rhythm, beginning to pump and sync. Every time Fiona's hand slid up, Jerry's fingers thrust inward. Every time Fiona's hand slid down, Jerry's fingers withdrew slightly. It was as if they had reached a silent, unspoken agreement. Separated by a thin wooden partition was the students' heated discussion of the wizard chess match. But on this side of the wood, two young bodies were silently pleasuring each other. Fiona seriously learned this unfamiliar technique. Her cheeks were so red they looked ready to bleed, her eyes were shut tight, not daring to look or listen. All her senses were focused on where their bodies were connected. Fiona could feel the sticky squelching of Jerry's fingers stirring inside her. She could also feel the thing in her hand growing harder and hotter from her caresses. This taboo pleasure, mixed with a sense of guilt, hit her fragile nerves wave after wave like a tide. The voices from the next table showed no signs of stopping, growing even more lively with occasional laughter. This pushed Fiona's nerves to the absolute limit. The thing in Fiona's hand throbbed more violently as she stroked it, its size becoming even more staggering. Suddenly, Fiona felt Jerry's hand over hers tighten, fixing her hand in place without room for retreat. At the same time, a hot voice with ragged breathing whispered in her ear, "Senior, I'm going to come." The words acted like a command and a warning, instantly clearing some of the fog in Fiona's head. "Come, right here." Their classmates were right next to them. The realization sent Fiona into a panic. "No, don't." Fiona instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but it was futile under Jerry's firm control. Jerry didn't stop. Instead, he answered her refusal with action. The two fingers Jerry had buried in Fiona's body suddenly accelerated. Ah! The sudden, violent pleasure made all of Fiona's resistance vanish like smoke. Fiona's body arched uncontrollably, her interior tightening in waves to Jerry's rhythm. Just as the dual stimulation was about to push Fiona to the peak again, she felt the thing in her hand give several violent twitches. Relying almost entirely on instinct, Fiona reacted at the last moment. She released her grip and, with lightning speed, hiked up the hem of her white dress. Using the soft inner lining of the skirt, she cupped the hard member that was already poised to erupt. In the next second, a surge of warm, thick liquid shot out with powerful force. Every drop sprayed onto the inner lining of Fiona's white dress. The volume of the fluid was immense, as thick as melted heavy cream, carrying a potent, youthful musk. They slammed against the soft fabric, quickly soaking through and forming a large, dark, wet stain. Fiona could clearly feel the heat radiating from the fabric and the sticky texture. Then, under the pull of gravity, it began to slide down the folds of the skirt. Rivulets of milky white thick liquid dripped onto Fiona's smooth inner thighs, which were clad in white silk stockings. That warm, sticky sensation belonging to the boy was transmitted clearly through the thin silk to her skin. It sent a violent shiver through Fiona's entire body. Jerry watched this lewd scene and withdrew the fingers still buried in Fiona's body, already soaked in her love juices. They came out with a soft pop, accompanied by even more lubricant. Without any hesitation, Jerry took those two fingers stained with her nectar and reached directly for the mess between her legs. His finger pad swiped across the fluid-soaked skirt lining and scraped up the stickiness on her inner thigh. His fingertips were soon coated in a thick layer of a dense mixture of both their fluids. Fiona seemed to anticipate what he was about to do. Her eyes widened in terror as she tried to shrink back futilely. But it was too late. No. Jerry's fingers, carrying that warm mixture, aimed again at the already muddy cleft. Once more, he thrust them inside firmly and ruthlessly. This time, the sensation was entirely different. If before it was simple violation and pleasure, now it felt like marking and possession. Fiona could clearly feel his stirring fingers, coated in Jerry's essence, deep inside her body. The thick liquid was carried into her tight passage, filling every fold. It brought an unprecedented sense of being completely invaded and stuffed full. Fiona's body spasmed instinctively, the soft flesh of her inner walls contracted and sucked uncontrollably, as if welcoming, yet also trying to retain, this foreign gift with its strong male scent. The sensation of her body being forcibly filled to the brim thoroughly destroyed Fiona's last line of defense. Fiona's body felt like it was hit hard by an invisible wave, arching violently before descending into intense convulsions. This climax was more surging and profound than the previous one. It didn't come merely from external friction, but exploded from the filled, warm depths of her body, from the inside out. Ah, ha. The long-suppressed scream finally burst from Fiona's throat, but since Jerry had covered her mouth with his palm in advance, it only turned into intermittent, sobbing muffled groans. Fiona's brain stopped thinking entirely. There was only a series of exploding white lights before her eyes. Fiona's legs wrapped deathly tight around Jerry's waist, her stockinged feet arched straight, toes curling. The soft flesh inside her contracted with unprecedented force, wringing tight, trying to swallow the fingers and everything sent inside. Surge after surge of heat gushed uncontrollably from her depths, mixing with the fluid sent in to form an even messier mud. The laughter and chatter from the next table felt like they were from another world. In this tiny booth isolated by the silencing charm, there was only the girls' suppressed, breaking gasps, and the sticky, lewd sounds of wetness coming from between their bodies. Finally, the storm gradually subsided. Fiona completely lost all strength, hanging limply on Jerry like a doll with its bones removed. Her consciousness was scattered, able only to gasp for air in large gulps, her chest heaving violently. Sweat soaked the hair on Fiona's forehead, sticking it to her crimson cheeks. Her eyes had lost all focus. Only then did Jerry slowly withdraw his fingers from Fiona's body, his hand covered in slime. Jerry moved the two fingers coated in the sticky liquid slowly to Fiona's lips. He looked into her watery eyes and spoke in a voice not loud but clear to her ears. "Senior, do you want to taste it?" Fiona's scattered gaze seemed to refocus slightly, landing on the fingers right before her. Looking at the translucent stickiness on theme, a mixture of both their fluids, she showed no hesitation. Fiona slightly opened her lips, which were dry from gasping, and actively leaned forward to take the two fingers into her mouth. Fiona's oral cavity was warm and wet soft. Her tongue instinctively curled, licking every bit of the liquid off his fingers. Fiona's movements were raw, even clumsy, just repeatedly sucking with her tongue and inner cheeks, as if she were tasting some novel candy. That flavor, a mix of her own sweet saltiness and Jerry's musk, spread across Fiona's taste buds. "I want more." Malfoy's efficiency in things that let him show off and profit was unquestionable. In the dark and magnificent Slytherin common room, Malfoy had become the absolute center of attention. He didn't go around whispering to individuals but stood directly on the rug before the fireplace, adopting the posture of making an important announcement. "Listen up, mates." Malfoy cleared his throat, a habitual smiley, a mix of condescension and arrogancy in his face. "I know you're all excited about Black's victory today. But what's the fun in just watching? Don't you want to get personally involved and make this tournament a bit more thrilling?" He paused, satisfied to see everyone's eyes focused on him. "I, Draco Malfoy, am now offering you all a golden opportunity." He raised his chin. A wizard chess championship betting pool organized by me, absolutely fair and completely exciting. From now until the final champion is crowned, you can all place bets on the players you favor. An excited buzz filled the common room. Are the stakes high? A senior student asked. Good question. Malfoy snapped his fingers. To ensure everyone can play, the minimum bet is just 1 silver sickle. Of course, if you want to bet gold galleons, I won't turn you away. But the odds are dynamic, they can fluctuate at any moment. These words thoroughly ignited the Slytherins present. A silver sickle was, for most of them, just the cost of a bottle of butterbeer. With such a small amount, they could participate in this school-wide event, support their own house, if any remained, and have a chance to win money. It sounded like the perfect pastime. Malfoy's promotional strategy was a success. He first firmly secured his base. In less than an hour, nearly every Slytherin present had pulled out their coin purses. They registered their names and bet amounts on a piece of parchment personally overseen by Malfoy, and the news spread faster than imagined. In just a few hours, the entire school knew about it. Slytherin students talked loudly at the long tables, boasting about their bets and analyzing the odds of various players, as if they were no longer students but calculating gamblers. This thrill, carrying a hint of the illicit, quickly infected the other houses. Gryffindor students initially scoffed, thinking Slytherin was up to another scheme. But when they heard even the Weasley twins were enthusiastically studying the odds to see if there was any business opportunity, many felt tempted. Hufflepuffs were more direct, huddling in groups and thinking it seemed like a fun activity. Many went to inquire how to bet. Ravenclaw students, however, treated it as an academic problem. They even took out paper and pens, attempting to find the combinations with the highest odds and best winning chances through calculation and logic. For them, the pull of the betting pool was no less than a complex magical problem. For a time, in the corridors, classrooms, and Great Hall of Hogwarts, everywhere people were talking about Malfoy's pool. What was originally just a tournament for chess players and enthusiasts had, because of this pool, turned into a carnival engulfing the entire student body. Jerry, of course, was happy to see this. He was like a spider lurking behind the scenes, lazily watching Malfoy's active web trap the entire Hogwarts student body firmly. And Jerry's dormitory had effectively become the headquarters and vault of this underground operation. Jerry had not long returned to his dorm from his dinner with Fiona. Malfoy slipped into his room like a victorious general, carrying a high-spirited posture. Malfoy didn't come empty-handed, he always carried a bulging package wrapped in his expensive silk scarf. Thud. Malfoy tossed the heavy package onto Jerry's desk. The crisp sound of clashing metal and the rustle of parchment mingled together. With a smug look, he unwrapped the scarf, revealing the fruitful spoils of war. Shining silver sickles were piled like a small mountain, interspersed with dozens of heavier, steadier gold galleons. Drowned beneath the coins were over a dozen pieces of crumpled parchment. Gryffindor has started betting too. Those stupid lions, they all putting their money on Flitwick. Malfoy boasted, picking up a gold galleon from the pile and toying with it in his fingers. And Hufflepuff, they actually insisted on opening a sub-pool, betting on whether Orion Blackwood would sacrifice his queen in the finals as well. Jerry was noncommittal toward Malfoy's boasting. He simply picked up the parchments and unrolled them one by one. The handwriting varied wildly, some delicate female hands, some wild and messy scrawls. They were densely packed with names, bet amounts, and their chosen players. The odds had been calculated by Jerry in advance. Malfoy just needed to read them out. He picked up an empty money bag and began systematically sorting the coins on the desk into categories. The clinking of sickles and the dull thuds of galleons composed a symphony of wealth and desire in his room. This is today's take, Malfoy said with satisfaction, watching Jerry's skilled movements. I bet by the time the finals roll around, the money we receive will be enough to cover this entire desk. Excellent. Jerry didn't look up, he was recording new betting info in a thick ledger with a quill. Tell them that because of the high volume, the semi-final pool will close after lunch tomorrow. If they want to bet, they need to hurry. These are tomorrow's odds, familiarize yourself with them. Looking at the ever-growing numbers in the ledger, the corner of Jerry's mouth curled into a deep smile. Malfoy looked at the new odds Jerry brought out, and a hint of unease flashed in his eyes. He lowered his voice, his tone carrying a tension he hadn't noticed himself. Jerry, is this really okay? He pointed to several names and odds circled in red ink. Look at this one, betting Orion Black will checkmate within 20 moves. The odds are 15 to 1. And this one, betting Professor Flitwick wins the semi-final. The odds are even higher. If we lose, that's a massive amount of money. Can we afford the payout? Malfoy's worry was genuine. He was the one out front organizing the whole thing. If they couldn't pay up in the end, the students who lost money might just complain, but those who won and didn't get their gold, especially those bold Gryffindors, would definitely blow the lid off the thing. When that happened, it would be Draco Malfoy who was finished. Facing Malfoy's anxiety, Jerry didn't even lift an eyelid. He stopped his quill but didn't rush to explain. Instead, he unhurriedly opened the bottom drawer of his desk. Rattle. He pulled out several stacks of parchment printed with complex magical patterns and tossed them casually next to the pile of coins. They were Gringotts drafts of the highest specification, each one represented a sum of money enough to make an average wizarding family gasp. "Relax, Malfoy." Jerry finally spoke, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "I have ample funds to cover any possible outcome. Your worry is unnecessary." Malfoy's eyes widened instantly upon seeing those drafts. He reached out with a trembling hand, carefully picking up the top one and feeling its thick texture and the magic within. Just this one was likely enough to pay out all the high-odds bets Malfoy had been worried about. The massive financial pressure vanished instantly, and Malfoy let out a long breath. However, Jerry's voice rang out again, pulling Malfoy's attention back. "There is one thing I need to make clear to you in advance." He looked at Malfoy, his expression turning serious. "Of all the money we eventually make from this pool, 60% goes to a certain professor. Without her support, I couldn't possibly nor would I have the guts to run this business in Hogwarts. The remaining 40%, we split down the middle. What do you think?" Malfoy was stunned. 60%? That was more than half the profits. Malfoy's instinct was to show dissatisfaction, but as he tremblingly put the drafts back on the desk and met Jerry's calm, ripple-less eyes, a realization struck him. Instead of showing anger, Malfoy looked like he had found the answer to all his questions. He relaxed completely, a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. He let out a long sigh of relief, his tone full of the luckiness of having escaped death. "I knew it. I knew you always do things with such stability. So there really is a major figure backing us." Malfoy slapped the table excitedly, analyzing with self-assurance. "No wonder those odds you set were always so tricky. They looked high risk, but in the end, we always win. I knew you must have a wizard chess master guiding you behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could those odds be calculated so precisely?" In Malfoy's view, having a professor as a patron didn't just solve the issues of funding and risk. More importantly, it meant the entire pool was fixed. It was a guaranteed win. Taking his 20% share was steady and easy work. It was 1,000 times better than taking 40% but bearing the risk of total ruin. Malfoy left happily, clutching the parchment with the new odds like a treasure map to a vault. After he left, the door was gently closed with a soft click. Immediately, a graceful black shadow slipped silently out of the deepest shadows of the room, her steps light as a cat's. It was Catherine. She didn't speak but walked directly behind Jerry, her soft body pressing against him. She extended her slender arms around his side and began helping him organize the coins piled like a mountain on the desk. Silver sickles and gold galleons danced between her white fingers, making crisp clashing sounds. Her lips moved to Jerry's ear, her warm breath brushing his auricle, her voice carrying a lazy charm. "My little pervert master, are you really planning to split the remaining profit evenly with that Malfoy brat?" Jerry nodded without the slightest hesitation, letting Catherine's fingers glide lightly over his ledger. "Malfoy is a good boy." His tone was flat, as if speaking of something unrelated to him. "Besides, I have a deep relationship with his mother. If I screwed him over on such a small matter, it would be quite awkward when we meet later." Jerry paused, his quill hanging in midair. "And, do you really think I care about these sickles and galleons?" With that, Jerry tilted his head lazily, burying his face entirely into Catherine's soft, high chest. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as if savoring fine wine. "Relationship. He. Seeing him like this, Catherine let out a charming giggle. Instead of dodging, she actively straightened her back, making her full breasts even more prominent. She set down the coins, her hands wrapping around the back of Jerry's head. With an irresistible yet gentle force, she pressed his face entirely between her voluptuous breasts, which were outlined in striking curves by her tight robes. MMPH. Jerry's nose and mouth were instantly enveloped by an incredible warmth and elasticity. The deep cleavage squeezed his cheeks out of shape, the soft meat sensation almost suffocated him, yet he greedily absorbed it all. Jerry's cheeks rubbed against the slippery fabric and the deeper, elastic skin. Catherine looked down at the boy in her arms, seeking her out like a puppy, and an immensely satisfied smile appeared on her face. Jerry rubbed for a while, as if trying to stain the soft territory entirely with his scent. Catherine made a satisfied, cat-like purring sound, her hands gently stroking his back, enjoying this intimacy. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Her hold on him loosened slightly as she leaned down to his ear, her breath smelling like lilies. "My little pervert master, that bitch Cassandra came to see me again today." Her voice carried undisguised contempt. "She really is greedy." She opened her mouth and asked to borrow 2,000 gold galleons from me. "Oh." Jerry finally deigned to lift his face from the gentle sanctuary. Red marks from the pressure remained on his face, but his eyes were sharp. Instead of pulling away, he took it a step further, covering both of Catherine's full breasts with his hands. His palms touched expensive silk, slippery and cool, but the warmth and shocking elasticity of the 2 mounds of soft flesh beneath were transmitted without obstruction. Jerry squeezed and kneaded wantonly, feeling the soft shapes constantly change in his grasp. His fingers soon found the 2 nipples at the peaks through the fabric, which had already grown hard from stimulation. Jerry pinched a small point between his thumb and index finger, pulling and twisting it maliciously. "Tisk, tsk. Does she really take you for a Gringotts ATM?" he asked absent-mindedly while toying with her. What was her reason this time? Catherine's body gave a slight shudder, a suppressed moan escaped from deep in her throat. She seemed to enjoy this stimulation with its slight pain, and a moving blush rose to her cheeks. Catherine thrust her chest out further so Jerry could play more to his heart's content, then said with a smile, "Who else could it be for? For that boyfriend of hers, or Ian Black, of course." Catherine looked at Jerry, her eyes full of the mischief of one watching a play. Orion believes he's guaranteed to win this time and will definitely make it to the finals, so, he asked Cassandra for 2,000 gold galleons. He wants to bet on himself in the pool. Jerry's hand paused for a second. A strange expression appeared on his face. Then, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. He isn't planning to place that bet with me, is he? 36, Chapter 36, Professor, I really did have breakfast. Lost. Stupid Andrew. I bet all my pocket money for next month on that damn Andrew, and he got swept in the first round by a third-year Ravenclaw. A senior boy clawed at his hair in frustration, crumpling a piece of parchment, a betting slip issued by Malfoy's pool, into a ball and throwing it viciously into the fireplace. His wail immediately struck a chord with the others. That's nothing. I lost all the galleons I saved for half a year to buy a birthday present for my sister in Hogsmeade. Another skinny boy spoke with a pale face, his voice trembling with tears. I thought our house's player would at least make it to the quarterfinals. At the Graffinder long table, dejected students gathered in twos and threes. Unlike the pure-blood families in Slytherin who spent money like water, Graffinder had always been a gathering place for mixed-blood wizards and those of humbler means. Their families might not lack courage and integrity, but in terms of wealth, they were mostly stretched thin. For them, a few gold galleons might be the price of an entire ancient manuscript or the total budget for a trip to Hogsmeade. However, the odds offered by Draco Malfoy this year were simply too tempting. Those seemingly impossible high odds lured these little lions, who weren't rich to begin with, to throw the few sickles and nuts in their pockets into this gamble, dreaming of winning big with a small stake. The result was a total loss. Now, the qualifying rounds of the championship had just ended, and they hadn't even touched the threshold of the semi-finals, yet the majority of the Graffinder common room was already filled with people sighing over lost money. Some were worrying about not being able to afford new quills, while others were calculating how to skimp on food and expenses to survive the next month. This gamble initiated by Slytherin had dealt a resounding slap to the proud Graffindors economically before a winner was even decided on the chessboard. In a relatively quiet corner of the common room, the atmosphere was equally heavy. Ron Weasley was staring gloomily at the motionless chess pieces on the board, as if trying to bore 2 holes through them with his gaze. His already meager pocket money had vanished into nothingness the moment the results of the qualifying round were announced. I can't believe it. Andrew, that 5th-year guy, actually lost to a 3rd-year. Ron slammed his fist onto the armrest beside him, lowering his voice, but the anger in his tone didn't diminish in the slightest. I watched his matches last year, his opening was as solid as a rock. How could he be eliminated just like that? Harry and Hermione sat opposite him. Harry didn't know how to comfort him and could only look at his friend silently. Hermione, on the other hand, was holding a thick copy of Advanced Potion Making, her brow furrowed, clearly very disapproving of this gambling behavior. Ron didn't expect them to understand his feelings. As a member of the Weasley family, every canute in his pocket was hard-earned. Ron considered himself an expert in wizard's chess and knew the strength of each player like the back of his hand. He thought his investment this time was a sure win. But despite all his calculations, Ron hadn't calculated that Andrew would perform so atrociously. Not to mention Ron's twin brothers, Fred and George. Those two were even crazier than Ron. It was said they had bet all the startup capital for the new Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products they were developing this term. Their faces were probably green by now. The thought of money gave Ron's anger a clear outlet. It's all those Slytherin bastards. Ron cursed through gritted teeth, his ears turning red with rage. Especially Malfoy. He created this damn betting pool. They expected this long ago, didn't they? They just want to see us Gryffindors make a joke of ourselves, to squeeze the last copper coin out of our pockets. A bunch of despicable, shameless, cunning slimy snakes. Oh, give it a rest, Ron. Hermione finally looked up from her thick book, a look of disapproval on her face. Is it necessary to be so hysterical over a bet? In the end, it's only a matter of 2 or 3 silver sickles. Her words carried a tone of rationality and condescension, which made Ron's face turn even redder. Harry quickly tried to smooth things over. He patted Ron's shoulder and whispered, Hermione's right, Ron, don't take it too hard. If you're short on money, I can lend you some first. You know, it's nothing to me. His friend's kindness slightly calmed the anger in Ron's heart. He knew, of course, that Harry didn't care about such small change, but what he couldn't swallow was his pride. However, looking at Hermione's "I told you so" expression in Harry's sincere eyes, he finally swallowed the further complaints rising to his lips. He just grunted sullenly, accepting their comfort. Let's go, let's get breakfast. Hermione closed her book and stood up first. I don't want to be late because of your stupid gambling. The 3 of them passed through the portrait hole of the fat lady together, heading towards the great hall. Ron still had a long face, clearly still troubled by his empty pockets. Today's schedule included a new class, Defense Against the Dark Arts, though context implies potions or data. Usually Snape teaches potions in year 1, but the text later implies data content or a generic, charms/spells lesson context given the bogart mention later, but here it says, charms/spells class in Chinese text, yet Snape teaches it. In fanfics, roles swap. Sticking to text, magic spells/charms class. And the one teaching this first lesson was a professor named Severus Snape. Harry didn't have much of an impression of the name, but he felt an inexplicable chill from the surname. For some reason, ever since seeing that professor at the opening feast, Harry had an unspeakable, bad premonition about him. That man's gloomy eyes, greasy black hair, and the kind of scrutiny that seemed to pierce through one's heart when he looked at people made Harry feel uncomfortable all over. He had a gut feeling that Professor Snape's class would definitely not be as simple as it looked. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped into the Great Hall, the gloom hanging over the Gryffindor common room seemed to follow them, hovering over the Gryffindor long table. Where there are losers, there are naturally winners. In stark contrast to the gloom and doom on the Gryffindor side, the other two corners of the Great Hall presented a completely different scene. The Ravenclaw long table was filled with a rational, excited buzz. A group of students surrounded a third-year boy who looked a bit childish, all talking at once, reviewing the brilliant closing match of the qualifying round this morning. That was it. When everyone thought your rook would be taken by his queen, you actually chose to sacrifice the rook to save the bishop. That move was simply a stroke of genius. A senior prefect gestured excitedly with a sausage on his dinner plate. Andrew, that idiot, was completely led by the nose by you. The victorious third-year boy still had a shy blush on his face, but his eyes shone with wisdom and confidence. It was he who, in this morning's match, used near-textbook tactics to lure the enemy deep, and finally, with an exquisite endgame, turned the tables on the experienced Gryffindor fifth-year player, Andrew. This victory not only won honor for Ravenclaw but also filled the pockets of those classmates who believed in him and bet on him with clinking galleons. Their joy was a celebration based on the victory of wisdom and strategy. The atmosphere at the Slytherin long table, however, was more direct and naked. Draco Malfoy was leaning back on the bench like a king, surrounded by Crabbe, Goyle, and a group of other Slytherin students. They weren't discussing the subtleties of the chess game but were unreservedly mocking Gryffindor's stupidity and poverty. I said long ago, those brainless lions only know how to play chess with brute force. Malfoy spoke in an exaggerated, drawling tone, drawing a burst of snickers from those around him. Look at them now, I bet they'll have to write home for money just to buy a new roll of parchment this month, right? Malfoy's gaze swept seemingly casually over the Gryffindor long table. That undisguised contempt made Ron, who had just sat down, look even worse. He grabbed a piece of bread and took a vicious bite, as if it weren't bread, but Malfoy's head. Just as Malfoy was smugly enjoying the fruits of his victory, a yawning figure walked leisurely into the Great Hall. It was Jerry. He seemed to have just woken up, carrying a trace of languor, walking straight toward the Slytherin long table. Malfoy's eyes lit up as soon as he saw him. He immediately patted the empty seat beside him intimately, lowering his voice as if presenting a treasure, and said excitedly, "Jerry, you just got up, so you definitely don't know. Just now, in the final chess game of the qualifiers, after hours of play, that idiot Andrew really lost." His voice grew smaller and smaller, finally disappearing completely in his throat, because a tall figure was walking straight toward them from the Gryffindor long table. It was a girl, wearing the badge of a Gryffindor seventh-year prefect on her chest. She had sharp, short black hair and a handsome face, but her eyes held an innate arrogance and coldness belonging to pure-blood aristocracy. More importantly, her eyes were gray. Beneath her school skirt, gray knee-high socks wrapped around her straight, slender legs, each step steady and powerful. She completely ignored the stunned gazes of Malfoy and the other Slytherin students, walking straight to the table and stopping in front of Jerry. This girl, Cressida Vance, stared down at Jerry, who had just sat down, with a condescending, scrutinizing gaze. Her cold voice carried undisguised hostility as she questioned him directly. "Was it you who ate with Fiona at the Three Broomsticks yesterday and took her back to the dormitory when she was drunk?" Cressida's icy questioning instantly silenced the area around the Slytherin long table. The gloating expressions on the faces of Malfoy and the others didn't even have time to fade before they looked curiously at this sudden confrontation. Before Jerry could answer, another female voice rang out from the side, carrying a sharpness no less than Cressida's. The Slytherin prefect, Isabella, who had just arrived, looked at Cressida standing by their table, her gaze holding a lazy scrutiny. "If I remember correctly, Vice Prefect Fiona is a student of our Slytherin house." Isabella's voice was soft and clear, but like honey dipped in poison, sweet yet dangerous. "Miss Cressida, I am very curious. What qualification do you, a seventh-year prefect of Gryffindor, have to question a student of our Slytherin house on our Slytherin turf?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere immediately became even more tense with swords drawn. Isabella emphasized the words "our Slytherin" particularly heavily, clearly drawing a line. This was purely and unreservedly an internal house affair, and she was warning Cressida that she had crossed the line. Cressida's face darkened, her gaze staring at Isabella becoming sharper. Jerry, sandwiched in the middle, seemed to have found his backbone. He leaned back into his seat comfortably, took a sip of the pumpkin juice in front of him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an arc of watching a good show. Cressida didn't even bother to spare a glance for Isabella. In Hogwarts, Slytherin House might be the gathering place of purebloods, but between purebloods, there also existed invisible classes. The Vance family, as one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, held a status far beyond what all pureblood families could compare to. In terms of blood purity and the antiquity of the family, Cressida Vance's background was even nobler than most of the Slytherins present. This innate confidence gave Cressida enough capital to ignore Isabella's posturing. Cressida's grey eyes remained locked dead on Jerry. It seemed that in her eyes, Isabella's provocation was nothing more than the buzzing of an annoying fly. Immediately after, Cressida's voice became colder than before, carrying an undeniable oppression as she repeated her question, or rather, her interrogation. "I'll ask one more time. Last night, was it you who sent Fiona back to the dormitory?" Jerry deliberately picked up a sandwich spread with jam, took an unhurried bite, and chewed slowly. His gaze didn't even lift an inch, as if he turned a deaf ear to Cressida's interrogation, treating her as if she didn't exist. This thoroughly enraged Cressida. Her face was dyed an iron-green hue by suppressed anger. Out of the corner of her eye, Cressida caught the smug, even slightly contemptuous smile on Isabella's face, and all her reason collapsed with a bang in this moment. "You." Cressida was about to explode, but Isabella was faster than her and made the first move. She suddenly raised her hand, accurately grabbing Cressida's shoulder, and shoved hard. Cressida staggered from the push, nearly crashing into the chairs of the table behind her. "Bitch!" Cressida steadied herself and exploded completely. Her eyes turned scarlet, disregarding any aristocratic demeanor, and vicious curses poured out. "Isabella, you bitch with dirty blood in your veins. What right do you have to touch me? Didn't your parents teach you any manners?" Isabella turned pale with anger at these words. Her smile froze completely, and a gloomy fury surged in the depths of her eyes. "Dirty blood? You mean, harsh-faced pockmark? Are you worthy of dictating things here?" Isabella completely tore off her usual mask of arrogant elegance, retorting with sarcasm, her voice shrill as breaking glass. "Are all you Graffinder mad dogs this arrogant?" Her gaze stabbed viciously at Cressida, her tone laced with mockery. "Or perhaps, you finally couldn't hold back and wanted to publicize your filthy fetishes. Running here to throw a tantrum, where is your breeding? You're the bitch. A slut filled with lewd thoughts." Cressida shook with rage, suddenly raising her volume and screaming hoarsely, "Dueling ground. Come to the dueling ground after class, we'll settle all accounts, you idiot." "Ha, idiot." Isabella sneered, tossing her head haughtily, provocation overflowing in her expression. "With just you, what do you think you are? Just a useless waste spoiled by your family. After class it is. I'd like to see what tricks you, a plucked phoenix, can pull." The two hurled insults at each other like two enraged lionesses vowing to tear each other to shreds. Two biting cold winds converged in the center of the great hall, stirring up not just the sharpness of words, but years of accumulated house grievances. The cursing match between Cressida and Isabella was like detonating a hair-trigger powder keg, instantly igniting the flames of war on the Graffinder and Slytherin long tables. "Who are you calling a waste? You Slytherins rely on two-faced tricks. What's so great about that? At least we're better than you lions who have nothing but recklessness." Shouts and curses rose from both tables. Students stood up one after another, looking at each other, which soon turned into mutual blaring and disputes. The Graffinder lions were already holding back anger from losing money, seeing their prefect bullied by a Slytherin. How could they endure it? The courage flowing in their blood and their nature to protect their companions were triggered. One by one, they stood up, shooting angry glares at the opposing Slytherins. The Slytherins were unwilling to be outdone. The concept of pureblood supremacy made them scoff at Graffinder's mediocrity. Moreover, in the face of provocation, how could there be any reason to retreat? The atmosphere became incredibly tense, as if hexes would fly across the great hall in the next second. The senior students had solemn faces, wands gripped tight in their hands, while the lower-year little wizards hid curiously and somewhat fearfully behind their seniors, peeking out at the poised confrontation. Between the two long tables, the brief peace was completely broken, replaced by hostility and sparks enough to tear the air apart. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was on the verge of exploding, and a few stray sparks were already emitting from the tips of individual students' wands, a crisp and stern shout poured down like a basin of ice water in winter. "Silence!" Professor McGonagall had appeared at the entrance of the great hall at some point. Her lips were pressed into a strict straight line, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two long tables. Wherever her gaze landed, all the standing students froze in place as if hit by a petrification charm, then sat back down as if electrocuted. The originally noisy and chaotic great hall returned to a deathly silence within seconds, leaving only the slight sound of cutlery hitting plates. Her gaze didn't linger on the students making minor trouble. Instead, it landed precisely on the center of the conflict. "Miss Isabella, Miss Vance, and you, Mr. Rosier." Professor McGonagall's voice held no emotion. "Breakfast ends here. Please follow me to my office." As the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, in the absence of Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall had full authority to handle all affairs within the school. In fact, Headmaster Dumbledore was rarely at the school year-round. He was not just a headmaster but also an important war wizard relied upon by the Ministry of Magic, active on the border battlefields all year. Therefore, Professor McGonagall's decisions were equivalent to the headmaster's orders at Hogwarts, and no one dared to defy them. Professor McGonagall's office was as neat and serious as ever. The heavy oak door closed behind them with a dull thud, seeming to cut off everything from the outside world. Cressida and Isabella stood straight, looking nervous, as if awaiting judgment. However, Jerry, as a first-year freshman, was actually the most relaxed of the three. Professor McGonagall ignored his casualness. She walked straight behind her desk and tapped it lightly with her wand. A milky white recording stone floated up from the surface. With a flash of light, a holographic projection of the scene in the Great Hall was projected above the stone. The image was silent, but the visuals were impactful. From Cressida walking arrogantly to the Slytherin table, to Isabella pushing her, to the unbearable exchange of insults, and finally the daggers-drawn confrontation between the two houses, everything was clearly recorded. The projection finished, and the office fell into a suffocating silence. Professor McGonagall's gaze, sharp as a knife, landed first on Cressida. "Miss Vance." Her voice was calm and severe. "As a seventh-year prefect of Gryffindor, are you willing to explain why you provoked such an undignified dispute in the Great Hall early in the morning?" The arrogance derived from her bloodline that she had displayed before Isabella vanished instantly in front of Professor McGonagall. Cressida was like a mouse meeting a cat, her whole body stiff. Her face was pale, her head lowered, daring not to look directly into her head of house's eyes. Professor, it was." She stammered for a long time, lips trembling, but couldn't form a complete sentence, her previous arrogance completely gone. Seeing Cressida speechless, Professor McGonagall snorted coldly and turned her gaze to the other party involved. "Miss Isabella." Professor McGonagall's voice wasn't loud, but it made Isabella straighten up subconsciously. "The recording shows very clearly that you struck first." Professor McGonagall's gaze was as precise as a scalpel. "What makes you think that using physical pushing to solve problems is appropriate behavior for a Hogwarts prefect?" Unlike Cressida's panic, although the composure on Isabella's face faded a bit, she maintained a surface calm. Isabella took a deep breath, seeming to quickly organize the wording most favorable to herself. The sharpness of her tongue earlier was restrained a lot, appearing somewhat cautious. "Professor, I admit my behavior was impulsive." Isabella lowered her head slightly, posing in admission of fault. "However, Miss Vance openly barged to our house table without any reason and spoke to a student of our house in that, interrogating tone. I felt that, as a Slytherin prefect, it was necessary for me to maintain the order and dignity of our house." Isabella's words both admitted the mistake and cleverly pushed the responsibility onto Cressida, portraying her physical action as a necessary act to maintain house honor. After listening, Professor McGonagall's face showed no emotion. Instead, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold, joyless arc. "Oh, so, not only should I not punish you, but I should praise you, is that it?" "Miss Isabella." Her voice was terrifyingly calm. "Praise you for using physical force to maintain Slytherin's so-called dignity." Isabella's carefully maintained expression of calm finally shattered completely, her face turning deathly pale. Professor McGonagall no longer looked at her, instead sweeping a glance over the head-hanging Cressida, and announced in a tone of unquestionable judgment, "I don't care what personal grudges exist between you, but Hogwarts rules are rules. Starting a disturbance in the Great Hall, with prefects leading it, doubles the offense. 10 points from Gryffindor, for a prefect provoking trouble in a public place." Cressida raised her head, disbelief written all over her face. 10 points from Slytherin as well, for a prefect initiating physical contact and escalating the conflict. Isabella's body swayed slightly. Clearly, this result was completely beyond her expectations. "As for you two." Professor McGonagall's gaze moved back and forth between them. "After dinner tonight, you will report to the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor for detention. I imagine Moaning Myrtle will be delighted to have new guests to keep her company. You will clean until I am satisfied." This punishment was more humiliating than simply deducting points. For two pure-blood aristocratic young ladies who thought highly of themselves, to clean a bathroom was undoubtedly the greatest punishment for them. After passing judgment on the two ladies, Professor McGonagall's gaze finally turned to Jerry, who seemed to have nothing to do with it. "As for you, Mr. Rosier." Her voice was somewhat softer than before, but still carried unquestionable authority. "As the cause of this dispute, why did you not defuse the conflict immediately, instead allowing it to develop to such an extent? Miss Cressida merely asked you a question, was answering it truly that difficult?" Jerry was stunned, not expecting the fire to eventually burn him. He felt inexplicably wronged. This morning was clearly a disaster he hadn't asked for, right? He had been eating his breakfast peacefully when he was interrogated by that crazy Gryffindor woman Cressida for ages. He hadn't said a word from start to finish, so how had he become the one escalating the conflict? Although he criticized her in his heart, Jerry also knew clearly that he couldn't embarrass Professor McGonagall in front of two other people. He immediately put on an innocent and sincere smile, saying apologetically, Professor McGonagall, I really am wronged. He spread his hands, his tone full of grievance. You saw it too, I'm just a newly enrolled first-year student. Yesterday, I indeed went out for dinner with Senior Fiona, but it was she who invited me. Moreover, after we finished eating, she had too much to drink, and I was the one who escorted her back to the dormitory. Senior Isabella can testify to all of this for me. As Jerry spoke, he cast a look seeking help toward Isabella beside him. Jerry's gaze toward Isabella carried obvious pleading and a bit of taken-for-granted familiarity. In his view, as fellow Slytherins, and since she had just stood up for him, reasonably and logically, Isabella should go with the flow and confirm it for him. However, he clearly underestimated the pettiness of a woman who held grudges. Isabella received Jerry's look, but the arc of her mouth carried an imperceptible sneer. How could she forget how, just a few days ago, Jerry had ignored her as if no one was there, not even giving her a direct look. That feeling of being slighted now fermented into a small malicious revenge in her heart. Thus, under Professor McGonagall's scrutinizing gaze, Isabella tilted her head in feigned thought, her face wearing a perfect mix of innocence and slight apology, and said in an understated tone, "Professor, I might not be too clear about that. I went to bed rather early last night." This sentence was like a basin of ice water poured over Jerry's head. The accompanying smile on his face froze instantly as he looked at Isabella in disbelief. And Cressida, upon hearing Isabella's statement clearing herself of involvement, revealed a sneer of "I knew it," her gaze toward Jerry filled with coldness. Jerry's righteous defense became a complete joke in the face of Isabella's airy "I went to bed rather early." For Cressida, this was no longer a simple matter of confirmation or falsification. Escorted her back to the dormitory. These few words were like a red-hot iron branding her heart. Cressida had a secret crush on Fiona. This affection was hidden beneath her cold and harsh exterior, unknown to anyone, yet growing wildly deep within her own heart. In an instant, countless malicious, nauseating images flashed through her mind. Fiona's cheeks flushed from drunkenness, her soft body powerless to resist, and Jerry, this bastard of the Rosier family, with his dirty hands, what filthy things would he do to her while she was unconscious? A hatred mixed with jealousy, rage, and intense possessiveness flowed through Cressida's limbs like boiling mercury. Her gaze toward Jerry was no longer simply cold, but a substantial killing intent wishing to grind his bones to dust. Professor McGonagall keenly sensed the increasingly dangerous change in the atmosphere. She gave a heavy cold snort, breaking this suffocating confrontation. "Miss Isabella, Miss Vance, you two may leave now. The punishment stands." Professor McGonagall waved her hand as if shooing away flies. "Go to class immediately. I do not wish to see your shadows in the corridor again." Isabella and Cressida felt as if granted amnesty, but before leaving, the last look Cressida cast at Jerry was filled with venom and warning. Just as Cressida's venomous gaze disappeared behind the door, a cold, mechanical synthetic voice not belonging to this world rang out without warning deep in Jerry's mind. Mission name: Melting Point of the Hard Butch. Mission objective: Tame the Graffinder Prefect Cressida Vance. Detailed requirement: within 1 week, 7 days, use any necessary means to completely reverse the target character's sexual orientation. Mission reward: Rare bloodline, Medusa's gaze, active. Can cast a petrification curse on targets with whom eye contact is made. Effect strength increases with host's magic growth, initially causing target brief stiffness. Mission penalty: Magic backlash. After mission failure, the host's magic core will be permanently damaged by 20%, and future magic growth limit reduced by 50%. Countdown start: 167 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. A stream of information exploded in Jerry's mind like thunder, freezing the expression on his face instantly. Tame Cressida, that woman who looked like she wanted to eat him alive. And also, straighten her sexual orientation. Jerry's gaze drifted subconsciously toward the door, as if he could still see Cressida's murderous back as she left. Only then did Jerry realize with hindsight that the reason that woman looked at him so terrifyingly was actually this deeper cause. This woman was a lesbian, and a bad lesbian at that. When the office door closed again, Professor McGonagall's gaze refocused on Jerry. "Now, there is no Slytherin prefect in the office to back you up. Mr. Rosier, I hope you can explain properly what exactly is going on." Facing Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes that seemed capable of piercing through everything, Jerry suppressed the churning system prompts in his mind and quickly transformed the obtained intelligence into his own rhetoric. The innocent expression on Jerry's face grew heavier, even carrying a perfect touch of confusion and helplessness. "Professor, I don't know what to say." Jerry sighed, as if bearing a great grievance. "I feel completely like I've suffered an undeserved calamity. I swear I only escorted the drunk Senior Fiona back to the entrance of the common room. But I guess Senior Cressida, her intense reaction this morning might not just be because I'm a Slytherin." Jerry carefully organized his wording, looking sincerely at Professor McGonagall. "I noticed that the way Senior Cressida looks at Senior Fiona is completely different from how she looks at others. It's not ordinary classmate friendship, but more like a very intense possessiveness that allows no one to approach. The way she questioned me today wasn't like maintaining school rules, but more like a partner interrogating a cheating spouse. So I think, perhaps she holds an unusual affection for Senior Fiona." Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed tightly immediately. One of her most promising students, the Graffinder 7th-year prefect, Cressida Vance, was a homosexual. This thought made her subconsciously want to refute it. However, Professor McGonagall then recalled the moment in the office just now, when Cressida heard that Jerry had indeed escorted Fiona back to the dormitory. That face instantly became twisted, full of venom and jealousy. That was definitely not a normal reaction. Professor McGonagall was silent for a moment, finally choosing to believe this deduction. This could also explain Cressida's near-rigid strictness and distance from boys over the years. But since it was a private emotional entanglement between students, it was inconvenient for Professor McGonagall to delve deeper. "All right, Mr. Rosier, this matter ends here." Professor McGonagall waved her hand, deciding to end this unpleasant topic. Professor McGonagall took out a pre-written piece of parchment from the desk drawer. "This is my prediction for the list of winners advancing from the round of 16 to the quarterfinals of the Wizard Chess Championship, including myself. Take it, I think there shouldn't be too big a gap from the final result." Jerry rejoiced in his heart, knowing this hurdle was passed. A brilliant smile immediately piled up on Jerry's face. He leaned forward slightly, reaching out to take that crucial parchment. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the parchment, Professor McGonagall flicked her wrist, and the paper retracted nimbly upward, avoiding his grasp. Jerry was stunned, not having reacted yet. In the next second, a foot wrapped in a black suede high heel, appearing exceptionally slender, lifted precisely and powerfully, stepping squarely on the vital part between Jerry's legs. Affected by the height difference, when Professor McGonagall made this move, her upper body remained dignified and upright, only lowering her head slightly to look at Jerry with a condescending, scrutinizing gaze. Jerry's height was still developing. He was half a body shorter than the tall Professor McGonagall, who was also wearing high heels. This posture forced Jerry to freeze in place, even leaning back slightly to relieve the pressure, appearing quite wretched. The slender heel of the high shoe pressed clearly against his massive meat root, which remained spirited due to the morning's physiological reaction, through a layer of thin school trousers. That hard outline and shocking size were unreservedly fed back to the sole of Professor McGonagall's foot, even through the fabric. A strange, scalp-numbing sensation came, and Jerry's breathing stopped instantly. The corner of Professor McGonagall's mouth hooked into a meaningful, almost peculiar smile, her eyes holding a trace of cat-and-mouse playfulness and scrutiny. The force under her foot wasn't heavy, but it was enough to immobilize him. Just stepping like this, the toe seemed to grind lightly, as if unconsciously. "To help you settle this list, I haven't even had time to eat breakfast." Professor McGonagall's voice lowered slightly, carrying a trace of imperceptible huskiness, every word sweeping lightly past Jerry's ear like a feather. "Although we are in a cooperative relationship, but, shouldn't you give me some compensation?" McGonagall's gaze moved slowly downward, landing on Jerry's lips, as if seeing the breakfast he had abandoned on the long table after only a few bites due to the earlier dispute. "And looking at you, it seems you haven't finished breakfast either. You must be very hungry." As soon as the words fell, McGonagall withdrew the foot, stepping on his vitals as if with a trace of reluctance. Jerry breathed a sigh of relief immediately, his body going somewhat soft from the sudden release of pressure. But Professor McGonagall didn't give him much time to react. She twisted her waist elegantly, exerted force with her hips, and lightly hopped onto the sturdy office desk. This action caused the black robe on McGonagall's body to slide naturally to both sides, revealing the dark gray suit skirt wrapping her tight body underneath. McGonagall didn't close her legs. Instead, as if to sit more comfortably, she slowly opened her two long legs clad in black silk stockings. With the separation of her legs, the hem of the suit skirt under the wizard robe was pulled upward, and the seam on the inner thighs was exposed unreservedly to Jerry's eyes. Black garter belts extended from under the skirt hem, tight against the plump skin of the thighs, connecting to the edge of the stockings. And deeper, at the root of the two legs, a small triangular piece of fabric made of black lace was barely covering the most private area. The edge of the lace revealed the color of the skin underneath, faintly showing the outline of a deep forest, emitting a dangerous aura unique to mature women that made one's heart race. Jerry looked at this thrilling scene before him, his throat dry. He subconsciously took half a step back, his voice somewhat dry as he said, "Professor, I have class soon." This pale and powerless excuse was met with a light laugh from Professor McGonagall. "Is that so?" she said leisurely, her voice carrying an unquestionable command. "Classes can be made up, but breakfast cannot be skipped, especially for a growing child like you." Before the words fell, McGonagall's parted, black-stockinged long legs moved without warning. Like hunting pythons, they shot forward violently. The crook of the right knee hooked Jerry's neck precisely, while the left leg pressed tightly against his back from the outside, preventing him from retreating. Jerry only felt a huge, irresistible force, and his whole person involuntarily lunged forward. His cheek slammed heavily into a soft and warm area, his nose instantly occupied by the slightly rough texture of lace and a rich fragrance unique to a mature woman's body. MMPH. Jerry's exclamation was firmly pressed into that private triangular zone. Professor McGonagall's legs closed from both sides like iron pincers. The firm and elastic muscles on the inner thighs clamped Jerry's head tightly, pressing his face deeper into her valley. Jerry's hands instinctively propped on the desk, trying to struggle, but the strength of those legs was surprisingly great, rendering him immobile. In his field of vision, only the black lace, darkened by his breath, and the looming full outline under the lace remained. "Since your mouth likes to go out for big meals with pretty seniors so much." Professor McGonagall's voice came from above, carrying a trace of satisfaction and suppressed panting. "Then use it to do something more useful." So she was jealous too. This thought paused Jerry's struggle. Jerry no longer exerted force backward in vain, but followed that pressure, burying his face deeper. The tip of his tongue extended tentatively, drawing a circle gently on that full outline through the thin layer of lace fabric already dampened by his breath. MMH. A more suppressed moan carrying a nasal tone came from above. Professor McGonagall's body trembled almost imperceptibly, the strength of the legs clamping his head unconsciously increasing a bit. Those feet wearing high heels tensed in the air, ankles drawing a graceful arc. Encouraged, Jerry became bolder. The tongue was no longer tentative, but began to lick actively and forcefully. Jerry traced the veins of the lace pattern with the tip of his tongue, exploring from the edge all the way to the center, focusing on the most protruding, wettest core area under the fabric. Friction through a layer of fabric carried a more taboo, maddening teasing than direct contact. Professor McGonagall's breathing began to quicken. Her hands, originally supporting herself behind, had unconsciously gripped the edge of the desk tightly, knuckles turning slightly white from force. Professor McGonagall's waist and abdomen began to thrust gently uncontrollably, each time actively sending that wet forbidden zone more forcefully toward Jerry's lips. "Not enough, harder." Broken words squeezed out through clenched teeth, voice full of the huskiness of desire. "Bite you to death." Muttering in his heart, Jerry opened his mouth, wrapping his lips around that area, taking it in along with the soaked lace, and began to nibble and grind with his teeth, seemingly detached yet intimate. At the same time, Jerry's tongue swirled more wantonly on that small piece of fabric, sucking the nectar constantly seeping from within. "Ah!" An unsuppressible scream leaked from Professor McGonagall's throat. McGonagall's thighs clamped violently, almost crushing Jerry's skull. Her waist thrust violently, hips twisting restlessly on the tabletop. The black wizard robe piled loosely at her waist with her movements, making the scenery of her lower body even more completely visible. Seeing the boy beneath her working so hard, yet the friction through a layer of lace always falling a bit short, the fire burning in Professor McGonagall's body just couldn't reach the peak. A dissatisfied groan emitted from her throat. The hand gripping the desk edge let go, sliding down and reaching between her legs. Fingers nimbly hooked the edge of that piece of completely soaked black lace, pulling it aside forcefully. "Oh!" McGonagall's hand, originally supporting herself behind, slid down. Her fingertips paused briefly at the edge of the soaked lace before resolutely pulling it aside. The last thin barrier disappeared, and the core of that forbidden garden was revealed unreservedly before his eyes. The tenderest bud hung with clear dew, fluttering slightly, emitting a more fragrant, dizzying scent. "What a bad child, making your professor lose composure like this for you." McGonagall's voice carried a tremor she didn't even notice. "Now, use your mouth to prove your worth." Jerry's tongue tip met it immediately. No longer satisfied with wandering on the surface, he focused on sucking and kissing that most sensitive bud, carefully tasting the sweet nectar. "Ah, yes, right there." Professor McGonagall's body leaned back, supporting herself on the table with her elbows, her slender neck stretching into a graceful arc. Her legs clamping his head tightened unconsciously, rubbing the soft flesh of her inner thighs against his cheeks, as if rewarding, yet also demanding more. Professor McGonagall's other hand also inserted into Jerry's hair, pressing him deeper into herself. "So skilled, did you use this move on Fiona too, While enjoying the ultimate pleasure, McGonagall stimulated him with humiliating words. "You shameless little rascal, only knowing how to use this mouth to please women." Words seemed to be the key, unlocking Jerry's deeper predatory nature. Jerry's exploration became bold and deep, no longer satisfied with scratching the surface, but tracing back to the source, wanting to explore the origin of that tide. In the office, only subtle, sticky water sounds remained, intertwined with the increasingly short gasps of the aloof Professor McGonagall. "Ha, no. Stop, ah." Professor McGonagall's body began to rhythm violently. While her mouth spoke words of resistance, her waist lifted higher, as if sacrificing her soul to him. Those feet wearing high heels tensed in the air, drawing spasmodic arcs. That trembling sensation of imminent climax exploded from the depths of McGonagall's body. Coming, open your mouth, little rascal, catch it all." With a scream that could almost tear the soul apart, a long-accumulated warm current burst from the depths of her body. In that violent trembling, Professor McGonagall dedicated everything she had unreservedly to the boy beneath her. A long time later, Professor McGonagall's breathing finally steadied, but the flush brought by that pleasure had not yet completely faded from her high cheekbones. She leaned half against the table, sizing up the boy in front of her and the clear marks belonging to her on his face with a gaze bordering on languid. Slowly sitting up straight, Professor McGonagall extended a finger, her movements unhurried. Her fingertip gently stroked across Jerry's cheek, gathering that still warm moisture back onto her finger. Then, under Jerry's gaze, she leisurely sent that stained finger to her lips. Lips slightly parted, she contained her fingertip, yet her gaze remained locked on his face, carrying a hint of playfulness. Her tongue curled lightly, making a faint water sound, tasting all the flavor on it. After tasting her own flavor, McGonagall withdrew her finger and muttered in a raspy tone carrying a warning. "Try causing trouble for me again, Mr. Rosier." McGonagall's address returned to its usual seriousness, as if reminding Jerry of the teacher-student relationship between them. "Also, go clean the girls' washroom after school, until I am satisfied." McGonagall's gaze was sharp as a knife, falling once again between Jerry's legs. Because of the repeated stimulation just now, it had long since stood tall and proud again, propping up an extremely eye-catching tent in the school trousers. "If I find you making random holes in the girls' washroom wall again next time." McGonagall's voice lowered again, filled with dangerous warning. "I will turn you into a statue and embed you completely into the wall for 24 hours. But her voice paused, a smile curling the corner of her mouth, gaze scanning back and forth between Jerry's face and that bulge below. "Of course, this bad thing." Her chin jerked contemptuously toward Jerry's crotch. "Will stick out of the hole, as Hogwarts warning to all unruly students." As soon as the words fell, that black high heel, which had just tasted the fluids of lust, lifted mercilessly again, then with a punitive intent, stepped fiercely on that tortured meat root. Ugh! The force this time was much heavier than before. Professor McGonagall stepped on Jerry, grinding her foot down hard, satisfyingly feeling the twitching sensation of that thing transmitted from the sole of her foot, before slowly retracting her foot. Jumping down from the table, her movements returned to her usual briskness. McGonagall tidied her slightly messy skirt hem and robe, her face returning to that stern, unsmiling expression, as if that erotic farce just now had never happened. She tossed that piece of parchment casually onto the table in front of Jerry. "Take your things and get out to class." 37, Chapter 37, Senior, do you think 2,000 galleons just fall from the sky? Jogging all the way, Jerry didn't even have time to savor the absurd and stimulating compensation he just received. At a corner of the corridor, he used the most basic Scourgify charm to clean the mess off his face. Just as the final bell for class rang, he threw open the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The air was filled with a bitter herbal smell and a faint sense of oppression. The classroom was already full of students, far more than just Slytherins and Gryffindors. First-year students from all four houses occupied the four corners of the room in distinct groups. Everyone sat upright, barely daring to breathe. At the very front of the classroom, behind the podium, stood a tall, thin figure with greasy black hair and a hooked nose. Severus Snape. His signature black robes seemed to suck in all the light around him. A pair of obsidian-like eyes coldly swept over Jerry, who had just burst in. "Mr. Rosier, before you decided to grace our boring class with your presence, should Hogwarts have held a grand welcome ceremony for you?" The eyes of the entire class focused on Jerry instantly. "It seems our new Slytherin student believes discipline is merely scrap paper meant to constrain other houses." Snape gave Jerry no chance to explain. He stepped down from the podium, his steps silent as a ghost. "Find a seat anywhere." Snape let him off. He didn't deduct points. Jerry shrugged and sat in an empty seat among the Slytherin students, right next to Pansy Parkinson. Her body gave an imperceptible shudder, but she didn't move away, merely lowering her head. "Good morning, Pansy." Before hearing a reply, Jerry immediately heard Snape's cold voice ring out again. This time, it was addressed to all the new students. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of defense against the dark arts, a discipline that demands strict adherence to rules. I assume many of you harbor unrealistic fantasies about this subject, believing that simply waving your ridiculous wands and reciting a few foolish incantations will solve all problems." The corner of Snape's mouth curled into a sneer. "But I can tell you, the dark arts are mutable, varied, and eternal. Defending against them is like trying to hold back a flood with a net. Therefore, I will not teach you those flashy, so-called, heroic, dueling techniques." Snape paused, his black eyes sweeping over every student, sending a chill through them. "I will only teach you how to attempt to survive in the face of true death." Snape began to pace the classroom. His steps were light, yet they brought immense psychological pressure to the students, as if every step landed on their hearts. "It seems we have reached a consensus." Snape's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "So-called courage and talent are worthless in the face of death. The only things that will keep you alive are knowledge and the ability to keep your pathetic little brains calm at critical moments." He stopped between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff seating areas, his black eyes scanning the tender, fearful faces. "So, let me see what exactly is inside your heads," Snape asked suddenly, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. "Mr. Potter." Harry Potter jolted, sitting up straight instinctively. "Our celebrity." Snape's lips curved into a sarcastic arc. "Tell me, what is the difference between an Inferius and a ghost?" The classroom was silent. Harry opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. To him, this question was like asking an ant about the composition of stars. A hand shot up high in the Gryffindor section. Hermione Granger straightened her back, eager to answer. Snape didn't even bother to glance at her. His gaze remained locked on Harry, enjoying his embarrassment. "It seems fame does not bring you knowledge." Snape withdrew his gaze and continued pacing, as if he had lost interest in the answer. A ghost is the imprint of a departed soul left upon the earth, whereas an inferius. His voice dropped lower, taking on a bone-chilling quality. They are corpses, reanimated by a dark wizard's spells, puppets without souls. They are merely moving lumps of flesh, executing their master's darkest commands. If any of you confuse the two, the result will be being dragged into the icy waters of a lake by them, becoming one of their number. For a moment, the temperature in the classroom seemed to drop a few degrees. Snape walked back to the podium and tapped the blackboard lightly with his wand. A line of white chalk writing appeared automatically. Lesson 1: Identification of Common Threats Bogarts. Since you cannot even distinguish basic necromantic creatures. Snape turned around, his voice returning to its usual coldness. We shall start with something that can intuitively reflect the pathetic fears in your hearts. Today, you will learn how to face and defeat a boggart. Snape pointed his wand at a large wardrobe shaking continuously in the corner of the classroom. It will transform into whatever each of you fears the most. And what you must do is use a simple spell to make it look ridiculous. Snape's gaze swept the room. Now, form a line, one by one. Let me see what exactly a group of foolish first-years could possibly be afraid of. Jerry's gaze moved away from Snape's expressionless face, sweeping unobtrusively across the classroom, finally landing on the Graffinder section. There, he saw a somewhat unexpected sight. The Patil sisters, Padma and Parvati, the twins, looked a little different today. Beneath their wizard robes, where there should have been white or gray woolen socks, they were now wearing sheer black thigh-high stockings that hugged the curves of their legs. The color of the stockings made their healthy skin tone even more striking. In the dim classroom, the lines of their slender legs wrapped in black appeared exceptionally prominent. And once they wore identical stockings. The only difference left was the hair ties on their high ponytails. One was tied with a bright red Graffinder band, the other with a deep blue one. Without this small detail, it would be almost impossible to tell the beautiful sisters apart. What caught Jerry's attention even more was that their earlobes were reflecting the glimmer of magical candlelight with every subtle movement of their bodies. They were wearing 2 pairs of dazzling, ornate earrings, the very gifts Jerry had given them before. Facts proved that even girls, like dragons, had little resistance to shiny, golden things. Seeming to sense a gaze, the sisters' bodies stiffened almost simultaneously. Padma and Parvati looked up in unison, their eyes searching through the dim classroom, and soon met Jerry's gaze. It's that bastard. Padma and Parvati certainly hadn't forgotten. The night they lost the bet last time. It was the most shameful and thrilling night the Patil sisters had ever experienced in their lives. They clearly remembered how, in the bustling, brightly lit great hall, under everyone's noses, they had used the cover of the table to blushingly stuff their still warm panties into Jerry's hand. The sticky texture and the brief heat of Jerry's fingers touching their palms gave them goosebumps all over. What was even more unforgettable was what happened afterward, being asked by Jerry to lift their skirts slightly in the name of checking if the bet was fulfilled, displaying the shameful sight of having nothing but bare skin beneath their skirts. Although it only lasted a few seconds, the feeling of their most private parts being scrutinized by a male gaze made their legs go weak, nearly unable to stand. And in the end, they had to finish that dinner in front of everyone as if nothing had happened. Every time someone walked past them, every time they shifted slightly, the draft under their empty skirts and the strange sensation of the cold wooden bench directly touching their skin reminded them constantly of their shameful state. That experience left Padma and Parvati with extremely complex emotions toward Jerry, resentment and shame mixed with a trace of indescribable, hidden excitement they were unwilling to admit even to themselves. So at this moment, when caught by the boy's gaze while wearing the earrings he gave them, memories of that night flooded back like a tide. Subconsciously, they clamped their legs together, then panicked and looked away with a hint of annoyance, daring not to meet his eyes again. A flush lingered on their faces for a moment before the sisters quickly lowered their heads, pretending to read their books seriously. However, the corners of their eyes couldn't help but drift uncontrollably toward the Slytherin section. Parvati nudged Padma gently with her elbow, whispering through gritted teeth, "Look at his smug face. I really want to gouge his eyes out." "Keep it down, Professor Snape is watching." Although Padma warned her, her knuckles were white from gripping her quill, clearly not calm inside either. She couldn't help touching the cool, ornate earring on her lobe, feeling mixed emotions. These earrings were too beautiful, their mother had never owned such exquisite magical jewelry. Not only did they sparkle, but they also carried a faint warmth, capable of warding off some hexes. For them, coming from a middle-class wizarding family, these were absolute luxuries. But thinking of the price paid for them made Padma feel both ashamed and angry. "We can't just let this go," Parvati said, her face full of defiance. She leaned closer, her warm breath blowing in Padma's ear. "We have to win it back. If he loses." "If he loses, then what?" Padma raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her sister's words. If he loses, we'll make him take off his damn underwear in front of everyone and give it to us," Parvati said fiercely, as if this would even the score. Padma was stunned for a moment, then a deeper blush spread across her face. She slapped her sister lightly in rebuke. "What are you saying? What do we want his underwear for? It's filthy." I was just making a point." Parvati stammered but quickly regained her righteousness, retorting in a barely audible voice, "Who said we want it? We just want him to take it off, to let him taste what it's like to eat in the Great Hall with a bare butt. And we can, secretly see if that thing of his is really like the ones in the books." Parvati's voice grew smaller and smaller, the last sentence almost a mosquito's hum, but Padma heard it clearly. Padma's heart skipped a beat. Messy images floated uncontrollably into her mind, and her face burned even hotter. She didn't argue further, just pinched her palm with her fingernails, but inside, she had already begun calculating how to drag this hateful Slytherin boy into the same shameful situation next time. On the podium, Snape signaled for the line to move forward. A skinny Hufflepuff boy walked at the front, his face pale. The wardrobe door opened, and the boggart twisted into a three-headed dog, its blood-red eyes staring dead at him. The boy screamed and waved his wand, but fear made him mispronounce the spell, producing only white smoke. The three-headed dog roared and lunged, the boy shrieked, dropped his wand, and fled. Snape expressionlessly recalled the boggart, snorting a cold pathetic. The students following were no better. A Ravenclaw girl wept before the phantom of her angry mother, another Gryffindor student froze in place, terrified by a giant, hairy spider. The classroom was permeated with the scent of panic and failure. Not a single person successfully repelled their boggart. But Parvati's eyes lit up. She whispered excitedly into Padma's ear again, "None of them can do it. That Slytherin pretty boy definitely can't either." Looking at her classmates, faces pale and on the verge of tears, Padma felt a strong surge of confidence. She nodded. "This is a good chance. We'll bet on this." "Bet on whether he can handle the boggart," Parvati said quickly. "If he's scared witless, we win. If he succeeds, he wins." Hearing the second half, Padma's excitement cooled slightly. She asked hesitantly, "But what if he wins again? What will he make us do?" "We can't." Padma didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. "What are you afraid of?" Parvati seemed unconcerned. She curled her lip, her voice carrying a trace of self-mockery and reckless bravado. "Is there anything more shameful than eating bare-assed in the Great Hall and giving him our panties? What else can he do? Does he really want to do that to us?" These words were like a shot of adrenaline, dispelling Padma's last scruples. Yes, the most shameful thing had already been done. What was there to fear? Padma's eyes became firm again, even carrying a hint of greed. "Then what do we want if we win? I don't want his dirty underwear." "Of course not." Parvati had already thought it through. She lightly stroked the ornate earring on her lobe, eyes full of desire. "We want necklaces. Necklaces that match the earrings he gave us. A set. Think about it, having just earrings leaves the neck so bare and monotonous." This proposal instantly struck Padma's heart. She immediately pictured herself wearing a full set of gorgeous magical jewelry. It would surely make every girl in the house envious. "Okay." Padma made up her mind. "Let's do it. This time, he absolutely cannot win." Just as the sisters reached a consensus, eyes shining with determination to win, Snape impatiently dismissed another student whose legs had given way before a giant worm. His cold gaze swept over the line, and Jerry happened to be at the head of the next group. The opportunity had arrived. Taking advantage of the moment Snape turned to reset the wardrobe spell, Parvati pulled Padma, crouched down, and with an agility unbefitting their elegant appearance, quickly broke away from the Gryffindor line. They slipped silently across the empty space in the middle of the classroom to the side of the Slytherin line. "Jerry! Jerry!" Two nearly identical voices, filled with suppressed excitement and provocation, rang out beside Jerry. Jerry turned his head to see the Patil sisters squeezing in beside him, pushing Pansy Parkinson further in. A faint scent of parchment and girlish fragrance wafted from them. Pansy let out a dissatisfied snort but didn't speak, merely leaning back slightly and pricking up her ears, clearly intending to hear what they wanted. Jerry looked at the twins. Their faces bore a strange mix of expressions, both the shame of unfinished business and the smugness of impending revenge. "Is something the matter, Gryffindor's Patil sisters?" Jerry's tone was flat, as if none of the previous entanglements had ever happened. "We want to bet with you again." Parvati spoke first, trying to make her voice sound confident. "We bet on this the boggart." She pointed her chin at the shaking wardrobe at the front of the classroom. "We bet you don't dare face it, or that you'll be scared to tears by it." Padma added, a provocative smile on her lips. Jerry was slightly surprised at first, then a knowing smile appeared on his face. "Oh, and the stakes?" Jerry asked with interest. "If I win, what do you plan to give me this time? Is it bras?" Jerry's words made the sisters' cheeks flush red instantly. "We won't lose," Parvati retorted through gritted teeth. "If we win, you have to get us necklaces that match these earrings. 2 of them. If you win." Padma took a deep breath and stated the condition they had discussed, one they believed was impossible to happen. "Name your condition." The sisters looked at Jerry confidently, waiting for him to hesitate out of fear or refuse out of anger. However, Jerry just looked at them. Those eyes held no fear, only amusement. He smiled and nodded lightly. "Deal." Jerry agreed so crisply that the Patil sisters were stunned. Pansy, watching from the side, took it all in. She curled her lip, looking at the twins with pity, as if looking at fools. A devil who could casually kill dark wizards and ministry aurors would be afraid of a boggart. Don't make your brother Jerry laugh. Just as Jerry's crisp deal echoed in the Patil sisters' ears, leaving them momentarily unsure of how to react, the heavy door of the dungeon classroom was pushed open without warning. Creak. In a classroom where students breathed with caution, this abrupt sound was exceptionally jarring. Everyone's eyes, including Snape's displeased gaze, turned toward the door in unison. A tall, blonde woman walked in. She wore a well-tailored dark green robe, her step steady, her expression cold. Her arrival seemed to bring a chill distinct from the damp cold of the dungeon. Selina. Snape's brow furrowed tightly immediately, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, clearly extremely displeased with this uninvited intrusion. Snape was about to speak, his tone already brewing with his usual acrimony and sarcasm. I thought my class. I'm just here to audit, Severus. After all, it's my first time being a professor at Hogwarts, I have much to learn from you. Selina gave Snape no chance to finish his sentence. Her voice was crisp and cold, plugging Snape's words directly. Selina didn't even look at Snape much. She simply swept the students in the classroom with her sharp eyes, then walked straight to the shadows at the back of the room. She found an empty seat, sat down, crossed her legs elegantly, and adopted the posture of a bystander. Snape's face was dark enough to drip water, but ultimately he said nothing, merely letting out a snort of unclear meaning through his nose, acquiescing to her presence. The atmosphere in the classroom became even more oppressive. Jerry, however, raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't turn around. But from the moment that woman stepped into the classroom, a thick, tangible malice locked onto his back like a maggot in the bone. Time passed slowly in the stifling atmosphere. Snape watched coldly as one freshman after another went up, and one after another failed before their respective fears. The classroom echoed with suppressed sobbing and the roars of the bogart transforming into various monsters, but no one could successfully cast the simple spell. Soon, the line moved to Jerry. However, as if fate were playing a bad joke, standing directly in front of him was Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. Hannah, with her two blonde braids and cheeks still carrying a bit of baby fat. At this moment, her face was pale, and her hand holding the wand trembled slightly. Hannah took a deep breath, seeming to try and encourage herself, then took small steps forward. Snape waved his wand expressionlessly, opening the wardrobe door. The thing inside shook, then tumbled out. In front of Hannah, it twisted and deformed, finally turning into a pale-faced vampire in a black suit with sharp fangs revealed, opening its arms and approaching Hannah step by step. Ah! Hannah let out a short scream, instinctively taking a step back. The spell, Miss Abbott, Snape reminded coldly, devoid of emotion. Ridiculous. Hannah's voice carried a sob as she waved her wand frantically, but the sound was too weak and filled with fear. The vampire boggart didn't change at all. Instead, it grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile at her. The girl's psychological defense collapsed completely. She dropped her wand, covered her face, and ran crying back to the Hufflepuff line. Snape impatiently used his wand to drive the boggart back into the wardrobe. He didn't even bother to evaluate Hannah's performance, merely turning his gaze to the next person in line. Next, Mr. Rosier. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the classroom focused on Jerry. The Patil sisters held their breath, leaning forward, their eyes shining with tension and anticipation. How they hoped Jerry would be scared into fleeing like the students before him. In the back of the classroom, that tangible malice became more focused. Selina's gaze seemed to want to pierce Jerry's body, to see what kind of fear was hidden deep in his soul. Under everyone's gaze, Jerry walked out with a calm expression, his step steady, forming a sharp contrast with the trembling students before him. Snape was just about to wave his wand to open the wardrobe when he felt an extremely unusual magical fluctuation coming from the back of the classroom. His sharp gaze immediately shot toward Selina in the shadows, just in time to see a nearly imperceptible, extremely faint black light flash from her fingertip hidden under her robe. You! Snape's face changed, and he moved to stop it immediately. But it was too late. Selina's action was lightning fast. That silent, invisible spell had already hit the shaking wardrobe. Bang! The wardrobe door wasn't opened, it was blown apart from the inside by a massive force, with splinters flying everywhere. A scorching wind carrying the scent of sulfur swept out from the wardrobe, knocking the students in the front row askew. That was no longer a boggart, or rather, not an ordinary boggart. Amidst the tooth-aching sound of bones deforming, a colossal, pure black figure squeezed out of the cabinet. Its body expanded rapidly, nearly hitting the low ceiling of the dungeon classroom. It was a true dragon. Every scale was as smooth and hard as obsidian, and a pair of lava-like golden vertical pupils burned with pure desire for destruction. It gave no one time to react. The dragon opened its giant maw filled with sharp teeth, locking onto Jerry standing before it. A blinding orange-red light lit up deep in its throat. A devastating dragon breath was charging up. Simultaneously, its thick hind legs kicked off the ground violently, and its massive body lunged toward Jerry with astonishing speed completely inconsistent with its size. Heavens! The Patil sisters screamed, their faces pale with terror. Just moments before the fatal dragon breath spewed out, just as the claws were about to tear Jerry apart, Jerry moved. Jerry leaned backward, dodging the swipe of the dragon claw with a flexibility hard for ordinary people to achieve. Powering his legs, he floated backward several meters lightly as a feather. Whoosh! The scorching dragon flame surged out, grazing the spot where he had just stood, scorching the hard stone floor black and filling the air with a pungent smell. Missing its first strike, the dragon immediately twisted its head, a second breath following close behind. Jerry didn't even look at the onrushing flames, he simply waved his wand casually. A barrier, invisible to the naked eye but incredibly solid, formed instantly in front of him. The dragon fire slammed into it as if hitting an invisible wall, spraying out to the sides and burning several nearby desks to ashes. Ridiculous! As he deflected the dragon fire, Jerry's clear and steady voice rang out in the classroom. The majestic black dragon, radiating terrifying pressure, froze abruptly the moment the spell hit it. Its massive body began to shrink rapidly like a deflating balloon, and its obsidian scales turned into colorful, comical polka dots. With a poof, a crooked clown hat sprouted on the dragon's head, and a red ball appeared on its nose. It opened its mouth, trying to spew fire again, but instead spat out a long string of brilliant soap bubbles. The black dragon, terrifying enough to scare adult wizards, turned into a ridiculous clown dragon, waving its stubby front claws and clumsily chasing the bubbles it spat out. The entire classroom fell into dead silence. Until, clap, 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 crisp, slow, and clear applause rang out in the dungeon classroom. Everyone looked in disbelief at the source of the applause. Snape, the professor known for his acrimony and stinginess with praise, was standing by the podium. Although his face remained expressionless, he was applauding Jerry. Snape's applause wasn't enthusiastic, but in this dead silence, it was as shocking as a drumbeat. Snape's applause was like a signal. After a brief moment of shock, thunderous applause and cheers exploded in the classroom. That was amazing. He actually did it. The first-year freshmen, regardless of house, cheered from the bottom of their hearts for this brilliant scene. They had just witnessed pure fear transformed into the most hilarious comedy. Hermione Granger clapped especially hard, her small face filled with admiration and excitement. Hermione knew better than anyone that what Jerry had just displayed wasn't just simple spell technique. That calm mindset in the face of danger, that flowing counter-curse, was precious knowledge she couldn't learn from any book. It seems I really have to go to Jerry for tutoring. Just thinking of this thought, Hermione's cheeks flushed imperceptibly. Beside Hermione, Hannah Abbott, who had been scared to tears earlier, was also clapping hard. Her eyes still held tears, but they were filled more with the light of worship. Having personally experienced the despair of being paralyzed by fear, Hannah understood even better how incredible it was to face and defeat it as easily as Jerry did. Amidst the jubilation, only a few people looked exceptionally grim. The Patil sisters' faces alternated between red and white. Their hands hung stiffly at their sides, completely forgetting to applaud. Their minds were blank, with only the phrase, "Name your condition," echoing constantly. A fear even stronger than facing a bogart rose from the bottom of their hearts. And in the Graffinder line, Ron Weasley's face was as gloomy as a storm cloud. He had planned to amaze everyone with a beautiful countercurse when facing his most feared spider, winning everyone's admiration. But now, all the spotlight, all the glory, had been snatched away by that slick Slytherin he despised the most. That feeling was worse than facing an acromantula directly. Damn Slytherin. Amidst the warm applause, only Selena remained absolutely silent in the shadows at the back of the classroom. Selena didn't clap, instead, the corner of her mouth curled into a playful, cold arc. Looking at the boy standing in the center of the classroom, accepting everyone's adoring gazes, the killing intent hidden deep in her eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. Instead, it became even thicker because of the strength he displayed, far surpassing his peers. Jerry seemed not to feel the gaze behind him that almost froze him. He simply gave an impeccable bow to his cheering classmates, his movements as fluid as if he were attending a grand ball, rather than having just experienced a sudden battle. "Thank you, everyone," Jerry said softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly covered the lingering applause. Selena didn't spare another glance. She turned and left the classroom as abruptly as she had arrived, her steps silent. The heavy wooden door closed behind her with a soft, dull thud, taking that freezing gaze with it. The feeling of a thorn in his back disappeared. Jerry put away the smile on his face and turned back to the Slytherin seats. Quite impressive demonstration, Mr. Rosier." Snape's unique, slow drawl rang out, silencing the noisy classroom instantly. Snape looked at Jerry, a complex light flashing in his black eyes. "Given that you handled an unexpected situation beyond the syllabus." Snape paused, his voice exceptionally clear in the empty classroom. 10 points to Slytherin. After announcing the points, Snape moved his gaze away from Jerry. That brief, nearly approving emotion vanished quickly, replaced by Snape's usual, temperature-less scrutiny. Snape's gaze swept slowly over the Graffinder line like a searchlight. The Graffinder students instinctively straightened their backs, tension filling the air again. Ron Weasley's heart was in his throat, he both hoped to be called and feared it. However, Snape's gaze eventually passed him, fixing on the black-haired boy with round glasses and a lightning scar on his forehead. "Next." Snape's voice carried an almost deliberately prolonged disgust. "Mr. Potter." When the bell rang for the end of class, the Patil sisters bolted almost instantly. Like two startled deer, they rushed out of the dungeon classroom without even saying goodbye, looking as wretched as if an ogre were chasing them. Jerry watched their fleeing backs, the corner of his mouth curling into an imperceptible arc. He wasn't worried at all about the Patil sisters breaking their promise. After all, greed is human nature. Jerry turned his head and whispered to Draco Malfoy beside him, "Come to my dorm tonight. The odds sheet for the Quidditch round of 16 tomorrow is ready." Malfoy's eyes lit up instantly, flashing with undisguised excitement. Malfoy had been coveting the latest Nimbus 2000 for a long time. Although his father Lucius always said he would buy it for him, Draco knew clearly that it was just an empty promise to motivate him, impossible to fulfill in the short term. And these small businesses with Jerry were the only way for him to achieve financial freedom and buy his beloved broom with his own money. "No problem, Jerry, I promise to be on time." Malfoy patted his chest vigorously, as if swearing allegiance. As soon as he finished speaking, he eagerly grabbed his school bag, mumbling about dragging his followers to collect the balance for today's bets, and ran excitedly out of the classroom. The classroom emptied gradually. Jerry packed his things unhurriedly, preparing to leave. Rosier." A slightly hesitant voice came from in front of him. Jerry looked up to see Hermione Granger standing before him, holding a stack of books bigger than her head. Her face still carried some dejection from failing against the boggart, but her eyes were clear, filled with curious thirst for knowledge. In the end, Harry also failed to conquer his fear. The boggart turned into the portrait of Voldemort, and the bone-chilling cold made Harry stiff all over, unable to chant the spell. And Ron was even worse. The acromantula he faced appeared for less than 3 seconds before he dropped his wand in terror, crying and running to the back of the classroom, performing even worse than most of the girls. In contrast, although Hermione failed when facing the illusion of Snape announcing she had failed all her subjects, at least she didn't cry, merely retreating with a pale face. "Something the matter, Hermione?" Jerry looked at her, his tone calm. In Hermione's clever brown eyes, there was a mix of thirst for knowledge and a trace of girlish coyness. She seemed to struggle internally for a long time before 2 lovely blushes floated uncontrollably onto her cheeks. I wanted to ask." Hermione finally mustered her courage, but her voice was as small as a mosquito's buzzing. Do you still need me to wash your clothes?" After asking this, the crimson quickly spread from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. Jerry looked at her shy yet serious appearance without any hesitation. "Of course," he answered crisply and unquestionably, as if it were a matter of course. The affirmative answer relieved Hermione, but also gave her a stranger feeling in her heart. Jerry's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, then he changed the subject. "Looking at your expression, besides this, do you have some magical questions you don't understand?" Hermione's eyes lit up immediately. She nodded instinctively, leaning forward slightly, just about to ask about the principle of that counter-curse. "Hermione, what are you talking about with this Slytherin slicker?" A voice filled with jealousy and hostility came from behind. Ron Weasley, red-faced, walked over quickly, grabbed Hermione's arm, and glared warily at Jerry. "Stay away from him, he's not a good person." Jerry didn't even bother to spare a glance for Weasley behind him. His gaze remained on Hermione as he said calmly, "I have no classes this afternoon, but I'm going to clean the abandoned girls' washroom on the 3rd floor. If you really want to figure it out, you can find me there." With that, Jerry took his things and walked straight past them. Just out of the dungeon classroom, around a cold corner, 2 beautiful figures came into his view. Catherine was leaning against the cold wall, arms crossed, posture elegant. Beside her stood Cassandra. Cassandra seemed very constrained. Her head was lowered, eyes fixed on the tips of her shoes. Her fair cheeks, painted with gothic smoky makeup, were flushed suspiciously red, and her fingers unconsciously twisted a corner of her robe. Jerry's steps didn't pause at all. He walked straight over, a perfect smile on his face. Knowing exactly who they were waiting for, Jerry still asked knowingly, his voice carrying a gentle teasing, "Waiting for me to have lunch together, senior?" Hearing his voice, Cassandra buried her head even lower, almost retracting into her robe. Catherine immediately straightened up, a mysterious smile blooming on her face. "Of course." Her voice carried a hint of laughter. "We are waiting here specifically for you, little junior." Catherine smilingly put her arm around Cassandra's shoulder, leading her and Jerry to walk side by side toward the great hall. The 3 formed a beautiful scenery, attracting the attention of a few passing students in the corridor. However, after just a few steps, Jerry noticed something wrong beside him. Cassandra's gait was very strange. Her legs were clamped tight, moving in almost tiny steps. Every few steps, Cassandra's body would tremble slightly uncontrollably, and her shoulders would shrink. Cassandra kept her head down. From Jerry's angle, he could only see her biting her lower lip tightly, the blush on her cheek so deep it looked like she had applied too much rouge. Jerry's gaze swept the surroundings. The corridor was empty now, save for the 3 of them. He slowed his pace imperceptibly, falling half a step behind, walking right behind Cassandra. In the next instant, under Catherine's playful gaze and Cassandra's startled cry, Jerry's hand shot out like lightning, directly lifting the back hem of Cassandra's Slytherin robe and the skirt underneath. The sight before him immediately confirmed his guess. Beneath the fabric, the girl's white, perky buttocks were fully revealed. a simple pair of white cotton panties wrapped tightly around her. However, in the most private place at the front of the panties, a distinct protruding outline was held up high by a foreign object. It was a small, pink vibrating egg, clamped firmly in the secret place between her legs. A thin layer of cotton cloth couldn't block its power at all. It was pressed tight against that most sensitive, tender flesh, emitting a silent buzzing vibration. It was this uninterrupted stimulation that made every step Cassandra took incredibly difficult, her body trembling involuntarily from the unsuppressible pleasure. That patch of what should have been pure white cotton fabric was now soaked by a large area of continuously seeping love juices, darkening in color and clinging tightly to her full mound, even faintly revealing the outline of the pale flesh beneath. The vibration of the egg transmitted through the soaked fabric, acting directly on the most sensitive flower heart. Every buzz caused Cassandra's body to spasm uncontrollably. MMH. The moment her skirt was lifted and her most shameful secret exposed to Jerry's eyes, Cassandra could no longer hold back. A suppressed moan carrying a sob spilled from her throat. Hearing this moan, Catherine, who had been smiling, darkened her face. She took a step forward and poked Cassandra's forehead unceremoniously with her finger, scolding coldly. "Shut your mouth, bitch. Do you think 2,000 gold galleons grow on trees? If you make another sound, don't think about getting a single galleon from me, you lowly bitch." Catherine's words were like ice-tipped knives, each one stabbing into Cassandra's self-esteem. As she spoke, her thumb hidden in her sleeve moved seemingly casually, pressing the switch on a small remote control. A stimulation several times more intense than before exploded without warning from the depths of her crotch. Cassandra's body arched violently, her legs going weak instantly. If Catherine hadn't caught her quickly, Cassandra would have collapsed to the ground. That intense pleasure broke through Cassandra's last dam of reason. The warm honey juices could no longer be absorbed by that small piece of fabric. Like a bursting dam, they gushed out, soaking the panties completely before winding down the smooth inner thighs Cassandra had tensed from trembling. The liquid dripped onto the cold stone floor, quickly pooling into a small wet stain. As Cassandra was half dragged, half carried forward by Catherine, her soaked soles left half deep, half shallow wet footprints on the dry ground, appearing exceptionally lewd in this empty corridor. The Great Hall at this time was very different from usual. Because the qualifying rounds of the Wizard Chess Championship had ended, the round of 16 was next. From this point on, it could be considered the true Wizard Chess Championship. To welcome the ongoing Hogwarts Wizard Chess Championship, the long tables of the four houses were covered with thick white tablecloths that draped to the floor, completely hiding everything underneath. Exquisite silver candelabras were placed on the tables, the flickering candlelight adding a solemn and elegant atmosphere to the entire hall. Many adult wizards in various robes, clearly visiting contestants or spectators, were sitting mixed with the students, conversing in low voices while dining. The entire hall appeared livelier and more crowded than usual. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, Catherine gave a sudden shove, forcing Cassandra to bend down and half-kneel in front of a seat. "Down, now." Her voice carried an unquestionable command. Cassandra's body was tense, like a small beast in a desperate situation. Her gaze scanned the chaotic crowd around her rapidly, trying to find a sliver of a chance to escape. "No, I can't. Someone will notice." "No one will notice." But Catherine just sneered, pulling out the draft-ridden 2,000 gold galleons from her robe and waving it in front of Cassandra's eyes. The golden numbers shone brightly in the candlelight, stinging Cassandra's eyes and completely crushing her last bit of resistance. Cassandra lowered her body, almost falling, and like a driven bitch, crawled wretchedly under the heavy white tablecloth. The heavy fabric fell, completely cutting her off from the noise of the great hall. "Let's eat, Junior." Catherine licked her lips enchantingly at Jerry. She picked up her knife and fork, cut a piece of perfectly roasted steak, juicy and fragrant, and placed it on Jerry's plate. Under the cover of the tablecloth, Catherine's other hand had already slid to Jerry's crotch. Her nimble fingers reached in, tugged gently, and completely liberated his thick meat root from its constraints. The heavy meat root sprang out immediately, quivering slightly in Catherine's palm before hanging limply toward the ground. The hot, damp tip was emitting faint white steam. A few threads of crystal prostatic fluid, with the continuous kneading and rubbing of Catherine's palm, spread over the thick meat pillar, finally forming a teetering drop of water that fell silently toward the ground. Jerry didn't resist. He simply forked the steak and chewed it methodically, his chewing movements even carrying a kind of elegance. Jerry's voice was very soft, low enough that only Catherine and Cassandra under the tablecloth could hear clearly. "I need to pee a little, but I'm very hungry right now. What should I do?" Hearing this, a gleam of excitement flashed in Catherine's green eyes, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a cruel arc. "It's fine, Senior Cassandra will be very happy to help you solve this problem." Saying this, Catherine's finger hidden under the table pressed the remote control again. Under the tablecloth, only a muffled groan was heard, followed by the subtle sounds of fabric rubbing against the floor and a body trembling. Cassandra's body tensed abruptly. An electric-like pleasure exploded from deep within her crotch again, draining her of almost all strength. Cassandra curled up on the cold stone floor, her body shaking like a sieve. More fluid flowed from her lower body, quickly pooling into a small wet mark beneath her, emitting a faint, fishy sweet scent. Cassandra was tense all over, her brain buzzing, the words of Catherine and Jerry becoming blurry in her ears. "Didn't you hear?" Suddenly, a foot wearing an exquisite leather shoe thrust fiercely through the gap in the tablecloth, kicking heavily against Cassandra's soft chest with full force. Cough. A short, painful groan escaped Cassandra's throat. Her body arched backward reflexively, a burning dull pain radiating from her chest. "Junior needs to pee." Catherine's voice came from above, filled with cold mockery. "You've been leaking water all morning, you must be thirsty too. Perfect time to rehydrate." Just as Cassandra was struggling from the pain in her chest, Catherine's other hand had already reached under the tablecloth, accurately grabbing the collar on her neck. No wonder Cassandra had been keeping her head down all this time, she was wearing an exquisite collar around her neck. The black leather collar was now tightly choking Cassandra's slender neck, the metal ring pressing coldly against her throat. Catherine yanked hard, and Cassandra's head was forcibly pulled forward until her cheek almost touched the thick meat root on the ground. "How many times do I have to repeat myself, bitch?" Catherine's tone was filled with impatience. Her toe pressed down hard on Cassandra's chest, pinning her in place. "Or are you planning to violate our agreement right now?" Cassandra's body trembled violently. Tears flowed silently, sliding past the corners of her eyes painted with gothic smoky makeup, then absorbed by the cold stone bricks. She gritted her teeth, every muscle in her body fighting against this humiliation, yet the pulling force from the collar was too strong for her to break free. "Hurry up." Cassandra's body jerked, a whimper escaping her throat, and her mouth opened instinctively. The moment Cassandra opened her mouth, Jerry's waist thrust forward slightly. A stream of warm liquid, carrying a distinctive musky scent, shot violently into Cassandra's mouth. "Ugh, cough cough." Caught off guard by the impact of the urine, Cassandra's throat made violent retching sounds. Her body arched, trying to spit out the foreign liquid. Cassandra's cheeks flushed the color of liver from holding her breath. Tears and saliva mixed together, dripping down her chin. However, Catherine's hand gripped the collar on her neck deftly tight, preventing her from retreating, the pressure forcing her unable to close her mouth. Jerry's stream continued uninterrupted. The warm liquid washed over the depths of Cassandra's mouth, overflowing from the corners of her lips and soaking her gothic makeup-stained cheeks. Cassandra swallowed instinctively, every gulp accompanied by a glug sound from deep in her throat, like a drowning person forced to drink water. When the last trace of urine was gone and Jerry let out a satisfied hum, Catherine released her foot from Cassandra's chest but kept her grip on the collar, allowing Cassandra no chance to escape. Cassandra collapsed to the ground. Her lips were red and swollen from excessive opening and flushing, still stained with crystal liquid, looking exceptionally lewd in the candlelight. She gasped for air, chest heaving violently, eyes wet, radiating the aura of humiliation after being forced. However, she was given no chance to rest. Catherine yanked the collar violently, pulling Cassandra's head forward again until the meat root, which had just expelled urine but remained full and hard, pressed against her lips. "Now it's time to replenish energy. Bitch, am I good to you? Eat more, or it won't be good if you collapse during class this afternoon." Catherine's thumb pressed the remote control again, increasing the vibration frequency of the egg. Cassandra's body convulsed violently under the table. Her legs clamped tighter unconsciously. The itching pleasure from her crotch intertwined with the humiliation of being forced in her mouth, causing Cassandra to break down completely. Slowly, Cassandra stopped struggling and began to submit, like a worn-out doll. Mechanically, she used her mouth to suck and tease, the swallowing sounds deep in her throat becoming more frequent and urgent. But submission couldn't hide the clumsiness of her tongue. The pop water sounds between her lips and the meat root continued. Fortunately, these sounds mixed with the noisy background of the great hall, and no one noticed the odd noise. Jerry sat at the table as if nothing were happening, elegantly cutting the steak on his plate, occasionally forking a small piece into his mouth. Catherine's hand stroked gently in his crotch, fingertips circling around his privates, also supervising Cassandra's actions. Catherine looked at Jerry's calm profile, a satisfied smile curling the corner of her mouth. At the same time, she kept speaking words that only the three of them could hear. "Faster, bitch. Is this how you service that senior boyfriend of yours? Open your mouth wider. If your teeth scrape the meat, I'll knock them out one by one." About 10 minutes later, with a shallow low growl from Jerry, Cassandra's mouth was instantly filled by the sudden intensified impact, a woo sound escaping from deep in her throat before she could digest it. Scalding turbid fluid, carrying a strong fishy sweet scent, gushed out like a flood, rushing violently into Cassandra's throat. Glug, glug. Cassandra swallowed continuously, her throat making painful yet clear sounds. The thick liquid carried scorching heat, washing over Cassandra's tongue coating, sliding down her throat, all the way down. And Jerry's meat root twitched violently a few times in Cassandra's mouth, each twitch injecting more essence unreservedly. Until Cassandra's cheeks were stuffed full, her fair neck taut from the violent swallowing action, blue veins faintly visible. Some that she couldn't swallow in time mixed with Cassandra's own saliva. Overflowing from the corners of her mouth, it dripped onto Cassandra's stain-covered chest and the stone bricks, forming a nauseating slick. Only when Jerry's meat root finally softened and withdrew from her mouth could Cassandra gasp for air. Catherine glanced down at Cassandra's wretched appearance, then released her collar. Her finger wiped lightly over Jerry's meat root stained with residual fluid, then stuffed it back into Jerry's pants. Only then did she naturally retract her finger, the tip stained with thick essence gleaming in the candlelight. Catherine extended her tongue slightly, taking that finger into her mouth. Does it taste good? Of course. 38, Chapter 38. The girls' bathroom is on the 3rd floor. Lunch was over quickly. Catherine elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. Beneath the tablecloth, a slight commotion stirred, and Cassandra slithered out from the darkness like a startled snake, sitting back in her chair with her head lowered and silent. Her face was pale and her lips were swollen, but she had already tidied her robes. Aside from the faint, lingering musky scent of sex on her breath, there was nothing unusual about her appearance. Catherine placed the money order on the table and said to Cassandra, "Don't you dare take it off. It has my curse mark on it. If you remove it, I'll know." Jerry wiped his mouth, gestured to Catherine, and they stood up together to leave the noisy great hall. They left Cassandra sitting alone in her original spot. There was no official schedule for the wizard chess tournament today, but Hogwarts did not quiet down because of it. On the contrary, when they stepped out of the castle, a wave of even more feverish bustle hit them. On the massive open ground next to the Quidditch pitch, a grand-scale engineering project was underway. A large number of wizards were waving their wands in unison, directing those gargantuan wizard chess pieces. Each piece was like a small mountain, levitated by charms and moving slowly through the air. Many other wizards flew around these pieces like industrious worker bees, using the tips of their wands to spray them with brilliant, colorful coatings. Golden crowns for the kings, silver armor for the knights, and jewel-encrusted mitres for the bishops, all flashed dazzlingly in the sunlight. Further away, giants standing 70 or 80 meters tall used their massive palms to assemble heavy stones and wooden planks into high stands. It was said these giants were all borrowed from a certain pureblood family's world farm nearby. They were herding slave laborers, but now they were silently and efficiently executing the wizard's commands. A gargantuan chessboard was taking shape, surrounded by a sea of seats that wrapped around it in layers like a Roman Colosseum. Starting tomorrow, every match of the round of 16 would take place here, featuring live duels with these massive pieces. The Slytherin first years had no classes in the afternoon. Malfoy and his group of freshmen had already grown restless and headed to the town next to Hogwarts in a group. Because of the tournament, the town had undergone a transformation. It was heard that the streets were incredibly lively, with plenty of wizard chess merchandise for sale. Of course, Malfoy's primary goal was to promote their betting pool. With the round of 16 starting tomorrow, even more wizards would be arriving from the outside. He was bold and wanted to earn more, so after discussing it with Jerry, he took his people to town to expand the business. Jerry should have gone for a stroll as well. After all, the town looked the same as always when he had dinner there that night. But unfortunately, Jerry had more important things to attend to. He said goodbye to Catherine at the corridor junction. Catherine and the other 7th-year students had classes in the afternoon. After all, they were fast approaching the N.E.W.T.S. astily exhausting wizarding tests, and if they failed, it wouldn't be as simple as just repeating a year. Jerry walked toward the 3rd floor alone. After parting ways with Catherine, Jerry headed for the 3rd floor. The 7th-year students still had classes this afternoon. After all, they were about to face the N.E.W.T.S. that would decide their future fates. Failing wasn't just about repeating a grade, it would likely affect their chances of entering the Ministry of Magic or finding a decent job in the wizarding world. The staircase to the 3rd floor was narrower than those below, and there were fewer people walking on it. When Jerry stepped onto the carpeted corridor of the 3rd floor, the noise from below was almost completely cut off, leaving the surroundings in total silence. Jerry soon found his destination, the 3rd floor girls' washroom. Pushing open the heavy door with its brass handle, the scene inside was completely different from the one on the 1st floor. The space was much smaller, appearing more compact and private. The floor was no longer cold stone but smooth black and white marble tiles, polished until they were spotless, clearly reflecting the few magical lamps on the ceiling that emitted a soft glow. The faucets on the vanity were not ordinary iron but gleaming brass, elegantly shaped. The air lacked the damp, musty smell of disinfectant from the 1st floor, replaced by a faint fragrance like premium essential oils mixed with steam. This place was specifically reserved for professors, female staff, and student leaders like house prefects. Ordinary young wizards wouldn't bother climbing so many stairs just to wash up or use the toilet, so there wasn't a single bit of graffiti on the walls. Everything was maintained with the cleanliness and decency unique to the adult world. Deep within the washroom, there was a frosted glass door. From behind the door came the faint sound of dripping water and even denser, humid steam. Evidently, that was the women's bathhouse, accessible only to those with specific status. However, although it looked clean, Jerry noticed some overlooked details upon closer inspection. A thin layer of dust had settled at the joints where the vanity met the wall, at the bottom of the stall doors, and along the corners of the windowsills. To a wizard used to making everything gleam like new with magic, this level of dust was a sign of neglect. Jerry didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a rare oversight by the house elves. Jerry drew his wand from his robes and pointed it at one of the dusty corners, intending to solve the problem with a simple Scourgify charm. However, when Jerry whispered the incantation, the expected cleaning white light did not appear. The tip of the wand merely flickered weakly, like a damp match, and then went silent. Jerry frowned slightly. Thinking he had been distracted, he concentrated and tried again. The result was the same. The weak ripple of magic dissipated into the air the moment it left his wand, as if absorbed by an invisible barrier. Jerry put down his wand, walked to the entrance, and lightly brushed his fingers across the stone wall above the door frame. His fingertips felt extremely shallow engravings that were almost integrated into the stone. Runes. A fairly ancient and complex array used to suppress the flow of magic. Jerry understood immediately. No wonder Professor McGonagall had assigned him, Elizabeth, and Cressida to clean this place. An anti-magic field had been set up here, any cleaning spells were useless. In other words, they could only clean using the most primitive, traditional Muggle methods with rags, mops, and buckets. Of course, this kind of anti-magic barrier wasn't impossible to break through by force, but if Jerry guessed correctly, forcing it would trigger a piercing alarm, likely loud enough for all of Hogwarts to hear. Jerry rolled his eyes disrespectfully at the glowing magic lamp on the ceiling. Well, it looked like there would be no slacking off today. Jerry stopped complaining and turned to find an inconspicuous compartment door built into the wall on one side of the washroom. Opening it, he found Muggle cleaning tools like buckets, mops, and rags neatly arranged, along with a wooden sign that said, "Cleaning in progress, do not enter." Jerry took out the sign first, then patiently knocked on every stall door in the washroom. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed in the quiet room, but there was no response from behind any door. After confirming no one was inside, he walked to the main door and hung the wooden sign on the brass handle outside. Having done all this, Jerry returned to the vanity. He unbuttoned his robe, which was embroidered with the silver and green snake crest of Slytherin. The soft fabric made a slight rustling sound. Jerry didn't fold it, just tossed it onto the dry, smooth marble counter, followed by his trousers and shirt. Soon, he was wearing only a pair of snug underwear. The youth's raw body was exposed under the soft magical light, his skin glowing with a healthy tone. Jerry pulled a bucket from the closet, walked to the brass faucet, and turned it on. Clear water splashed into the bucket with a cool spray. The tight underwear wasn't enough to hide much. On the contrary, after being slightly dampened by the humid steam of the washroom, the thin cotton fabric clung even tighter to his skin, outlining the shape of his cock with absolute clarity. The plump, hard object, even in a state between flaccid and erect, already possessed considerable mass. One could clearly see how the slightly upturned head pushed the fabric into a rounded curve, while the thick base below extended downward, forming a heavy bulge at the root of his thighs. When Jerry bent over to lift the full bucket of water, his thigh and abdominal muscles tensed, pulling the fabric of his underwear even tighter. The contour of the member became even more shamelessly prominent, with a few winding veins visible even through the thin layer of cloth. Jerry held the bucket in one hand and a rag in the other, unhurriedly wiping the marble vanity while humming an unknown tune. The water stains were wiped away, and the smooth surface reflected his nearly naked body, carrying the raw, youthful essence of a teenage boy. Jerry looked at himself in the mirror, mumbling about another matter in his mind. Professor McGonagall said she was punishing the three of them, but according to the 7th-year schedule, by the time Elizabeth and Cressida finished class and came here, he would have likely cleaned the place spotless. In name, it was a punishment for 3, but in reality, it was just him doing all the work. Thinking of this, Jerry gave his reflection another silent eye roll. However, Jerry didn't complain for long, soon turning his attention to more important matters. Right now, 2 of the tasks assigned by the system remained unfinished. One, naturally, was the emergency mission concerning Cassandra. He wrung out the rag, squatted down, and began wiping the stall doors. Based on Cassandra's submissive performance under the table today, Jerry expected this task wouldn't be a major problem. That goth girl, despite her rebellious exterior, had an internal defense line that was more fragile than he had imagined. Moreover, to ensure total success, he had already prepared a true killing blow for Cassandra, one that would absolutely crush her pride and resistance, causing her to break down completely and become the most loyal bitch at his feet. As long as this task was completed, not only would the massive threat of Selena be removed, but he would also get a random dark magic knowledge scroll. If he could win her over completely, there was even a 5% ancient bloodline awakening and the title of Charm Master. No matter how he calculated it, this was a very profitable deal. Jerry's fingers, wet with water, methodically wiped the dust from the doors, but the thought of his other task gave him a massive headache. His rag stopped moving, leaving a faint water trail on the clean door. On the system mission panel, the title of the second mission stood out, Melting Point of the Hard Butch. The goal was blunt and crude, tame the Graffinder prefect, Cressida Vance. The detailed requirements were even more shocking. Within a week, use any necessary means to completely flip her sexual orientation. The reward for this task was the rare bloodline Medusa's Gaze, a powerful ability that was exciting just to hear about. But the penalty for failure, a 20% permanent damage to his magic core and a 50% reduction in his future magic growth limit, that was practically destroying his future. Jerry watched the numbers on the countdown tick down mercilessly. Nearly 6 hours had passed. yet he still had no idea where to start. Force. Threats. With Cressida's stubborn Graffinder personality, that would likely backfire. Seduction? Jerry was confident in his charm, but that confidence hadn't inflated to the point where he thought he could directly straighten a hard butch. Jerry leaned against the cold wall, allowing water from the wet rag to drip onto the marble floor with crisp drip-drop sounds, much like that damn mission countdown. And unlike with Cassandra, he was almost a blind man this time. To handle Cassandra, Jerry had Catherine as an excellent inside informant and helper. But regarding Cressida Vance, as the 7th-year Graffinder prefect, Catherine knew almost nothing about her. The relationship between Slytherin and Graffinder was like oil and water, and there was even less interaction between the prefects of the two houses. The only thing known was that Cressida Vance was a lesbian, and a possessive, jealous bad lesbian at that. Possessiveness, jealousy. Jerry muttered the word silently, his eyes narrowing slightly. To ordinary people, these were dangerous negative emotions. But to him, they might be the only and the best point of entry. To exploit someone's jealousy, one first had to know what they cared about and who their possessiveness was focused on. He had to get intelligence first. Jerry straightened up again and tossed the rag back into the bucket, creating a splash. He switched to a mop and began cleaning the floor methodically, but his mind was already fully active. Although he didn't have a good method yet, he at least had a line of thought and a direction. While mopping the mirror-like marble floor, he sketched out an intelligence network regarding Cressida Vance in his mind. Just then, the heavy wooden door of the washroom was pushed directly open with a creak. "Sister, are you sure we are allowed to be here?" The nervous voice of a young girl came from outside. Jerry's movement paused. He was currently using a long-handled brush to clean the last toilet in the stalls. Hearing the voice, he looked up with a bit of impatience, about to say something to remind the newcomers what the sign on the door was for, but the door had already been pushed wide open. One tall and one small, a woman and a girl, walked in from the outside. Leading them was an older witch who looked like she had already graduated, wearing a sharp robe that was clearly not a school uniform. Behind her followed a Hufflepuff little witch who was obviously a first-year freshman, her face full of a timid expression. It was Liliana. When their eyes met, Jerry Swo was wearing only a pair of underwear and holding a toilet brush in the washroom. The air froze instantly. Liliana's cheeks turned a deep crimson in a flash. She let out a short cry of surprise like a startled rabbit, her eyes darting around frantically but involuntarily drawn to Jerry's nearly unshielded body. Liliana's gaze lingered for a moment on Jerry's flat, firm abdomen before sliding uncontrollably down to the prominent bulge wrapped in thin fabric, and then darted away as if hit by an electric shock, so ashamed she wished she could sink into the floor. Liliana's Hufflepuff school robes couldn't hide her already excessively developed breasts, which heaved violently with her panicked breathing. In contrast, the reaction of her graduated sister, Alicia, was much slower. She also possessed an impressively proud figure, her mature curves fully revealed under her form-fitting robe. She merely widened her somewhat dazed eyes, looking at Jerry with curiosity. Her gaze traveled from his foam-covered hands to his bare chest, finally landing on the toilet brush in his hand. Her face was full of pure, unadulterated confusion, as if she were completely unaware of how awkward and improper the scene was. Jerry showed not a shred of shyness. Instead, he straightened his body unhurriedly. Standing straight, his originally small stature appeared remarkably upright. The soft magical light spilled over him, outlining the firm, smooth muscle lines of a youth. Droplets of water slid down his chest, disappearing into the waistband of his underwear. This movement by Jerry caused the contour tightly wrapped by the fabric between his legs to be exposed even more clearly to the sister's sight. Liliana's breathing nearly stopped. She felt her cheeks burning hot enough to ignite, able only to stare dead at the tips of her shoes, her heart thumping like a drum. At that moment, Jerry's gaze swept over the two of them and landed on the laundry baskets they were carrying. The baskets contained neatly folded bath towels and clean robes, with bottles and jars of toiletries tucked in beside them. It looked like they were here to bathe. Except, Jerry's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Based on Liliana's year and Alicia's status as a graduate, neither seemed to have the privilege of using this high-level washroom. Jerry rinsed the toilet brush in the bucket nearby and spoke unhurriedly, his voice steady and clear, breaking the awkward silence. "Hello, ladies. If I recall correctly, I hung a cleaning in progress sign on the door." Liliana immediately lowered her head, apologizing repeatedly in a voice that sounded like she was on the verge of tears. I'm sorry. We really didn't see the sign. Sister, let's leave quickly." Liliana reached out, trying desperately to grab Alicia's wrist and drag her away from this embarrassing place. However, Alicia was like a tree with deep roots, motionless. Not only did Alicia refuse to leave, she actually pouted with a sense of grievance, mumbling in a voice that was less of an explanation and more of a self-muttering complaint. But I haven't bathed in days, I'm practically stinking, if I'm this smelly, I can't play chess properly." Alicia paused and added another sentence, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Besides, I used to be able to bathe here whenever I wanted. Professor McGonagall gave me her personal permission." Jerry looked at this strange combination where the younger sister acted like the older one and the older sister acted like an overgrown child, and he truly couldn't help but let out a pft and laughed. His laughter made the already humiliated Liliana even more mortified, while Alicia tilted her head and looked at him with a face full of incomprehension. Jerry turned his gaze to the flushed Liliana, who looked ready to cry, and softened his tone. "Forget it. I haven't gotten around to cleaning the bathing area inside anyway. If you don't mind me working out here, go ahead in." "Okay." Alicia responded almost instantly and decisively, a happy smile blooming on her face as if she had received a grand blessing. Liliana looked at the mist-shrouded bathroom behind the frosted glass door, then peeked at the nearly naked Jerry beside her, her face full of hesitation. But before she could say anything, Alicia was already carrying her basket and humming a tune, heading straight for the door. "Sister." Liliana stomped her foot but eventually gave up the resistance. She said a very quick thank you to Jerry and then grabbed her skirt to chase after her. Because she was running in a hurry and the smooth marble floor was still wet from Jerry's mopping, her steps made splat-splat sounds. Jerry leaned against the wall, watching with interest. The girl's grand chest beneath her school robes bounced violently up and down with her run. Those two startling mounds of flesh looked as though they might cause her to lose balance and fall forward at any moment. Watching her dribble past him, Jerry was actually a bit worried she might slip, lose her center of gravity, and do a faceplant. The frosted glass door soon closed, cutting off his view completely. Immediately following, from behind the door came the rustling sound of fabric rubbing against skin. Jerry leaned against the wall, forgetful of moving his mop. He almost instinctively wanted to raise his hand and use a silent probing charm or some similar magic to peek. After all, Jerry was very curious about the spectacular sight of those lush peaks wrapped under Liliana's robes, the ones that almost burst through her clothes just from running. Although he had taken the opportunity to secretly touch that incredible softness and elasticity before, seeing it with his own eyes was another matter entirely. Moreover, there was Alicia inside as well. Judging by her mature physique, the scale of those two snowy peaks was likely even more grand than Liliana's. A somewhat wicked thought even popped into Jerry's head: if half of Alicia's volume could be shared with the Patil twins, those two could likely escape the unflattering title of Airport Runway immediately. However, the moment this thought arose, Jerry remembered the damn anti-magic field. Cursing under his breath, Jerry was forced to abandon his plan of magical voyeurism. He picked up his mop again and continued his cleaning work absent-mindedly. Still, Jerry's ears remained pricked, carefully capturing every subtle sound from the bathroom: the sound of water splashing, accompanied by the sisters' lowered, indistinct conversation. As steam continued to seep through the door cracks, the scent of premium essential oils was replaced by an even richer aroma of body wash carrying a sweet, floral fruitiness. This scent acted like invisible tentacles, constantly teasing Jerry's nerves. Jerry wiped the sweat from his forehead caused by the heat and labor. Looking at the nearby frosted glass door where he could only vaguely see two shadows moving, his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Jerry decided that out of sight, out of mind was best and turned to clean another untouched stall, intending to stay further away from that door. Truly curious. Just as Jerry turned around, the main washroom door, which had only just closed, rang out with the sound of being pushed open once more. This time, it wasn't students who entered. Walking in front was Professor McGonagall, and beside her was a blonde woman Jerry had never seen in the school, but whose aura was exceptionally striking. The woman wore an elegant sky blue suit and was also carrying a basket full of toiletries. She had a beautiful face, carrying a gentleness and composure belonging to a mature woman. She was clearly a well-maintained witch. This sudden turn of events caused the air in the washroom to freeze. Professor McGonagall and the blonde woman clearly didn't expect to see a nearly naked Jerry here. They stopped at the door, staring at Jerry, who was standing in the middle of the washroom wearing only underwear, holding a mop, with sweat on his brow. Stunned for a moment. Professor McGonagall's lips thinned into a stern line, but her scrutinizing gaze, as it swept over Jerry's nearly naked body, inevitably landed on the taut contour of the hard object beneath the fabric that couldn't be fully hidden. That majestic sight caused McGonagall to instantly recall how, just this morning in her office, this brazen little bastard had knelt between her legs and used his shameless mouth to bring her that long-awaited climax that had nearly cost her her composure. An extremely subtle, nearly imperceptible smile instinctively tugged at the corner of her mouth, but it vanished in an instant. After all, there was an outsider present. Professor McGonagall immediately resumed her impartial deputy headmistress persona, her voice stern as she said, "Mr. Rosier, although I ordered you to clean the washroom, I certainly did not authorize you to do so wearing only your underwear." Hearing the name Rosier, the blonde woman beside her was first slightly taken aback, then turned a smiling, intrigued look toward Professor McGonagall. McGonagall gave a slight nod, confirming her suspicion. The blonde woman instantly burst into a pft of laughter. She took a step closer and leaned into Professor McGonagall's ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, laced with a hint of cunning and mischief, "Is it really Lily's son?" As she spoke, she used the corner of her eye to size up Jerry's bulging lower half. "I remember perfectly well back then, Lily complained to us more than once that old Rosier's thing was so small and thin it couldn't satisfy her at all. Even when she secretly used an enlargement charm, it still wasn't enough, so how can her son, this?" Before she could finish, Professor McGonagall immediately gave her a massive eye roll and simultaneously reached out, giving the blonde woman's soft waist a hard, stealthy pinch to signal her to stop talking nonsense. The blonde woman let out an exaggerated gasp, as if caught in a naughty prank. But instead of restraining herself, she twisted her waist, walked around Professor McGonagall, and stood directly in front of Jerry. Her gaze slid unashamedly down Jerry's face, past his youthful, firm chest and abdomen. Finally, it lingered for a moment on the contour pressed prominently against the thin fabric before returning to his eyes with a playful smile. "Little guy, you can call me Amelia." Amelia extended a well-maintained right hand toward Jerry. Her voice carried the softness and languor of a mature woman, gently teasing, "You and your father really don't look alike at all." Facing Amelia's teasing gaze and outstretched hand, Jerry showed no sign of constraint. He met her gaze openly, reaching out to clasp that soft, boneless hand. Jerry's palm was warm and strong, forming a sharp contrast with Amelia's delicateness. "Hello, Aunt Amelia." "Aunt. Hee, what a good boy." "Alright, stop messing around, Amelia. Go inside." Professor McGonagall finally couldn't stand it anymore and rolled her eyes impatiently. "Are you going to the ministry banquet later or not?" Hee. Amelia let out a string of silver bell-like laughter. She withdrew her hand but took the opportunity to ruffle Jerry's hair vigorously, messing up his neatly combed locks. "Don't think about peeking, little guy." With that, she twisted her hips and walked first into the frosted glass door. Immediately after, Alicia's somewhat pleasantly surprised greeting came from inside, "Mrs. Fudge." Outside the washroom, only Jerry and Professor McGonagall remained for a moment. Professor McGonagall lagged a step behind. She first glared fiercely at Jerry, as if in warning, but her subsequent action was the complete opposite. She quickly slipped off one of her pointed high heels, her smooth foot stepping onto the cool marble floor. Then she took a step forward, and with her toes painted with red nail polish, she hooked neither lightly nor heavily at the base of that thing through the fabric of Jerry's underwear. A numbing sensation instantly shot up. "Don't be fooled by her." Professor McGonagall lowered her voice, leaning close to Jerry to whisper, "That woman is bad news." As soon as McGonagall finished speaking and was about to say more, Amelia's head popped out from behind the frosted glass door again. Her blonde hair was misty with steam, and crystal water droplets hung on her bare shoulders. She had clearly already taken off her clothes. "Minerva, hurry up. Alicia is here too." Amelia called out, but her gaze precisely caught Professor McGonagall's bare foot, which was hurriedly being stuffed back into the high heel. A knowing, wicked grin immediately appeared at the corner of her mouth. Professor McGonagall froze on the spot. She could clearly feel Amelia's playful gaze tickling her cheek like a small feather. Heat rose uncontrollably from her neck, spreading rapidly to her ears, causing an unnatural flush to appear on McGonagall's perpetually stern face. Caught in the act. However, she was Professor McGonagall after all. In the next second, she forcefully suppressed that fleeting embarrassment. Minerva quickly shoved her bare foot completely back into the high heel and straightened her back, as if the person who had just used her toes to hook Jerry's underwear and hard object wasn't her at all. Minerva didn't look at Amelia's teasing smile, nor did she give Jerry another glance. She simply adjusted the collar of her robe, tilted her chin slightly, and resumed her impartial, unapproachable deputy headmistress posture. Under Amelia's knowing gaze, she walked calmly into the still-swinging frosted glass door. With a whoosh, she gently closed the door behind her, completely cutting off the inside from the outside. Jerry shrugged and continued mopping the floor. But his mind was clearly no longer on cleaning. Jerry was puzzled. He had clearly hung a "cleaning in progress" sign on the door, so why were people still coming in one after another? Had someone taken the sign down? Thinking of this, Jerry stopped his work, intending to push the door open and check. This should have taken only a few seconds. However, just as Jerry pushed the heavy wooden door open a crack, a warm body slammed into his arms without warning. A familiar fragrance rushed into his nose. Jerry looked up and saw that the girl who stumbled into his arms from the impact was the Slytherin prefect, Isabella. Isabella was nearly a head taller than Jerry. This sudden collision made her unsteady on her feet, forcing her half a step back, while Jerry grunted from the impact. "Who is?" Isabella frowned, about to scold, but when she looked down, she saw Jerry wearing only a pair of underwear. Her words stopped abruptly, and a layer of anger instantly surfaced on her face. As a Slytherin prefect, seeing a nearly naked boy in such a place triggered an immediate strong revulsion and sense of duty as a disciplinarian. "Rosier, what are you doing here, dressed like that?" Isabella's voice was cold, carrying an unquestionable interrogation. However, before Isabella's anger could fully burn, her gaze involuntarily fell on Jerry's lower body, tightly wrapped in underwear. That magnificent protruding contour, clearly visible even in a flaccid state, struck the depths of her memory like a lightning bolt. That inexplicable anger deflated like a popped balloon. In Isabella's mind, the scene of that night surfaced uncontrollably. She could even recall the moment after Jerry released, when she had reached out with her fingertip as if possessed, touched the warm, thick liquid, and unintentionally put it in her mouth. That unique, musky taste mixed with a boy's sweat and desire seemed to rise on her tongue again. Thinking of this, Isabella's originally cold and hard attitude softened instantly. The look she gave Jerry changed from initial anger and scrutiny to something complex, evasive, and carrying a hidden heat she hadn't noticed herself. Jerry took a half step back, creating distance between them. His eyes held no ripples, as if the star-surrounded prefect of Slytherin before him was no different from a stone by the roadside. Senior. Jerry spoke, his voice flat and monotone. Are you also here to sh? Jerry paused deliberately, and only after seeing Isabella's expression freeze instantly did he unhurriedly correct himself. My mistake, Senior. Are you also here to clean the washroom? Anyone could hear the frivolity and insult in these words. Jerry completely ignored Isabella's suddenly darkening face. He turned sideways on his own, pointing his chin toward the interior of the washroom, his tone like ordering a house elf. Perfect timing. I've already cleaned half of it. Men and women working together makes the job easier. Clean up the remaining half. Jerry paused, his gaze sweeping over the closed frosted glass door, the corner of his mouth hooking into an imperceptible arc. However, the bathroom inside is currently in use, so it's not convenient for me to go in. I'll leave it to you, Senior. This was no longer alienation, but naked disregard and contempt. Every word and every look from Jerry clearly told Isabella, I don't put you in my eyes at all. This cold attitude stung Isabella's proud self-esteem more than any vicious curse. This was the second time. This was already the second time Jerry Rosier had treated her with such total disregard. If one counted the rude act of pressing her under his body the first time, this was the third. Since entering Hogwarts, she, Isabella, had always been the center of attention, the cold goddess countless people chased, looked up to, or didn't dare to look at directly. Isabella was used to looks of awe, envy, or jealousy, but she had never experienced this feeling of being treated like air. A flame mixed with humiliation and unwillingness instantly shot up from the bottom of Isabella's heart, burning her cheeks hot. However, Jerry didn't give Isabella any chance to explode. After saying those words, he turned around directly, as if he had completely forgotten her existence. He picked up the mop from the floor again, bent down, and continued mopping the floor stroke by stroke. That unhurried movement, that profile focused on cleaning every detail was like a silent slap to Isabella's face. Against a favored daughter of heaven like Isabella who had been pampered since childhood, nothing could dismantle her pride more than utter disregard. To Jerry's surprise, he didn't wait for Isabella to leave in a huff. Instead, he heard her footsteps walking in, and the soft click of the heavy wooden door closing behind her. The entire washroom was completely sealed once again. Jerry stopped mopping, straightened up, and turned his head leisurely. Jerry looked at Isabella's pretty face, flushed with embarrassment and anger, the flat arc still hanging on the corner of his mouth. He bent down, picked up another unused toilet brush from the bucket nearby, and handed it to her as if bestowing charity. Senior, this. Jerry stopped before he could finish. Because Jerry saw that Isabella ignored the brush he offered completely. Instead, she raised her right hand. A ball of soft but unquestionable white light was lighting up in her fair palm, illuminating her cold face with flickering light and shadow. What surprised Jerry even more was the ubiquitous restriction-suppressing magic flow had no reaction at this moment. The light hovered peacefully in Isabella's hand, proving she currently possessed the sole, absolute magical advantage in this washroom. Jerry's pupils constricted slightly. Isabella could cast spells ignoring the restriction. This was either an extremely rare special talent passed down in some ancient pureblood families, or she was carrying some powerful magical item that could shield against restrictions. But in the short moment he was thinking, Isabella moved. Isabella didn't chant a spell. She simply flicked her wrist lightly, and the ball of white light transformed into several invisible magical ropes, winding toward Jerry's limbs like lightning. Jerry felt his body tighten, an irresistible force instantly stripping him of control over his body. The mop in Jerry's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He was like a puppet controlled by strings, his arms were forcibly pulled to the sides, his legs spread slightly, forced into a defenseless, nearly humiliating posture. Isabella took a step forward. The hand that had been glowing just now grabbed Jerry's neck coldly and powerfully, pushing him backward. MMH. Jerry's retreat was blocked by a cold obstacle. He stumbled, his calves hitting the base of a toilet, and he was pressed down mercilessly by this force, sitting heavily on the cold toilet seat. Because of this violent and sudden movement, the edge of Jerry's already soaked underwear was pulled, and the purple-red head was completely exposed to the cool air of the washroom. Are you crazy? Jerry's throat was being choked, allowing him only to utter raspy curses. He struggled hard but found the invisible magical ropes motionless. His only fortune was that the ring on his finger was still continuously generating magical resonance with his body. If he forcibly broke through the restriction here, he could still resist. Isabella, let me tell you, Professor McGonagall is right inside. Believe it or not, I'll shout for them to come out right now. Facing his threat, Isabella didn't panic at all. Isabella's hand choking Jerry didn't even use force, merely maintaining a controlling posture. Her noble, beautiful face was full of the expression of a winner. Listening to Jerry's voice, the corner of Isabella's mouth couldn't help but hook into a mocking smile. TCH. Isabella tilted her head, as if she had heard an interesting joke. I just cast the strongest silencing charm on this stall. Even if you sing in here, people outside will only think you're concentrating on scrubbing the toilet. Isabella slowly released her hand, but the magic binding Jerry didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, it pulled him closer. She stepped back, crossed her arms over her chest, and scrutinized his wretched posture condescendingly. "Junior, why aren't you arrogant now?" Isabella said slowly, her eyes full of the pleasure of revenge. "Oh ho ho, I remember." She deliberately dragged out her tone, her gaze moving slowly downward. It landed precisely on the purple red head peeking out from the edge of Jerry's underwear. "This place has an anti-magic restriction. You can't even use a simple limos, and you want to call for help. It seems you really are crazy." Cressida was absolutely right. Slap. A crisp sound echoed in the stall. Isabella didn't wait for him to finish before raising her hand and giving Jerry a hard slap. Her fair palm knocked his face to the side, a burning sensation appearing rapidly. "That's payback for pressing me onto the ground like a bitch that night." Isabella gritted her teeth, her voice filled with shame, anger, and pleasure. Immediately after, Isabella raised her hand glowing with white light. On the tip of her index finger, the light converged into a nearly invisible blade. She pressed this blade gently against Jerry's cheek, sliding it downward with a tenderness bordering on cruelty. The sensation of magical stinging traveled across Jerry's skin. Although it left no wound, he could clearly feel that if her will deviated even slightly, his face would be instantly sliced open with a cut deep enough to show bone. "You lowly mudblood scum." Isabella leaned close to him, her hot breath spraying against his ear. "Dare to ignore my kindness? Good. I'm going to leave my mark on you today. From now on, you can only be my little dog." Isabella's finger extended continuously downward, the magical fingertip slowly sliding across Jerry's chest. Wherever it passed, Jerry felt only coldness. Finally, the dangerous fingertip stopped at the upper edge of his underwear. Isabella bent down, the smile on her lips filled with the thrill of revenge. Looking at the cotton fabric that was already bulging, she swiped her fingertip lightly. Ryip. The fabric tore in response, as if sliced by the sharpest razor blade. However, the moment the underwear was cut open, a sudden change occurred. The massive hard object that had been tightly suppressed by the fabric lost its last restraint. With an amazing elasticity, it sprang out from the tier with a thwack. Like a stick that had been storing power for a long time, it struck squarely and solidly against Isabella's face as she bent down to look, her face full of a triumphant smile. Isabella's brain went blank for a moment, with only one thought echoing in her mind. So big. That warm, elastic slap to her face caused all of Isabella's thoughts and magic to disconnect. The white light ropes binding Jerry flickered twice like a filament losing power in her moment of distraction, then dissipated completely into the air. Now, Jerry didn't waste this golden opportunity. He exerted force with his waist and abdomen, flipping over. His body, which had been pressed onto the toilet, lunged like a long-coiled cheetah, violently tackling the still unreacting Isabella to the ground. Splash. Thud. Isabella's back slammed heavily onto the cold, waterlogged tiles, splashing a large spray of water. The fine-quality wizard robe on her body was soaked through in an instant, clinging tightly to her lovely body curves, outlining heart-stopping arcs. Before Isabella could struggle to cast a spell, Jerry was already riding on top of her, pinning her arms down firmly with his knees. Slap, slap, slap slap. Four resounding slaps left Isabella dizzy, her fair cheeks rapidly turning red and swollen. "Dare call me scum? You damn so. Wanted to use magic to leave a mark on me." Immediately after, Jerry's palm forcefully choked Isabella's slender neck. Hug. Isabella's breathing was instantly cut off, her pretty face turning red rapidly from lack of oxygen. Struggling futilely, her hands were pinned immobile. Suffocation brought physiological fear, but what made Isabella feel more humiliated was something else. That long spear, which had just slapped her face and was now fully erect and terrifyingly huge, was currently grinding forcefully over the delicate skin of her neck, leaving a prominent trail all the way to Isabella's chin. In Isabella's eyes, misted over from lack of oxygen, complex emotions flashed. Confusion, clarity, disgust, shyness, disbelief, and even a tiny shred of desire. Isabella finally seemed to make a decision, or perhaps came to a realization. She directly gave up futile physical struggle, her lips beginning to move slightly, trying to squeeze the syllables needed for casting a spell from her choked throat. Sectum. Muddled syllables accompanied by hissing sounds were spat out by her with difficulty. Jerry's eyes went cold. With almost no hesitation, the hand choking Isabella's neck loosened slightly, allowing Isabella to gasp. But at the same time, Jerry thrust his hips, aiming the long spear already swollen to its limit and leaking clear fluid from the tip at Isabella's mouth, which was open from instinctively gasping for air. MMPH. Isabella, who had just breathed in fresh air, had no time to react before the purple-red head carrying scorching heat pried open her teeth, roughly filling her oral cavity. A fishy smell mixed with the boy's body scent and desire instantly filled Isabella's taste buds. It also prevented Isabella from continuing to make sounds for syllables. The only thing Isabella could do at this moment was to use all her strength to twist her body on the slippery floor, legs kicking weakly, boots making splat-splat water sounds against the ground. However, the weakness brought by suffocation was still rapidly draining all her strength. Isabella felt her consciousness gradually blurring. The remaining consciousness was filled with unwillingness. This boy in front of her, clearly a head shorter than her, was now like an immovable mountain, pinning Isabella firmly beneath him. And pressed down along with her were her magic, her arrogance, her dignity. In this moment, they were all smashed to pieces by the meat dragon rampaging in Isabella's mouth. Bastard, gurgle, gurgle gurgle, bah. Get off me, bastard. MMPH. Gurgle gurgle. Jerry's body was much smaller than Isabella's. Even though he was now fully straddling her, he had to use his knees to pin her shoulders firmly and thrust his waist with force to continuously sprint his long spear into her forced open mouth. This posture wasn't easy to exert force in. Jerry almost had to press his entire upper body down to gain enough depth. But Jerry felt this sensation was excellent. Jerry could clearly see the expression of this proud Slytherin prefect, a mix of pain and desire caused by suffocation and pleasure. He could see his own shockingly sized long spear moving in and out of her tight, hot, wet mouth. Whenever Jerry's thick spear went deep into her throat, completely blocking the windpipe, Jerry would tighten his fingers, increasing the suffocation. Isabella's body would immediately stiffen instinctively, her beautiful eyes widening from lack of oxygen, the whites rapidly becoming bloodshot, pupils dilating. Her limbs would twitch uncontrollably, heels scraping futilely on the slippery tiles, making harsh sounds. Outside the stall, whether it was Professor McGonagall, Amelia, or the Liliana sisters, any of them could walk out of the washroom at any time. Although the stall had been placed under a silencing charm. But the door was open, so as soon as anyone left the washroom, they would immediately discover the anomaly here. Oh, Isabella, Sr. While grinding her shoulders with his knees, Jerry desperately thrust his hips upward, ramming the thick long spear into her throat stroke by stroke. Your slutty little mouth, feels so good. Just moments before Isabella's consciousness was about to scatter and her body was on the verge of shock, Jerry would suddenly pull the spear out mostly, releasing his fingers at the same time. Ha, ah. Precious fresh air surged into her lungs instantly. Isabella let out a broken coughing sound mixed with saliva and panting, her whole person heaving violently like a fish out of water, breathing greedily. However, this brief fresh air was only for the next deeper torture. After Jerry let her take a few breaths, the hard object would once again ruthlessly penetrate Isabella's oral cavity, blocking her throat, and a new round of the suffocation game would begin. Once, twice, 3 times. Isabella's resistance gradually turned from intense struggling into an unconscious, rhythmic spasm. When Jerry's spear thrust in, her body would arch from lack of oxygen. When Jerry pulled out to let her breathe, her body would go limp from the craving for air. This intense stimulation brought by being repeatedly pulled back from the edge of death caused Isabella's body to produce an unprecedented twisted reaction. Isabella's waist began to twist involuntarily, legs clamping together, the muscles on her inner thighs trembling uncontrollably. In the rapid panting after yet another near suffocation, Isabella's lower abdomen contracted, her body arching upward violently, forming a tense arc. Woo woo woo. I don't want it anymore. Jerry, I was wrong. Isabella let out muddled whimpers of begging for mercy, instinctively tightening her throat and sucking hard on Jerry's spear, both cheeks sunken deep inward. They're coming out soon. Bubbling hot fluid gushed uncontrollably from between Isabella's legs, further darkening the color of her already soaked wizard robes. It even spread a patch of pale yellow stain on the cold water surface. She pissed herself. No, more than just pissed. Under the extreme stimulation, Isabella's body yielded first, reaching a climax. And Jerry clearly reached his limit as well. Accompanied by a suppressed low growl, Jerry's massive hard object pressed dead against the depths of Isabella's throat. Streams of thick, scalding body fluid, like a dam bursting, sprayed out from within, pouring down the esophagus into Isabella's stomach. Jerry's volume was simply too massive. Isabella couldn't swallow it in time, nor could she swallow it all. A large amount of fluid backflowed from her stomach to her mouth, filling her entire oral cavity to the brim. Stop shooting, woo, ugh, splurt. Isabella, still twitching, wanted to beg for mercy, but felt 2 streams of scalding liquid flow backward up her nasal cavity. Accompanied by a violent cough from Isabella, thin white lines actually sprayed out from her nostrils just like that. Jerry propped himself up on Isabella's body, gasping for breath, enjoying the afterglow of the climax. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands reached from behind him. Those hands gently wrapped around his waist, yet with an unquestionable strength, lifted his entire person slowly upward. With the lifting of his body, the semi-hard long spear was slowly pulled out of Isabella's mouth with a sticky pop sound, bringing out globs of thick fluid. Jerry spun around abruptly, and a beautiful face wearing a playful smile came into his view. It was Amelia. Amelia looked down at Isabella on the ground, whose mouth corners were still trailing white silk. Then, she moved her gaze back to Jerry's face, whom she was easily holding in midair. Oh my. The smile at the corner of Amelia's mouth deepened. It seems I've discovered quite an incredible secret, little guy. 39, Chapter 39, It's a misunderstanding. I definitely didn't see you bathing. 39, Chapter 39, It's a misunderstanding. I definitely didn't see you bathing. Amelia's palm was wrapped around Jerry's waist just like that. Her figure was tall, far exceeding women of the same age. Before her, Jerry was more like a plush doll that hadn't fully grown yet. Lifted by Amelia with one hand, Jerry's feet actually dangled in midair. Being a good distance from the ground, he could only swing his legs helplessly. This posture made Jerry feel like a child caught in a prank by an adult. Amelia took her time sizing him up. Her gaze slid from Jerry's flushed and startled face, moving downward past his slightly thin but firm chest. Finally, it came to rest between Jerry's legs. That thick cock, which had just been ravaging the Slytherin prefect's mouth, was now hanging half limp. It was still stained with Isabella's saliva and Jerry's own fluids, looking like a total mess. Looking at the scene, the initial playfulness in Amelia's eyes was gradually replaced by a more complex emotion. She had no children of her own. Her marriage to Minister Fudge was her first, but Fudge was on his second marriage. He had a son and a daughter of his own, but they were not close to her. Furthermore, for these reasons, Fudge had no intention of having another child. So, as Amelia looked at this youth, the only bloodline left by her former best friend, a strange mix of maternal protection and intense possessiveness surged uncontrollably from her heart. Of course, Amelia did not know that a significant part of this sudden, intense desire originated from the passive charm on Jerry's body. It was a system reward, merely a low-level but potent charm. This spell didn't create emotions out of thin air, but it could catalyze the smallest seeds already present in one's heart into a towering tree. Let me see. Amelia's other hand reached over, using the back of her index finger with a casualness bordering on inspecting an item and the humor of a female predator. She grazed the head of his member, feeling the stickiness on it. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, was it this thing that made our proud Miss Isabella look like that? Amelia's voice was very soft, carrying an unmistakable smile, yet it made Jerry's body tense up involuntarily. Jerry could feel that where Amelia's fingertip had touched, there was actually a sign of it starting to rise again. Aunt Amelia, Jerry was about to say something, crafting the most pathetic excuse for the current situation. Suddenly, a chorus of girls' giggles and chatter came from outside, piercing through the door of the stall. This is the place. It's my turn to clean today, so as long as that damn Isabella doesn't mind her own business, it'll be fine to use it secretly. Wait, is the wooden sign already up? It seems that bitch is already inside. Follow me. It was a familiar voice. Cressida. It turned out that the Graffinder Quidditch practice had also ended. Cressida clearly wanted to take advantage of her cleaning duty to bring a few close friends here for a hot bath. The noisy footsteps drew closer. They had clearly entered the main door of the washroom. The smile on Amelia's face didn't change as she looked at the naked Jerry hanging in the air. Her eyes were full of anticipation. The meaning was clear. Little guy, you need to beg me now. Jerry found it funny in his heart, but his face turned red and white as if he had no other choice. Immediately, Jerry gritted his teeth and squeezed a few words through them. Aunt Amelia, help me. Of course. Amelia agreed without the slightest hesitation, as if she had been waiting for those words. With a gentle wave of her free hand, the anti-magic field in the washroom was silently dispelled. Then, Amelia pointed her finger at the floor, and a soft white light flashed. The mess of water and body fluids beneath Isabella vanished without a trace, and the floor became as dry as before. Even Isabella's soaked robes were restored to dryness. Only then did Amelia release her grip on Jerry, setting him on the ground. She leaned down and, like picking up a rag doll, helped up Isabella, whose legs were weak and whose eyes were vacant. Then, Amelia reached out her other arm, naturally sliding it under Jerry's armpit. She clamped Jerry under her arm and led them both quickly toward the bathroom behind the frosted glass door. As the glass door closed behind them, the chatter outside was cut off. Clamped in Amelia's embrace, Jerry was pressed tightly against her body. Through the thin fabric, Jerry smelled a refreshing, post-bath fragrance. With a subconscious glance, he realized Amelia was only wearing a large white bathrobe. The belt of the robe was tied loosely, leaving large patches of skin exposed. Her skin, steaming in the warm vapor of the bathroom, radiated a delicate glow as smooth as the finest milk. Before he could look more, Amelia had turned around and waved at the glass door again. A nearly invisible ripple of magical energy flashed, and the barrier spell outside was reactivated. Before it closed, she had directly snatched up Jerry's clothes which were left outside. Amelia stuck out her tongue and said cutely, I almost forgot your clothes. Once the heavy frosted glass door was closed, Jerry truly saw the scene inside and couldn't help but gasp. From the outside, the area behind the door was always shrouded in mist, making everything indistinct. Jerry thought it was just an ordinary shower room, but stepping inside, he understood why this third-floor girls' washroom was rumored to be so miraculous. The space here had been expanded at least dozens of times by the undetectable extension charm. Before his eyes was a massive, steaming hot spring pool. The pool was not a regular shape but was built from rocks of various sizes covered in moss. The edges were dotted with damp ferns, as if a natural outdoor hot spring had been moved entirely into Hogwarts Castle. Opposite the pool, along the wall, 7 or 8 independent stalls were neatly arranged. The walls of each stall were made of smooth white marble, with silver shower heads hanging inside clearly for those who had finished their soak. This place was more like a private, luxurious spa center than a simple school bathroom. In the deepest part of the pool, the thick steam had condensed into a physical white mist, making everything hazy. But behind that white mist, the sound of splashing water and the laughter of several women could be heard faintly. So Fudge actually believed it. Merlin's beard, he's getting stupider by the day. The voice carried a unique, stern tone that Jerry knew very well it was Professor McGonagall. The commotion of Amelia and the others entering clearly alerted them. The water sounds paused, and Professor McGonagall's voice came through clearly. Amelia, did you bring the wine? Amelia immediately put an index finger to her lips, signaling Jerry to be silent, her eyes full of the joy of a successful prank. Amelia called out in response, coming, Minerva. I spent a moment looking for it on the shelf. Meanwhile, her hands didn't stop moving for a second. In a few quick moves, Amelia undid Isabella's already messy wizard robes and ripped them off along with her underwear. This revealed the girl's tight-lined body, slightly flushed from the afterglow of her climax. Then, Amelia grabbed Isabella's arm and, without pity, tossed her into a shallow part of the pool with a splash, kicking up a large spray of water. Strangely enough, though Isabella was limp and exhausted and should have sunk like a stone, a bizarre thing happened. The pool water seemed to possess a special buoyancy. Her body didn't sink but floated face up on the surface. Her eyes were half closed, her pupils still somewhat dilated, clearly not yet fully recovered from the intense physiological shock. More eerily, a weak but continuous current was pushing her body uncontrollably toward the deepest part of the hot spring where the mist was thickest. And behind that mist was exactly where McGonagall and the others were talking. Having finished this, Amelia turned back and leaned close to Jerry's ear. In a voice only they could hear, she whispered through the hot steam, if you don't want to be caught, stay close to me. Today, you're going to get quite an eyeful. As she spoke, the wicked grin at the corner of her mouth became more obvious. Amelia then casually untied the belt of her bathrobe. The large white robe slid off her smooth shoulders like opening flower petals, finally piling at her feet. A mature and voluptuous body was thus displayed unshielded before Jerry's eyes. Unlike Isabella's youthful tightness, Amelia's body was full of the unique roundness and fullness of a mature woman. Her full breasts rose and fell slightly with her breathing, and below her flat stomach was a patch of golden hair, carefully groomed into a beautiful triangle. Dampened by the steam, the color appeared exceptionally deep. Does it look good? Amelia's voice was low and magnetic, like a breeze brushing against his ear. Jerry's breath caught, and he quickly looked away, his voice feeling dry. Aunt Amelia, I could actually hide in one of those smaller pools over there. Amelia let out a light laugh and shook her head. Those small pools. When that group of little sparrows outside comes in, those will be the first places to be occupied. They certainly wouldn't soak in the same pool as their head of house. Amelia gave Jerry no chance to argue. She reached out and easily scooped him up horizontally. Holding him like a child, she pressed Jerry tightly against her warm, soft chest. Ah! Jerry let out a soft cry. Before he could struggle, Amelia had already plunged into the deepest part of the hot spring pool where the mist was thickest. The warm water instantly enveloped them both, and the thick steam swallowed their figures, isolating them from the outside world. Isabella. Professor McGonagall's voice carried a hint of surprise, piercing through the mist. Clearly, she had finally noticed the body that had floated silently near them with the current. Almost at the same moment the words fell, Amelia's voice rang out, her tone relaxed as if nothing had happened. I'm the one who let her in. It seems the child was too tired from training and fell asleep as soon as she got in. But that's normal, this hot spring has a calming effect and accelerates mana recovery. Amelia acted as if she were performing a magic trick. She reached into the thick mist and snatched a bottle of white wine covered in condensation and 3 goblets out of thin air. Come, Minerva, try the good stuff I brought first. In the shadow cast by Amelia's tall and voluptuous body, Jerry only dared to peek half his head above the water, breathing cautiously. Fortunately, the mist here was thick enough, and with Amelia intentionally using her body as a shield, the others in the pool didn't notice. Amidst this erotic scenery, a boy who shouldn't be there was hidden behind Amelia's back. Amelia casually placed the 3 goblets on the water's surface. Strangely, the glass wine cups didn't sink but floated steadily like 3 little boats. Amelia uncorked the bottle and poured the amber liquid, carrying a sweet fruity scent, into the cups. The crisp aroma of wine immediately mixed with the steam of the hot spring, creating an even more intoxicating scent. She flicked her fingertips toward 2 of the cups. One cup glided smoothly across the water as if carried by an invisible waiter, stopping in front of Professor McGonagall. The other glided toward the other side of the pool, stopping beside a woman who was leaning casually against the edge. That woman had an amazing pair of assets, nearly half of which were resting on the water, swaying gently with her breathing and sending ripples across the surface. The mist of the hot spring cleared a bit at that moment, allowing Jerry, hidden behind Amelia, to see her profile. It was Alicia. Jerry subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Those were simply too big. No wonder she always seemed a bit slow. Was it because all the body's nutrients were supplied there? It must be exhausting just to stand up. Beside Alicia, a young girl was holding a comb, carefully brushing Alicia's wet, long hair. It must be her sister, Liliana. Liliana smelled the wine, her small nose twitching uncontrollably as her eyes lit up, looking toward Amelia. Before she could speak, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out directly, with unquestionable sternness, "You may not drink." She paused, seemingly organizing her words, before saying slowly, this white wine is brewed with dragon blood. Before Professor McGonagall could finish, Amelia interrupted her with a melodious laugh. It's not that dramatic, Minerva, Amelia said, filling a fourth goblet halfway for Liliana, who was staring at her pleadingly. A little taste for a child won't hurt. The wine cup glided steadily to Liliana as well. While doing all this, Amelia's body turned in the water like an elegant mermaid. Amelia's plump, rounded buttocks, whether intentionally or not, rubbed neither lightly nor heavily across Jerry's cock. His member had just reacted again to the erotic sight and was standing half erect. The contact with her soft, elastic flesh through the warm water instantly sent an electric shock through Jerry's body. His entire thing snapped into a full erection, pressing straight against Amelia's lower back. The hard, scalding shaft pressing against her waist and buttocks caused Amelia's movements to pause for a second. Amelia was first startled, but then a knowing smile surfaced in her heart. Youth is truly wonderful. Instead of pulling away, Amelia acted as if she had found a comfortable cushion, shifting her center of gravity slightly backward. With this movement, Amelia's waist swayed gently, and her full, soft buttock flesh began to grind back and forth against the fully erect object in a slow, provocative rhythm. The pool water was squeezed and flowed between them, making the sensation of skin-to-skin contact even more slippery and clear. Amelia even took another small step back. With this, her soft buttock cheeks completely enveloped and swallowed the hard object, letting it embed itself deeply into her voluptuous cleft. Amelia could clearly feel its contour within her and its vibrant, life-filled throbbing. Having done this, Amelia acted as if nothing were wrong, raising her own wine cup and making a pleasant invitation to the others in the mist. Cheers! Professor McGonagall and Alicia raised their cups in return, the crystal goblets clinking gently in the mist with a crisp sound. As the wine entered their mouths, a taste mixed with fruit and a strange warm current slid down their throats. The effect was almost instantaneous. Liliana was the first to react. After just one small sip, 2 cute blushes flew onto her youthful face. Her gaze became misty, and she stared at the wine cup on the water with a silly look, giggling. Alicia, however, downed half a cup in one go. She let out a long, satisfied sigh, her pretty face turning a shade of scarlet. She gave a small wine burp and praised, "Wow, Mrs. Fudge, this wine, is really good. Much better than the victory wine I had at the Department of War." The reactions of Professor McGonagall and Amelia were the most subtle, but only relatively speaking. An unusual flush appeared on McGonagall's face, and her gaze softened significantly, no longer as sharp as usual. "Of course it's good." Amelia took a large sip herself, a triumphant smile on her face as she began a detailed introduction. "This is a special elven brew with a bit of fire dragon blood added. Ordinary people couldn't buy it if they tried." As Amelia spoke, Jerry, whose hard member was being tightly squeezed by her rear, suddenly felt something strange. As the spiked wine slid into Amelia's stomach, a startling heat seemed to surge from deep within her body. Her skin, which had been merely warm, now became somewhat hot to the touch. Specifically, the 2 buttock cheeks clamping his cock reached a temperature that was nearly alarming, almost like a branding iron. What shocked Jerry even more was that, even through the warm pool water, he could clearly feel it. Deep within that hot crevice, a sticky, slippery liquid was uncontrollably and slowly seeping out. It made the area where they were pressed together increasingly slick and muddy. The incredible internal heat radiating outward and the growing wetness in her cleft was more than Jerry could handle. The direct stimulation left his mouth feeling dry. Fearing he might do something irreversible if he stayed longer, Jerry began to try and shift his body back quietly. He wanted to slowly withdraw the swollen, hard object from the warm constraint. However, as soon as he moved, the warm body in front of him reacted. The buttock flesh that had been softly enveloping him suddenly contracted with force. The muscles tightened like 2 hot, wet gates, completely sealing Jerry's retreat. Amelia let out an almost inaudible, lazy hum, like someone intoxicated, but she wrapped herself even tighter around him. Jerry didn't dare make any large movements and could only continue to pull back with persistent, weak force. After a silent struggle, Jerry finally felt a bit of loosening. The rigid object was finally pulled out mostly, with only the purple head at the very tip still stuck in that enticing crevice. Just then, as if Amelia could no longer support her body, she thrust her waist back with force. Her entire buttock stuck out backward, as if she wanted to lean more comfortably against him. This movement caused Jerry's nearly escaped purple head to slide along the slippery cleft. It pressed heavily against an even softer, wetter, finely folded entrance to her secret valley. An indescribable wave of numbness traveled up Jerry's spine. His whole body jerked, and he nearly cried out, only managing to bite his lip in time. The texture of that spot was completely different from the firm buttock flesh surrounding it. It was the ultimate softness and indentation, like a warm secret cave waiting to be explored. And Amelia seemed to feel something from this contact as well. Her buttocks clamping Jerry contracted subconsciously. This caused the wet folds to swallow his tip a bit deeper. All of this occurred amidst the thick steam and soft conversation. The women in the depths of the pool enjoyed their wine and relaxation. They were completely unaware of the taboo-challenging intimacy occurring behind the mist just a few steps away. Seeing no way to retreat, Jerry found his mind overwhelmed by a surge of primal fire. Jerry simply steeled his heart, licked his dry lips, and his two small hands exploring underwater boldly gripped Amelia's full, firm buttock cheeks directly. The sensation in his palms was warm and elastic, like two balls of fine silk wrapping around warm jade. Jerry stopped trying to pull back. He stabilized his position and applied gentle force with his waist and abdomen. Using his already rock-hard member, he began a slow but determined rhythm of thrusting and grinding within that slippery, muddy cleft. Jerry didn't dare truly shove it in, he only used the hard head to repeatedly probe and rub against that soft contact point in a shallow, rhythmic motion. This sudden, even more direct stimulation caused Amelia's body to react. Her entire frame stiffened for a moment, as if she hadn't expected the young pervert to be so bold. But a split second later, that stiffness turned into a wave of fine shivers. It originated deep within her body where the friction was occurring and rapidly spread to every limb. A heat flow even more violent than the glass of dragon blood wine shot up from her lower abdomen. Amelia's cheeks, neck, and even her chest flushed with a drunken shade of crimson. The two full red points on Amelia's chest stood erect uncontrollably in the warm pool water. They became like two hard red beans, poking against the ripples of the water. Meanwhile, that private area Jerry was repeatedly rubbing gushed with wave after wave of scalding honey. This warm current was so abundant that, even surrounded by the hot spring water, Jerry could clearly feel the area where they were pressed together becoming increasingly slick. Each rub brought up a sticky, faint sound of squelching and ambiguous, wet noise. Amelia's hand holding the goblet actually started to go weak, her knuckles turning white as she nearly lost her grip on the slender stem. Amelia instinctively wanted to clamp her legs, but due to the hard object behind her, she couldn't bring them together. She could only twist her waist in vain, letting out faint, ghostly moans suppressed deep in her throat. Alicia and Liliana had long ago become dazed from the drink, one was leaning back in thought, while the other began humming a tuneless song, completely failing to notice the abnormality. However, Professor McGonagall was not so slow. Minerva keenly perceived the momentary stiffness of Amelia's body and the subsequent unnatural trembling. Minerva's own cheeks were flushed from the alcohol, but her gaze remained clear. She knew Amelia had suffered severe trauma during the border wars, which had left her with lingering health issues. McGonagall assumed the dragon blood-spiked liquor had triggered an old injury. McGonagall's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of concern appearing in her eyes. Her palm silently brushed aside the water, and like an elegant fish, she swam unobtrusively to Amelia's side. "Amelia." McGonagall's voice was very low, filled with concern. "You don't look well. Is the kick from this wine too much? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" McGonagall's concerned voice rang in her ear like a needle popping the dream woven of desire and alcohol. Amelia almost reflexively took a small step back. This movement was perfectly timed to let her voluptuous body completely block Jerry from McGonagall's line of sight. At the same time, a perfectly measured look of pain mixed with helplessness appeared on Amelia's face. "It's nothing, Minerva." Amelia's voice took on an imperceptible rasp, suppressing a pant. "Just an old problem, maybe the dragon blood in this wine is too strong, making my magic a bit uncontrollable." As Amelia spoke, she quietly reached one hand behind her back, groping underwater. She accurately found the small hand causing trouble on her buttocks. She gripped Jerry's wrist and pushed outward with force, her nails even sinking slightly into Jerry's skin, silently commanding him to stop immediately. However, instead of stopping, Jerry seemed to have his desire ignited even further by Amelia's resistance. Instead of pulling back, Jerry wrapped his other hand around Amelia's soft waist, pinning her even tighter against his front. "MMH." An irrepressible moan escaped Amelia's throat. Amelia quickly covered it with a light cough, but her body had gone so weak from the persistent stimulation that she was nearly leaning her entire weight against Professor McGonagall's supporting arm. Her hand behind her back exerted force again, even starting to pinch Jerry, while her mouth silently and urgently formed two words, "Don't move." Professor McGonagall steadied her swaying arm, asking with concern, "Should I help you out to rest for a bit?" "No, no need." Amelia's voice was beginning to tremble, though whether from pleasure or fear, she didn't know. "Just let me catch my breath for a moment." Before she could finish, Jerry, as if intentionally challenging her limits, gave his hips a sudden, violent thrust forward. "Ah!" Amelia could no longer hold it back. A scream, a mixture of shock and intense pleasure, burst from her lips. Her entire body felt as if the bones had been removed, her legs went soft, and she collapsed backward. "Amelia!" Professor McGonagall was about to catch Amelia's slumping body and lean over to see what exactly was behind her when a sudden burst of chattering and noise erupted from the bathroom entrance. "Wow, the mist in here is so thick. I've been at school for so many years, and this is my first time here." Cressida, the tall and masculine hard-butch 7th-year Graffinder prefect, walked in leading a group of other 7th-year girls. They were wrapped only in simple bath towels, laughing and playing along the way, their youthful energy instantly shattering the original tranquility of the hot spring. However, when Cressida's gaze fell upon the pile of clothes discarded haphazardly by the side of the pool, her expression darkened instantly. Cressida recognized at a glance who that messy wizard robe and the underwear belonged to. After all, the 7th-year prefect badge and the Slytherin house crest on the robe already declared exactly who the owner was. Isabella. Cressida's voice dripped with undisguised contempt and loathing, as if she were reciting the name of something filthy. That damn Slytherin bitch really is in here. A girl beside Cressida chimed in. She actually dared to come here. How shameless. Cressida ripped the towel from her body, revealing her curvaceous form, and spoke furiously to her companions. Let's go. Sisters, we're going down there to give this unwelcome guest a proper greeting. With that, Cressida prepared to lead the girls into the mist-filled pool. At that hair-trigger moment, Professor McGonagall snapped around. Her authoritative voice echoed through the entire bathroom, instantly freezing everyone in their tracks. That is enough, Cressida. Professor McGonagall's face was ashen. Her usually stern eyes were now as sharp as blades, seemingly capable of piercing through the mist. Jerry was so startled he didn't dare move another muscle. This is the faculty bathroom, not your common room. Either go soak quietly in the smaller pools nearby, or get out right now. Faced with the wrath of their head of house, even the most fearless Graffindors withered instantly. Cressida stuck her tongue out sheepishly, but ultimately led her little sparrows toward the smaller hot spring pools with a look of lingering dissatisfaction. This sudden interlude gave Amelia and Jerry a perfect chance to catch their breath. Professor McGonagall's attention had been completely diverted, and she momentarily stopped worrying about Amelia's old injury resurfacing. Taking advantage of this golden opportunity while McGonagall was busy scolding the students, Amelia acted immediately. Amelia exerted force with her waist, leaning her body forward, while the hand behind her back snapped its fingers together. Using her palm, she forcefully shoved the hard, scalding object out from between her legs. With a soft pop, the member, coated in slippery fluid, was forcibly stripped from Amelia's moist cleft. But Amelia didn't stop there. The moment she pushed it out, she reached back with a reverse grip, clutching the still erect cock entirely within her warm, soft palm. She used this grip to firmly control it, preventing the brazen little bastard from launching another sneak attack during the chaos. Having secured him, Amelia adjusted her stance and, using the motion of turning around, shoved Jerry entirely into a patch of much thicker mist where it was nearly impossible to see one's own hand. Jerry also knew this was no time for recklessness. Following the momentum of Amelia's push, he retreated backward, his figure quickly vanishing into the dense fog of the hot spring water. However, in his haste to get away from Amelia and McGonagall, Jerry failed to notice what was directly behind him: Alicia, who was leaning against the pool edge, her eyes hazy with intoxication. Jerry's retreating body slammed squarely and unmistakably into an incredible, warm, and soft place. It felt as if he had crashed into two massive, elastic marshmallows. Those two proud peaks shook violently from the sudden impact, completely enveloping and swallowing Jerry's back. Part of the soft flesh even overflowed past his shoulders on both sides. MMH. A muddled groan escaped Alicia's lips. She felt a bit uncomfortable from the sudden collision, but due to her drunkenness, her reactions were slow, and she only made a sound by instinct. The sound scared Jerry nearly to death. Without thinking, he spun around and clamped a hand over Alicia's mouth. Warm, soft lips wriggled against his palm, carrying a heavy scent of white wine. Just then, Liliana, who had been leaning beside her sister, opened her eyes groggily. When she clearly saw the soaking wet boy covering her sister's mouth, she froze for a second, and then a delighted smile bloomed on her face. "Jerry, it really is you." Liliana spoke while wobbling over, reeking of alcohol. "Sure." Jerry's face went pale with fright. He quickly freed his other hand to put an index finger to his lips, making an incredibly urgent gesture for silence. Liliana wasn't sure if she understood or not, but she mimicked Jerry, drawing a finger across her lips in a zipper motion before revealing a cute "I get it" smile. Immediately after, she pressed herself tightly against him, squeezing into Jerry's other side. In an instant, Jerry was completely sandwiched between the two sisters. Behind him were Alicia's two massive, impressively developed breasts, as soft as giant water bags, allowing his entire back to sink into them. And in front of him were Liliana's full mounds, which, though slightly more youthful, were packed with a girl's elasticity. The two sisters, their bodies scalding hot from the alcohol, wrapped around him from both sides, plunging him instantly into a world of warmth and softness, smelling of wine and girlhood. Liliana brought her small head close to his ear and said excitedly in a voice she thought was quiet, but was actually quite loud, "I want those pretty pieces of jewelry too." "You." Jerry nearly choked with irritation. He quickly reached out another hand to cover her mouth as well, screaming in his heart with silent tears, "My lady, keep your voice down. I'll give you whatever you want." Despite Jerry covering her mouth, Liliana didn't panic at all. Instead, her eyes, shimmering with watery intoxication, gazed at Jerry brilliantly. Liliana made MMPH noises while thrusting her chest forward. Those mounds not as grand as her sister Alicia's, but already remarkably sized for a girl her age, slammed hard against Jerry's arms and ribs. The incredible elasticity and softness made Jerry feel as if he had been hit by 2 lumps of warm jelly. Jerry's palm was held tight against her mouth, but her voice still leaked through the gaps between his fingers, carrying a heavy alcoholic scent and a pouting, spoiled tone. "Do you want to touch them, MMPH? They're very, very soft." As she spoke, Liliana seemed to feel that using just her own wasn't sincere enough. She actually released her hold on Jerry's arm and reached for her sister beside her. Liliana's small hands groped over Alicia's mountainous chest and accurately gripped one of the heavy mounds. As if lifting a giant, ripe peach, she shoved it forcefully toward Jerry. The tip of Alicia's massive peak, the nipple already standing tall and appearing exceptionally pink and hard due to the alcohol and the hot spring steam, was delivered squarely to Jerry's mouth, nearly touching his lips. "Take a bite." Liliana's voice was full of seduction, like she was sharing her favorite candy. "It feels so good. I used to bite them every day when I was little. They're as soft as marshmallows but with a little bit of chew. My treat." Jerry's brain nearly stopped functioning. Right before him was a stretch of snowy skin flushed with an alluring red from drink, and that pink nipple that seemed to radiate the scent of milk and wine. Jerry could even see the fine wrinkles and the texture of the skin. One small opening of his mouth, and he could take this tempting forbidden fruit inside. From behind, the pressure was equally immense. Alicia's unconscious breathing caused her chest to rise and fall, making those two massive breasts rub slowly and powerfully against his back, as if they wanted to mash him into the soft abyss. Seeing Jerry fail to react for a long time, Liliana became so anxious she was almost in tears. She made whimpering nasal sounds into his palm, mumbling muddledly, "Those jewels, they're so pretty. I want them too. MMPH. I've never had jewelry that beautiful." That look of being on the verge of tears and feeling deeply wronged appeared exceptionally pitiable and cute under the influence of alcohol, like a kitten ignored by its owner and desperate for affection. This sight completely demolished the final line of defense in Jerry's heart. "It's just jewelry, isn't it?" Jerry finally released his hand from Liliana's mouth. He instead cupped her youthful, elastic breasts and whispered fiercely yet dotingly into her ear, "Keep quiet, and you can have as much as you want. I promise to cover you in jewelry from head to toe." Before the words had even finished, Jerry lowered his head and opened his mouth. He didn't go for Alicia's side. Instead, he bit down on Liliana's own right peak, right on that pink, erect nipple. Jerry didn't dare use too much force, only gently grinding the tender bud with his teeth while his tongue circled the area incessantly. The texture was exactly as Liliana had described, soft as a marshmallow, with a wonderful gummy-like chew. "Eek!" Liliana shuddered violently, letting out a suppressed, short cry. She went limp, pressing herself even tighter against Jerry's body. Simultaneously, Jerry's free hand reached unceremoniously for the even grander mountain range of Alicia behind him. Those breasts were simply too large. Jerry couldn't even fully grasp one with a single hand. He could only spread his palm as if sinking it into a massive, warm lump of dough, squeezing and kneading with force. Beneath his palm was an unbelievable softness and a heavy sense of flesh. Jerry's 5 fingers sank deep into it, and he could clearly feel the full snowy peaks being squeezed into various shapes within his grip. Every knead sent a heart-stopping wave of movement through the flesh. In her drunken dream, Alicia seemed to feel something as well. She let out a comfortable sigh and unconsciously leaned her body closer to him, allowing Jerry's hand to explore that soft territory even deeper. As Jerry was immersed in this warm dreamscape, the voices of Professor McGonagall and Amelia drifted through the mist nearby. "Are you sure you're all right? You still look quite pale." It was McGonagall's voice, carrying a trace of lingering concern. "I'm truly fine, Minerva. Perhaps the steam in here is just too much. I feel a bit stifled." Amelia's voice sounded weak but relatively steady. "Very well." Hearing this, McGonagall's worried expression softened slightly. "Then lean here for a moment. I'll go check on those 2 girls to make sure they haven't actually had too much to drink." As McGonagall spoke, her gaze pierced through the hazy mist toward the direction of Alicia and Liliana. "Wine brewed with dragon blood has a massive kick. Ordinary witches would pass out from just a little. If they've actually passed out in the pool, something bad could happen." With that, Professor McGonagall said no more. She turned and brushed aside the water, swimming with an unquestionable momentum straight toward the sisters. The sound was like a bucket of ice water over Jerry's head. Jerry's movements hitched. His instinct was to let go and get away. However, Liliana in his arms wouldn't let him go. Jerry's mouth leaving her breast caused Liliana to emit a dissatisfied, nasal grunt. Liliana twisted her body, actively shoving her chest toward his mouth again while her slender arms wrapped around his neck, pinning him in place. Meanwhile, further away in the smaller pools, the laughter and splashing of Cressida and her little sparrows drifted through the fog. Their laughter was crisp and loud, filled with carefree youthful energy. One sound was close at hand, filled with authority and danger. The other was distant, filled with noise and vitality. The massive risk and imminent threat instead spawned a madness born of desperation. Jerry's brain went blank, leaving only primal instinct. Jerry didn't push Liliana away. Instead, he raised his head and used his lips to fiercely block her mouth, which was still making dissatisfied grunts. It wasn't a kiss so much as a venting. Jerry sucked on her soft lips with force, his tongue domineeringly prying open Liliana's teeth to taste the sweet alcoholic scent in her mouth. Just as Liliana was turned weak by the sudden kiss and started making sweet nasal sounds, Jerry's head snapped to the other side. He opened his mouth and bit down hard on the nipple atop Alicia's full breast. A shrill scream, a mix of pain and shock, instantly shattered the silence of the bathroom. Alicia was jarred completely awake from her drunken stupor by the sudden sharp pain. She clutched her chest, tears flowing from the agony. The scream successfully drew everyone's attention, including Professor McGonagall, who was swimming toward them. Taking advantage of this golden moment of chaos, Jerry acted like a slippery eel. He ducked his body down and silently dove beneath the surface of the hot spring water. While the surface was a mess of mist, commotion, and shouts, the world beneath the water was an exceptionally clear and tranquil azure. Jerry held his breath, hiding at the bottom of the pool, and looked up through the clear water. He saw the bodies of the two sisters beneath the surface. Their legs of varying lengths were slightly parted due to their unstable footing, allowing him to see their deepest secret gardens without obstruction. Liliana's crotch, much like the girl herself, held a sense of youthful cuteness. The hair there was sparse and light in color. Her two labia were tightly closed like a delicate, tiny pink shell, radiating a sense of pure innocence. Her sister Alicia's, however, was a completely different scene. It was a refined landscape that had fully matured and developed to perfection. Thick, curly brown hair was groomed perfectly into an alluring inverted triangle. Set against that brown patch, two full labia were slightly parted, revealing an even more tender, petal-like interior, appearing exceptionally plump and inviting. Unfortunately, it was not the time to admire and toy with this beautiful scenery. Jerry thought it a pity but firmly branded the moving image into his mind for future recollection. Jerry acted like a startled fish, using all limbs to swim rapidly through the clear water, intending to use the distraction on the surface to slip away undetected. However, Jerry hadn't swum far when a pair of long, powerful legs appeared before him. Jerry couldn't brake in time and slammed right into them. With a muffled thud, his forehead hit a firm and warm spot. Jerry's heart sank. He looked up and met Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes, filled with both shock and rage. "It's over." But to his surprise, while McGonagall's face showed anger, it also held a look of I-knew-it helplessness and a trace of hidden tension. McGonagall clearly misunderstood, thinking the lecherous brat had sneaked in to spy and had bumped into her in his frantic attempt to flee. Alicia's crying and Amelia's shouts continued, and Cressida and the others were heading over to investigate. Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed tightly as she made a decision in an instant. Instead of exposing him, she grabbed Jerry's arm and, before he could react, violently pulled him behind her, using her own body to completely shield him. "Don't make a sound." McGonagall's voice was pressed incredibly low, hissed through her teeth with an unquestionable authority. Seeing the situation, Jerry immediately took the out he was given. He huddled behind Professor McGonagall, pressing himself tightly against her buttocks which appeared exceptionally full due to her years of physical activity. He acted the part of a terrified, obedient child. Professor McGonagall turned around, facing the approaching Amelia and the still crying Alicia. She spoke in a commanding tone, "Alicia, you've simply had too much to drink, and the steam has caused you to hallucinate. There is nothing here. All of you, calm down." McGonagall's voice successfully stabilized the scene. Hiding behind Professor McGonagall, Jerry's cheek was pressed tight against those two firm, full-buttock cheeks completely unblocked due to her nudity. The sensation of the smooth skin, mixed with the sense of sulfur and her unique body fragrance, caused the primal fire in Jerry's body to surge once more. But this fire was different from pure desire. It was now mixed with a sense of humiliation and the thrill of revenge. Jerry remembered vividly how, just this morning in Professor McGonagall's own office, she had used that commanding tone to force him to provide her with that shameful service. He remembered how, afterward, McGonagall had used her foot in its high heel to mercilessly step on his vitals. The sharp pain and the shame of being dominated remained clear in his mind. "You stepped on me, you treated me like that this morning. Now is the perfect time for payback," Jerry thought viciously to himself. While Professor McGonagall was using her authoritative voice to soothe Alicia, her entire attention focused on the chaos in front of her. Jerry's revenge began. Jerry's hand was no longer tentative. With a clear purpose, he pressed it against her round, perky left buttock cheek. Without the barrier of clothing, his palm felt the shocking elasticity and the dense texture of the flesh. Jerry squeezed hard, and the full buttock cheek was crushed and deformed within his grasp. Jerry savored the sense of control. His fingers slid down the smooth curve into the deep, warm valley between the two cheeks. Jerry's fingertips explored all the way down, passing the still firm, slippery skin. Found it. A surge of wild joy filled Jerry's heart. The thrill of revenge made his thick meat root even harder. The tip of Jerry's middle finger began to circle gently around that tiny entrance with a nearly cruel tenderness, feeling the ring of sphincter muscles contract unconsciously due to the stimulation. Professor McGonagall's body gave an imperceptible pause. In her voice as she spoke to Amelia, there was a nearly undetectable, tiny stutter, but she quickly recovered, seemingly attributing the oddity to the heat of the water. This tiny reaction delighted Jerry immensely. Jerry was no longer satisfied with external teasing. Using the cover of the hot spring water, Jerry applied a bit of pressure with his middle finger. Aiming the tip at the tightly closed hole, he probed inward with a force that brooked no refusal. Initially, there was some resistance. The muscle ring instinctively tried to fight the invasion of the foreign object. But Jerry was patient. He maintained a steady force, slowly grinding with his fingertip at the entrance. Soon, the stubborn defense finally showed a hint of loosening under the persistent stimulation. Jerry seized the chance and gave his finger a sudden shove inward. A section of his warm knuckle squeezed into that tight, warm place that had never been visited by anything external, carrying with it the slipperiness of the pool water. Ugh! A heavily suppressed, choked groan escaped McGonagall's throat. Her body, while she was mid-sentence, gave an uncontrollable lurch forward. Her hands instinctively braced against the rocks at the pool's edge, and her buttocks clamped tighter around Jerry's finger due to the muscle contraction. This brazen, lecherous brat would stop at this instant. The sensation of the foreign object became clearer and clearer. That finger was stirring unceremoniously within her. Every rotation brought a wave of indescribable numbness mixed with shame and a strange pleasure. Professor McGonagall's breathing began to grow unstable. She knew she couldn't allow this little bastard to keep misbehaving. While continuing to soothe Alicia in a steady tone, McGonagall quietly moved one hand behind her. In the warm water, McGonagall's hand accurately found the hand committing the sin within her and gripped Jerry's wrist with force. The wrist was thin but powerful, attempting to twist free of her grasp. Simultaneously, Professor McGonagall's right leg retreated subtly. Relying on her familiar perception of the body behind her, she found the target accurately. McGonagall's toe brushed lightly beneath the other's lower abdomen, and then her heel rose slightly, applying a force that was unquestionable yet carried a hint of warning. She didn't use as much force as she had this morning, only using the curve of her heel to apply an oppressive, light grinding. MMH. A muffled groan came from Jerry's mouth. Professor McGonagall didn't look back, nor did she stop the conversation ahead. She simply held Jerry's wrist and, in an extremely slow and hidden manner, forcibly pulled Jerry toward a more secluded corner of the pool, one shielded by giant rocks and thick mist. When Jerry was dragged to that secluded spot completely hidden by the boulders, he immediately understood McGonagall's intention. She had brought him here to create an undetected escape route for him. As long as he climbed out and left from here, no one would find him. But how could Jerry just let it go? The humiliation of the morning was still fresh. If he didn't get his revenge now, he might not get another chance. Jerry steeled his heart and gritted his teeth. If she wanted him to leave, he simply wouldn't. He would take things even further. Jerry's entire body slid down as if he were boneless, kneeling directly onto the rocks at the bottom of the pool. Professor McGonagall sensed his movement, and the pressure from her foot increased a bit, as if warning him not to be reckless. But Jerry opened his mouth and, through the thick steam, accurately licked the deep crevice between the two full cheeks of her buttocks. Then, with an irresistible offensive, Jerry's youthful tongue dove into the hole hidden beneath the water like a flexible snake. Professor McGonagall's body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. She gave a violent shudder and began to convulse uncontrollably. Her hands instinctively gripped the rocks at the edge of the pool, her slender knuckles turning white from the force as she arched her back like a drawn bow. Beneath the water, a surging torrent erupted uncontrollably from the front of Professor McGonagall's body, turning the pool water between her legs into a cloudy mess. Chapter 40. If car sex is a thing, is this broom sex? Time to bolt. The moment Professor McGonagall's body shuddered violently, her resistance completely dissolving into a state of post-orgasmic paralysis, Jerry cheered inwardly with predatory triumph. He swiftly withdrew his tongue, but not before delivering a sharp, parting bite onto those snowy white, trembling but cheeks. McGonagall, gasping through the sharp sting, reached back blindly to grab him. But Jerry was as slippery as a greased eel. He slid past the weakened, dangling arms of the Graffinder head of house without wasting a single second. Behind him, he could hear McGonagall's muffled, suppressed roar of fury. "You little brat, just you wait." Jerry stayed low, using the jagged rocks and the thick, swirling steam of the baths as cover. He moved with lightning speed across the slick tile floor. He didn't even stop to dry the water droplets clinging to his skin before reaching the garment rack. He snatched his own pile of crumpled clothes, clutching them to his chest in a messy heap. But as his eyes swept over the rack, he froze. Dangling in the most prominent spot were Isabella's white silk panties, the ones Amelia had just dried with a charm. The memory of how those same panties had been soaked through with Isabella's juices earlier sent a fresh jolt of heat through Jerry's veins. His gaze traveled upward, and it was as if he had discovered a hidden pirate's cove overflowing with treasure. There were Professor McGonagall's panties, the same cat paw pattern he'd seen before, the paw prints perfectly positioned over the hidden valley. Next to them were the belongings of Liliana and her sister Alicia, one a pair of cute pink cotton briefs, the other a set of mature, light blue lace. Further down, he even saw Amelia's own a pair of obviously expensive black silk panties with delicate silver thread embroidered along the edges. The memory of his tongue probing the tight heat of McGonagall's body, combined with the sensation of Amelia's voluptuous curves pressed against him in the water, made Jerry's breathing turn ragged. An urge far more potent than simple lust, a cocktail of possessiveness and the thrill of conquest, overpowered his restraint. His hands seemed to move with a mind of their own, beginning a frantic, greedy harvest. One by one, these intimate tokens of authority, maturity, and innocence were snatched from the rack and stuffed unceremoniously into the enchanted, undetectable extension charm pocket of his robes. Once the fire of greed is lit, it is hard to douse. Jerry's eyes flicked to the adjacent rack, where Cressida and her little sparrows from Graffinder had hung their things. He didn't hesitate. His hand darted out again, sweeping up a rainbow of teenage underwear, various styles, colors, and fabrics, and stowing them away. In the middle of this looting spree, he spotted something unique. A thong. A deep, provocative shade of purple. Jerry pulled it from a pile of floral cotton garments. He glanced at the school uniform hanging beneath it. There it was, the Graffinder 7th-year prefect badge. This belonged to Cressida. The thin strips of lace and the palm-sized triangle of fabric stood in shocking contrast to Cressida's usual stern, hard-ass persona. Jerry pinched the purple lace between his fingers, barely believing his eyes. He could almost picture this erotic scrap of fabric hugging the athlete's firm, toned ass. A scandalous secret had fallen right into his lap. A wicked, triumphant grin spread across Jerry's face. He stuffed this final, most surprising trophy into his pocket and shoved open the glass door. Clatter. The heavy frosted glass swung open, making a noise that was loud, but went unnoticed in the chaotic, steamy environment. The cool air of the corridor rushed in, colliding with the hot vapor to create a fresh cloud of blinding white mist. It was the perfect smokescreen. Huh. Is the door open? Cressida seemed to hear something and glanced back suspiciously, but all she saw was a wall of swirling steam. The sound might as well have been a hallucination. By the time the Graffinder prefect blinked, the culprit had already vanished. Clutching his clothes, barefoot and silent as a ghost, Jerry disappeared into the dark hallway, leaving behind nothing but a trail of wet footprints and a room full of unspoken tension and hormonal chaos. Quite a haul. Half an hour later, in Professor McGonagall's private quarters, the fireplace crackled with a warm, orange glow. Amelia was doubled over in a plush armchair, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Her laughter rang out like a string of shattering crystal bells. Ha ha ha, I can't. Minerva, you, ha ha ha. She held a small vial of white dew, a milky, cooling medicinal paste, while looking at her friend, who was lying face down on a long chaise longue. On McGonagall's buttocks, usually a canvas of stern, dignified pale skin, there was now a very clear, very distinct, and slightly bleeding ring of teeth marks. Good Lord, he actually drew blood. Amelia finally managed to stop laughing long enough to lean in. She dipped a cotton swab into the medicine and carefully applied it to the bite mark, her voice dripping with mockery. Which little unweaned puppy did this? He's certainly got a vicious bite. McGonagall buried her face in a velvet pillow, refusing to say a word, but the crimson flush spreading from her neck to the tips of her ears betrayed her utter humiliation and fury. Amelia continued to tease, that little bastard. He's got some nerve, biting the ass of the deputy headmistress. Enough. McGonagall finally snapped. She bolted upright, and before Amelia could react, Minerva's hand shot out, grabbing one of Amelia's heavy, soft breasts and giving it a sharp, punishing twist. Ow. Amelia let out a sharp, breathless moan, nearly dropping the vial of medicine. McGonagall's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. She glared at her friend, whose eyes were now watering from the sudden pinch, and sneered, "You think I don't know what the two of you were doing in the water? You really outdid yourself, hiding him right under my nose." Minerva paused, a flash of pride in her eyes. "Don't forget, Amelia, my eyes were magically enhanced so I could catch every tiny foul during Quidditch matches. A little hot spring steam isn't enough to blind me. I saw exactly what was happening beneath the surface. I just chose to ignore it." Amelia choked on her retort, her face flushing an unnatural shade of pink. She opened her mouth to argue, but McGonagall's hand slid down from her breast. The hand, calloused from years of wand work and outdoor activity, slid over Amelia's flat belly and came to rest directly over the valley between her legs. Through the thin silk of the dressing gown, McGonagall's fingers accurately found the soft hair that was still damp from the bath. "What's the matter?" McGonagall's lips curled into a victor's smile. Her index finger pressed firmly against the core of Amelia's heat, feeling the moisture and warmth through the fabric. "Did Fudge not feed you enough? Just one rub from that little brat's head and you couldn't even stand up straight in the water." The pressure of the finger and the blunt verbal jab made Amelia's body stiffen for a second, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she flashed a similarly devious grin. "Takes one to know one, my dear head of house." Amelia whispered, but her cotton swab took a detour. Instead of the bite mark, the swab began to glide downward, crossing the smooth expanse of the buttocks and hovering at the deep crevice between them. With a flick of her wrist, Amelia began to trace slow, deliberate circles with the cotton tip right at the tight, puckered entrance of Minerva's anus. The cooling sensation of the ointment combined with the light, rhythmic friction of the cotton on such a sensitive, forbidden spot sent a jolt of electricity through McGonagall. The finger McGonagall had buried in Amelia's crotch faltered. Amelia pressed her advantage. Seeing her friend's back go rigid, she used a voice that was mock innocent and sharp with provocation. "Oops, my hand slipped. But it looks quite swollen here too. I wonder if that little brat used his finger or his tongue on his way out." Amelia didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was crystal clear. She prodded the sensitive opening with the swab, as if trying to confirm a suspicion. "Amelia." McGonagall's voice took on a dangerous edge. She increased the pressure of her finger on Amelia's clitoris, even using a fingernail to give the sensitive bud a sharp, dragging scrape. "Minerva McGonagall." Amelia fired back, pushing the tip of the swab harder, forcing a bit of the cooling cream into the shallow rim of the tight hole. For a moment, the room fell into a heavy, charged silence, broken only by their synchronized, ragged breathing. In the middle of this forbidden tension, the fire in the corner flared from orange to a ghostly, brilliant emerald green. With a flash of light, a petite figure stumbled out of the flue, batting soot off her pointed witch's hat. She was a young woman with a face full of freckles and a vivacious, chirpy energy. Around her neck hung a professional-looking magical camera, and a quick quotes quill with little wings fluttered excitedly beside her. A reporter for the Daily Prophet. "Minerva, I've missed you terribly," she burst out with a loud, gossipy tone. "I'm telling you, this year's wizard chess tournament is a total bore. But hey, it was the only way I could slip away from the front lines for a decent holiday." Her words trailed off into dead silence. She finally processed the scene before her, her friend, the venerable deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, disheveled and prone on a couch, while another high-ranking official, the head of magical law enforcement, was straddling her in an incredibly compromising position. The reporter's mouth fell into a perfect O shape. The quick quotes quill hovered in the air, vibrating with excitement, its tip glowing as it prepared to record the scoop of a lifetime. The air in the room turned to ice. "Rita Skeeter! Rita!" Two screams of panic and rage erupted simultaneously. The two women, who had been at each other's throats a second ago, reacted like cornered lionesses with perfect synchronization. Their eyes met in mid-air, reaching an instant agreement: eliminate the witness. McGonagall lunged off the chaise longue, ignoring the sting in her rear and her open robe. Amelia launched herself from the armchair. Like two blurred shadows, they pounced on the stunned, wide-eyed reporter. Ooh, a scandal. Rita didn't look scared, she looked thrilled. She fumbled for her camera, but she was too slow. McGonagall seized her wrist, pinning the camera down. Amelia tackled her from the other side, throwing her entire weight into the smaller woman and pinning her to the thick wool rug. "You will not write a word. You will not take a picture." Amelia growled, wrestling for the camera while using her body to keep Rita down. "Minerva. Amelia. This is assault on the press. You're murdering your best friend." Rita squirmed like a trapped eel, her hat flying off as she kicked and struggled. McGonagall was on her other side, her hand darting through the air to snatch the glowing quick quotes quill. "Give me that damn pen." McGonagall barked. In the scuffle, her robe fell completely open, exposing her toned, mature body to the firelight. The bite mark on her ass was on full display. The three of them devolved into a wrestling match on the floor. Rita, being nimble, fought tooth and nail to protect her equipment. The struggle left all their robes in disarray. Long, pale legs became entangled as they rolled across the carpet. In the chaos, Amelia's knee accidentally pressed into Rita's stomach, drawing a soft grunt. Rita retaliated blindly, her hand grabbing a handful of Amelia's heavy, swinging breast. "Ah." Amelia froze, a deep blush creeping up her face. "Gotcha. Let's see how big the minister's wife really is," Rita announced triumphantly, her fingers squeezing and kneading the soft mound with reckless abandon. "You're dead." Flustered and furious, Amelia abandoned the camera and went for Rita's ribs and waist, launching the most primitive attack, tickling. "Ahaha, stop. I give up. Hahaha. Minerva, help." Rita was deathly ticklish. She dissolved into a fit of giggles, her body going limp as tears pricked her eyes. McGonagall finally snatched the quill, but as Rita flailed in laughter, she accidentally caught the belt of McGonagall's robe. Rip! The silk tore away, and McGonagall's majestic, athletic body was fully bared once more. The bloody teeth marks on her but were impossible to miss now. Amelia and the laughing Rita both froze. Good heavens! Rita's eyes went wide. She pointed at the bite marks and let out an even louder cackle. "Minerva, did a dog get you? Ha ha ha, those are some very neat teeth marks. Can I take a photo? I won't show your face, I promise. Ha ha ha. Rita Skeeter, I'm going to kill you." McGonagall was so red she looked like she might combust. With a roar that shook the rafters, she threw the quill aside and pounced like a predatory cat, her hands diving straight for Rita's own sensitive zones. The professor's quarters were soon filled with the sounds of screaming, wrestling, and the frantic gasps of three high-powered witches acting like schoolgirls. After the madness subsided, a heavy silence returned to the room, punctuated only by the ragged breathing of the three disheveled women. Rita was eventually forced to take the ointment from Amelia. She sat behind McGonagall on the chaise longue, focused on treating the wound. Her touch was much more professional. Under the influence of the white dew, the bloody marks faded and vanished in seconds. It was clear Amelia hadn't been paying any attention to the actual healing earlier. Meanwhile, the neglectful Amelia was busy at McGonagall's massive wardrobe. She had tossed her robe aside entirely and was standing stark naked, holding various elegant dresses up to her body, completely indifferent to her friend's judging stares. McGonagall, lying on her stomach, watched the naked woman twirling in front of the mirror. "Don't you have your own clothes, Madam Minister? You always insist on wearing mine. You have better taste." Amelia chirped. She pressed a dark green velvet robe against her chest and looked back. "Seriously though, what are you wearing tonight? You're the top seed for the wizard chess tournament. Everyone will be looking at you." "I don't care," McGonagall sighed, her voice weary. "Just something dignified. I'm sure half the students will try to sneak into the victory ball tonight. I have to maintain my image of authority. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Rita's palm connected squarely with McGonagall's firm, newly healed buttock, leaving a red handprint. All done, Lady Big Butt, Rita declared with a mischievous grin. Ignoring the death glare Minerva sent her way, Rita hopped up and leaned over the couch, her eyes twinkling with gossip. Seriously, Minerva, what are your chances this year? McGonagall pulled her torn robe back around her, hiding her curves. She turned her head, her voice calm but brimming with confidence. As far as I know, the old geezers who like to play dirty didn't sign up this time. If no one cheats, none of the remaining players are a match for me. Are you sure? Positive. Rita chuckled mysteriously. She fumbled through the enchanted pockets of her trench coat and pulled out a folded parchment receipt. I visited an underground betting ring in Hogsmeade. Look, I put 3,000 galleons on you to win. McGonagall was surprised. She took the slip. The betting info was standard, but her eyes froze on the numbers. Her expression shifted, her voice turning slightly odd. Are there a lot of people betting? Rita, oblivious to the change in tone, nodded enthusiastically. Tons. The goblins say the word has spread from Diagon Alley to Nocturne Alley. Tens of thousands of witches and wizards have placed bets. The prize pool is over 300,000 galleons. Jerry rounded a corner in the corridor, debating whether to head back to his dorm to stash his stolen lingerie or find Catherine in the Great Hall and leave the loot with her. Jerry. He stopped and turned. Fiona, her short hair windswept, was jogging toward him. Her cheeks were flushed from exertion, and she looked like she'd been searching for him for a while. She reached him, panting, but didn't speak immediately. Her bright eyes raked over him from head to toe, checking for injuries. She lingered on his damp hair and scanned his arms and legs. Once she saw he was completely unharmed, she let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Seeing the older girl so genuinely worried about him, Jerry couldn't help but remember their encounter at the Three Broomsticks. The memory of her first experience delivered by his busy fingers after a few drinks brought a playful, wicked smirk to his face. Looking for me so urgently, Fiona? Are you planning to treat me to another big meal? At his words, the flush on Fiona's face deepened until she looked like a ripe peach. It was clear that despite being drunk that night, she hadn't forgotten how her precious first time had been handled by this little devil. She looked down at her shoes, her voice barely a whisper. I heard Cressida was giving you trouble this morning. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Seeing her so guilt-ridden, Jerry waved it off dismissively. Don't sweat it. She's just a Graffinder lioness who likes to bark. I don't give her a second thought. Then, his smile faded slightly, replaced by a more serious expression. But Fiona, he paused, looking her in the eye, we're just classmates, right? The words hit Fiona like a physical blow. Her chest tightened with a sharp, hollow sense of loss. She thought he was drawing a line, punishing her for her drunken behavior or for interfering today. I am sorry. Her voice trembled, nearly breaking into a sob. I won't bother you anymore. Before she could finish, a warm, firm hand caught her wrist. What are you thinking, Fiona? She looked up, startled, meeting Jerry's mischievous eyes. What I mean is, Jerry said with a grin, you really owe me that meal. Because of you, I spent the whole afternoon scrubbing the girls' lavatory. I'm exhausted. Fiona blinked, her tear-filled eyes wide and confused. It took a few seconds for her to realize he wasn't rejecting her, he was just being a brat. She burst out laughing, a single stubborn tear clinging to her eyelash. Her smile was like sun breaking through a storm. Fine. She didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she squeezed back with surprising strength. She wiped her face with her free hand, suddenly revitalized. I'll take you right now. I know a place much better than the Three Broomsticks. I'll make sure you eat until you're stuffed. She didn't give him a chance to argue. She pulled him along the corridor, her steps light and bouncy as a deer's. Jerry followed, amused, as she led him through the castle courtyards toward the station where the school carriages usually waited. But the platform was empty. No thistral-drawn carriages were in sight. That's strange, where are the carriages? Fiona peered toward the forbidden forest, seeing nothing. After waiting for a while, Fiona suddenly slapped her forehead. I forgot. There's a massive banquet in the castle tonight. It's the celebration for the Wizard Chess Suite 16. All the carriages must have been diverted to pick up VIPs from the village. She got more excited as she spoke. I heard it's going to be huge. Lots of celebrities. I think even Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, is coming. Well, that's too bad, Jerry said, looking at the glowing castle. I guess my big meal is cancelled. Fiona looked at his sad face and smirked. She put a finger to her lips. Who said anything about cancelling? Follow me. She grabbed his hand again and ran toward the Quidditch pitch. The wind whipped through her short hair. Jerry, you haven't had your flying lessons yet, right? I checked the schedule, Jerry panted, keeping up with her. Lessons start next month. This month is all theory and transfiguration. Right, but that's not the only reason, Fiona explained. The pitch has been reserved for the 7th years this month for their NEWT flight exams. It'll open up for the rest of us once they're done. They reached the edge of the pitch, where massive, temporary wizard chess statues cast long shadows in the sunset. Fiona led him under a newly built spectator stand that hadn't been enchanted with muggle-repelling charms yet. The empty pitch was quiet and grand. They climbed the spiral stairs of the Slytherin Tower. "Where are we going?" Jerry asked. "Here." Fiona stopped at a door marked Slytherin Changing Rooms. Inside, the room smelled of old wood and leather polish. Fiona went to an unlocked locker and pulled out a sleek, silver broomstick. The twigs were perfectly trimmed, and the silver handle shimmered in the dim light. It was clearly a high-end private broom, not a school-issued clunker. She shouldered the broom and winked. "Want to go for a spin, Junior?" "Absolutely." Jerry nodded, playing the role of the excited freshman perfectly. "Good." Fiona took his hand, her palm warm and soft. "I'll take you to get that banquet now." They climbed to the very top of the tower, the starting platform. The wind howled up here, carrying a chill. Fiona set the broom down and prepared to mount it. It was a provocative sight. As she lifted one leg to straddle the silver handle, her school robes hiked up. Jerry saw the curve of her calves in gray stockings and the tight, rounded shape of her buttocks under her skirt. As she leaned forward, her blouse tightened over her developing breasts, showcasing her athletic, feminine frame. "Come on, hop on." Fiona patted the spot behind her. Jerry moved to climb on. "Wait, stop." Fiona blurted out, her face turning crimson. I've never flown with a passenger before. I'm worried about the balance." She wouldn't look him in the eye, stuttering as she made a suggestion. "Maybe, you should sit in front. If you hold on to me, it'll be more stable." The holding onto her she described was essentially him sitting face to face with her, his legs wrapped around her waist. Jerry saw through her "I want to be close to my junior" scheme instantly. He laughed internally but kept his face innocent. He wasn't about to turn down an invitation to be pressed against her soft body. "Sure, whatever you say, Fiona." He hopped onto the broom, straddling it in front of her. Jerry was shorter and thinner than the nearly adult Fiona. The result was an incredibly intimate arrangement. Jerry was practically curled into her warm embrace. His cheek was pressed against her soft, full breasts. He could smell her scent, a mix of grass and floral soap. He wrapped his arms around her waist, his fingers almost meeting behind her back. Fiona, to steady him, circled him with her arms, her chin resting on his head. "Hold tight." Fiona's voice had a nervous tremor. She gripped the handle, leaned forward, and with a soft up, the silver broom shot into the sky. After a brief moment of weightlessness, the flight leveled out. The wind whipped their robes. Jerry squeezed her tighter, burying his face in the cleavage of her breasts. He could feel her heart racing against his cheek. "Look, Jerry!" Fiona shouted over the wind. She circled the castle. From up here, Hogwarts looked like a glowing model, its windows twinkling like diamonds on black velvet. The Black Lake shimmered under the full moon. It was romantic, but for the two of them, the scenery was just a backdrop. The broomstick vibrated with the hum of high-speed flight. That vibration traveled through Jerry's body and directly into Fiona. Specifically, Jerry's crotch was pressed firmly against Fiona's lower abdomen, right against her most sensitive area. At first, Fiona told herself the tingling was just nerves, but she soon realized something else was happening. Jerry, like a clever cat, shifted his position accidentally, pressing the growing hardness of his young cock directly against her clit. As the broom vibrated, Jerry began to grind against her with a slow, agonizingly rhythmic pressure. NNGH. A muffled moan escaped Fiona's throat. Her palms grew sweaty on the broom handle, and her legs clamped tighter around the broom, which only served to press Jerry even harder against her heat. She could feel herself getting slick. Her panties were becoming soaked with hot moisture. The combination of the vibration and the deliberate friction was making her brain go fuzzy. Are you okay, Fiona?" Jerry asked with innocent concern, his voice muffled by her breasts. But he didn't stop grinding. I'm fine." Fiona's voice was shaky, almost tearful. She couldn't control her body's reaction. Her hips began to sway instinctively, meeting his rhythm. Her breath became hot and ragged against the top of his head. As they soared over the Black Lake, Jerry pushed harder. Fiona couldn't take it. With a violent shudder, she cried out, her scream lost in the wind. The silver broom dipped dangerously toward the water as her body spasmed. A flood of juice erupted from her, soaking through her underwear and skirt, even staining Jerry's trousers where they were pressed together. As she twitched in the throes of a massive orgasm, the liquid left her body. She tried to clamp her legs shut, but that only squeezed more of her love honey out from under her skirt. Under the moonlight, a decadent scene unfolded. From the tail of the silver broom, crystal-clear droplets began to fall. They trailed behind the broom like glistening threads before falling into the Black Lake, creating tiny, disappearing ripples burying the secret of her climax in the dark water. Jerry felt her body trembling against him. Her breath was hot and fast. "Fly higher, Fiona." Through the layers of cloth, Jerry's cock was now rock-hard and surprisingly large. He thrust his hips forward, wedging his hard length deep into her soaked crotch. The head of his cock pressed firmly against her core through the wet fabric, nearly stretching it to the breaking point. Fiona spasmed again, but this time, the friction stopped. Jerry went still. The sudden lack of movement was worse than the friction. Her body, having just tasted pleasure, felt like a hot iron dropped in cold water. A crushing sense of emptiness hit her. Her wet, throbbing pussy began to pulse, desperate for the sensation to return. Fiona let out a whimper and started to move on her own. At first, she just squeezed her thighs, trying to grip him, but it wasn't enough. She began to clumsily grind her hips, rubbing her soaked mound against his unmoving cock. Fiona. Jerry's voice came from her chest. Why are you moving? His voice was innocent, but his body was a rock, letting her twist and turn against him like a fish out of water, desperate for satisfaction. Fiona couldn't speak. Shame was gone, drowned by lust. She just wanted him to move again. I want. She arched her back, slamming her pussy against his hard trouser bulge. Each hit made a wet squelch and drew a sob-like moan from her throat. The broom flew on, a silent accomplice to this mile-high seduction. Seeing his senior completely lost in lust, Jerry finally smiled. He looked up, his young face wearing a predatory, dominant grin. He leaned up and captured her mouth in a deep kiss. His tongue swept past her teeth, tangling with hers and sucking on it, forcing his saliva down her throat as she made a helpless swallowing sound. Fiona lost all ability to think, clinging to his back as if he were the only solid thing in the world. As she gasped into the kiss, Jerry finally moved his lower body. He didn't just grind, he began to thrust his hips in a slow, powerful, steady rhythm. The hard outline of his cock rubbed against her through the wet silk, punishing her softest parts with every stroke. Fiona made little whimpering noises into his mouth. The sensory overload, the wind, the height, the deep kiss, and the relentless grinding was too much. The sound of wet fabric rubbing against wet skin became louder in the night air. Fiona, you okay? Jerry broke the kiss briefly, whispering into her ear while his hips kept working. Fast, please, faster. She begged, her voice thick with tears and desire. Jerry complied. He sped up his thrusts, hammering against her. Finally, another massive wave of pleasure hit her. A fresh flood of honey soaked them both, running down her thighs and onto the silver broom handle. It flowed backward toward the tail of the broom until it reached a breaking point. One drop, two, then a steady stream of glistening juice fell from the back of the flying broom, creating a brief, strange rain in the night sky. In the courtyard below, several students in formal robes headed for the Great Hall felt the moisture. Is it raining? One Slytherin boy asked, touching his cheek. His finger came away with something sticky and warm. His friend stopped and looked up. The sky was clear, the moon was full, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. A faint, sweet, musky scent drifted through the air. They looked at each other, confused by the phantom rain that had only fallen on them. They would never know that seconds ago, a silver broom had carried two lovers into the shadows of the high towers, leaving their scandalous secret far behind.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.